Chapter 1. Father. The martial soul community universally holds that the higher the innate soul power, the faster the cultivation speed of the soul master. This theory has long been revered by countless soul masters, and I personally share a supportive stance on this notion that in the tiered classroom, the only sound was the gentle rustling of pens against paper. A man with golden hair strolled between the desks, hands tucked into his pockets, impeccably dressed, with a monocle perched over his right eye, revealing a visage that radiated warmth and elegance. If I were to merely expound upon this, it would be akin to what you have learned in the intermediate academy. Thus, the curriculum broadens this theory. It must be noted that the level of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul, making the latter a pivotal factor in determining the cultivation speed of the soul master. Having recited this segment of the textbook, the golden-haired man transitioned to providing a wealth of examples. Martial souls are generally categorized into 3 grades: divine-level martial souls, supreme-level martial souls, and ordinary martial souls. The representative of supreme-level martial souls is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which remains active on the continent to this day. You all should have heard of their illustrious reputation. The world's foremost beast martial soul. As he articulated this, the golden-haired man appeared quite nonchalant, raising an eyebrow as he continued. In truth, if you have perused the dragon lineage studies published by the Martial Soul Hall, you would understand that, in terms of dragon lineage, the blue lightning tyrant dragon does not rank particularly high. Who knows, one day, a certain little dragon might exert bloodline suppression upon it. There are many other supreme-level martial souls you need to familiarize yourselves with. I shall introduce them one by one. As the golden-haired man continued his lecture, the students below, while diligently taking notes, were still engaged in hushed conversations among themselves. Mr. Yuan is so handsome. I only enrolled in this course because of Mr. Yuan's looks. Are you implying that if I were unattractive, you wouldn't pay attention in class? The sudden voice startled the 2 girls, causing them to flinch. They looked up to find the golden-haired man still delivering his lecture, but momentarily glancing in their direction with a smile and a nod. Refrain from discussing matters unrelated to the class and focus on your studies. The 2 girls nodded, resembling startled rabbits, then buried their heads to scribble furiously, though the astonishment within them surged like tidal waves. The ability to communicate directly through mental energy is a level of prowess that even an ordinary soul master might struggle to attain. The golden-haired man chose not to linger on the 2 girls. Of course, in certain exceptional circumstances, high-quality martial soul may not necessarily confer an accelerated cultivation speed upon the soul master. This is not covered in the textbook, nor will it be on the exam, but I felt it necessary to mention it. What is it, teacher? Inquired an inquisitive student, raising a hand. This was the teaching style of the golden-haired man, distinct from other instructors who focused solely on lecturing while students busily transcribed notes. In his class, students were encouraged to raise their hands with any inquiries that provided they pertained to the lesson at hand. The golden-haired man nodded, indicating that he had acknowledged the situation, and remarked, as I mentioned, this matter does not necessitate an examination. It suffices for everyone to listen attentively. This type of martial soul is referred to as the ultimate martial soul, which is characterized by possessing supreme attributes among its kind. The cultivation speed of an ultimate martial soul master, between levels 30 and 70, can only be described with a single term: sluggish. That is 2 words, a student murmured from below. The golden-haired man cast a glance at the quietly muttering student and continued his explanation. The ultimate martial soul has many facets. The classroom was filled with the sound of rustling paper as students diligently took notes. Thus I assert that under certain exceptional circumstances, a high-quality martial soul may not necessarily confer a significant enhancement in the cultivation speed of the master. This is merely an anomaly. Ding, 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 ding. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bell for recess rang. All right, class is dismissed. The golden-haired man's popularity among the students stemmed not only from his vast knowledge and handsome appearance, but, most importantly, from his unwavering punctuality. In the campus, the sun shone brightly amidst a tapestry of blooming flowers. The capital of the Baloch Kingdom lies in a temperate zone, and compared to the humid summers of the southern Starfall Empire, the summer here is comfortably pleasant. The Baloch Intermediate Soul Master Academy is far from a destitute monster academy. Located in a village, the financial support from the royal family has endowed this institution with exceptional teaching facilities and a beautiful campus environment. The century-old architecture boasts a rustic grandeur, while towering trees flourish with lush foliage, and the vibrant youth of the students form the most picturesque scenery of the academy. In this delightful setting, the golden-haired man, known as Yuan Lu, expressed his youthful sentiments. Summer is truly splendid. Teacher Yuan, what are you saying? Huh? Yuan Xuanlu, the man referred to as Teacher Yuan, chuckled awkwardly. Curse it, I hadn't even noticed this woman. Teacher Yuan, I wish to speak with you, the woman interjected, linking her arm with his before he could refuse. What is it? Yuan Xuanlu discreetly withdrew his hand. Mindful of appearances after all, one could never predict how gossip might spread among the students. The woman, surnamed Bai, was also an exceptionally gifted soul master, having attained level 58 at the tender age of 30, besides her formidable prowess. Teacher Bai's beauty was striking. Her fair skin, rosy cheeks, and a pair of almond-shaped eyes shimmered with an enchanting allure, reminiscent of autumn waters. Teacher Yuan's instructional quality is truly commendable, Teacher Bai remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yuan Xuanlu awkwardly smiled. In truth, I merely recite the material. Perhaps my extensive travels have afforded me broader insights than this group of students, allowing me to impress them. Not all, Teacher Yuan. Your discourse on the ultimate martial soul today was quite enlightening. Even I have gained much from it. Ha. Is that so? Teacher Bai gently parted her lips. I intend to apply for Teacher Qiao Yuan to teach in my class. This way, we can form a formidable alliance, offering our future students a greater chance of being admitted to the prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academy, or even the Royal Academy of Tiando. Isn't this something you could discuss with the principal? Yuan Xuanlu queried, perplexed. Bai Teacher lightly bit her lower lip, her almond-shaped eyes gazing at Yuan Xuanlu. I have come to seek your opinion as well. Yuan Xuanlu, indifferent to where he taught, sensed an underlying peculiarity in the matter and replied ambiguously, as long as my salary remains unchanged, the rest is up to you. With a smile, Bai Teacher nodded. Yes, they were about to exit the school grounds. She seized the opportunity to invite Yuan Xuanlu. Since it's evening, would you care to join me for a drink? Her proposition was quite enticing. At that moment, even Yuan Xuanlu comprehended Bai Teacher's intentions. Daddy. A cheerful voice called from outside as a small figure waved at Yuan Xuanlu from the entrance. My apologies, Yuan Xuanlu smiled apologetically at Bai Teacher. I must return home to prepare dinner for my daughter. With that, he jogged toward the little one, waving as he went. Meanwhile, Bai Teacher stood frozen, the child's voice echoing in her ears. Daddy. Chapter 2. My inexpensive daughter. I am Yuan Xuanlu, a traveler from another world. Upon discovering that I had arrived in the realm of Douluo continent, I was filled with elation. However, as I grasped the timeline, despair soon followed. I am significantly older than Tang San, to put it bluntly. He could easily refer to me as father. This is because I am of the same generation as his father, Tang Hao. Though I am not truly that old, merely in my early 30s. Regarding my past and family, I prefer not to delve deeply. Suffice it to say, I refer to Bibi Dong as sister-in-law. Though upon hearing this title, she would undoubtedly wish to eliminate me. This was also the reason that when I learned of my inexpensive brother being grievously injured by Tang Hao, I fled the spirit hall under cover of night. For who could predict how this woman might eliminate me, the brother of a titled Douluo? Eventually, I arrived in the capital of the Bala Kingdom, becoming a proud educator of the people. I assumed my life would continue in mundane obscurity, merely traversing the plotline. Yet, fate had a jest in store for me. I could see that moment, as I gazed at the stars from an upstairs window at a 45-degree angle. A baby plummeted from the heavens, leaving me feeling both insulted in my intellect and abilities. Who would dare to throw an infant directly before a titled Douluo without being noticed? I realized this child might harbor significant secrets. Thus, I acquire my inexpensive daughter. Dad. Tomorrow, I will awaken my martial spirit. The little one exclaimed excitedly, her bare feet pattering on the bed. Yuan Xuanlu could only nod helplessly and raise his hand with a smile, saying, All right. My Ling'er is the best in the world. After a moment of contemplation, the little one asked, Dad, you must clarify what you mean by the best in the world. Yuan Xuanlu sighed in exasperation. In his previous life, he was a member of the single kneeling tribe, although he was not part of that tribe in this life. The title of being single still lingered. He had no experience in raising children, and guessing a child's thoughts seemed more challenging than a daunting task. Ling'er's beauty is the best in the world. Yuan Xuanlu mused, considering that although Ling'er was still small, her potential for beauty was already apparent, and praising her appearance was undoubtedly correct. Wrong. Ling'er's talent is the best in the world. Yuan Xuanlu reassured himself, accepting the notion that this was a fantastical world where strength was paramount, and it was indeed acceptable for a girl to favor martial prowess over frivolous adornments. Wrong. Yuan Xuanlu was utterly at a loss. I don't know. Ling'er's daddy is the best in the world. The little one leaned in, planted a kiss on Yuan Xuanlu's cheek, and then giggled burying her head under the blanket, revealing her large, expressive eyes. Yuan Sunla's face broke into a radiant smile as he tucked the blanket around Ling'er, still grinning from ear to ear as he gently said, good night, Daddy." Ling'er's beautiful eyes watched Yuan Xuanlu as he turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit the room, she called out, "Did that aunt want to be my mommy today?" Yuan Sunla's expression froze. He was unsure how to explain matters of the heart to the little one. "That aunt is not a good person, she is a vixen." Ling'er revealed the scandalous past of teacher by to Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Sunla's attention was entirely captured by the term vixen. Despite being single and unable to clarify his feelings, he was always mindful of instilling good manners in his child. He had never used such derogatory terms in front of her. "Who told you the term vixen?" "Brother Wong from next door. Be good, and do not use that word again." "Okay." The little one blinked her large eyes again. "Daddy, you still haven't answered me. Did that aunt want to be my mommy?" "No." Yuan Xuanlu felt it was time to reassess his neighbors. He needed to have a word with old Wong tonight, that if you're looking for a mommy, you must let Ling'er meet her. "I am the smartest. I can tell good people from bad ones at a glance," the little one added earnestly. "MHM." Yuan Xuanlu turned back, smiling, and nodded, "Good night." After closing the door, Yuan Xuanlu sighed and made his way out, knocking on the door of his neighbor, old Wong. "Who is it? At this hour?" "It's me, Yuan Xuanlu." Old Wong, still groggy and harboring a bit of annoyance for the disturbance, opened the door, but his demeanor shifted upon seeing the 2 bottles of wine Yuan Xuanlu held. Old Wong chuckled, "What's the matter? Do you have time for a drink today? Aren't you supposed to accompany your girl for her awakening of the martial soul tomorrow?" "It's no trouble. I came to discuss matters concerning your son," Yuan Xuanlu replied. "Any results?" Old Wong asked, his surprise evident. Yuan Xuanlu nodded in affirmation. The 2 friends, arms around each other, made their way to the dining table, where old Wong returned to the kitchen to prepare a couple of side dishes before they began drinking. "I can leverage my connections to secure a spot for your son in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy," Yuan Xuanlu remarked, taking a sip of his drink. The matter of enrolling young Wong in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy had been something old Wong had previously entrusted to him. It was all set until Yuan Xuanlu overheard young Wong's brother teaching their little one the term vixen. At that moment, he reconsidered his decision. After all, if today he could teach the little one about vixen, tomorrow he might just as easily teach her about fleas, and the following day. One could hardly imagine. The wisdom of Meng Mu's 3 relocations still held true. That's good. Old Wong said, savoring a sip of his drink, smacking his lips with a grin. "Thank you, my brother." "Ah, you're being too formal." Yuan Xuanlu waved his hand dismissively. "However, that it's not the Balik Intermediate Soul Master Academy, but rather the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the Fastner Province." Old Wong paused, taking a couple of bites of the side dishes in silence. The Fastner Province is a directly governed province of the Tiando Empire, while his Wong family resides in the Balik Kingdom. Strictly speaking, this could be considered studying abroad. Breaking the silence, old Wong grasped Yuan Sunla's hand, nodding with a smile. "That's fine too. Thank you, my brother. You know how it is, my boy doesn't have much talent, so it's already a stroke of luck for him to get into an Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Such is the nature of seeking favors." Although he had made his fortune in business, his cultivation was lacking, rendering him insignificant before the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. His son, lacking in talent, had found himself unwanted by any Intermediate Soul Master Academy, prompting old Wong to slip a few red envelopes into Yuan Sunla's hands to facilitate matters. To his surprise, it turned out to be the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the Fastner Province. "Aren't you a teacher at the Balik Intermediate Soul Master Academy? How do your connections extend to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the Fastner Province?" No worries, Yuan Xuanlu waved his hand again. The 2 continued to drink and converse boastfully until late into the night, at which point Yuan Xuanlu finally departed from old Wong's house. Once outside, after taking a few steps, he returned to his own home. Upon entering his study, Yuan Xuanlu used his soul power to dispel the smell of alcohol from his body, then sank into a leather chair. He first penned a letter of introduction for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in Fastnu on a rosewood table, then retrieved a letter of introduction for the Balik Intermediate Soul Master Academy from his soul guide. Subsequently, he set it ablaze, reducing it to ashes. Thus, the young Wong, who could have studied in the Balik Kingdom, was destined to attend school in the Fastnu Province of the Tiando Empire. In truth, the Fastnu Province is not far from the Balik Kingdom, and the Wong family could afford the expenses of attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy there. After all, Yuan Xuanlu would not seek residence in the slums, would he? To be a neighbor of Yuan Xuanlu, one must possess at least some means, if not great wealth. Attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy in the Fastno Province is merely a way to endure hardship for the children. Yuan Xuanlu sighed, a hint of a mischievous smile appearing in his eyes. Alas, I am simply a kind-hearted person. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. I have a little donkey that I never ride. Yuan Xuanlu and his daughter, Yuan Ling'er, sang cheerfully as they made their way to the Martial Soul main hall in Balak City. Today marks the day of Yuan Ling'er's Martial Soul Awakening. Father, what do you think my martial soul will be? This was the 30th time she had asked this question since waking up. As a human on the Douluo continent, it is a well-known truth that one's martial soul can truly reveal their future. Those with powerful martial souls are destined for greatness. Leaving their mark in history, those with average martial souls can still achieve wealth and a comfortable life, while those with exceedingly weak martial souls, devoid of soul power. That is indeed a formidable presence. I believe it should suffice. Even if Ling'er lacks spiritual energy, she is under my protection. Yuan Xuanlu boldly proclaimed that even if Yuan Ling'er possessed no soul power, his status as a titled Douluo would ensure her safety throughout her life, without any issue. Ling'er wishes to ask, Father, were you nervous when you awakened your martial soul? Yuan Ling'er paused momentarily. Upon hearing this question, Yuan Xuanlu realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Martial Soul Hall in Balak City. Outside, numerous parents accompanied their little ones to awaken their martial souls, all waiting in line, while his own little one clutched his hand tightly, sweat beading from her nervousness. Feeling the dampness in his palm, Yuan Xuanlu smiled gently, crouched down, and earnestly gazed into the beautiful eyes of his child. At that time, I had no thoughts at all. I simply believed myself to be the most formidable in the world, and then I awakened my martial soul. Father, what about your martial soul? The little one's eyes widened, her ears perked up in anticipation. It's not particularly strong, merely the second best in the world. Yuan Xuanlu playfully tapped her nose. Thus, your martial soul is bound to be exceptional. Just then, the grand doors of the Martial Soul Hall swung open, revealing a beautiful sister clad in white attire, with a character for soul emblazoned prominently on her chest, signifying her affiliation with the hall. The enchanting sister bowed slightly to the parents as a gesture of respect. Children, please follow me. Today marks the day of your martial soul awakening. The little ones eagerly followed the beautiful sister into the main hall, while the parents remained outside, waiting. Father, my martial soul will undoubtedly be the strongest in the world. I want you to stand behind me, Yuan Ling'er declared, shaking off her earlier anxiety, her small fists clenched, her gaze resolute. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled softly, gently ruffling Yuan Ling'er's hair. Good. You are undoubtedly stronger than your father. Yuan Ling'er followed the little ones inside, her demeanor proud and spirited. Do not fear. I am no mere child. You should focus on awakening your own potential. The 6-year-old Yuan Xuanlu cast a disdainful glance at the elderly soul master assisting him. I wonder what you can awaken. This sarcastic remark came from a strikingly handsome young man. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s or 40s, whose calm demeanor exuded a sense of reverence at first glance. Regardless, what you possess is of a different caliber, Yuan Xuanlu retorted. His head held high as he stated nonchalantly, let us begin. The elderly soul master swiftly clapped his hands, infusing 6 streams of green light into the stone beneath. A golden radiance enveloped Yuan Xuanlu, and he extended his right hand. A mighty dragon's roar reverberated throughout the grand hall, as a colossal dragon materialized behind Yuan Xuanlu, merging seamlessly with him. The dazzling golden light transformed into layers of pure white dragon scales, and even Yuan Xuanlu's eyes morphed into vertical pupils. Is this the Holy Light Dragon? The composed middle-aged man expressed surprise. A white-armored dragon, a sacred attribute. So this is a mutated martial soul. A laugh escaped the previously sarcastic young man, as if he had finally been relieved of the burden of competition over family inheritance. Let us test your soul power. The elderly soul master handed a crystal ball to Yuan Xuanlu, who, upon placing his hand near it, felt his soul power being drawn in. In the blink of an eye, the entire crystal ball radiated brilliance. Innate full soul power. Quite impressive, remarked the composed middle-aged man, nodding in approval. You may enter the family lineage of the Angel clan. Why is this happening? What did you just say? The previously sardonic young man inquired, having overheard Yuan Xuanlu's mutterings. Why is it not a twin martial soul? What about the Pangu axe? The Xin Yuan sword? Just a single holy light dragon martial soul? This will surely be countered relentlessly by the little dragon in the future. Tears streamed down Yuan Xuanlu's face as he lamented his shortcomings, feeling he had brought shame upon his predecessors, and his spirit was utterly shattered. Now, it's your turn, little sister. The beautiful lady said with a warm smile directed at Yuan Ling'er. You can do it. Heave-ho. Yuan Ling'er puffed out her cheeks and stepped onto the platform. The beautiful lady swiftly clapped her hands, sending forth 6 beams of green light that infused the stones beneath her feet, enveloping Yuan Ling'er in a radiant golden glow. Then, Yuan Ling'er extended her right hand. A surge of energy rushed to her eyes, transforming her deep blue irises into a crystalline clarity, with a faint halo shimmering around them. This is my innate martial soul, spirit eye? What kind of martial soul is this? Is it truly a part of my own being? The beautiful lady, merely a worker in the martial soul hall, had limited experience, and in this era when innate martial souls were not yet renowned, encountering one was indeed a rarity. This is my martial soul, spirit eye. Yuan Ling'er reveled in the delightful sensation, proudly lifting her head and extending her hands. Let us test my soul power. Oh, very well, the beautiful lady responded, handing Yuan Ling'er a crystal orb. As Yuan Ling'er gently placed her hand upon the crystal orb, her soul energy was swiftly drawn in, illuminating the orb in an instant. It was astonishingly filled with innate soul energy. The beautiful sister's eyes widened, reflecting a mixture of envy, jealousy, and resentment. It is worth noting that her own innate soul energy had only reached level 4 in her youth, and now at the age of 21. She had barely attained the rank of a 26th level Great Soul Master. Regaining her composure, the beautiful sister asked, her voice trembling, "Little sister, would you be willing to join the spirit hall?" "I would rather not," came the reply. Yuan Ling'er decisively rejected the beautiful sister and then turned to flee. Alas, why is that? The spirit hall is truly splendid. The lovely sister wished to retain her. My father claims that the spirit hall is excellent, yet he does not favor it. Hence I shall not join. Yuan Ling'er vanished in an instant, leaving behind a lingering remark. As for my original martial spirit, it remains akin to Huagua, ahahaha. I, the enchanting Ling'er, possess the demeanor of a deity. Yuan Xuanlu held Yuan Ling'er's small hand as they strolled down the street, laughing as if oblivious to the world around them, their mirth rivaling that of Fan Jin's joy upon passing the imperial examination. Father Yuan Ling'er pouted in discontent, ever since she shared the outcome with Yuan Xuanlu. Her father has transformed into this peculiar state. One moment he chants Huagua, the next he exclaims about ascension to divinity. Passers-by might well think he is a delusional character playing at being a trafficker. How embarrassing. Father, carry me on your back. Yuan Ling'er directly acted coy. All right. Yuan Xuanlu crouched down, allowing Yuan Ling'er to climb onto his back. I am truly elated. I have never felt such joy even when I awakened my martial soul back then. Truly. Yuan Xuanlu wore a joyful expression, and as he carried his little one, he felt invigorated. In truth, Yuan Ling'er leaned closer to Yuan Xuanlu's ear and whispered softly, "Actually, Father, I possess another martial soul." Chapter 4. The Goddess of Light Butterfly. The words of my little one lingered in Yuan Xuanlu's mind as he returned home. Yuan Xuanlu gazed in disbelief at Yuan Ling'er, who was obediently eating at the table. Could it be that you are the offspring of Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong? Thus, this world might not be known as Douluo Continent, but rather Douluo Continent 6? However, Ling'er does not seem to resemble them at all. The iconic pink-blue hair and eyes of Tang Wudong are nowhere to be seen. Father, Yuan Ling'er, noticing her father staring blankly at her, waved her hand. Please eat first. I will prepare another dish. Yuan Xuanlu's mind was in a state of chaos. It was inconceivable that he would become like Tang Ziren, raising children for the Tang family. No, that cannot be right. The offspring of Huagua and Tang Wudong appears to be called Daiying. Indeed, there is but one Daiying, who possesses the radiant martial soul of the Goddess of Light. Ling'er is my daughter. Tang San has arrived, and Ling'er is unequivocally my daughter. Yuan Xuanlu finally unraveled this conundrum, letting out a sigh of relief. As for the spirit I martial soul and the Goddess of Light butterfly martial soul, let us regard them as mere coincidences. In the vast realm of Douluo Continent, with its plethora of talents, is it plausible that only someone with the surname Tang could possess these two martial souls? Let us gather at the table and partake in the meal. Yuan Xuanlu has never been one to dwell on the uncertainties of the future, for such musings bear no significance and yield no fruitful outcome. Contemplating them only serves to exacerbate his worries. Instead, he transforms his troubled thoughts into a voracious appetite, devouring 3 substantial bowls of rice today. Having finished his meal and settled his digestion, Yuan Xuanlu summoned Yuan Ling'er to the study. Ling'er, as you possess a twin martial soul, It is imperative that you select a martial soul to which a soul ring shall be attached. This matter is of great gravity, as it pertains to your future. I must first cultivate the martial soul of the goddess of light butterfly. Before Yuan Xuanlu could finish the word Yuan Ling'er had already made her choice. Yuan Xuanlu was taken aback. What kind of scene was unfolding here? Wasn't there any need for further contemplation? Yuan Xuanlu was reluctant to squander the talent of his little one. Yuan Ling'er shook her head resolutely, her gaze fixed firmly upon her father. I am determined to cultivate the divine butterfly of light martial soul. First, I shall bestow a soul ring upon the divine butterfly. Yuan Xuanlu fell silent. Originally, how his little one, Yuan Ling'er, cultivated was a matter solely for her. Yet as a father, Yuan Xuanlu felt it imperative to provide guidance along her path of cultivation. He intended for Yuan Ling'er to first bestow soul rings upon her spirit of the spirit eye. Firstly, regarding the soul rings for the spirit eye. Yuan Xuanlu had Huogua as a reference, ensuring that Yuan Ling'er would not encounter any missteps in her soul skills. Secondly, in Yuan Xuanlu's memory, the bright goddess butterfly spirit was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than the spirit eye. After all, the primary spirit, the eye, was not inferior to Huogua's. However, aside from Tang Wudong, it seemed that this bright goddess butterfly spirit had not been seen for 30,000 years. If he were to first endow the spirit eye with soul rings, the emergence of century and millennium soul rings would pose no issue. And his little one's bright goddess butterfly spirit could potentially manifest in full crimson glory. Even if Yuan Xuanlu were to face death at the hands of the ferocious beasts led by Emperor Tian, he would ensure that his little one received the most formidable soul ring configuration in the history of the continent. Yet, the current situation revealed that the little one must first cultivate the bright goddess butterfly spirit. Yuan Xuanlu fell into deep contemplation, meticulously examining the pros and cons of the spirit eye martial soul and the goddess of light butterfly martial soul. His current state could be likened to nitpicking within an egg. Could you elucidate your reasoning? Yuan Xuanlu crossed his fingers, his gaze flickering uncertainly, and inquired, why must one first cultivate the radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit? The radiant goddess butterfly is formidable, surely possessing a higher attack power than the spirit eye. Yuan Ling'er replied. Well, is it not better to favor martial prowess over mere adornment? It would be advantageous for our little one to be a touch more formidable, to avoid being taken advantage of by those brutish oafs in the future. Moreover, the radiant goddess butterfly is exquisite. I desire a martial spirit that is equally beautiful. Yuan Ling'er unveiled her radiant goddess butterfly martial soul, and the resplendent wings materialized abruptly, leaving Yuan Xuanlu in a state of profound astonishment. This was his first encounter with the most exquisite butterfly martial soul on the continent, the goddess butterfly. The violet-blue wing surfaces shimmered like stars in the night sky, adorned as if celestial bodies were embedded within. The term magnificent could indeed be aptly applied to these wings. It was truly beyond imagination. Well, it is only natural for a girl to desire beauty, quite normal indeed. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment. However, he shook his head with a smile, dismissing it as merely a child's dream. Although your reasoning holds merit, I still hope you will first cultivate your spirit on martial soul. Yet, present the knowledge you have acquired over the past few years to counter my perspective. Yuan Xuanlu gestured towards the towering bookshelf, laden with documents that reached the wall, expressing his desire to hear substantial and concrete evidence. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the vast expanse of books. In the past, her greatest joy was to peruse these volumes alongside her father, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the climbing ivy on the windowsill. The scent of ink permeated the air, with books scattered across the floor. Her father diligently organized his materials on the mahogany desk, while she nestled amid the books, resembling a little princess engrossed in a tome for an entire afternoon. Indeed, how could I possibly refute you, father? In the presence of the scholarly Yuan Xuanlu, how could Yuan Ling'er dare to compare her reservoir of knowledge? It is worth noting that she had merely skimmed through those texts, while Yuan Xuanlu had thoroughly absorbed and refined their contents. The information regarding the goddess of light butterfly was scant, and the only aspect of the spirit eye martial soul that might persuade you was its potential for a second awakening. Yuan Ling'er articulated slowly. The primary martial soul is a unique existence among martial souls, allowing a soul master possessing it to undergo a second awakening. I believe that the quality of the spirit eye martial soul, after its second awakening, may not necessarily fall short of that of the goddess of light butterfly. Moreover, post-awakening, my physical attributes and mental prowess would be incomparable to my usual self, thus making the absorption of 900,000-year soul rings seem entirely feasible. As she reached the end of her statement, a flicker of something akin to ambition appeared in Yuan Ling'er's eyes. Yuan Xuanlu. Where on this continent could one find 9 spirit-type soul beasts of 100,000 years? Nevertheless, since my little one is determined to cultivate the goddess of light butterfly martial soul, let her pursue it. Her talent shall not be overlooked. Yuan Xuanlu nodded slightly, saying, Indeed, I respect your choice. Hee. Yuan Ling'er giggled, wrapping her arms around Yuan Xuanlu's, playfully shaking them. I knew it. You would surely agree. Yuan Xuanlu suddenly felt as though he were entirely consumed by his little one. With a sigh, he cautioned, Be sure not to bestow soul rings upon your spirit on martial soul. I am not a fool. She giggled. Yuan Ling'er playfully punched Yuan Xuanlu, then looked up at her father and inquired, Father, where is your martial soul? It is right here. Yuan Xuanlu unleashed his martial soul. The radiant sacred dragon, the white, divine scales enveloped his entire being, yet the formidable aura remained concealed. Otherwise, the overwhelming pressure of his soul power could have severely injured Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Xuanlu inquired, What is it? The little one replied, Well, our martial spirits are all of the light attribute. I desire a martial spirit similar to my father's, so that when I unleash it, others will immediately recognize me as his child. The little one gazed at his father, clenching his fist as he spoke. Chapter 5. Soto City. After Yuan Ling'er awakened her martial spirit, Yuan Xuanlu promptly submitted a leave request to the Barak Intermediate Soul Master Academy, stating his urgent need to procure a soul ring for the little one. The teacher at the academic office, who approved the leave, wore an incredulous expression and remarked, So, Ling'er possesses innate full soul power, does she? Yuan Xuanlu had frequently brought Yuan Ling'er to the school since he became a teacher there. Thus the faculty was quite familiar with her, and everyone cherished this adorable and beautiful little girl. Indeed, it is just as you say, Yuan Xuanlu replied. Observing the teacher's astonished demeanor, he thought to himself that the teacher was quite adept at feigning surprise. Now he felt a swelling pride, eager to unleash his martial spirit and show it off. This pride surpassed even that of possessing innate full soul power himself. After all, as a traverser, what was innate full soul power to him? There were others with innate level 90 soul power nearby. Yet, having a child with innate full soul power and possessing dual martial spirits, that was an entirely different matter. It represented the maximum potential within reasonable bounds. Congratulations, congratulations, the teacher exclaimed to Yuan Xuanlu. Thank you, Yuan Xuanlu replied, beaming as he nodded and subsequently took his leave from the school. Outside the school, a carriage awaited, ready for departure. The little one leaned against the window, and upon seeing Yuan Xuanlu emerge, immediately waved, Father, you're here. Let us go. Off to find the first soul ring. The Stardow Forest is renowned as one of the 3 most famous habitats for soul beasts on the continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Douluo Empire. Of this area, 2/5 lies within the Heaven Do Empire, while 3/5 resides within the Douluo Empire, forming a colossal primordial forest. The terrain within the forest is intricate, featuring wetlands, marshes, and more. The soul beasts there are formidable. The closer one ventures to the heart of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. Yuan Ling'er recalled the knowledge she had gleaned from books in the past, as she reviewed the information about the starry forest with Yuan Sun. It's quite rare that you still remember. Yuan Xuanlu felt a sense of joy, reminiscent of his former world. His child quietly recalled the tales of historical figures, regardless of whether these stories would appear on an exam. At the very least, others perceived his child as a diligent student, bringing pride to him as a parent. It was a beautiful feeling. However, he must remember that the depths of the starry great forest conceal formidable beasts, and until one's strength is sufficiently formidable, entering the core lake of life is ill-advised. Yuan Xuanlu thought of Di Tian and the others, who were currently engrossed in absorbing the essence of the Dream-Eye silkworm and would not emerge for the time being. Ferocious beasts? Soul beasts that have existed for over 200,000 years. Yuan Ling'er recalled that her father's bookshelf contained records of these ancient soul beasts. Indeed, with her starry eyes sparkling with admiration, Yuan Ling'er gazed at her father and inquired, So, how do those ferocious beasts compare to you in terms of strength? For instance, what about that being known as Di Tian? Yuan Xuanlu was at a loss for words. Ling'er compared the prowess of the beast god emperor with that of others, but how could such a comparison hold any weight? One was a black dragon king bloodline, while the other was a sacred light dragon bloodline, barely achieving a semblance of parity, however, with an impressive cultivation level akin to that of a demigod. Spanning an astounding 88,000 years, the beast god emperor easily overshadowed the former, coupled with the formidable dragon god claw technique. He was not merely a match for the likes of Huogua or the little dragon. Even an average title Douluo would struggle to withstand a strike from the beast god emperor. Having never engaged in battle, Yuan Xuanlu could only manage an awkward smile. In this moment, while he longed to exhibit the might of a title Douluo before the little one, he feared that the child might genuinely believe that a title Douluo was invincible, potentially provoking the beast god emperor and his allies. Perhaps they were only slightly inferior to a few ferocious beasts. Yuan Xuanlu seemed to supplement his statement. Yuan Ling'er also discerned the underlying implication in Yuan Xuanlu's words. He felt he could not prevail. There was no alternative. Even a titled Douluo was not invincible. And against a ferocious beast like Di Tian, he truly felt inadequate. Yuan Xuanlu found himself slightly embarrassed. Not necessarily, he replied. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuanlu was taken aback. Oh, is there such confidence? Yuan Ling'er smiled, her gaze unwavering and assured. A day swiftly passed, although Yuan Xuanlu possessed the formidable title of a Douluo. It was evident that he could not directly transport Yuan Ling'er to the Douluo forest, as it would entail a significant drain on his soul power. Hence, they were compelled to travel by horse-drawn carriage, which naturally slowed their pace. Look, we have arrived at Soto City, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed with excitement, pointing at the imposing city walls. The Barak Kingdom, in truth, is not particularly vast, encompassing only 3/4 of the area of the Fasnuo province. Within this modest kingdom lie two illustrious strongholds, the first being Barak City, Yuan Xuanlu's current residence and the capital of the Barak Kingdom. Serving as the political and economic heart of the realm, the second is Soto City, situated at the center of the fertile Lima Plain, renowned as the granary of Barak. As for the reason why Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er journeyed to Soto City, it is quite simple, due to its strategic location. The Douluo forest lies to the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it, while Soto City itself is also in the southeast, a mere 500 kilometers from the forest. Thus, utilizing Soto City as a transit point poses no complications. I shall first book a hotel, and then we can stroll about the streets, enjoy a meal, and finally return to the hotel for a bath. Tomorrow, I will take you directly to the Douluo forest. Yuan Xuanlu meticulously arranged the itinerary, addressing his little companion, as they entered Soto City through the western gate. The night had already enveloped the surroundings. After settling the fare with the carriage driver, Yuan Xuanlu and his little companion commenced their leisurely stroll along the streets of Soto City. Unlike the curfews of ancient times in Yuan Xuanlu's previous life, the commercial hub of this realm, despite its medieval European semblance, thrived under the night sky, vibrant with lights and revelry. A tranquil paradise for its inhabitants, provided one overlooks the impoverished districts. It was indeed a stark contrast to Barak City. Yuan Ling'er perched upon Yuan Xuanlu's shoulders, her large eyes reflecting the warmth of human existence. It was truly so. Moreover, in this realm beneath the emperor's feet, there were few pretentious nobles. Residing here offered a sense of comfort and ease. Having visited Soto City on multiple occasions, Yuan Xuanlu naturally began to introduce his little companion to the charms of this vibrant locale. Yuan Ling'er glanced at her father's crown and pondered. If Soto City is indeed a suitable place to reside, then why does her father not make his home there? The complexities of life abound. Yuan Xuanlu was at a loss as to how to explain to Yuan Ling'er that in the future, a certain individual named Tang San would be arriving. Nevertheless, when he realized that his timeline was intertwined with that of Tang San, he acknowledged that he had inadvertently caused numerous disruptions. Yet, without exception, these disturbances were rectified by the formidable force of temporal correction. Thus, he now yearned to distance himself from the protagonist, seeking a life of tranquility. The complexities of right and wrong were indeed manifold. Yuan Ling'er, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion, found her eyes misting over, only for the veil to vanish moments later. The concept of Yuan's seeking path remains unclear. Yuan Ling'er embraced her father's head and, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "What are the numerous disputes? I fear them not." Yuan Xuanlu seemed to sense that his little one was experiencing some emotional turmoil, yet he could not discern the cause. Thus, he chose to follow his little one's lead and replied, "Indeed, no matter how great the matter, your father will always support you." Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly and said, "I have faith in my father, for I dreamt a dream in which he was always supporting me. Chapter 6. Entering the Starry Forest. After awakening from the hotel and enjoying breakfast, it was already noon. Yuan Xuanlu ascended into the sky, carrying Yuan Ling'er, soaring towards the Douluo forest, showcasing the unparalleled prowess of a tidal Douluo at level 95. In the heavens above, it was Yuan Ling'er's inaugural glimpse of the vast, sun-blocking, lush forest, where an expanse of verdant greenery unfolded before her eyes. The exact duration of the Douluo forest's existence on the Douluo continent remained shrouded in mystery, however. One need only observe the likes of Ditian, Xiangjun, and Baiji to comprehend the profound antiquity of this magnificent forest. In the distance, Yuan Ling'er faintly sensed a refreshing breeze wafting toward her, carrying the invigorating scent of flora that permeated her very soul, evoking an indescribable sense of comfort. Before long, that verdant expanse was drawn in. Arriving at the starry forest, Yuan Xuanlu began his descent on the outskirts of the starry forest. Even he felt a tinge of fatigue after soaring at a remarkable speed of 500 kilometers. "Father, are you all right?" Yuan Ling'er inquired with concern for her beloved father. "I am fine. A brief rest will suffice," he reassured her. After a few breaths, Yuan Xuanlu restored his peak condition and began to guide Yuan Ling'er in search of a suitable soul ring. "Remember, do not stray more than 5 meters away from me," Yuan Xuanlu insisted. His little one was merely at level 10, lacking any means of self-protection. In this perilous Douluo forest, even a tidal Douluo would be apprehensive about potential dangers. Reflecting on this, Yuan Xuanlu held the tiny hand of his little one, feeling a sense of reassurance. "Father, what kind of soul ring do we need? Can you take a guess?" Yuan seeks to assess the capabilities of his little one. Yuan Ling'er lowered her head in contemplation. Although the goddess of light butterfly is a butterfly-type martial soul, if I intend to pursue a path as a formidable attack-type soul master in the future, what I truly require is a soul ring of the light attribute. Thus, I must seek a soul beast that embodies the essence of light. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu took out a map from the soul guide and handed it to Yuan Ling'er. This map depicts the distribution of soul beasts in the vicinity and outskirts of the Douluo forest from 3 years ago. With this map, you may locate the soul beast you seek. But what about you, father? Yuan Xuanlu clasped his hands behind his back, asserting that his sole responsibility was to ensure her safety. After all, soul masters must undergo trials and tribulations. He could not raise the little one to be inept. The path ahead must ultimately be traversed by Yuan Ling'er herself. It would be unreasonable to expect Yuan Xuanlu to follow her around, feeding her. Well then, let us proceed. Yuan Ling'er remained silent, briefly examining the map before swiftly identifying her destination. She pointed it out to Yuan Xuanlu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the two figures wove through the forest, startling a multitude of birds and beasts. However, mere moments later, one of the petite silhouettes came to a halt. "I can't move any further." Mastering soul power is an essential knowledge that a soul master ought to acquire. Although your swift movements just now increased your speed, they also resulted in a substantial depletion of soul power. Soul power is the fundamental essence of a soul master. For someone of your level, a 10th grade soul master, every ounce of soul power must be meticulously managed. It is wiser to be thrifty than to squander it, ensuring a steady and sustainable flow. Yuan Xuanlu paused to await Yuan Ling'er's restoration of her spiritual energy. Is this the study of spiritual energy allocation? Yuan Ling'er recalled having seen a similar thesis somewhere. Yuan Xuanlu smiled and nodded, realizing that his little one was indeed a commendable student. The allocation of soul power is an exceedingly significant field of study. Regrettably, most soul masters are preoccupied solely with augmenting their total soul power, completely oblivious to this crucial aspect. Observing Yuan Ling'er as she replenished her soul power, Yuan Xuanlu straightforwardly presented his teaching enthusiasm during class. Take, for instance, a particular type of light-based attack soul skill. Let us consider the White Tiger martial soul of the royal family of the Douluo Empire. After nearly a millennium of research, the first 3 soul skills of the White Tiger family have become almost fixed. Here, I shall focus on their second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. In my observations, all soul masters wielding the White Tiger martial soul, upon unleashing their second soul skill, invariably appear foolishly to direct a beam of light as wide as a yard straight at their opponents, entirely disregarding the consumption of soul power. In reality, any soul skill can be modulated in terms of soul power input. When confronting formidable adversaries, one can channel a substantial amount of soul power to intensify the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. Conversely, when facing distant foes. One can again infuse a significant amount of soul power to extend the attack range of the wave. Furthermore, when confronted with a multitude of opponents, to maintain sustained combat efficiency, one must judiciously release the White Tiger's radiant light wave with minimal soul power, employing a strategy of numerous small, measured releases to conserve energy. Combat among soul masters of the same rank resembles solving mathematical equations. With each strike, whether from an adversary or oneself, one must swiftly calculate the outcome and respond accordingly. The art of soul power allocation is indeed a remarkable concept. I recall that during the Continental Martial Soul Research Conference, the scholar who introduced this idea became renowned and celebrated. I understand now. Yuan Ling'er gritted her teeth, rose to her feet, and resumed her sprint. Father, let us continue onward. Yuan Xuanlu inquired with confusion. Will we not continue to restore our soul energy? Yuan Ling'er smiled sweetly, yet her eyes reflected unwavering determination. It's all right. This time I will be frugal. My spiritual energy is sufficient to reach my destination. Yuan Xuanlu was untroubled by concerns for Yuan Ling'er, as he believed she had yet to reach her limits. The two continued their journey, and this time Yuan Ling'er exhibited considerable wisdom, utilizing her soul power only at crucial moments while simultaneously quickening her pace and replenishing her energy. If only she could be as formidable as her father. Yuan Ling'er, while hastening her pace, cast a glance back at Yuan Xuanlu. In contrast to Yuan Ling'er's meticulous calculations, the control of soul power in Yuan's pursuit has become remarkably exquisite. A layer of soul power envelopes his feet, allowing him to glide 3 inches above the ground, reminiscent of a certain ethereal spirit Douluo. After all, I possess dual martial souls. I am destined to surpass my father in the future. Yuan Ling'er remained undaunted, persistently studying the allocation of soul power under such circumstances. If Yuan Xuanlu were to discover the thought swirling in Yuan Ling'er's mind, he would likely be overjoyed, for he feared not her ambition, but rather the notion of a stubborn spirit failing to rise. It seemed they had arrived. Before Yuan Ling'er appeared a vast and exquisite garden of flowers, vibrant and resplendent, where blossoms vied for attention in a riot of colors. Preserving such a beautiful garden within the starry forest is indeed a formidable task. For most soul beasts are rather brutish beings devoid of any aesthetic appreciation. Their thoughts are consumed solely by reproduction, survival, and power. Can one expect a throng of such simple-minded creatures to safeguard a garden? Therefore, the presence of this scenery can only lead to one conclusion. This is the territory of a formidable soul beast residing in the outer regions. According to the map's records, the soul beast inhabiting this area is the radiant blue butterfly, a subspecies of the goddess of light butterfly, an exceptionally suitable soul ring for Yuan Ling'er. Suddenly, a large blue butterfly darted towards the human intruding upon its domain, only to be swiftly subdued by a powerful surge of soul energy. After all, I am a titled Douluo. Do you treat me as if I were invisible? Yuan Xuanlu shrugged, having not even summoned his martial soul. This should be a 400-year-old radiant blue butterfly. Yuan Ling'er observed for a moment, connecting her observations with the knowledge from her books. There are 2 white luminescent spots on its wings. According to the pattern of one spot developing every 200 years, it must be correct. How fortuitous. I shall eliminate it, and then absorb its soul ring. Unlike the hypocritical deity, Yuan Xuanlu approaches the act of killing a soul beast or a human without ever seeking the moral high ground. For instance, a certain divine king might declare, "This person has harmed the little dance, and I shall eradicate you in the name of justice." In contrast, Yuan Xuanlu would simply state, "This soul beast is suitable for me, perish." Yuan Ling'er gazed at the butterfly for an extended period. Shaking her head, she spoke to Yuan Xuanlu. "I cannot." Chapter 7. The First Soul Ring, a Millennium. The exquisite butterfly was pressed into the mire by an overwhelming force of soul power. It was not that it lacked the will to resist, but rather its opponent was far too formidable, the titled Douluo, the most powerful being in the human realm at present. Yuan Xuanlu led Yuan Ling'er into the vicinity, meticulously observing the soul beast before them. It was a luminous blue butterfly, freshly attained its 400 years of cultivation. From a genetic perspective, the luminous blue butterfly bore a familial connection to the radiant goddess butterfly, both embodying the essence of light. In every conceivable regard, this creature stood as Yuan Ling'er's foremost choice. Yuan Ling'er, declined to absorb this soul ring. "I won't." "Why not?" "This is clearly a perfect match for your martial soul. The age is simply too low. A minimum age is acceptable." But the most crucial aspect of a soul ring is its compatibility with the soul master's martial soul. Otherwise, even a higher age would be of no benefit. But 400 years is truly too low. Yuan Xuanlu was momentarily taken aback. His little one certainly possessed lofty aspirations. However, it was implausible for him to procure a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Even if he managed to capture one, could the little darling truly absorb it? After all, it was merely 400 years old. I refuse to accept a soul ring of such a low age. Yuan Ling'er pouted. Father, did you not say that only those who can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring are considered prodigies? I want to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Yuan Xuanlu found himself regretting having shared those exaggerated tales with Yuan Ling'er. The notions of soul ring compatibility, such as 3 purple and 3 black rings, and the idea that from the 7th ring onwards, all should be 100,000-year soul rings. The absurdity of such exaggerations was indeed detrimental. I believe I can absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Yuan Ling'er steadfastly clings to her convictions. At each stage, a soul master is limited in the years of soul rings they can absorb. Those surpassing the stipulated years harbor an overwhelming amount of soul power, imposing significant strain upon the soul master's physique. However, Father, you have laid a solid foundation for me over the course of 6 years. My inherent physical qualities far exceed those of my peers. Do you not possess confidence in your own abilities? Yuan Ling'er expressed her thoughts with a sense of reason. Yet Yuan Xuanlu saw through her intentions and resolutely countered. I shall never permit you to risk your life. Yuan Ling'er, feeling indignant, retorted. And what of your first soul ring? Mine is merely 800 years old. Yuan Xuanlu unleashed his martial soul, the radiant holy dragon. Surrounded by 9 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 2 red, emanating an overwhelming soul power of level 95 that swept across the heavens and the earth. Initially, I had contemplated absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring for my first, yet upon truly sensing the immense power contained within the Millennium Soul Ring, I found myself compelled to reconsider my aspirations. Yuan Xuanlu conveyed his personal experiences to Yuan Ling'er, assuring her that once she absorbed the century-old soul ring, he could guarantee that her future soul ring configuration would be identical to his. However, he lamented that her current physical condition remained too feeble. Yuan Ling'er resolutely shook her head, her gaze brimming with confidence. I can ensure safety. Yuan Xuanlu paused. Trust me, Father. For reasons unknown. Yuan Xuanlu suddenly recalled hearing Yuan Ling'er utter those very words before. They resonated with unwavering strength, as if transcending the bounds of time. I believe in you. Yuan Xuanlu intended to dissuade her, yet the words that escaped his lips transformed into encouragement. Yuan Ling'er smiled sweetly and pointed towards the depths of the garden, saying, In a place like this, there must be more than one butterfly. Let us venture in. We are certain to discover the Millennium Butterfly. I just unleashed my martial soul, and those spirit beasts are not foolish. They may have already fled. Yuan Xuanlu resolved to take preventive measures. A radiant white light emanated from his being, forming a luminous circle that encompassed the entire garden. Within this circle, he perceived every movement with crystal clarity. All creatures instinctively sensed the looming threat of death, and amidst this atmosphere of impending peril, they remained utterly still. Domain, Sacred Dragon. Yuan Ling'er beamed with a smile as she gazed at her father. I shall go and see if there are any suitable soul rings. All right. Within the domain of the Sacred Dragon, Yuan San need not worry about any soul beasts possessing the strength to retaliate. Especially since the soul beasts here are all under 10,000 years old, which is indeed a trivial matter. However, it has been quite peculiar these past few days regarding Ling. Yuan Xuanlu reminisced about that night in Soto City, sensing that Ling'er seemed to harbor many unspoken thoughts. Oh. Never mind. What could such a little one possibly conceal? Father, I have found it, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed. When Yuan Xuanlu approached, he discovered that Yuan Ling'er had chosen a colossal guillotine butterfly. This soul beast was not aesthetically pleasing, compared to the earlier radiant blue butterfly. It was akin to a distinguished scholar contrasted with a mere primate. However, this butterfly soul beast possessed formidable strength. Despite its body structure being similar to that of an ordinary butterfly, the guillotine butterfly boasted a pair of forelimbs resembling guillotines, long and powerful. When a millennia-old guillotine butterfly unleashed a strike with its guillotine-like forelimbs, the resultant gust of force could shatter the body of a first-ring soul master. The method for determining the age of a guillotine butterfly was quite simple. One merely needed to observe the length of its guillotine forelimbs. The forelimbs of this particular guillotine butterfly measured an impressive 3 meters, indicative of its millennium cultivation. It was only due to the Saint Dragon domain's suppression that the guillotine butterfly was subdued. Otherwise, Yuan Ling'er would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike from it. Thus, if Yuan Ling'er were to absorb this soul ring, her strength would be unimaginable. As the journey into the future begins, Yuan Ling'er envisions her inaugural soul skill. With a swift motion, the little one wields a guillotine, effortlessly severing the head of the formidable dog outside. How delightful! I have taken action. Yuan Ling'er swiftly brought an end to the life of the guillotine butterfly. Her technique so precise that even Yuan Xuanlu couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. Where did you acquire such skill?" "You taught me," she replied. Yuan Xuanlu fell into a deep contemplation. Had he ever imparted the weaknesses of the guillotine butterfly soul beast to Yuan Ling'er? Upon witnessing her father's lack of focus, Yuan Ling'er helplessly exclaimed, "It was indeed your instruction. Was it not you who urged me to read those numerous books?" To her surprise, she realized that her knowledge stemmed from those very texts. Remarkably, from theory to practice, Yuan Ling'er achieved near-instant success. A violet soul ring emerged from the body of the guillotine butterfly as she prepared to draw the soul ring towards the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul. Yuan Xuanlu was thwarted by Yuan Ling'er. "Are you truly prepared to absorb the Millennium Soul Ring?" Upon witnessing the emergence of the ethereal purple soul ring, Yuan Xuanlu furrowed his brow, still harboring a tinge of apprehension. "I surmise that you are certainly not ready," Yuan Ling'er remarked playfully, casting a glance at her embarrassed father. Yuan Ling'er lowered her head and let out a soft chuckle. When she lifted her gaze once more, the playful glimmer in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a solemn and grave demeanor. "Trust me, father," she stated earnestly. Clad in golden armor, the Valkyrie extended her hands. In her left hand lay the radiant goddess butterfly soul, while her right held the soul of the spiritual eye. "I shall forge a divine position of my own. And when I return, Tang San shall surely meet his demise." At that moment, the purple soul ring nestled atop the radiant goddess butterfly's soul began to absorb the soul rings, an act that no one could thwart. Yuan Xuanlu could only stand there, helplessly watching, having already prepared a substantial amount of life-preserving herbs, fearing the worst. Meanwhile, Yuan Ling'er naturally began to absorb the soul rings, even finding the leisure to cast a sidelong glance at the anxious Yuan Xuanlu. She closed her eyes and reassured, "Father, do not worry, this time I shall undoubtedly surpass Tang San from the very starting line." Chapter 8. Boldly approaching the challenge on the day of enrollment at Balak Junior Soul Master Academy. The atmosphere was electric. "New students here. New students here," the teacher called out, waving his hands. Consequently, the crowd parted, with some returning students heading towards the northern gate, while the newcomers remained at the southern gate, awaiting the teacher's instructions. As the new students registered their names, classes, and soul power levels, a cacophony of youthful voices erupted, compelling the teacher to raise his voice. "Form a line. Form a line. Mom, I don't want to go to school," wailed one child. Today marked yet another day when countless parents escorted their little ones to school. Yuan Xuanlu even witnessed several children within who were unwilling to attend school, crying and throwing tantrums. Alas, alas. Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er simultaneously sighed and exclaimed in unison, "Childish." After Yuan Ling'er absorbed the soul ring, Yuan Xuanlu returned with the little one in tow, having also registered their rank at the Spirit Hall, where they received a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. In Yuan Xuanlu's view, it was simply a matter of seizing the benefits offered by the Spirit Hall. Why not take advantage of them? Yuan Xuanlu gently scratched his head and inquired of the little one beside him, "Have you gathered all your belongings?" Yuan Ling'er gently shook the soul guide in her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "It's all here." This soul guide was a gift from Yuan Xuanlu to Yuan Ling'er. Unlike Tang San's exquisite 24-bridge moonlit night belt, this soul guide took the form of a ring, resembling a serpent devouring its own tail, thus forming a perfect circle, the Ouroboros. As long as she enjoyed her time at school, it mattered little. She had already mastered the knowledge required by the Junior Soul Master Academy and met the graduation standards for her soul power. All that remained was to traverse the necessary procedures, while being mindful of her safety and fostering friendships with her classmates. Yuan Xuanlu spoke at length, reminiscent of an elderly man, prompting Yuan Ling'er to let out an involuntary sigh. She had the potential to advance to a higher level. The graduation requirement for the primary Soul Master Academy was merely the acquisition of a soul ring, a criterion she had already surpassed. The reason for her continued presence at the academy was her father's wish for her to enjoy a typical childhood as a soul master. In his words, "You are but 6 years old. To skip ahead would be akin to hastily pulling up seedlings, which is detrimental." Thus, Yuan Ling'er still had to join the other children in their play. Eventually, unable to resist her earnest pleas, Yuan Xuanlu agreed that upon her reaching the 20th level, she would directly proceed to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, bypassing the Intermediate Soul Master Academy entirely. "Father, I am leaving now." "Very well." Yuan Xuanlu watched as Yuan Ling'er went off to report for her first day, squatting on the curb, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. In the blink of an eye, his little one was ready to embark on her academic journey. He pondered her future aspirations. If she intended to skip ahead to a prestigious Soul Master Academy, he would need to leverage his connections to secure her a place in a reputable institution. The rationale behind bypassing the Intermediate Soul Master Academy was clear. At merely 6 years of age, Yuan Ling'er would find herself amidst students aged 12 and older, a disparity in height that could render her vulnerable to bullying. After all, she was merely a pitiable 13th-level Soul Master, and her safety was a constant concern. "Are you also escorting a child to school?" A man approached, mirroring Yuan Xuanlu's posture on the curb. "Ah, you too?" "Indeed," the man chuckled, extending a cigarette as a gesture of camaraderie. Yuan Xuanlu did not refuse. He accepted it, inhaled its scent, and then placed it against his ear. "The yellow crane tower of the Spirit Hall?" Yuan Xuanlu does not smoke, yet he is well acquainted with it. "Oh, impressive, my brother. Quite the connoisseur," the man chuckled. Yuan Xuanlu also smiled. In truth, he made significant contributions to the development of the tobacco industry in Douluo continent. When he traversed into this world, his thoughts were consumed not only with enhancing his strength, but also with amassing wealth. What, then, is the most lucrative venture? Arms and tobacco. In pursuit of fortune, Yuan Xuanlu expended considerable effort to locate the original tobacco spirit beast from Douluo continent, subsequently cultivating it and crafting cigarettes for sale. Naturally, Yuan Xuanlu is indeed conscientious, as each cigarette pack bears the stark warning in blood-red letters that smoking is detrimental to health. However, the soul masters of Douluo continent and the common folk regard this admonition with indifference, much like how Yuan Xuanlu previously disregarded risks while continuing to install. They purchase cigarettes without hesitation and indulge in smoking unabashedly. After years of development, the Spirit Hall has monopolized a staggering 99% of the continent's tobacco market. There exists a selection catering to powerful and esteemed soul masters, such as the Zhongyunshan and the 9-5 Supreme. For the ordinary soul masters, there are options like Huanggalu, Furong Wang, and Premium Baisha, while the general populace can settle for the standard Baisha. From entry-level to the grave, there is surely a brand suited for everyone. Yet, all the profits accrued have eluded Yuan Xuanlu. Previously, there was a profit-sharing arrangement with the inexpensive brother at a ratio of 30-70. But since that woman took over the Spirit Hall, Yuan Xuanlu has seen his share dwindle to nothing. One cannot help but wonder what the taste of the 9-5 Supreme is like. A man ignites a match, inhaling deeply and exhaling clouds of smoke. In truth, the quality of tobacco is fairly consistent. Yuan Xuanlu speaks candidly, noting merely that the added value of the products differs. This observation is rather intriguing. The two sat there, engaged in a meandering conversation. Yuan Xuanlu has already formed a certain judgment about this man. He possesses the cultivation of a level 50 soul king and hails from a well-to-do family, likely of noble descent. The reason he approached Yuan Xuanlu may be, Yuan Xuanlu stands as the sole individual among this group of parents whose true capabilities remain elusive to him. After a brief interval, a tremendous commotion erupted at the new student registration area. "Ah, we have a soul master of the first ring in our cohort. How remarkable! And it's even a 100-year soul ring. This child must hail from a distinguished family." Observing the turmoil, the man took a drag from his cigarette, rubbed his hands together, and with a playful grin pointed towards the commotion, exclaiming, "Quite impressive, isn't it? That's my son Lu Wei. Innate full soul power. Indeed, he possesses innate soul power at level 9. Upon awakening his martial soul, I intend for him to train diligently, and within 3 days, he shall reach level 10. Truly commendable. His talent is exceptional. After reaching level 10, I will take him to the Kingdom's Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul beasts." Fortune smiled upon us as he encountered a suitable soul beast aged 400 years. Ah, my boy also proved himself, effortlessly absorbing the soul ring. Thus, at the tender age of 6, he became an 11th level soul master. Oh, Yuan Xuanlu nonchalantly brushed off the past. Is a 6-year-old 11th level soul master truly that impressive? The man was taken aback as he gazed at the impassive Yuan Xuanlu. Shouldn't you be astonished? Shouldn't you feel envious? Shouldn't you harbor jealousy? Why are you so indifferent? Why do you treat it so lightly? What gives you the right? Upon observing the man's expression, Yuan Xuanlu likely surmised the thoughts occupying his mind. It bore a striking resemblance to the sentiments expressed by the parents of his past life. My child has passed the 8th level of piano. My child has achieved a high score on the TOEFL. My child ranks first in the grade. You must feel envious. Yet you ought to take pride in my child. How absurd. I am not the father of your child, so why should I take pride? To think it is a Millennium Spirit Ring. Level 13. Level 13. Remarkable, indeed. A level 13 at merely 6 years of age. The registration area for new students erupted with screams, louder and more astonished than when Lu Wei registered. The air was thick with an aura of ostentation. A 6-year-old spirit master of level 13 with a first spirit ring that is a millennium old. What could have prompted such a prodigy to attend the modest Balak Junior Spirit Master Academy? The man, drawn by curiosity, approached to inquire about the identity of this extraordinary talent, only to be left in a state of utter dismay. He sat rigidly on the curb, glancing at Yuan Xuanlu, who wore the same expression, and muttered, "Aren't you astonished? That child is simply incredible. Their future will undoubtedly culminate in becoming a titled Douluo." Not astonished at all. In the serene embrace of twilight, I am Yuan Ling'er, a reincarnated soul. In my previous life, under the vigilant protection of my father, I thrived, achieving the status of a level 70 soul saint by the age of 23. I believed this blissful existence would persist until the moment my father revealed his allegiance to the Spirit Hall. At that time, the Spirit Hall had already established the Spirit Empire and was embroiled in a fierce conflict against the coalition of 2 great empires. My father insisted he must return to lend his strength to the Spirit Hall. I yearned to accompany him, yet he adamantly refused, asserting that the Spirit Hall was destined for defeat, and my presence would only lead to my demise. I questioned him, asking if the Spirit Hall was bound to lose. Why would he choose to face certain death? He solemnly replied that it was his fate, one from which he could not escape. Thus, he ventured to the battlefield. As foreseen, the Spirit Hall was vanquished. The wretched being known as the Sea God proclaimed benevolence towards the surrendering factions, yet he cruelly severed my father's head, displaying it atop the city walls for having injured a person named Xiao Wu. In the wake of this tragedy, I devoted myself to relentless training, aspiring to attain the divine level of 100 in order to avenge my father. Throughout my journeys across the continent, I witnessed numerous tragedies. The Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire carved up the territories of the Spirit Hall with ruthless efficiency. The Genie family vanished from history, their legacy obliterated. All adult males from the lower 4 sects were executed, leaving behind only children with innate soul power not exceeding level 5, effectively extinguishing the future of the lower 4 sects, and the once revered Holy Maiden of the Spirit Empire had her soul power sealed, only to succumb to despair after enduring the torment of several generals one fateful night, ultimately taking her own life. To obscure this scandal, the 2 empires concocted a clumsy excuse, claiming the Holy Maiden was loyal and intended to follow the Pope. As for the highest leader of the Spirit Hall following its defeat, the former angel god, he appeared untouched in the open realm, yet in the shadows. I was aware of these events, and I believe Tang San was too. Yet, he remained passive, taking no action. Eventually, I understood, this was Tang San's directive. For how else would the emperors of the 2 empires dare to settle accounts with the remnants of the Spirit Hall? Only because the Sea God is divine. His hands must remain untainted. Many years later, upon reaching the pinnacle of level 99 and discovering that nearly all divine positions on the continent had been claimed by Tang San and his companions, I embarked on a treacherous journey to forge my own divine rank. Yet I faltered. In the final moments of my life, I pondered that if I could return to the past, I would resolutely tread a path ahead of Tang San, following in his footsteps, leaving him with no escape. When, by chance, I regained the memories of my previous life, I found myself returned to the tender age of 6. Initially, I yearned to confide in my reborn father about these matters, but I soon realized that an inexplicable force was obstructing me. I could not articulate my thoughts. Not only could I not speak of it, but I also could not overtly demonstrate in front of my father that I was a reincarnator. For to do so would mean my demise, a sensation imparted by a once semi-divine being. Nevertheless, Despite these constraints, I had already charted my course for the future. In this life, I would make Tang San pay in blood for the debts of blood. In Class 1 of the first year, a prestigious class within the Junior Soul Master Academy, the students were predominantly the CR de la CR of the new intake, such as the sensational Lu Wei, who had recently caused quite a stir at the school gates. However, at this moment, Class 1 was not solely Lu Wei's stage. "What is your name?" Lu Wei arrogantly addressed a bespectacled chubby boy. After speaking, he glanced back at Yuan Ling'er, and upon noticing her lack of attention, Lu Wei decided to be even more brazen to capture her notice. "Hey, I'm talking to you, chubby boy." After saying this, he shot another look at Yuan Ling'er. He had just registered with her, and, upon seeing her 1,000-year soul ring, he resolutely decided to become her underling, as taught by his father. "My name is Jie. If you don't like that, you can call me Brother Jie. I can handle it." The bespectacled boy, clearly not one to be intimidated, boldly retorted. "Humph. You're quite pathetic." Lu Wei arrogantly poked at Jie. Jie raised an eyebrow, adjusted his glasses, and smirked disdainfully. "So, you think you're very brave then?" "Please, I am extremely brave," Lu Wei boasted, his nose nearly reaching the heavens. Bang! Jie landed a punch that sent Lu Wei crashing to the ground. Mounting him to continue the playful brawl, "This is what bravery looks like. Take that. Take that. Ah, stop. You two, cease this at once." A few girls erupted into screams, drawing the attention of Yuan Ling'er. At that moment, Yuan Ling'er was contemplating how to thwart Tang San. In her view, Tang San and his companions, the Shrek 7 monsters, posed a significant threat to the Yuan family and must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. The most effective way to eliminate a rival force is to establish a comparable power of one's own. If Tang San commands the Shrek 7 monsters, then why should Yuan Ling'er not have the Yuan family S7 monsters? With this thought, Yuan Ling'er cast her gaze upon the writhing figures of Jie and Lu Wei on the ground. "Martial soul, manifest!" Lu Wei exclaimed as he liberated himself from Jie's grasp. A verdant blade of grass sprouted from Lu Wei's hand, adorned with fine hairs, while a striking yellow century-old soul ring encircled it. "Lu Wei, martial soul, read, a rank 11 soul master," he formally introduced himself, eliciting awe in the eyes of the nearby girls, who sparkled with admiration. Jie also bellowed with fervor. In an instant, his short hair cascaded down his back. His nose transformed into that of a pig, his eyes elongated like crescent moons, and his lower lip revealed sharp fangs. Jie, martial soul, bore a rank 10 soul warrior. Though Jie bore no soul rings, his presence overshadowed Lu Wei's. Lu Wei appeared as a defenseless little rabbit before Jie, retreating continuously under the pressure. Yuan Ling'er meticulously scrutinized Jie's attire, noting that the fabric was of inferior quality. Although he was not a work-study student, it was evident that his family did not belong to the affluent class, such as the Lu family. This could elucidate why Jie, despite his formidable abilities, lacked a soul ring. The financial constraints of his family rendered them incapable of affording a soul ring for their child. The Soul Beast Forest is predominantly maintained by the state, and entry requires a token from the Spirit Hall along with the endorsement of 3 nobles. Unfortunately, commoner soul masters lack such privileges, relegating them to the perilous wild soul beast forests. Without a powerful guardian, the risks are substantial, which is why most commoner soul masters acquire their first soul ring by recklessly hunting any available soul beast, with 10-year soul rings being the norm. However, Jie is likely not one to settle for the mundane. He harbors his own aspirations and ambitions, seeking a 100-year soul ring. Thus, he has devoted himself to rigorous training instead of pursuing a soul ring. Upon concluding these observations, Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly and interposed herself between the two. "You both seem quite capable. Would you be interested in joining my team?" "Who are you?" "I am willing," Lu Wei replied without hesitation. Having witnessed Yuan Ling'er's Millennium Soul Ring, he felt no reluctance in becoming her subordinate. However, the situation was more complicated for Brother Jie. "I refuse," he asserted stubbornly. "I will not be a sycophant to the nobility." "Who are you calling a sycophant?" Lu Wei retorted, his anger flaring. "Isn't that a roundabout insult?" "I am not a noble," Yuan Ling'er clarified. "My invitation is merely for a team. It does not impose significant restrictions on your future," Yuan Ling'er elucidated. While Jie remained silent, his eyes unmistakably reflecting disbelief. "I can assist you in acquiring the first soul ring, a century-old soul ring." Yuan Ling'er unleashed her formidable prowess, expressing her desire for only these 2 individuals in the class to catch her attention. "How can you assure me?" Jie felt his resolve wavering. Just as Yuan Ling'er had surmised, The GS family could scarcely bear the burden of the cost associated with a century-old soul ring. I shall not go back on my word. Yuan Ling'er summoned her radiant goddess butterfly martial spirit as the resplendent thousand-year purple soul ring ascended. She declared with pride amidst her dazzling martial spirit, the first soul ring of a millennium. I shall join. Upon witnessing the thousand-year soul ring, Ajia felt reassured. In a realm where strength reigned supreme, the assurance of a future title Douluo was a promise he could trust. What shall we name our team? Lu Wei. The more vivacious among them eagerly inquired, bouncing with excitement. Finally, I shall serve as a subordinate under a future title Douluo. How exhilarating. The Three Destruction Corps. Yuan Ling'er spoke nonchalantly, yet with barely concealed resentment. Exterminate the three. Chapter 10. I have finished my discourse. Who is in favor? Who is against? The sound of clamor erupted. Yuan Xuanlu first disposed of the bowls after dinner into the sink, then filled it with water, added a touch of dish soap, and began the task of washing the dishes. Once the washing was complete, he rinsed them thoroughly with clean water. Yuan meticulously cleanses the path with soul energy, father. How do you conduct your meetings? Yuan Ling'er reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, and inquired. Yuan Xuanlu felt somewhat bewildered. He had always regarded meetings as an opportunity for slumber, as the leaders often engaged in endless chatter. Typically, the only meaningful moment in such gatherings was the announcement of their conclusion. However, such sentiments could not be shared with his little one. He needed to set a commendable example. After a moment's reflection in the kitchen, Yuan Xuanlu responded, well, I suppose it's about discussing matters collectively and then addressing issues with pragmatism and precision. But what if opinions diverge and two factions emerge? His little one inquired further. Then one must endeavor to persuade others to embrace your perspective. I understand now, she exclaimed. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had perhaps not elucidated the intricacies of conducting a meeting very well. However, did his little one have a meeting to attend? Was there an event at school? The inaugural student meeting of the Barak Junior Soul Master Academy was officially convened. The striking crimson letters greeted the eyes of teachers and students alike, emblazoned on a banner prominently displayed outside a classroom, ensuring no student would stray off course. What is going on here? A teacher fumed, pointing at the large banner. Someone invited the class leaders from every grade to this meeting, replied a senior student. Are students responsible for such activities? Who organized this? Step forward, Yuan Ling'er. I shall take my leave, then, the teacher conceded, recognizing the formidable reputation of Yuan Ling'er, the school's top prodigy, whose actions were largely tolerated by her peers. More importantly, her father was a powerful figure. At that moment, within the classroom adorned with the banner, Yuan Ling'er occupied the foremost seat, flanked by two formidable guardians. The remaining seats were filled by the most powerful individuals from each faction, representing, to some extent, the elite of the Balak Kingdom 30 years into the future. Well, there shall be no further delay. It is time to commence. Those who arrive late shall be deemed to have forfeited their participation. Yuan Ling'er surveyed the room, noting that a few individuals had still chosen to disregard her presence. However, she did not allow their absence to weigh upon her mind. With a graceful smile, she extended her hand and inquired, who shall brew the tea today? The assembly fell silent, with no one daring to respond, as they were bewildered by the enigmatic nature of Yuan Ling'er's approach. Within the Junior Soul Master Academy, a first-ring Soul Master was already considered formidable, and among the students present, only 3 advanced students held that rank, one at the 11th level, one at the 12th, and one at the 13th, none of whom posed a challenge to Yuan Ling'er. Exchanging glances, the attendees reached a silent consensus, unable to decipher Yuan Ling'er's intentions. They opted for a collective silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat strained. Please, share your thoughts. Do not all look to me, she urged. Today, I am merely the convener, not necessarily the leader. Yuan Ling'er smiled innocently, captivating those around her. Since you have all expressed your thoughts, what more can we add? Suddenly, a student entered the classroom, casting a nonchalant glance at Yuan Ling'er. I apologize for my tardiness. Were you caught in traffic? The latecomer wore a perplexed expression. Observing the look on the late student's face, Yuan Ling'er let out a soft huff, internally affirming her father's wisdom. During a discussion with her father about handling tardiness, he had imparted a simple yet effective strategy. Whenever someone arrived late, one should inquire, were you caught in traffic? And then follow up with, how did you manage to arrive? Yuan Ling'er inquired as she approached. The student responded, you walked here. No wonder you're late. You have no right to attend this meeting. With indignation, The student retorted, "Is this not an intentional attempt to undermine me, Yuan Ling'er?" Although this meeting was initiated by the younger students, nearly all the senior students regarded it with respect, treating the invitation as an honor. After all, not just anyone can attend. Only those with strength and influence are permitted. Now, when Yuan Ling'er claims that she lacks the qualifications to participate, it is akin to a denial of her own worth. I am no less capable than others. So why should this be? Why? Your tardiness of 11 minutes signifies a lack of respect for this gathering, an affront to us. How can you expect us to continue to regard you as the top student of the third year? Leave at once. We will inform you of the outcome. With each word spoken by Yuan Ling'er, the weight upon her intensified. By the time her final exclamation erupted, the formidable pressure of her 13th level soul power rendered the top student of the third grade nearly incapable of raising his head. His hands fumbled in uncertainty, not knowing where to place them, for this so-called top student merely possessed a 9th level soul power. I. The student glanced around in confusion, utterly at a loss. Without Yuan Ling'er needing to intervene, everyone else adopted an aloof demeanor, as if disinterested in the unfolding drama. The student, filled with despair, opened his mouth in a pitiful attempt to speak before fleeing in tears. Yuan Ling'er leisurely brewed tea and, after distributing it to everyone, expressed, "As for the leader of the Junior Soul Master Academy, I aspire to take on that role in the future. However, I must admit that I find the term leader rather unappealing. One might mistakenly believe we are part of a gang school. I would prefer to be referred to as the president of the student council." Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted towards the senior students. Although Yuan Ling'er had just stated, those who have walked over here are ineligible to partake in this meeting. It was evident to all that this was merely a veiled warning. If a 9th level soul master was deemed unqualified, then only the few 10th level soul masters could engage in negotiations. The 3 senior students exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak up. The student council's purpose is to assist students, not only in the present but also in the future. Yuan, you require a permit to enter the Soul Beast Forest, do you not? Wu-yi. Your father's business is facing difficulties and requires significant financial turnover, correct? Kuan-shi, you too wish to surpass your prince brother's influence in the kingdom's political arena, do you not? By joining the student council, we become akin to family. And in a family, when challenges arise, it is paramount that we support one another. Yuan Ling'er took a sip of tea, her smile radiant as she spoke. How can you assure us that your words will come to fruition? The most prominent and formidable student, Kuan-shi, queried. Yuan hails from humble beginnings, perpetually stuck at level 10, and refuses to absorb a soul ring for a decade. He indeed requires a directive to enter the Soul Beast Forest. Wu Yi's family currently faces financial constraints and certainly needs support. As for myself, I genuinely aspire to advance further. Yet how can you guarantee that within the promised community of shared interests, you can provide sufficient benefits? Yuan Ling'er smiled without uttering a word. You possess remarkable qualities. Your father is a formidable figure. Your family enjoys affluence. And with your first soul ring being a millennium old, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo in the future. However, that is a matter for another time. Can you present a tangible object to ensure our interests? Do not speak to me of guaranteeing in the name of a future titled Douluo. I do not believe it. Have you concluded? Yuan Ling'er raised her eyebrows and placed a token on the table, adorned with 3 symbols, a sword, a ghost, and a chrysanthemum, signifying the 3rd rank of the martial soul hall. Yuan Ling'er deftly flicked her wrist, revealing a black card placed upon the table, containing 30,000 gold soul coins. Yuan and Wu Yi were visibly eager, their intentions to abandon their former allegiances seemingly hinging solely on Yuan Ling'er's command. Yuan, indeed a commoner, found himself in a predicament akin to that of a Jia, both trapped at the 10th level, unwilling to absorb soul rings for a decade. Meanwhile, Wu Yi hailed from a prominent merchant family, boasting several older brothers, although 30,000 gold soul coins would not alleviate his immediate plight. They would certainly attest to his capabilities, granting him an advantage in future inheritance disputes. As for Kuan-shi, he was advised to adopt a broader perspective. At merely 12 years of age, could he not wait 2 decades? Kuan-shi steadied himself, glancing at Yuan Ling'er and then at her 2 young companions. Achieving the 10th level by the age of 6, they were all innate soul masters nearing that threshold. In 20 years, they would undoubtedly reach at least the 60th level. With the aura of title Douluo beginning to manifest, it appeared there was a chance for competition. What must we offer in return? Kuan-shi inquired. All that is required of you is to undertake a single task. Yuan Ling'er's gaze was shrouded in darkness. In the coming decade, she intended to harness her energy to keep a watchful eye on an individual named Xiao Wu. The moment Xiao Wu set foot in the Baloch Kingdom, she was to be promptly informed. This plan was devised to intercept Xiao Wu following the Grand Soul Master Tournament across the continent. I aspire to be the president of the student council, she declared. Having finished her statement, she inquired, who is in favor? Who is against? The crowd exchanged glances and collectively responded, Hail to the president. Chapter 11. An old acquaintance from the spirit hall within the Pope's chamber, adorned with a 9-curved purple-gold crown. The Pope set aside the intelligence report in his hand, rubbing his temples. Indeed, such talent was truly unprecedented in 3 millennia. A woman clad in black bowed respectfully, stating, upon awakening her martial soul, she registered the spirit I'm martial soul, yet her first spirit ring was marked as the bright goddess butterfly martial soul. A dual martial soul. At 6 years old, she is already a 13th level soul master. Indeed, she bears no affiliation with any sect, truly a commoner. Precisely. Bibi Dong raised her gaze slightly to regard the black-clad woman, softly inquiring, what do you think is the best way to recruit this prodigy? Should I make her the saintess of the spirit hall? The black-clad woman was taken aback, believing such a price to be excessively steep. Could one simply appoint someone as the saintess of the spirit hall? Bibi Dong smiled gently, if all goes as anticipated. This little one will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. At 6 years old, I certainly did not possess such extraordinary talent and strength. How can this be? Summon Elder Ju to bring this child to me, Bibi Dong decided resolutely. Understood. The black-clad woman withdrew. As Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, her thoughts drifted far away. Of the Yuan clan, what truly is your lineage? The Yuan or the Qian? Since the revelation of Yuan Ling'er's Millennium First Spirit Ring at the Baloch Junior Academy, various factions had flocked to witness this young genius, eager to determine if she could be of service to their sect or family. While an ordinary person might have regretted their audacity, Yuan Ling'er was no ordinary individual. Yuan Xuanlu is no ordinary individual. According to his philosophy, if his little one wishes to be audacious, then so be it. As a legitimate and unpursued title Douluo, why should he cower like some wretched title Douluo, akin to a stray dog? Naturally, the price of such audacity is that Yuan Xuanlu must ensure the safety of Yuan Ling'er. Each day, numerous spies and nefarious individuals lurk in the shadows, and it is his duty to incapacitate them all. Alas, they have concealed themselves so well over the years, otherwise, these scoundrels would not dare approach. Even if given 100 chances, perhaps I should reveal my identity instead. What do they call this? The Return of the Dragon King. After incapacitating 2 suspicious figures who had been stealthily observing Yuan Ling'er, Yuan Xuanlu was on the verge of departure when he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance along the way. It was a strikingly handsome man, with skin as delicate as that of an infant. Had it not been for the subtle prominence of his Adam's apple, one might have easily mistaken him for a woman. Ju Douluo, Yuguan. What could this fellow possibly want? Yuan Xuanlu remained speechless. Although he was well aware that the Spirit Hall would send someone to approach Yuan Ling'er, he had never anticipated that a title Douluo would personally come to make contact. First, let us observe what the Chrysanthemum Pass intends to do. Yuan Xuanlu swiftly concealed himself, evading detection. The esteemed Ju Douluo, known as Ju Huaguan, had yet to notice Yuan Xuanlu, despite their equal rank of 95. Upon arriving at the Baroque Primary Soul Master Academy, Ju Douluo paid no heed to the gatekeeper and confidently strode inside in search of Yuan Ling'er. Soon, he spotted her on the playground, and with a beaming smile adorning his face, he approached her, greeting her warmly, "Hello, little sister." As Yuan Ling'er lifted her gaze, she beheld the enchanting figure of the sister. Although she had once attained the status of a title Douluo in her previous life, she failed to recognize Ju Douluo, as she had already passed away long before Yuan Ling'er achieved her own title. Thus, she inquired, "Who are you? Please introduce yourself." "I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, known by the title of Ju," Ju Douluo replied. This time, she undertook a covert operation. Hence, she was not clad in the ostentatious crimson robe that denoted her rank. Otherwise, given her flamboyant personality, she would undoubtedly have caused quite a stir. Title Douluo, Jia and Lu Wei, who were quite familiar with Yuan Ling'er, were typically at her side. Since Ju Douluo did not conceal her identity, they overheard her introduction. Indeed, Ju Douluo's countenance radiated a sense of pride as she declared, "There are many eyes here. Follow me." With that, Douluo intended to lead Yuan Ling'er to a more secluded location. However, after a few steps, she noticed that Yuan Ling'er remained rooted in place. I am not foolish, Yuan Ling'er retorted, skeptical of Douluo's deceit. She thought to herself, if I were to follow you into the woods, no one would know if I perished. Douluo, feeling exasperated, furrowed her brows and addressed Jie and Lu Wei. You two, step aside. The duo exchanged glances and chuckled, utterly ignoring the alluring elder. Sister, although you are quite beautiful, we are individuals of significance, Lu Wei boasted proudly. For some inexplicable reason, Douluo was reminded of herself upon hearing the child's words. I am the foremost hound of the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall, Yu Guan. Receiving this profound insult, Douluo let out a cold laugh. I do not have the time to play with you. Upon sensing the formidable soul power radiating from Douluo, which rivaled that of her own father, Yuan Ling'er's expression shifted. My goodness, this sister truly is a title Douluo. Do not fret, let others withdraw. Douluo will not harm you. Suddenly, Yuan Ling'er heard a voice communicating with her. It was her father's voice. With her father's support, Yuan Ling'er felt a wave of ease wash over her. She waved her hand at Jie and Lu Wei, signaling them to withdraw. All right. Once Lu Wei and Jie had departed, Yuan Ling'er finally spoke up. Sister, I am a man. Guan's face fell into a frown. But you look just like a girl. Truly, you are exceptionally beautiful. Thank you. Upon receiving Yuan Ling'er's compliment, although Guan maintained a calm exterior, her voice had already risen in excitement. Indeed, her father was not mistaken. This was a true cross-dressing enthusiast. Yuan Ling'er contemplated rather impolite thoughts, yet elegantly addressed Elder Ju. I am aware of your purpose for visiting, but I must respectfully decline the invitation to join the Spirit Hall. A frown swiftly replaced Elder Ju's cheerful demeanor. His expression grew somewhat frosty. Do you comprehend the significance of the Spirit Hall? You intend to spurn its invitation, which foretells your future demise at the hands of Tang San. Yuan Ling'er silently delivered a mental jab. However, such words must not be uttered in the presence of Douluo. Yuan Ling'er merely reiterated her stance. She had no intention of joining the Spirit Hall. Douluo scrutinized Yuan Ling'er, half jokingly and half threateningly remarking, the Spirit Hall is not a sanctuary for the virtuous. You do realize that? Indeed, I am aware. In truth, no organization or faction embodies pure virtue. Those who stand out in the forest are often brought down by the wind. I have become a thorn in everyone's side. It is good that you understand. However, Elder Ju, do you know why I have been so audacious for this long without facing any repercussions? Because I am a titled Douluo. Yuan Ling'er's smile was both graceful and confident, and with the aura of a limit Douluo from her past life, she managed to momentarily charm the fierce Guan. However, the enraged Guan had no intention of showing Yuan Ling'er any kindness. The decree from His Holiness the Pope was clear. Should Yuan Ling'er refuse to join the Spirit Hall, she would be met with death. One who refuses a toast must drink a penalty drink. The more furious Douluo became, the more composed Yuan Ling'er appeared. Elder Douluo, are you certain you wish to oppose a title Douluo? She inquired with a hint of amusement. Guan chuckled sinisterly. Are you jesting with me? You are merely 6 years old. Where in the world is there a 6-year-old title Douluo? In all my years, I have never witnessed such a thing. Ah, today you shall witness it, she replied. Surrounding Yuan Ling'er were 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 2 red spirit rings. The overwhelming aura nearly suffocated Guan. Yuan Ling'er smiled gracefully. I am bestowed the title, Spirit Butterfly. Chapter 12, The Chrysanthemum and the Dragon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chrysanthemum Pass felt utterly bewildered. How could there possibly be a title Douluo at the tender age of 6? After a lifetime of arduous effort, having crossed 60 years, one finally attains the rank of title Douluo. What merit does Yuan Ling'er possess to achieve this feat at merely 6 years of age? Such a cheat, if it can be called that, is beyond comprehension. I have found you. Come forth. In the presence of released martial spirits, Yuan Xuanlu could not conceal his aura. After a brief moment of dazed disbelief, Chrysanthemum Pass quickly discerned Yuan Xuanlu's location. Yuan Xuanlu materialized behind Yuan Ling'er, his gaze calm as he regarded Juhua Pass. It has been a long time, Yueguan, he remarked. Juhua Pass, upon catching sight of Yuan Xuanlu's visage, emitted a soft gasp, an unexpected wave of sorrow washing over her. Her eyes glistening like rain-soaked pear blossoms. You are truly still alive, Yuan Xuanlu. Realizing her emotions were somewhat askew, Zhu Hua Pass hastily wiped away her tears. I apologize. I am merely overwhelmed with excitement. I never imagined you would still exist in this world. Yuan Xuanlu, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondered, what has my departure become in everyone's imagination? Douluo sniffled, the sudden demise of the former pope. Combined with your mysterious disappearance, led us to believe. We thought you had killed the former pope and were subsequently eliminated by internal forces. Yuan Xuanlu sighed. What a completely absurd situation this is. Then, who is she? Zhu Douluo inquired, sensing the unusual bond between Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Xuanlu straightened his chest, placing his hand upon Yuan Ling'er's shoulder, and proudly declared, "This is my daughter, Yuan Ling'er." Upon realizing this, Zhu Huaguan understood, and it became clear why Yuan Xuanlu had chosen to showcase his martial spirit in conjunction with the spirit butterfly Douluo. It was, after all, his own beloved daughter. A daughter is certainly meant to be cherished. Yuan Xuanlu, with hands clasped behind his back, stepped into the void and departed, leaving only the echo of his words lingering in the air. Come walk with me, and while you are at it, take care of my daughter's matters. Very well, replied Zhu Huaguan, and immediately took flight in pursuit of Yuan Xuanlu. When Yuan Xuanlu greeted Zhu Huaguan moments ago, Yuan Ling'er sensed something amiss. Now? Witnessing the two of them abandon her so casually, it felt as if they were long-lost lovers clandestinely meeting after many years. Yuan Ling'er could no longer contain her emotions and shouted aloud, "Father, I do not want that mother. A restaurant, not a hotel." Yuan Xuanlu and Yu Guan ordered a pot of wine along with 2 side dishes, reveling in each other's company like old friends who had not met for years. Overjoyed, Zhu Huaguan, without the intention of using his soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol, began to recount humorous anecdotes about Yuan Xuanlu after a few cups. I still remember back in your 20s, when the former pope sought a bride for you. You steadfastly refused to marry, and that very night, you went with old Gouet to indulge in the pleasures of the brothel, yet you did nothing at all. It was old Gouet who, after several jugs of wine, lost his senses and stumbled into a room with a young lady, emerging the next day with wobbly legs. At that time, rumors circulated that you had a penchant for men. Yuan Xuanlu's expression darkened, for this matter had stirred up a tempest throughout the spirit city, and the instigator of the rumors stood before him. Thus, Yuan Xuanlu spared no mercy and ominously remarked, "So in the end, weren't you the one who masqueraded as a bride to deceive my brother?" Disgusted, the pope's face turned pale, pointing at Yuan Xuanlu, rendered speechless, making Yuan Xuanlu fear that the pope might unleash his wrath upon him. Zhu Huaguan's face flushed with embarrassment, causing Yuan Xuanlu to feel unease. It seemed that this fellow's skills in cross-dressing had indeed improved. Suppressing the urge to knock Zhu Huaguan down, Yuan Xuanlu retorted, "Humph. Who told you to spread those rumors about me? I might as well embrace my reckless abandon. Alas, after this incident was brought to light, I faced no repercussions. Yet you, for no reason at all, have gained the title of Zhu Huaguan." Zhu Huaguan was incensed, fueled by his intoxication, pointing at Yuan Xuanlu's nose as he cursed, "Bastard, return my innocence." The tavern was not an upscale establishment. It lacked private rooms, hence everyone could overhear the conversation. Besides being a master of cross-dressing, Zhu Huaguan was also a faux vocal talent, often speaking in a feminine voice. In summary, when people turned their attention to the commotion, they beheld this scene. The morning sunlight streamed through the bamboo windows, illuminating a pair of striking individuals. The beautiful lady, blushing with indignation, pointed at a handsome blonde man, accusing him of being a scoundrel, while the man, unyielding, met her gaze with defiance. "Scoundrel!" someone exclaimed indignantly. Yuan Xuanlu thought to himself, how would you react upon discovering that this lovely lady had surpassed the age of 70? Hearing such accusations, Yuan Xuanlu could no longer contain himself and shouted at Zhu Huaguan, "Yu Guan, silence." Yet he was met with further denouncement. "Scoundrel!" Yuan Xuanlu scoffed. Zhu Huaguan leaned in, casting a sly smile at Yuan Xuanlu. "Did you hear that? You wish to play with me? Humph." Yuan Xuanlu suppressed the impulse to flatten Zhu Huaguan's insufferable face and sighed, expressing his exasperation. "You are truly insufferable." Zhu Huaguan, sensing the need to change the subject, nibbled on a few appetizers and mumbled, "It's time to discuss important matters. His Holiness the Pope has personally sent me to retrieve Yuan Ling'er. It is indeed fortunate that you have followed Bai Dong." Indeed, Zhu Huaguan chuckled, deftly steering the conversation back. "Yuan Ling'er possesses remarkable talent. The Pope hopes she will join the Spirit Hall for further training. Should she agree, she will instantly become a saintess of the spirit hall. Qian Xuanji is my brother, Yuan Xuanlu stated matter-of-factly. Zhu Huaguan did not comprehend. Thus, even if Ling'er does not join the spirit hall, she can never truly be at odds with it. How can you not understand? Zhu Huaguan exclaimed, growing anxious. Her joining the spirit hall is not merely about being a saintess, it concerns her future safety. Just consider. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School learned that Ling'er possesses twin martial souls and fail to recruit her, would they not consider eliminating her? I possess the ability to protect Ling'er. I do not wish for her future to be constrained, just as mine was. Forever branded with the words angel family even though I am not of the angelic martial soul. You should report this to the Pope. But, Zhu Huaguan hesitated. Yuan Xuanlu took another sip of wine and called out the name of His Holiness the Pope. If Bibi Dong believes it is insufficient, let her come in person, and I shall speak with her. Very well, I shall report this upon my return. Zhu Huaguan did not insist. He turned his palm and retrieved a sapphire necklace from his soul guide, presenting it to Yuan Xuanlu. What is the meaning of this? Yuan Xuanlu frowned. There is no need for such formalities between us. Why give me a necklace? You are mistaken. Zhu Huaguan spat dismissively. This is merely a gift from your uncle to Ling'er as a token of our meeting. It is grandfather Zhu. Uncle, unless you wish to be a generation behind me. Very well. Yuan Xuanlu accepted the valuable necklace without further hesitation, stating, Then I shall express my gratitude to Uncle Zhu on behalf of Ling'er. Hiki. Chapter 13. You were meant to be my wife. Thus the matter stands. Zhu Huaguan stood at the foot of the Pope's dais, cupping his hands as he reported to Bibi Dong about the events surrounding his invitation to Yuan Ling'er. However, our Holy Father's attention had shifted from Yuan Ling'er to Yuan Xuanlu. He truly resides there, Bibi Dong observed, her gaze intricate. Her relationship with Yuan Xuanlu was far from simple. The dichotomy of good and evil could not adequately encapsulate it, nor could their entangled interests be easily unraveled. For instance, Yuan Xuanlu had once seized her soul bone. The tobacco company had now become her private enterprise, and the position of Pope, which rightly belonged to Yuan Xuanlu. In any case, it was time for me to pay him a visit. Balak City, the capital of the Balak Kingdom, boasted an urban layout strikingly similar to that of Heaven-Do City, thus earning it the moniker of Little Heaven-Do City in this thriving metropolis. Yuan Xuanlu once reveled in high society soirees, courting affluent ladies, imparting wisdom at the Soul Master Academy, and soaring alone to the pinnacle of Balak Tower to indulge and drink. Yet now, Yuan Xuanlu, however, finds the greatest pleasure in wandering leisurely through the bustling market, as it offers a sense of connection to the everyday world. Bentley, this loofah looks splendid today. Please give me two, she said. Ah, yes, I plan to prepare a delightful loofah and egg soup today. Yuan Xuanlu, with a small cloth bag in hand, strolled leisurely, resembling an elderly gentleman meandering through a vegetable market, greeting everyone with a cheerful grin. After taking a few more steps deep within the market, this carnivore instantly spotted today's main dish. Oh ho ho, Uncle Zhang, this beef looks splendid. Yuan Xuanlu licked his lips and poked the beef with his hand. Uncle Zhang was a man of integrity. Even after nearly 6 years of acquaintance with Yuan Xuanlu, he could hardly muster more than a few words, only able to scratch his head in a simple-minded manner. However, his wife was quite articulate and immediately flashed a smile at Yuan Xuanlu, exclaiming, Hey there, brother Yuan. Why not buy a few pounds to enhance your daughter's quality of life? Yuan Xuanlu smiled apologetically. He had never relied on soul-guiding devices while shopping here, nor had he ever put on airs. For the past 6 years, everyone believed he was an ordinary person rather than a soul master. For an ordinary individual, indulging in beef was indeed a luxurious affair. Yuan Xuanlu meticulously selected the finest piece, and when Uncle Zhang packaged it for him, he kindly added a few smaller pieces as well. Let your child have something good to eat, Uncle Zhang said with a warm smile. Thank you very much. Yuan Xuanlu replied, not one to be overly formal, returning the smile with a hearty chuckle. After placing the neatly packaged beef into his cloth bag, Yuan Xuanlu strolled over to the watermelon stand, intent on purchasing some to satisfy his cravings. He gently patted the watermelons, first on the left, then on the right. Yuan Xuanlu inclined his ear, attuned to the sounds of selecting watermelons. This had become his habit, cultivated during his time in the spirit hall, later disseminated by an individual, indeed, it was I, observing even the prominent figures of the spirit hall engaging in such meticulous selection. The entire continent soon became enamored with this peculiar and unprecedented method of choosing watermelons, marking a cultural intrusion upon the Douluo continent. One hand rested upon a watermelon. Is this the life you are currently leading? The woman clad in black, imitating Yuan Xuanlu's posture, crouched down, tilted her ear, and gently tapped the watermelon. Her exquisite visage directly facing Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu was momentarily taken aback. This woman, she was noble, she was beautiful, she was formidable, yet she bore the name Bibi Dong, the current pope. And now, Her Holiness was selecting watermelons? How could she be here? Bibi Dong offered no response. Instead, she continued her endeavor of choosing watermelons. I had often pondered why you favored this method of selection, yet had never inquired. Is it because it enables you to choose superior watermelons? No. It is because it lends an air of expertise to my watermelon selection. Bibi Dong. Yuan Xuanlu acquired a seemingly delicate watermelon, completed the transaction, and turned to Bibi Dong, inquiring. Is it because of Ling'er? Come with me, he beckoned. Thus, the two of them ambled back to Yuan Xuanlu's abode. Bibi Dong observed as Yuan Xuanlu opened the door, inviting her in as one would a friend, and she stepped inside. The dwelling was modest, occupying the uppermost floor, the third. Upon entering, Bibi Dong was greeted by a fragrant bouquet wafting through the air. She turned to discover several potted plants adorning the security window of the balcony. My daughter planted those. She has cherished gardening since childhood, Yuan Xuanlu chuckled, offering Bibi Dong a pair of slippers. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall fetch you a glass of water. Bibi Dong slipped into the slippers, but chose not to repose on the sofa. Instead, she wandered to the balcony to admire the blossoms. You are truly cultivating both body and spirit, she remarked. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to see Yuan Xuanlu approaching with 2 glasses of water in hand. Yuan Xuanlu handed Bibi Dong a cup of water, saying, I used to cultivate my character as well. With a chuckle, he added, perhaps it was more about arrogance. To his surprise, Bibi Dong laughed softly, sipping her tea delicately. Have you truly accustomed yourself to such a life? Would you consider returning to the spirit hall? I could readily offer you a position as a judgment elder. Would it not be more advantageous for you to relinquish the position of pope? Yuan Xuanlu could not hold back and retorted boldly, historically, the title of pope has always belonged to the Qian family. After Qian Xuanji's demise, once I restore my original surname, I shall receive the support of all devotees and the majority of the elders to ascend as pope. And do you really think I need you, Bibi Dong, to grant me the title of judgment elder? Ha! Bibi Dong smiled with a facade of mirth, though her expression betrayed no genuine amusement. Yuan Xuanlu gazed out at the bustling crowd beyond the window and remarked to Bibi Dong, I find the current situation rather agreeable. We are not foolish, after all. If I were to return, would you not fear the impending division of the spirit hall? A schism is already manifesting. Your father, that old wretch, has persistently opposed me. Presently, the only titled Douluos I can command are the 2, Zhu Gui and Air Run. Yuan Xuanlu muttered, Is it truly acceptable to speak ill of my father in my presence? Bibi Dong replied with a cold smile. How devoted are you, really? When Qian Xuanji met an untimely demise, it should have been your turn to ascend to the throne, yet you fled. Huh? Are we still unaware of how Qian Xuanji perished? Yuan Xuanlu cast a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong, continuing. I have never considered my ascension to the papacy as an inevitable requirement. I owe a debt of gratitude to countless individuals. Indeed, I cannot alter the fact that I am a member of the angel clan, but I am not necessarily bound to inherit the position of the pope. This mirrors the situation of Yuan Ling'er quite closely. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. The truth has finally revealed itself, hasn't it? I understand your meaning. That is reassuring. My purpose in coming here today is not to determine which faction Yuan Ling'er should join. Rather, I simply wish to see you. Observing your current happiness with family brings me great joy. Yuan Xuanlu clarified, Ling'er is my daughter, yet we share no blood ties. A single tear escaped from Bibi Dong's eye as she lamented, Oh, how I wish we could return to those earlier days. Had I accepted your confession back then, perhaps Ling'er could have called me mother? Yuan Xuanlu gently wiped away the tears from Bibi Dong's eyes, reminiscent of many years past. He consoled her, saying, No. You should consider it this way. Had I been more adept at courting women than that useless Yu Shaojing back then, you would have been the mother of Ling'er. The fault lies with me. How does that make you feel? Is your heart a little lighter now? Bibi Dong remained silent. You were destined to be my wife. Yuan Xuanlu cries out wildly in his heart. Chapter 14, Past Events, Part 1. You were destined to be my wife. Yuan Xuanlu gazed aggressively at Bibi Dong, reminiscent of an afternoon many years prior. Back then, he was a youth, arrogant and full of vigor, while she was an elegant and curvaceous lady. On that distant afternoon at the Spirit Hall, gentle sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the library, illuminating the grand reliefs adorning this realm of books. Numerous individuals, clad in fine attire and exuding politeness, traversed the halls. In his hand, Qian Xuanlu held a book, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he regarded another young man. Yu Xiaojiang, do you desire this book? Kindly return it to me. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists, teeth gritted in frustration. How can you claim that I have stolen your book? He retorted. You haven't even borrowed it from the librarian, and I had it first. Does that mean everything in the Spirit Hall becomes yours? What audacity you possess. With a playful flick of the book, Qian Xuanlu brushed Yu Xiaojiang's face. But his expression darkened in an instant. Do not presume I am unaware of your sordid entanglement with Bibi Dong. Take my advice and depart at once. Yu Xiaojiang, trembling with rage, pointed unsteadily at Qian Xuanlu, declaring, Donger and I share true love. Qian Xuanlu licked his lips, glancing around to ensure no witnesses were present, then suddenly broke into a haughty smile. I possess a kind heart and delight in aiding others. With a surge of soul power at level 68, he unleashed it upon Yu Xiaojiang, sending him soaring through the air in a parabolic arc. One must possess self-awareness. Why would a mere level 29 soul master pursue our Spirit Hall Saintess? Could you not seek someone more suitable? Is that so difficult? Must you tarnish our Saintess's reputation? Do you know what people like you are called? Despicable, filthy vermin. Yu Xiaojiang fell to the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he trembled, asserting, My strength is not my only asset. Theory also proves one's worth. Is that referring to the plagiarized materials you once used? Or perhaps your revised thesis? Huh. Do you still possess the audacity to speak of the Spirit Hall's 10 core competencies? Qian Xuanlu placed a foot upon Yu Xiaojiang's face, leaning down slowly. A mix of anger and amusement in his eyes. First, the innate soul power correlates directly with the quality of the martial soul. This is common knowledge. Must you really teach me? Second, plant martial souls need not exclusively absorb soul rings from plant-type spirit beasts. Beast martial souls can also absorb plant soul rings under certain conditions. Can you elucidate those conditions? It is difficult to articulate, for you have merely replicated a hypothesis proposed by a scholar who tragically perished in the battle against the malevolent soul masters before he could substantiate it. Thirdly, the bottleneck of soul rings does not impede the ascension of a soul master's soul power. Rather, it merely signifies an inability to progress to the next level without the guidance of a soul ring. This is a mere transcription of your part. The original source can be found in Chapter 2, Section 4 of Master Charles Robert's Discourse on the Relationship between Soul Masters and Soul Rings. Fourthly, what are you doing, Qian Sunlo? Release him. A strikingly beautiful girl, with an imposing stature, stormed in, forcefully pushing Qian Sunlu aside. Subsequently, Bibi Dong cautiously assisted the fallen Yu Xiaojiang, gently wiping the shoe prints from his face while casting a fierce gaze at Qian Sunlu. What are you doing? How can you resort to violence? Your arrogant demeanor disgusts me. Qian Sunlu erupted into a fit of coughing, clutching his chest, retreating a few steps. Bibi Dong, we have shared a bond of nearly a decade. And yet you would scold me for the sake of an outsider. Begone. Is this what it means for childhood friends to forever fall short against fate? Historically, childhood bonds have often led to defeat. Qian Sunlu, in a state of despondency, turned away but suddenly shifted his expression, offering a sardonic smile to Bibi Dong. You had best pray that Yu Xiaojiang remains well-behaved and sensible. Otherwise, should I ever find him displeasing, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him. Qian Sunlu, what prowess do you boast in bullying him? If you possess any courage, direct your ire at me. Bibi Dong rose, glaring at Qian Sunlu, resembling a mother tiger fiercely protecting her cub. Direct my ire at you? Do you think I lack the audacity? I simply find it hard to part with him. Qian Sunlu scoffed dismissively. Huh? In the end, you dare not. Bibi Dong retorted with disdain. Qian Sunlu sighed. The Bibi Dong he had envisioned before his transmigration was one of grand vision and ambition, but he soon discovered that in her youth, she was rather infatuated. I truly detest such cliché narratives. Being a lethargic individual, Qian Sunlu regarded Bibi Dong merely as a friend when she approached him. Although he harbored affection for her due to her beauty, he had no inclination to pursue her, nor did he wish to. Bibi Dong, to speak plainly, you are the saintess of the Spirit Hall, and your future is inextricably linked with mine. Qian Xuanlu was reluctant to waste words with Yu Xiaojiang. Yet there were matters he felt compelled to clarify with Bibi Dong. I understand your unwillingness. Indeed, this curtails your romantic freedom, and to put it more bluntly, It resembles a feudal arranged marriage. However, there is no alternative. As the saintess of the spirit hall, it is inconceivable for you to wed someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, especially when he is but a wastrel. Yuan spoke calmly. I have never been in love, nor can I fathom what those in the throes of passion think. Yet, Bibi Dong, you must comprehend your position. If you were an ordinary individual, pursuing Yu Xiaojiang would pose no issue. However, as the saintess of the spirit hall, a union with him is unattainable. The spirit hall is not a charitable institution. Qiangxinji would employ all means necessary to retain a prodigy like you, one blessed with a twin martial soul. Even if it means destruction rather than allowing you to aid the enemy. You are but a creature of self-interest. Do you truly understand the concept of genuine love? Bibi Dong, yearning to express her earlier emotional fervor, refrained from raising her voice, merely offering a cold smile in response to Yuan. I do not comprehend. Yuan succinctly acknowledged, reverting to his previous haughty demeanor. I am not your caretaker, nor have I solicited your assistance. I tire of this discourse. Ah, so you assert that I am a creature of self-interest? Allow me to enlighten you. That fellow Qiangxinji is also a creature of self-interest. If you genuinely wish to be with Yu Xiaojiang, it would require you to cripple a martial soul before Qiangxinji, return 2 soul bones provided by the spirit hall, and serve without remuneration for a decade. In doing so, you would attain your freedom. No, I am a creature of self-interest. I should rather say, thus. You would reimburse the spirit hall for the costs incurred in your cultivation. It seems, in your eyes, I am merely a commodity. In a moment of distraction, Bibi Dong nearly broke into tears as she uttered these words. She had never witnessed Yuan treating her in such a manner. Yuan was known for his arrogant and domineering demeanor. Even in the presence of the Pope, he would boldly declare, Qiangxinji is nothing but a waste. The Pope would seethe with frustration each time, yet he found himself powerless against Yuan. In truth, were it not for the fact that Yuan's martial soul was that of an angel, he would likely garner greater support within the spirit hall than the Pope himself. For he was a prodigy. At merely 20 years of age, he had already reached the formidable rank of 68, an unprecedented feat in an era long before Tang San's birth. Even when compared to other talented individuals, Yuan's prowess stood unrivaled. Yet, despite his audacious nature, he had shown Bibi Dong a modicum of respect. Today, however, he spoke to her with an unprecedented coldness. Turning his face away, Yuan scoffed, Humph, I am a creature of interests. As such, I merely speak the truth. Do you understand why I can act so arrogantly, daring to call Qiangxinji a waste in his presence, while he must endure my words? It is not solely because I am his brother, but because I can offer the spirit hall significant benefits, making it worthwhile for them to invest in and tolerate me. I am destined to become a titled Douluo, and my loyalty lies with the spirit hall. Thus, they can endure my insults towards the Pope. Provide me with soul bones at no cost, assist me in hunting soul rings, and allow me a degree of arrogance. Ultimately, I can secure the interests of the spirit hall. And you, Bibi Dong? You're with Yu Xiaojiang. Can you guarantee the spirit hall's interests during any conflict with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Bibi Dong blinked back her tears, gritting her teeth. I will handle my matters with Xiaojiang, but I will report your injury to him to our teacher. Do not use Qiangxinji to pressure me. Once I become a titled Douluo, I shall have him step down. Yuan's expression shifted. Do not presume that even if I injured that waste, the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would not be forced to smile at me. You are utterly rebellious. Bibi Dong had long heard of Yuan's public insults towards Qiangxinji, yet he had never exhibited such behavior in her presence, leading her to believe it was mere gossip. Stay away from Yu Xiaojiang. He will bring you misfortune. Yuan was not Bibi Dong's sycophant, and he found little interest in conversing with someone so enmeshed in the throes of love. However, just before his departure, he turned back and cautioned, do not be alone with Qiangxinji. Be wary, for he will stop at nothing to keep you within the spirit hall. Chapter 15, Reminiscence, Part 2. As time flows by, perhaps we have all experienced a passionate romance in our youth, yet most ultimately do not end up together. This signifies merely the purest emotions of our adolescence. However, this world is far from pure. In the Hall of Spirits, within the papal chamber, Qiangxinji sat upon the papal throne, setting aside the documents in his hands, with a sardonic smile that failed to reach his eyes. He gazed down at Yuan and inquired, what brings you here? Get down. What did you say? I said get down. Surrounding Yuan were 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, as scales sprouted across his body. and a colossal dragon claw pointed menacingly at Qian Xuanji. You bastard! Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? From Qian Xuanji's form arose 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Embodying the authority of the 6-winged angel spirit of the Hall of Spirits, with an overwhelming soul power of level 95 pressing down upon Qian Xuanlu. Yet, in the next moment, Qian Xuanlu effortlessly absorbed this surge of soul power. Fool, do you think I'm like those ordinary soul saints? Qian Xuanji, enraged yet mockingly smiling, retorted, You bastard, today I shall teach you what it means for an elder brother to act like a father. If an elder brother covets his own siblings, can he still be called a brother? With a flash, Qian Xuanlu's 7th soul ring illuminated, as a golden dragon radiated a sacred aura that enveloped the Grand Hall. The dragon's vertical pupils gleamed with a hint of chill as he addressed Qian Xuanji. You know me well. I have never been one to endure humiliation quietly. If I am aggrieved, I shall retaliate on the spot. Qian Xuanji's eyes flickered with a momentary panic, only to quickly transform into arrogance and even delight. Then let me ask you, do you like it? You wretched creature, do you think I share your peculiar sentiments? The golden holy dragon surged forward, its first soul ring shimmering, as it struck with a fist aimed at Qian Xuanji, who effortlessly caught the blow. You have failed to grasp one crucial fact. Even if your talent exceeds mine, what of it? My soul power level surpasses yours, my spirit quality is superior. And in the realm of attributes, I utterly dominate you. How can you possibly defeat me? Qian Xuanlu smiled without a word. After his fist was caught by Qian Xuanji, he closed his eyes, compressing his soul power into his fist, and then unleashed a sudden explosion. Holy Dragon Fist. The violent explosion momentarily dazzled Qian Xuanji. And in that fleeting moment of blindness, he felt a hand resting upon his head. Sword of the Holy Court. A profound sense of crisis surged through Qian Xuanji, ascending from his tailbone to his skull. It was in that moment he comprehended that Qian Sunla truly intended to take his life. The true form of an angel. The excruciating pain jolted Qian Xuanji back to reality. With a flash of his 7th spirit ring, a terrifying augmentation enveloped him, unleashing a surge of soul power that sent Qian Sunlu hurtling through the air. Yet, the radiant sword of light, forged from divine energy, nearly sheared off half of Qian Xuanji's cheekbone. You wretched cur, I shall slay you. Angel Domain. Angelic Sacred Sword. Within the confines of the Angel Domain, the user's soul power is augmented by 30% while the enemy's is diminished by 10, suffused with a sacred force that erodes the enemy's soul power. With such a domain, how can you still be vanquished? Qian Sunlu observed Qian Xuanji with a sardonic smile, epitomizing the very definition of uselessness. Under the Angel Domain, what purpose does your bravado serve? The Angel Martial Soul, unlike the Haotian Hammer or the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, symbolizes the protectors of the continent. For each generation of the angel family has defended the ordinary populace against evil soul masters. It embodies the guardianship of countless commoners. While you merely bring shame upon your martial soul, a brilliant white light emanated from Qian Sunlu, clashing fiercely with the formidable Angel Domain, as a dragon's roar echoed. Radiant Dragon's Roar. This soul skill can strike multiple foes or be directed at a single adversary, and it is purely a mental assault. Qian Xuanji, wielding his sword like a fool, was overwhelmed by the potent spiritual force, his vision blurring to the point where he could no longer maintain the Angel Domain. Now I understand how you cur, met your demise. Ha ha ha, truly amusing. Qian Sunlu was compelled to reveal his martial soul's true form, transforming into a humanoid shape, a torrent of blood erupting from his nostrils as he collapsed to the ground. If you were a title Douluo, no. As long as you were a soul Douluo, my combat strength would be severely diminished. Alas, you are merely a soul sage. Although the Angel Domain could no longer be sustained, the recovering Qian Xuanji still found the audacity to mock Qian Sunlu. What a pity, tell me. How does your martial soul resemble your mother? Truly a disgrace to the Qian family lineage. With a swift motion, a blade pierced Qian Xuanji's flesh. The 7,000-year saber-toothed tiger's right arm skill, Tiger Sword. Blood streamed from Qian Sunlu's mouth, nose, and eyes, yet he gazed at Qian Xuanji with a smile. Hey, Qian Xuanji. I warned you long ago, villains perish from excessive verbosity. Later, I would come to realize that you truly dared to confront Qian Xuanji. Bibi Dong elegantly sipped her tea, observing the composed Yuan Xuanlu before her. Did you think I acted for your sake? Yuan Xuanlu remarked, for reasons unknown. That Bibi Dong suddenly sensed a hint of Yuan Xuanlu's impending display of toxic masculinity. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled softly, affirming your thoughts. Bibi Dong exhaled a sigh of relief, as she feared that Yuan Xuanlu might exhibit a touch of male chauvinism, causing her considerable frustration. However, it was not entirely so. It was also to validate my own talents. As fate would have it, I indeed bested Qian Xuanji in battle. And he even went on to seek out 100,000-year soul beast for me. How amusing. Yuan Xuanlu, brimming with self-satisfaction, remained oblivious to the fact that Bibi Dong's expression had already turned to stone. Return my emotions to me. You scoundrel. Is this what they call the inevitable arrival of toxic masculinity? Nevertheless, Bibi Dong proved to be extraordinary. She composed herself and said, "There is no need to discuss Qian Xuanji any further. He is already deceased. However, as a brother to him, I hope you will return to the spirit hall. To stabilize the hearts of the people? That is part of it. But more importantly, we must prevent the spirit hall from fracturing. Only by consolidating our strength can we achieve great things. I have a significant plan to undertake in the future." Yuan Xuanlu reclined thoughtfully on the sofa, contemplating Bibi Dong's words. A significant plan for the future essentially refers to the soul-hunting operation, which entails the decapitation of the three major sections. Yet, why must one return to stabilize the people's hearts? Yuan Xuanlu is no ordinary individual. He is a traveler through dimensions, having perused the original text. Yuan Xuanlu does not perceive Bibi Dong as a delicate character needing protection. Rather, she requires 1,000 families' legitimacy to stabilize the hearts of the people. Although she may have been somewhat infatuated in her youth, she has since evolved into a figure of formidable ruthlessness. Wait, what does 1,000 families' legitimacy mean? Suddenly, Yuan Xuanlu's inspiration struck him, and he comprehended the reason why Bibi Dong felt compelled to visit the spirit hall. On the Douluo continent, there are soul masters, soul beasts, and soul-guiding devices. Yet, no matter the advancements, the reality of a feudal society remains unchanged. The patriarchal structure and the primogeniture system unequivocally signify that this is a male-dominated society. This is profoundly unjust for women. A worthless, dim-witted, and foolish royal heir, simply due to his lineage, possesses an inherent right to the throne. Conversely, a wise, valiant, and compassionate princess, even if she is a legitimate heir, is denied the opportunity to ascend to the throne. As a transmigrator, Yuan Xuanlu is well aware of the adage that women can hold up half the sky, yet on this continent, instances of a female emperor are exceedingly rare. Should such a figure exist, she would undoubtedly be an exceptionally powerful woman with remarkable political achievements. Historical records indicate that approximately 400 individuals have attained the title of female emperor, including certain titled Douluos, yet only 3 have been legally recognized throughout the continent's history. The first to receive the honor of female emperor was a female pope from the Spirit Hall, known as the Holy Spirit Pope, who lived 2,000 years ago. It is said that she was the daughter of the angel god. Under her leadership, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall launched a large-scale war against the evil Soul Masters, shattering their long-standing dominance and preventing their resurgence. The second female emperor was the War Empress of the Tiando Empire, who lived 500 years ago. Faced with internal strife within the Tiando Empire, she single-handedly traveled to the principality to rally support for the king's cause and quell the rebellion. Throughout the 14 years of conflict, she commanded over 200 battles without ever experiencing defeat, earning the respect of all in the Tiando royal army, following the suppression of the rebellion. With no adult males remaining in the Tiando royal family, and under military pressure, the War Empress officially ascended to power. The third female emperor was another pope from the Spirit Hall, known as the Zaiwei Empress. She possessed an angelic martial soul and innate soul power of level 19, being the grandmother of the contemporary Grand Priest Qian Douluo. Under her guidance, numerous evil soul masters were driven into a specially designed prison known as the City of Slaughter. Furthermore, the welfare benefits issued by the Spirit Hall, commonly referred to as the low-level soul master subsidies from the Empire, were initiated during her reign. Bibi Dong is recognized as the 4th legally acknowledged female emperor in history. Although she holds this title, her circumstances are more intricate than those of her predecessors, as she lacks a legitimate bloodline. The Holy Spirit Pope and the Zaiwei Empress, with their conspicuous angelic martial souls, are undisputedly considered legitimate. The War Empress, too, was a legitimate princess of the Snow family. After all, one cannot simply rally a king's army without the proper lineage. However, Bibi Dong is not a member of the Qian family. If we were to translate this into the context of the feudal society of the world before, it might be described as follows. The emperor, Qian Xuanji, was struck down by a single blow. The crown prince, Qian Renxue, was too young. and the retired emperor, Douluo, although still alive, had grown too old to govern. Hence, the Empress Dowager, Bibi Dong, took over the regency, with the intention of returning power to the crown prince Qian Rinxue once he matured. Ordinarily, there would be no issue. The Douluo continent is not a land of strict etiquette, and even if an Empress Dowager proclaimed herself as a queen and altered the state title, it would generally be accepted. However, the complication arises with the presence of a legitimate prince from the Qian family, Qian Xuanlu, who remains alive. Thus, Bibi Dong's claim to the throne is unfounded. Even with Qian Douluo supporting Bibi Dong, it remains ineffective, as there will always be individuals motivated by their own interests who can invoke Qian Xuanlu to challenge Bibi Dong. This situation mirrors the historical figure of Prince Zhu San in his previous life. Do you truly believe that those who rallied behind Zhu San were genuinely loyal to the Zhu dynasty? They merely sought to secure their own place in the annals of history. What they profess outwardly can often starkly contrast with their true intentions. How amusing. Yuan Xuanlu had seemingly come to a realization, yet he spoke with solemnity. I shall no longer partake in matters concerning the spirit hall. This is a rule I established for myself upon my departure. In other words, I shall not return. Bibi Dong. Chapter 16. Is that you, Aunt Dong? With a click, the brass key was inserted into the lock and gently turned, revealing a small head. Father, I have returned. Yuan Ling'er concluded her day of studies and returned home for dinner. In recent days, she had not engaged in much activity. Primarily, she was occupied with her own cultivation. As a reincarnated being, she was acutely aware of Tang San's rapid advancement, especially after his sojourn to the so-called Sea God Island, where his training seemed entirely focused on leveling up. Additionally, she was busy organizing her student council, seeking to recruit individuals of status, influence, or exceptional talent from the Ballot Kingdom to prepare for the impending confrontation with Tang San. Upon entering her home, Yuan Ling'er immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere and environment. Firstly, there was Yuan Xuanlu, who typically displayed no particular concern for attire, often appearing in plain clothing indistinguishable from that of the common folk. Unlike the ostentatious nobles, who, despite outward deference from the populace, were inwardly loathed, Yuan Xuanlu today had deliberately donned a different outfit and styled his hair, enhancing his appearance at least twofold. However, this was not the most significant detail. The most striking revelation was the presence of an additional woman in the household. Yuan Ling'er fixed her gaze upon the woman who was greeting her. Clad in a set of understated black attire, she appeared to possess nothing of high fashion. However, the air of nobility that enveloped her was not something an ordinary household could cultivate. Indeed, one's demeanor often reflects myriad aspects of their identity, educational background, personal refinement, and familial environment. For instance, her father, who typically exuded no pretentiousness or air of superiority, displayed an undeniable grandeur and decorum when the situation called for it, rivaling even that of the aristocracy. Aristocratic, you say? No, certainly not. If that were the case, her father would not exhibit such warmth towards her. Rather, she was of the same esteemed rank as her father, a titled Douluo. Come, Ling'er, this is your Aunt Dong. Greetings, Aunt Dong. Yuan Ling'er, resembling an innocent little friend, embraced Bai Dong with a playful giggle. How utterly delightful. Bai Dong gently ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair and, with a graceful motion, presented her with a jade talisman for peace, a thoughtful gift from Aunt Dong to commemorate their meeting. Yuan Ling'er glanced at Yuan Xuanlu and, upon receiving a nod from him, accepted the situation. She continued to cling to Bibi Dong's thigh, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Dong. I shall go prepare a meal for you. Yuan Xuanlu returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. In the living room, only two women exchanged glances. Inside Bibi Dong's mind, this is his daughter. Though I have made a promise to Yuan Xuanlu, I shall test whether I can persuade her to become my disciple. Even if that fails, it would not be in vain to cultivate a sense of affinity. The inner thoughts of Yuan Ling'er, perhaps this is indeed His Holiness the Pope of the present day. No wonder my father insisted on supporting the spirit hall before his rebirth. It all makes sense now. Even heroes are not immune to the charms of a beautiful woman. However, she must become my mother. I must conduct a thorough assessment. Ling'er possesses not only innate full soul power, but also dual spirit souls. Bibi Dong smiled as she gently ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair and inquired, Yuan Ling'er nodded her little head in affirmation. Inside Yuan Ling'er, I sense that this woman is about to make a move. Bibi Dong, feigning surprise, grasped Yuan Ling'er's hand and exclaimed, Your talent is truly remarkable, Ling'er. You must be the top student at your school. Indeed, Yuan Ling'er nodded in agreement. Have you studied the knowledge of twin martial souls? Yes. While possessing a twin martial soul is an extraordinary gift on the continent, it is also a source of distress for these prodigies. Yes. Bibi Dong thought to herself. Why does she respond with nothing but yes to every statement I make? Yuan Ling'er smiled inwardly, recalling that this technique was learned from her father. It was said that whenever he faced inquiries from parents regarding cultivation progress, life arrangements, or matters of marriage and offspring, he would simply respond, yes, yes. Such a reply felt rather perfunctory to her, so she opted for a mere a response that conveyed both awkwardness and grace. Aunt Dong must have been referring to the challenges of dual martial souls. Yuan Ling'er, upon observing the dejected Bibi Dong, explained, Father has long possessed a solution. And he specifically instructed me that when others claim they can assist in overcoming the challenges of possessing twin martial souls, I should disregard them entirely and never acquiesce to joining any faction. Bibi Dong retorted, how absurd. I am the second individual in the annals of this continent to possess twin martial souls, and the sole one to have cultivated both to the 90th level, imbuing each with soul rings. Is this not a direct affront to me? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yuan Xuanlu sneezed and mused. Aunt Dong might not openly admit to knowing someone who possesses the knowledge to resolve the conundrum of twin martial souls. But that person would only share their wisdom if I were to pledge myself as their disciple. Yuan Ling'er smiled innocently, resembling a naive and sweet-hearted individual. Within Yuan Ling, little one, do you still wish to scheme against me? How could that be? Bibi Dong forced a smile, feeling awkward. Within Bibi Dong, it seems that the younger generation is not so easily deceived anymore. The first bearer of dual martial souls met their demise in a catastrophic explosion. Yuan Ling'er emulated her father's expressions and gestures during class. With a flick of her small hand, she stated that her father had meticulously studied the composition of his soul rings. His first martial soul was a blade, characterized by the standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, devoid of any 10,000-year soul rings or absorbed soul bones. His second martial soul was a sword, with the first soul ring being 50,000 years old and the second 70,000 years. However, complications arose when he attempted to add a third soul ring. While a conventional soul master possesses only 9 soul rings, he had 2 additional ones, signifying that his body accumulated a vast amount of energy, all conferred by the soul rings of his second martial soul. The dilemma lay in his body's inability to withstand such immense energy, leading to the tragic demise of the first dual martial soul wielder due to bodily explosion. Therefore, the issue stemmed not from the martial souls, but rather from the physical endurance of the soul master, or more precisely, from their physical constitution. Do you have a solution? Bibi Dong inquired with a smile. As the child earnestly lectured, there was indeed a hint of Yuan Xuanlu's essence within her words. Enhancing the physical constitution of soul masters would suffice, she replied. However, it is not merely a matter of running to improve one's physicality. My father has stated that while such methods may benefit lower-tier soul masters, those who believe that running can significantly enhance a soul master's physical capabilities are often misguided. Bibi Dong further questioned, what methods are available? Yuan Ling'er regarded Bibi Dong with a wary gaze, recalling her father's insistence that this was his proprietary research, meant to remain confidential. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. You underestimate your Aunt Dong too much. Your father and I studied together in our youth. What he comprehends, I certainly do as well. It pertains to soul bones, does it not? The only means to significantly enhance a soul master's physical prowess. You are entirely mistaken. Yuan Ling'er extended her hands, crossing them to form an X shape. What is that? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. It is. What are you saying? It's time to eat. Yuan Xuanlu emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, hooray. Yuan Ling'er refrained from disclosing what could significantly enhance the physical prowess of soul masters and hurried off to partake in a meal. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Yuan Xuanlu, who smiled back before joining her for dinner. Was this deliberate? Bibi Dong chuckled softly. Chapter 17. Is your hometown in Notting? Barak Junior Soul Master Academy, Class 1, Year 1. The familiar scene unfolded once more, accompanied by the well-known beginning and those 2 endearing troublemakers. Away, today I shall let you experience Deng Duolang. Deng Duolang? A chubby boy, adorned with spectacles and a beaming smile, placed a hand on Lu Wei's shoulder and exerted force. Deng Duolang. Lu Wei felt a sudden whirlwind, as if he were floating among the clouds, before he let out a scream and crashed heavily to the ground. What do you think of my self-created soul skill, Deng Duolang? Jie Ge chuckled, assisting the fallen Lu Wei to his feet. Remarkable. You can utilize a soul skill without a soul ring. Lu Wei seemed to have glimpsed a new realm, a dazzling world awaiting his exploration. Jiege, could you teach me Ding Duolang? Jiege scratched his head, troubled. Well, I would love to teach you, but it seems impossible, as I don't even know how I learned it myself. What? It feels like an instinct of the martial soul, akin to breathing when you are born. How can I instruct you in breathing? Inhaling and exhaling, Lu Wei completed a breath, then looked at Jiege. It's not entirely impossible to teach. Jiege's expression darkened. It seemed his metaphor was flawed. Then I shall demonstrate Ding Duolang to you several more times, hoping you can gain true understanding. Lu Wei was startled and hastily waved his hands. Wait, I understand. Ding Duolang. Ah, I am doing Ding Duolang. Ah, I am doing Ding Duolang. Ah, wait. What has happened to you? Don't die on me. These two mischief makers. Could they truly be compared to Tang San's Shrek 7 devils in the future? Yuan Ling'er gazed out the window at the two fools, her expression one of exasperation. It is essential to note that the future Shrek 7 devils will all be divine-level powerhouses. What greatness could these two possibly achieve? The deity of Duolang? For now, it seems that only their talents can be deemed exceptional. Yuan Ling'er flipped through the book in her hands before decisively closing it and beginning her meditation. She aimed to challenge herself to reach the 15th level, believing that a breakthrough was within her grasp within the next fortnight. Spirit possession. Lu Wei, weary of brother Jie's torment, embarked on a path of resistance. First soul skill, entangle. A slender reed stood upright from Lu Wei's hand, its 100-year soul ring shimmering. As with a swift motion, the long reed ensnared brother Jie's body. Spirit possession. Brother Jie's visage transformed into that of a grinning pig. His eyes filled with a mischievous glint as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Wei, tauntingly declaring, "If you have the guts, come closer." Ding Duolang required a specific proximity to unleash its power, demanding closeness. Indeed, a sufficient nearness. Pray, I am a control-type soul master. Lu Wei chuckled at the sight of brother Jie, bound and helpless. Control-type soul masters are notoriously troublesome, whether in one-on-one duels or in team battles. In soul master competitions, attack-type soul masters typically deliver the main offensive. Defense-type soul masters act as tanks, drawing enemy ire. Support-type soul masters serve as healers, while control-type soul masters function as the strategic minds behind the scenes. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. For instance, Yuan Xuanlu has bested several control-type soul masters. The secret lies in never allowing the control-type soul master to execute their strategies, maintaining one's own rhythm and disregarding their tactics, no matter the paths they take. I shall carve my own. Evidently, the portly brother Jie failed to recognize this truth. My turn now, Jie, Lu Wei declared, observing the bound-eyed Jie as he clenched his small fists. On that day, brother Jie was gripped by the terror of being dominated by Lu Wei. The sound of several knocks disrupted Yuan Ling'er's meditation. Lu Wei rapped on the door and called out, "Big sister, what is going on?" Yuan Ling'er emerged from the activity room, her expression unfriendly as she gazed upon the two lively individuals. Jiege yearned for a soul ring, while Lu Wei bashfully indicated the weeping Jiege, who sat on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, tears streaming down his face like rain on a pear blossom. "Did you bully him?" Yuan Ling'er inquired. Lu Wei offered an awkward smile, admitting that he had struck too hard, inadvertently causing Jiege's tears. The thought that if he possessed a soul ring, he would not be subjected to such humiliation at the hands of Lu Wei overwhelmed Jiege, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. Ultimately, they were but 6-year-old children. "What are you crying about? Do you believe that your future adversaries will be any less formidable? You weep simply because you are one soul ring weaker than Lu Wei? And what of the future? Others may possess more than one soul ring. They could even have an additional soul bone, or even transcend the limits of soul masters. What will you do then? Cry." In an instant, the sharp rebuke from Yuan Ling'er startled a Jie awake. With a look of pitiable distress, brother Jie clung to a Wei, seeking refuge behind him. "Just wait a moment. After the holiday, I shall have my father take you to acquire your soul ring." Yuan Ling'er was acutely aware of the adage that one must strike before offering sweetness. With a radiant smile, she appeared as though the fierce persona she had just displayed was merely a figment of the observer's imagination. "Do you understand the relationship between a soul master and their soul rings, as explained by Master Charles Robert?" she inquired once more. The two unlearned simpletons shook their heads. "You ought to investigate for yourself." Within, There exists a theory stating that the bottleneck of soul rings does not impede a soul master's cultivation. Rather, it is the absence of guidance from soul rings that prevents ascension to the next level. This is found in the second chapter, fourth section. Fourth article regarding the relationship between soul masters and soul rings. In essence, if you diligently cultivate now, when you acquire a soul ring, you might directly ascend to the 12th or even 13th level of a soul master. How remarkable! Lu Wei exclaimed, had I known, I would have refrained from absorbing soul rings altogether. To jump from the 10th to the 13th level would be exhilarating. Yuan Ling'er interjected, however. I must return to Notting City during my break, Ajia murmured softly. Then let us hunt for souls first. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Yuan Ling'er fixed her gaze upon Ajia, causing him to shrink further beside Lu Wei. I must return to Notting City, Ajia reiterated. However, is Notting City not situated within the Heaven Do Empire? In an instant, Yuan Ling'er's mind raced with myriad thoughts. For instance, could Ajia be a spy sent by Tang San, since the Junior Soul Master Academy he attended was also located in Notting City? Lu Wei, ever the one to react with surprise and belated comprehension, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, indeed, Notting City lies within the Heaven Do Empire. How could you be here in the Barak Kingdom to study? Ajia lowered his head, embodying a sense of being at the mercy of others. Yuan Ling'er has already discerned the reason behind Ajia's enrollment at the Balak Primary Soul Master Academy, in comparison to the educational quality. The Balak Academy is indeed funded by the royal treasury. Being directly governed by the monarchy, it surpasses the impoverished institutions found in the remote regions of Notting City. Perfectly timed, I am set to journey to Notting City soon. There is no need to postpone my visit until the holidays. Tomorrow shall suffice. Yuan Ling'er smiled, decisively concluding that, based on her memories from her previous life, Tang San was still studying in Notting City at this moment. It would be quite interesting to pay him a visit. Akin to watching a monkey perform. Ajai has transformed into a pair of beady eyes. I am certain that my father would also be quite willing to make a trip to Notting City. Yuan Ling'er recalled that, aside from Tang San and Notting City, there was also a coward named Yu Xiaojing residing there. She wondered what expression her father would wear upon encountering Yu Xiaojing. He would likely be quite grateful to her. She mused with a chuckle. Chapter 18. The worthless Yu Xiaojing in Notting City. Yuan Xuanlu walked alongside two companions, Yuan Ling'er and Ajia. Ajia, he said, you should go ahead and find your parents. Once I have finished my tasks, I will take you to seek your soul rings. Yuan Ling'er addressed Ajia, who nodded in acknowledgement. He bowed respectfully to Yuan Xuanlu and then departed, leaving the father and daughter behind. Is there something you must surely send him away for? Yuan Xuanlu inquired, perplexed by Yuan Ling'er's actions. I wish to visit Nottingham Academy to meet someone, Yuan Ling'er replied. Who? Yuan Xuanlu's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Yuan Ling'er stuck out her tongue. She could not confess to visiting Tang San. So she simply chuckled and brushed it aside. Yuan Ling'er had long since discovered that she could not speak of any matters pertaining to her past life. In this period, when she was yet unfamiliar with Tang San and the Master, what justification did she have for seeking Tang San? It was impossible to reveal her identity as a reborn soul while simultaneously knowing that Tang San was present. How could she possibly explain this to her father? You cannot leave. Yuan Xuanlu's expression darkened. If you cannot clarify whom you wish to meet, then you shall remain here. Yet, upon realizing that his dear little cabbage was destined to be courted, Yuan Xuanlu's heart was filled solely with dread. It is the Master. The Master. I have several inquiries to make of him. Yuan Xuanlu. The name certainly belonged to an older gentleman. Thankfully, it was not a romantic affair. Otherwise, Yuan Xuanlu would genuinely worry about Yuan Ling'er being deceived by that pack of scoundrels. When others deceive girls, they might face a beating. But anyone daring to deceive Yuan Ling'er would surely meet their demise. Wait a moment. Who is the Master? Yuan Xuanlu narrowed his eyes. Yu Xiaojing. Yuan Sun took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and asked, Are you aware that your father is a professor of martial soul research? I know. Knowing that, why did you still seek out the Master? Yuan's tone became strangely uneven, a consequence of suppressing his anger. I, Yuan Xuanlu, a traverser, the youngest titled Douluo in history, a unique bearer of 200,000-year soul rings, and a scholar with accomplishments in martial soul research. How could his own daughter find it necessary to seek counsel from that useless Yu Xiaojing? This is a profound failure. Aware of the conflict between my father and Yu Xiaojing, I wish to invite my father to Notting City to engage in a debate with the Master. Yuan Ling'er explained, her anxiety palpable, as Yuan Sun was clearly on the brink of fury. Alas, Yuan Xuanlu let out a sigh, gently stroking Yuan Ling'er's head, and said, "Do you understand why I have refrained from engaging in debates with you Xiaojing all these years? It is not just me. Many others share the same sentiment." "Why is that?" Yuan Ling'er readily responded with a single phrase. Yuan Xuanlu scoffed, proclaiming it to be futile. Those with even a modicum of intellect in the Soul Master realm are well aware that Yu Xiaojing's theories are merely a hodgepodge of borrowed concepts. They do not believe in them, yet they are equally disinclined to refute them. Thus, the title of Grandmaster has been bestowed upon Yu Xiaojing, a designation that is fundamentally devoid of merit. Engaging in a debate with him would only serve to diminish my own worth. Yuan Ling'er's focus is rather peculiar. She inquired, "Why do they not criticize Yu Xiaojing's theory as being a patchwork of disparate ideas?" Yuan Xuanlu chuckled coldly, saying, "If it doesn't concern me, I shall remain aloof." Yuan Ling'er shook her head. In truth, she had already grasped the concept. Yet she needed to feign the demeanor of a 6-year-old child and profess her ignorance. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted Yuan Ling'er's head and remarked, "This is merely my conjecture. Take it as you will. In the past, some have labeled me a creature of self-interest. Yet I believe that most matters in this world can be elucidated through the lens of vested interests, rendering them comprehensible. Tell me, what benefit do you derive from debating with Yu Xiaojing?" Yuan Ling'er shook her head once more, as if to suggest that aside from tarnishing Yu Xiaojing's reputation, there were no tangible benefits to be gained. Indeed, not only were there no advantages, but one might also invite considerable trouble upon oneself. By exposing Yu Xiaojing, he would regard you as an adversary. Although his cultivation may be lacking, his unwavering dedication to his theories is extraordinary. One might call it tenacity, while others might deem it obsession. He holds his beliefs in high esteem. Yet, this can be dismissed as merely the perspective of a soul master who will never surpass the 30-level threshold. Furthermore, he is, after all, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's leader. Mockery aside, should someone with ulterior motives take advantage of this situation, it could be spun into a narrative claiming that the Spirit Hall has decisively undermined the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, branding it as inferior. While Yu Xiaojing may be shameless, can the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect afford to lose face? This presents a grave issue of conflict between the two sections. Yuan Ling'er was taken aback and inquired, "Is there truly someone bold enough to instigate a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect? Or do you suppose that the top 3 sects are an unbreakable alliance?" Yuan Xuanlu sneered. When the Pope was slain by the Douluo of Haotian, the ones who rejoiced the most were the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect. Yuan Ling'er ultimately enrolled in the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to seek guidance from the master. Yuan Xuanlu permitted it, believing that exposing his child to diverse individuals would be beneficial, preventing her from being deceived in matters of the heart like a certain young, infatuated Pope. This notion parallels his daily routine of purchasing groceries. Each time he queues to weigh his produce, he faces a throng of elderly individuals who cut in line. Despite being second in line, he often finds himself the last to have his items weighed. Speaking courteously yields no response, for his scholarly demeanor is all too apparent, as if the words naive were emblazoned upon his forehead. However, should he utter a few choice expletives, he would soon find that no one dares to encroach upon his space. It is only through encountering the dregs of society that one comprehends their true nature, enabling them to navigate future interactions wisely. Otherwise, those who are solely devoted to their studies or training risk being misled in matters of the heart or suffering losses later on. Thus, for the sake of Yuan Ling'er's future, it is crucial for her to recognize the types of unscrupulous individuals that exist in the world. Feeling quite pleased with his educational approach, Yuan Xuanlu sat joyfully on the curb, awaiting Yuan Ling'er's emergence. Upon entering the academy, however, Yuan Ling'er did not seek out the master. As Yuan Xuanlu had predicted, she never regarded Master Yu Xiaojing as anything of significance. To her, he was merely inconsequential. His theories and maxims had been thoroughly dismantled by his own disciples. For instance, the saying that there are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters. Was Tang San's martial soul worthless? Certainly not, for he ascended to godhood. Was Yu Xiaojing's martial soul worthless? Indeed, for he failed to surpass level 30 for half of his life. In this light, one might say that Tang San truly has betrayed his master and ancestors. Yuan Ling'er could not help but let out a foolish chuckle. If Tang San were to join a sect, he would likely embody the archetype of a traitor, perhaps engaging in the clandestine acquisition of the sect's core cultivation techniques. Contemplating this, Yuan Ling'er's footsteps grew increasingly lighthearted as she finally set out to seek the young Tang San. Oh, how I long to seize this opportunity to eliminate you. Chapter 19. You have chosen the path to death. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a modest institution nestled within the Fastno province of the Heaven Do Empire, is dedicated to educating aspiring young soul masters from the surrounding areas. Most of its students hail from nearby villages, though there are also numerous locals from Nodding City. However, discerning parents often opt to send their children to esteemed schools elsewhere, such as studying abroad like a Jie. As Yuan Ling'er stepped into the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, her brow furrowed in dismay. The environment here pales in comparison to that of the Balak Junior Soul Master Academy. The campus is in disarray. The quality of students varies greatly, and some even dare to engage in mischief within the grove during daylight. Who could have imagined that, 2 decades hence, this humble academy would give rise to a pair of extraordinary talents? The sea god, Tang San, alongside his beloved wife, Xiao Wu. Yet, none of this matters now. What is paramount is that I shall personally bury Tang San's future. Where is Tang San? Yuan Ling'er approached a group of slightly older students and inquired. Typically, such senior students possess valuable insights into the school's rumors. Seeking their assistance in locating someone is undoubtedly wise. Tang San? Who is he? One of them responded, Oh, he's the one associated with Sister Xiao Wu. A tall youth then stood up, arrogantly raising his eyebrows as if to flaunt his charm. Why should I divulge anything to you? He retorted, casting a disdainful gaze over Yuan Ling'er, his scrutiny piercingly intense. Although Yuan Ling'er is young, she possesses extraordinary beauty, which, in the eyes of certain depraved individuals, renders her a tempting prize. Such scoundrels. Yuan Ling'er's expression turned icy. She feigned innocence before Yuan Xuanlu, yet revealed her haughty nature in the presence of others. A surge of soul power struck the giant's eye, causing it to bleed profusely. The hulking figure clasped his eye in agony with his right hand while his left pointed towards the rear of the teaching building, exclaiming, Tang San is over there. Over there. Yuan Ling'er scoffed. You wretched creature, from now on, you shall steer clear of my path, or I shall render your other eye useless. With that, she resumed her search for Tang San. At this moment, Tang San remained blissfully unaware of the impending confrontation, sitting serenely on the ground, engrossed in his cultivation of the Xiantian art. Although Tang San may not be the most remarkable individual, his unwavering dedication to rigorous training over the past decade is commendable. Brother, I am weary of training. Day in and day out, what is there to enjoy? Xiao Wu lamented, reclining on the grass, her white socks contrasting against the verdant blades, one foot playfully propped against Tang San's chest, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's foot and set it aside, returning to his practice. Sister, come here and spar with me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping onto Tang San's back. Alas, Tang San groaned. This Xiao Wu is nothing short of a tempestuous force. I shall join you in your spar. A voice chimed in. Yuan Ling'er stood aloof, observing the playful scuffle between Tang San and Xiao Wu with palpable disdain. Wonderful. Xiao Wu disregarded the presence of Yuan Ling'er, charging forward with exuberance. I am Xiao Wu. The dance of joy. Yuan Ling'er, she replied. Both parties seemed to embody the principles of martial ethics. Suddenly, Xiao Wu whipped her head, her scorpion braid transforming into a shadowy tendril, lunging toward Yuan Ling'er's neck. As the braid approached, Yuan Ling'er swiftly retreated a step, raising her left hand to ensnare Xiao Wu's hair. Once her braid was seized, Xiao Wu would be rendered incapable of fighting back. Being a woman herself, Yuan Ling'er understood the profound impact of hair pulling on another woman. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu's hair shifted direction, and she believed she had enough leverage to subdue Yuan Ling'er. However, Yuan Ling'er adeptly altered her position, grasping Xiao Wu's hair firmly. With a swift motion, Xiao Wu was yanked to the ground, and Yuan Ling'er placed her foot upon Xiao Wu's face, exclaiming, the sensation is quite delightful. You dare to harm Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression darkened, filled with fury. Yuan Ling'er has already embraced the path of death. Brother, Xiao Wu trembles at Yuan Ling'er's feet, reaching out towards Tang San, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked petals. In that moment, Tang San is overwhelmed by a profound sense of responsibility. After all, he is Xiao Wu's brother. Witnessing her being bullied ignites a fierce protective instinct within him. He is enraptured, filled with pride and honor. Tang San declares, Xiao Wu, I have promised that if anyone wishes to harm you, they must first tread over my lifeless body. I assure you, brother, could you please hurry and save me? It hurts so much. Xiao finally can no longer contain herself, crying out in anguish. Yuan Ling'er, what is this predicament Tang San and Xiao find themselves in? Hurry up. Why must they showcase such sibling affection? Yuan Ling'er, filled with impatience, unleashed her martial spirit and nonchalantly kicked Xiao aside. With a beckoning gesture towards Tang San, she commanded, "Come here." Witnessing Xiao being sent flying like a mere plaything, Tang San felt a surge of indignation. Xiao was not meant to be treated as someone's pet. She deserved protection from such indignities, and he resolved to seek justice for her. With a commanding voice, he declared, "I am Tang San, wielder of the blue-silver grass martial spirit, a 14th-level soul master. I welcome your guidance." A slender blue blade of grass emerged from his palm, accompanied by a golden soul ring, signifying a century of existence. Yuan Ling'er, martial spirit of the radiant goddess butterfly. Also a 14th-level soul master. Yuan Ling'er's heart raced with fervor. She had long dreamt of this day. In her previous life, she had never dared to confront Tang San, for he was a deity. Yet, on this momentous day of her rebirth, she was finally poised to face him. Her lifelong adversary. The purple soul ring of Yuan Ling'er manifested before him. Tang San inhaled sharply, as a diligent student. He was well aware of the age limit for the first soul ring. The master had even specified its maximum age down to the exact year, 423 years. Yet, why did this lovely young girl possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Could it be that the master's theory was flawed? The first soul skill, Wing Blade. A vast luminous wing slashed towards Tang San, and a purple mist enveloped his vision. Unfortunately, no matter where he attempted to evade, that immense wing had locked onto his aura. The first soul skill, Bind. The blue-silver grass entwined the enormous luminous wing, only to be ruthlessly severed by the fierce edge above. If Yuan Xianlu were present, he might liken it to a modern-day lawnmower, mercilessly cutting down a wild expanse of grass. Tang San executed the ghost shadow phantom steps, weaving and dodging with serpentine grace, and then raised his hand, releasing a silent dart. The young man, lacking martial ethics, was intent on launching a sneak attack, just as Tang San aimed at Yuan Ling'er. He was astonished to discover that she had vanished from his sight. Impossible. Tang San's mind was in turmoil. The master's theories could be erroneous, and Xiao Wu could be bested. But how could his Tang Sect's ultimate skills be evaded? How could his purple extreme magic eyes lose track of the target? A hand emerged in the upper right corner of Tang San's vision, prompting him to retreat hastily. He now understood why he had lost track of the target. This adversary was no mere trifling opponent. Yuan Ling'er was a soul master endowed with a flying martial soul, capable of flight even before reaching the formidable level of 70. Yuan Ling'er drew closer to Tang San, once again unleashing her first soul skill. With her current soul power, she could maximally utilize her Millennium Soul skill twice. Farewell. After her rebirth, Yuan Ling'er pondered what she might say if the day came when she triumphed over Tang San, contemplating words that would befit the essence of such a fated rivalry. At this moment, Yuan Ling'er contemplated for a moment and uttered a simple phrase, "Hey, farewell." Thus, the saga of the sea god Tang San concluded. The scythe-like wings enveloped in Yuan Ling'er's grasp. The razor-sharp edge struck towards Tang San. This was but a different manifestation of her first soul skill. As the blade descended, the anticipated demise did not ensue. How could Tang San perish? A disciple hailing from the Tang sect possessed remarkable reflexes in duels. Although Yuan Ling'er's winged scythe was formidable, it was of no consequence unless it connected with its target. He evaded with grace, akin to a specter, employing the Tang sect's unparalleled skill, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Chapter 20, I am lactose intolerant, significant revision. Highly recommended for all readers. The blade fell, tracing a perfect semicircle in midair. A flawless strike, a decisive blow. Yet, it was somewhat marred by the presence of the scoundrel known as Tang San, who managed to evade this attack. Blood erupted from Tang San's shoulder as he utilized his soul power to staunch the wound, preventing the crimson liquid from spilling forth. He turned to Yuan Ling'er and remarked, "Is that all?" Yuan Ling'er, caught off guard by Tang San's evasiveness, found him to be on par with his father. Seeing Yuan Ling'er fall silent, Tang San felt a surge of confidence, believing he was orchestrating victory from afar. He proclaimed, "My teacher taught me that while a Millennium Soul skill holds tremendous power, a three-ringed soul master can only employ it a limited number of times. Pray tell, as a one-ringed soul master, how many times can you utilize it?" Tang San's smile was laced with malice. His words bore truth, although the Millennium Soul skill was potent. Yuan Ling'er's current soul power constrained her ability to use it more than a few times, and indeed, She found herself unable to summon her soul skills at this moment. Does your teacher possess a Millennium Soul Ring? Yuan Ling'er retorted in a single sentence. Your teacher is in his 40s or 50s and has yet to surpass the 30th level. What is there to be so arrogant about? Tang San noted that the master's inability to transcend the 30th level was a perpetual fixation for him. He glanced at Xiao Wu, then assumed a strikingly confident posture before her, declaring, "Enough of the trivial chatter. Let us engage in battle." Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly, raising her hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "Surely, you do not think that my inability to release my soul power renders me incapable of defeating you?" Tang San, with his sharp tongue, retorted with conviction, "Of course, for my teacher has imparted wisdom. Soul power is akin to timber, while soul skills resemble flames. Without timber to sustain the fire, your flames cannot ignite." Yuan Ling'er now comprehends why most individuals regard the master's theories with disdain. The adage "a mountain is not merely a mountain, and water is not merely water" encapsulates a truth. There are certain concepts that, without ascending to that level of understanding oneself, one cannot truly grasp merely through the words of others. Yuan Ling'er retracted her martial soul, channeling her soul power to draw in a nearby branch, which she subsequently snapped in her grasp. The soul technique serves as a conduit for the release of soul power, while the soul power itself is the very essence of a soul master's strength. With this, I shall vanquish you. Tang San's gaze sharpened. He had encountered formidable masters capable of inflicting harm with mere leaves and flowers, yet to believe that a 6-year-old child could possess such prowess? Absurd. Moreover, it is preferable not to employ martial souls. In my previous life, I had never witnessed a martial soul, thus I am wary of your peculiar and bizarre abilities. Do you presume to defeat me with a mere branch? Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass as well. I shall not take advantage of you, nor shall I utilize my martial soul. Instead, I will rely solely on my Tang sect hidden weapons to triumph over you. This is entirely equitable." Yuan Ling'er remained calm and unhurried, anticipating Tang San's move, pondering to herself, had he already conceived the idea of establishing the Tang sect at this moment? Suddenly, 20 small throwing knives flashed from Tang San's hand, soaring towards Yuan Ling'er in a seemingly casual manner. Hidden weapons thrive on the element of surprise. They have never been a matter of straightforward confrontation. Yuan Ling'er wielded the branch with fervor, sweeping away the small daggers. Yet it took but a few strikes before the wood splintered. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "What a splendid display of hypocrisy. I wield a branch while you brandish a steel blade, and you dare to speak of fairness." Tang San, unfazed, replied, "You have not suffered any loss, so it is only natural for you to consider it fair." Yuan Ling'er once again plucked a branch, enveloping it with her soul power to enhance its defensive capabilities, and then engaged in a fierce duel with Tang San. Observing the back-and-forth struggle between his daughter and Tang San, Yuan soon fell into a contemplative silence. It seemed that an ordinary individual could not contend with the protagonist Tang San for such an extended duration. Thus, my daughter Yuan Ling'er is indeed the true protagonist? No wonder I have not perished. It turns out my daughter is my lifeline. Cursed be it. How had I not realized this before? Yuan Xuanlu suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden glade amidst a dense thicket. If one were to compare him to the protagonists of many tales of transmigration into the world of Douluo from his previous life, his existence as a transmigrator is indeed a source of shame. Can a single martial soul truly contend with the dual martial souls of others? What significance does innate full soul power hold when there are those with innate levels reaching 20? After mingling within the spirit hall for so many years, how is the title of Pope not yet his? What has he been doing all this time? Bearing the title of the youngest titled Douluo in the continent, yet devoid of any divine inheritance. Has he been raised in ignorance? What of the ice and fire dual pot? What of the celestial herbs? Would they not perish if he himself does not partake? Having arrived in this realm before Tang San, why has he not eliminated him? It is certain, a useless transmigrator. In essence, the days of transmigration are lived by oneself, and the flavors of such experiences can only be truly understood by Yuan Xuanlu himself. Yuan Xuanlu believed that if one perceives him as a worthless individual, they may as well choose to traverse through themselves or consult others' guides for crossing over. There is no need for disparagement. Who has not experienced their inaugural journey into another realm? Why must one become entangled in the question of who holds the title of protagonist? Presently, Yuan Ling'er seems to embody the role of the leading character, possessing dual martial souls and a millennium-old first soul ring, living quite splendidly, having bested Tang San and likely destined for divinity in the future. Huh. It appears I am merely a supporting character. Yuan Xuanlu bore no resentment. He had long accepted his fate. Upon his initial crossing, he was often under the illusion that he was the greatest under heaven. What was Qian Daolu to him? He aspired to ascend to godhood. However, after awakening his martial soul, he began to grasp reality, diligently cultivating with the hope of one day defeating Qian Xuanji and rescuing Bibi Dong. Gradually, as his circumstances worsened, Yuan Xuanlu began to reflect on himself. That night, Yuan Xuanlu berated himself harshly. I, Yuan Xuanlu, consider myself a traveler, proud and disdainful, believing I hail from another realm, looking down upon this and that. Those who traverse worlds disdain Qian Daolu because they arrogantly believe they can ascend to divinity. But what am I, Yuan Xuanlu? Qian Daolu is at least an ultimate Douluo. Without his support, I am left to absorb a 10-year soul ring. How pathetic. I lift my chopsticks to dine and then curse my fate. The traveler scorns Qian Xuanji because he is a formidable woman who has committed transgressions. What right do I have to look down upon him? Huh. Qian Xuanji's political acumen far surpasses mine, with a cadre of elders loyal to him. Have you ever witnessed anyone support you, Yuan Xuanlu, during his lifetime? What if he surpassed Bibi Dong? Those elders would have rejoiced, for retaining their talent, even through disreputable means. Is better than aiding the enemy. The Spirit Hall is not a charitable institution devoted to nurturing talent for others. As for you, Yuan Xuanlu, back then, when given the chance, you failed to seize it. At least we did not slay Bibi Dong, so revel in that. You, Yuan Xuanlu, could never approach the ice and fire eyes of Donggu Bo. He has lived decades longer than you, possessing superior cultivation. Why would Donggu Bo trust your detoxification methods? The Spirit Hall has always been his adversary. Would he rely on your methods, waiting for you to inherit his legacy? Even if Donggu Bo dared to test your detoxification, would you dare consume his poison pill as a guarantee of efficacy? You are not a medical professional. What if someone were to perish? What if Donggu Bo reneged on his word? Do you intend to judge the real Donggu Bo through the lens of a fictional character? Human hearts are inscrutable. You are separated by dimensions. When cunning fails, only force remains. But would you, Yuan Xuanlu, dare report the ice and fire eyes to the Spirit Hall? If you share the intel with Qian Xuanji, it is he who discovers it, he who reveals it to the Spirit Hall. All who have consumed the celestial herbs owe their allegiance to Qian Xuanji in the Spirit Hall. Does anyone remember you as the discoverer? What can you, Yuan Xuanlu, gain? A certificate of appreciation? One that reads, "We thank Mr. Qian Xuanlu for his outstanding contributions to the Spirit Hall's talent cultivation program." Do you truly believe the Spirit Hall operates on goodwill, striving together to build a beautiful Spirit Hall? Even brothers keep accounts clear. How much more so, half-brothers? Would you really make a wedding dress for a formidable woman who has committed transgressions? The traveler scorns Tang Hao. Yet at least he dared to confront the Pope in his time. Would you dare do the same? You, Yuan Xuanlu, have truly provoked the ire of Qian Xuanji. And he is resolute in his intent to make you regurgitate all that you have consumed over the years. Can you, as a traveler from another realm, regard Tang San with disdain? What if he dons a facade of hypocrisy that you find irksome? He has reaped the benefits for himself, status, wealth, and the exalted position of the sea god. No matter how many times you curse Yuan Xuanlu, the sea god remains indifferent, reveling in the pleasures of life. You, a mere traveler, were but an ordinary student before your arrival in this land, and even now, you remain just as unremarkable. Engaging in politics? Employing cunning? Crafting strategies? Manipulating fate? What can you, Yuan Xuanlu, truly accomplish? Had you not awakened the bright holy dragon martial soul, nor possessed innate full soul power? Do you think Qian Xuanji would hesitate to find an excuse to eliminate you? Qian Daolu is indifferent to progeny. His obsession lies with the angelic deity. Were it not for your extraordinary martial soul, your innate abilities, and your potential to become a titled Douluo, you would have long since changed your surname to Yuan, as he would not have acknowledged you at all. A traveler from another world? Do you, Yuan Xuanlu, perceive the denizens of this continent as fools? Do you believe that you can dictate the terms of your existence? They regard you with amusement, finding your antics entertaining. As long as your actions do not truly threaten their interests, they simply watch you as one would a monkey performing tricks. This is Yuan Xuanlu's reflection. The greatest fear of a person is to resign themselves to fate. Much like in a previous life, Yuan Xuanlu was an ordinary individual, lacking exceptional abilities. Unable to ascend to wealth. What does it matter if others label you as worthless? The affluent have no desire to converse with someone of Yuan Xuanlu's humble status. We are all ordinary people, Who among us is superior? Thus, when Yuan Xuanlu comes to this realization, he tacitly accepts that he is not the protagonist. In a vast continent, there exists but one main character, while the hundreds of others play supporting roles, and the rest serve merely as backdrop. The protagonist is not Yuan Xuanlu. He is simply an ordinary person striving to survive amidst the chaos of life. This is also why Yuan Xuanlu later found solace in visiting the local market in Balak City to purchase vegetables, for it resonated with the essence of life itself. Yuan Xuanlu may remind oneself daily, after residing in the city for a few days, do you truly believe you have ascended to nobility? Do not forget your origins. You are but an ordinary individual, no different from the farmers who toil in the fields or the blacksmiths who forge iron. You may consider yourself a soul master, looking down upon them, yet they harbor an even greater disdain for you, a soul master who does not engage in productive labor. What distinguishes us? We are all merely ordinary people striving to make a living under the auspices of those protagonists. Have the hidden weapons vanished? Yuan Ling'er deftly flicked away the last few small iron needles, revealing herself as a master of swordsmanship. In her technique, Tang San perceived a hint of the aura characteristic of a true master. The proud Tang San did not believe that his superior skills in hidden weaponry could be thwarted by an ordinary individual. I am unacquainted with the notion of a swordsmanship master. It is something my father taught me. He claimed to have spent half his life delving into peculiar matters, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. May I inquire about your esteemed father? Why should I divulge such information to you? A trace of disdain flickered across Yuan Ling'er's sweet visage. According to my father's cryptic musings, hidden weapons ultimately lack prominence. Tang San's gaze turned icy. The respect he had just held for the swordsmanship master morphed into a murderous intent. The Tang sect shall not be dishonored. I am lactose intolerant. Yuan Ling'er raised a branch, and then, with a sudden surge of energy, she erupted. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. In the past, Yuan Xuanlu had devoted himself to the study of the self-created soul technique, a term adopted to fit local customs, believing wholeheartedly in its efficacy. The branch seemed to possess a spirit of its own, becoming invisible in its shadow. It is said that the foremost swordsman on the continent, Jian Daoqinshin, does not employ soul techniques. With merely a simple swing of his sword, he can conceal its glimmer. Opponents often feel a sharpness before they realize their fate, while onlookers are left to witness only the cascade of crimson rain. Yuan Ling'er's swordsmanship, undoubtedly inferior to the prowess of Jian Daoqinshin, proved more than sufficient to contend with Tang San. With a swift motion, a sharp force grazed Tang San's neck, evoking memories of his past life. He recalled witnessing the Tang sect disciples mercilessly slay their adversaries, the blade gliding across the enemy's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the depths of the earth. A sensation akin to the present moment. Tang San collapsed, clutching his neck, embodying the torment of a life desperately clinging to existence, yet unable to escape the clutches of death. Yuan Ling'er, feigning innocence, was well aware that the branch had long since snapped. It was merely a manifestation of sword energy. However, as she observed the writhing form of Tang San on the ground, a profound enlightenment seemed to dawn upon her. With a resounding thud, this realization struck. Within Yuan Ling'er, something extraordinary erupted, yet rather than inflicting pain, it brought an exquisite sense of comfort. Promptly, she turned her gaze inward and discovered a golden entity within her, resembling a heart. This sight was all too familiar. It was the semi-formed divine core she had nearly coalesced before her rebirth. Prior to her reincarnation, Yuan Ling'er had attained the pinnacle of Douluo, acquiring a wealth of knowledge regarding the 100-level divine realm. In her era, deities were not mere legends but tangible realities. From the angelic saintess of the spirit empire to the ascension of the Shrek's 7 monsters into the divine realm, 9 deities had graced the Douluo continent. Thus, she endeavored to forge her own divine position, with the creation of her divine core being the cornerstone of her aspirations. However, after her rebirth, she believed her cultivation had vanished, and her divine core had long since dissipated. Yet today, after vanquishing Tang San, the divine core had astonishingly reemerged. This revelation spared her a century of arduous cultivation, laying the foundation for her self-created divinity. Thus, it dawned on her, I can attain divinity. Chapter 21. The title Douluo at 33. Tang San wailed, clutching his neck as he gazed toward Xiao Wu. I am sorry, Xiao Wu, I can no longer protect you. I am sorry, Tang sect, I cannot revive you in this world. With that, his eyes closed, his body lay still. Yet, Tang San did not sense the approach of death. He opened his eyes, feeling an urge to behold Xiao Wu once more. Just one more glance at Xiao Wu, he thought, and he turned his neck to face her. It seemed there was no issue at all. He then rolled over, lying comfortably on the ground. Watching Xiao Wu, everything appeared to be perfectly fine, so he edged closer. Like a wounded beast, Tang San crawled to Xiao Wu's side. Xiao Wu, I feel as though I am dying, but being with you in these final moments brings me solace, he tenderly called out. Fool, Yuan Ling'er scoffed. I did not kill you. Who are you trying to impress? Tang San, feeling the disdain emanating from Yuan Ling'er, lay on the ground and retorted fiercely, next time. I shall defeat you. Whatever. Yuan Ling'er smiled at Tang San and said, with merely a blue-silver grass martial spirit. It seems you might only hope to surpass me in your next life. Yuan Ling'er effortlessly uprooted the blue-silver grass from the ground, recognizing that even if a blue-silver grass spirit master could cultivate, their future would remain bleak. Worthless. Yuan Ling'er strode away, leaving Tang San with a face full of reluctance. 30 years of waiting by the river's east bank is beyond my patience. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade. From the moment you injured Xiao Wu, Yuan Ling'er, you have set upon the path of demise. In the bustling halls of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a figure clad in a soiled gray robe, a disheveled and greasy middle-aged man, crouched amidst the thickets, leering at Tang San's movements. This man was none other than Tang Hao. Hey, who are you? Are you unaware that public urination is forbidden within the academy? An astute teacher passing by noticed the gray-robed man. Assuming Tang Hao was merely relieving himself in the bushes, the teacher, witnessing his peculiar behavior, immediately suspected him of being a child trafficker. Tang Hao, being a titled Douluo, swiftly fled with an agile leap, leaving the teacher bewildered in the wind. This cannot stand. I must report this to the principal to enhance the school's regulations and prevent dubious individuals from entering. As the teacher hurried away, Tang Hao finally exhaled in relief from the shadows, clenching his fists in a surge of crimson rage. How could the illustrious Haotian Douluo, who had once bested even the Pope, find himself in such a disgraceful predicament, nearly captured as a trafficker? Oh, it appears the Spirit Hall is the root of my current misfortunes. How I loathe the Spirit Hall. My daily grievances shall be duly noted. That little girl, possessing a purple first spirit ring, will undoubtedly align herself with the Spirit Hall in the future. Spirit Hall, allow me to collect some interest first. Perhaps Tang Hao's logical reasoning could be described as rudimentary. However, for him, the act of eliminating Yuan Ling'er indeed required justification. Despite feeling envious of Yuan Ling'er's superior talent compared to Tang San, he feigned a guise of delivering justice to the populace. Ah, is that not Tang Hao? A hand rested on Tang Hao's shoulder, prompting him to turn and behold a young man with golden hair, grinning at him. How are you still alive? Such a pity. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Tang Hao's murky gaze. The one who had approached him silently must be a powerful titled Douluo, given the unrelenting nature of his words. It was likely an adversary. A younger titled Douluo with golden hair. Could it be that you were Qian Xuanjiu? Tang Hao inquired in a low voice. Quite perceptive, aren't you? Yuan Xuanlu gently lowered his hand that had rested on Tang Hao's shoulder. He retrieved a tissue from his soul guide, wiped his hands, and then ignited the tissue with his soul power, remarking on its filth. Tang Hao. Yuan Xuanlu gazed at Tang Hao with a smile, suggesting, let us take a stroll. Matters concerning the younger generation are best resolved by themselves. Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao felt a sense of relief. His earlier apprehension stemmed from the fear that Yuan Xuanlu might disregard the principles of martial ethics and directly strike at Tang San. It appeared that Yuan Xuanlu too was wary of him taking action against Yuan Ling'er, hence this proposal. With that understanding, the two figures soared into the sky, altering their course toward the outskirts of Nodding City. Before they could even descend, Tang Hao unleashed his martial soul in midair, activating his seventh soul skill, the martial soul avatar. In a sudden and fierce motion, he swung a massive hammer toward Yuan Xuanlu. Such disregard for martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack. The terrifying amplification of a titled Douluo's martial soul avatar, especially in the hands of a powerhouse like Tang Hao, was formidable. As the hammer struck Yuan Xuanlu, Tang Hao instinctively recalled the fate of Qian Xuanji, who had met his end in a similar manner. Trash remains trash, like a rat in the gutter. It can never learn to act with integrity. Yuan Xuanlu also unleashed his martial soul's true form, successfully receiving the blow with remarkable composure. The radiant dragon's eyes turned cold as they regarded Tang Hao, Within those depths lay a chilling disdain. How could anyone ever dare to compare you to me back then? In retrospect, that person must have been either foolish or malicious. Unfazed, Tang Hao met Yuan Xuanlu's gaze, memories of his past nightmares flooding his mind. For every prodigy of Yuan Xuanlu's era, he was indeed a harbinger of dread. In his youth, Tang Hao was the most distinguished among the direct disciples of the Haotian clan, celebrated alongside his brother Tang Shao as the Haotian twin stars. At the age of 20, he was hailed as the foremost figure of the younger generation of the Haotian clan. By 28, he had attained the realm of the god of killing. At 30, he broke through to the 70th level and was designated as the next clan leader of Haotian. At 35, his soul power reached 84, and he shattered the leg of a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. By 44, he had ascended to the rank of titled Douluo himself. This illustrious sum is indeed commendable. However, it is contingent upon the absence of comparisons with Yuan Xuanlu. At 20, Tang Hao learned of a prodigy from the Spirit Hall who was on the verge of breaking through the 30th level at the tender age of 9. By 28, he was informed that this individual had long since attained the god of killing title. At 30, he heard whispers of the scandal involving someone from the Spirit Hall who had injured the Pope, allegedly while still in the 70th level. By 35, Tang Hao became aware that this individual had already acquired an 8th soul ring of 100,000 years. By 44, he felt fortunate that this person from the Spirit Hall had not come to challenge him. Otherwise, he would have had to contend with the pressure of 4 titled Douluos. This so-called individual from the Spirit Hall is none other than Yuan Xuanlu, who is 11 years his junior. Yuan Xuanlu had already broken through to title Douluo by the age of 33, bearing the title of Dragon Emperor. In this year, Yuan Xuanlu is merely 39 years old. Chapter 22, The Heavenly Hammer of the Generations. But I do not possess an angel martial soul, he remarked. Have you also attained the level of 96? Tang Hao inquired. Just moments ago, the strike he delivered was the full manifestation of the 95-level Haotian hammer martial soul, unleashed by a titled Douluo. With this blow, Tang Hao was confident that he could severely injure any titled Douluo of the same rank. However, Yuan Xuanlu effortlessly withstood it, suggesting that he may have surpassed his own level. The difference between 96 and 95 is not merely a matter of one rank. Yuan Xuanlu wore a mischievous grin, and a personified smirk appeared on Long's face. I apologize. But witnessing my daughter bestow a thorough beating upon your son has filled me with such exuberance that I achieved a breakthrough. This statement, however, was a blend of truth and exaggeration. If merely being in high spirits could facilitate a transition from level 95 to 96, then the titled Douluo might as well abandon their training entirely and spend their days simply smiling. For an ordinary individual, every breakthrough is the result of cumulative effort. Yuan Xuanlu dedicated 2 years to ascend from level 95 to 96. Yuan Xuanlu comprehended that, although in the later generations, Douluo II, the titled Douluos ranked from 95 to 98 are referred to as Super Douluos. It is only upon truly entering this echelon that one realizes the formidable challenge that lies between the ranks of 94 and 95 is but a mere prelude. The true demarcation between Super Douluo and titled Douluo resides between the ranks of 95 and 96, a threshold capable of stalling a multitude of individuals. This elucidates why all offerings within the Spirit Hall are exclusively bestowed upon those who have transcended the 96th rank. A titled Douluo at 95 is utterly unworthy of enjoying the reverence and status that comes with such offerings. Among the active powers on the continent, aside from the Spirit Hall, the only entity that boasts a Super Douluo of the 96th rank is the 7-treasure glazed tile school, represented by the swordsman Chen, who, upon his ascendance to the 96th rank, had already surpassed the age of 70. A 96th rank at the age of 39. Tang Hao, with eyes ablaze, laughed towards the heavens. Could it be that fate truly desires for me, Tang Hao, to relinquish my thirst for vengeance? Yuan Xuanlu gazed at the frenzied Tang Hao, finding the scene rather amusing. What significance does a 96th level individual at 39 hold? Your son ascended to divinity at merely 25. I never intended to meddle with you both. Yuan Xuanlu clapped his hands, retracting his martial spirit's true form, deciding not to expend any more soul power. As I previously stated, I merely wish to engage in a sincere conversation with you. Do you even have moments for a genuine dialogue? Tang Hao, with eyes still tinged with red, inquired. Back in the days at the Haotian clan, I had heard of your brazen and overbearing nature. Yet the notion that having a sincere conversation exists in your lexicon is quite astonishing. Yuan Xuanlu smiled gently and said, in recent years, I have devoted myself to teaching, cultivating my character. However, there are always certain individuals who compel me to take action. Tang Hao discerned the underlying implication. You still do not intend to engage in a proper discussion. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu nodded in affirmation. Yuan Xuanlu, in truth, harbored no particular plans for this lifetime, especially after realizing that all attempts to disrupt Tang San proved futile. Many years ago, upon learning of Tang Hao and Yin's ventures across the continent, he alerted the Spirit Hall, asserting that Yin was a soul beast of 100,000 years. However, no one at the Spirit Hall believed him. He proposed, "Why not dispatch a title Douluo to verify this?" The Spirit Hall retorted, "Get lost. Do you understand the gravity of offending the Pope? Who would dare to investigate on your behalf? Moreover, do you think titled Douluos are merely idle?" Subsequently, in a fit of anxiety, Yuan Xuanlu insisted on taking matters into his own hands, hoping to resolve the issue of Tang San before his birth. Under the immense pressure from the Pope's brother, the Spirit Hall eventually sent a title Douluo to ascertain the truth. Astonishingly, it turned out that Yin was indeed a soul beast of 100,000 years. The ensuing days saw Tang Hao evading capture, while the Spirit Hall relentlessly searched every inch of the earth. Yuan Xuanlu has participated in numerous searches himself. Often, they either yield no results or chaos ensues during the encirclement. The most absurd incident occurred when, amidst the encirclement, a titled Douluo was suddenly afflicted with a stomachache, allowing Tang Hao to seize the opportunity and break through the siege. Can you believe that a titled Douluo could unexpectedly suffer from such a predicament? Yuan Xuanlu has become numb. Although he is a transmigrator, his fortune pales in comparison to Tang San's, unable to rival him. It was at that moment that Yuan Xuanlu realized a profound truth. Tang San is truly the epitome of a protagonist's destiny. Yuan Xuanlu had resigned himself to his fate, and this sentiment remained unchanged even after Yuan Ling'er came to his side. In Yuan Xuanlu's eyes, it was sufficient for Yuan Ling'er to grow up in peace and safety. As long as Tang San remained oblivious to her true identity, she should be unharmed. At worst, he would traverse the storyline once more, showcasing his prowess on the battlefield when the climax approached, vanquishing a few titled Douluos, and ultimately culminating in a self-sacrificial act, thus repaying the gratitude owed to the Qian family for nurturing him throughout the years. It is a relief that Yuan Ling'er is well. However, who could have anticipated that she would take the initiative to provoke a conflict with Tang San? Who can explain how Yuan Ling'er became aware of Tang San's presence in Notting City? Who can shed light on why, upon entering the academy, she sought out Tang San directly without seeking anyone else? Alas, it is difficult to inquire since my daughter is unwilling to share, and I feel it would be inappropriate to pry. Nevertheless, as a father, I must take responsibility for my daughter's future. Today, Yuan Ling'er humiliated Tang San in a most degrading manner and even struck Xiao Wu. Without a doubt, she will face retribution from Tang San in the future. While it may be acceptable to endure a sense of impotence and complacency, I cannot bear to witness Yuan Ling'er being tormented by that scoundrel Tang San. Since the line has been crossed, I shall take decisive action and pave the way for Yuan Ling'er's future as her father. If I cannot vanquish Tang San, then surely I can deal with you, Tang Hao. Yuan Xuanlu felt a revival of his soul power, nearly restored, and offered a graceful smile to Tang Hao. You two have embraced fatherhood. Surely you can empathize with the desire to eliminate any unsettling factors for your child. With that, Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian hammer, an immense black sun that roared towards Yuan Xuanlu like a mighty tide. Yuan Xuanlu distinctly noticed the flicker of Tang Hao's ninth soul ring. What of 100,000 years of soul skills? I possess them as well, and I have 2 more than you. The 7th soul ring of Yuan Xuanlu shimmered as he once again unleashed the true form of his martial spirit. Unlike Tang Hao's weapon martial spirit embodiment, Yuan Xuanlu transformed entirely into a colossal dragon, its resplendent white scales shimmering under the sun, exuding a divine aura. The luminous holy dragon spoke with human words. The sun descends. The crimson 9th soul ring flickered, and the dragon unleashed a fearsome roar as enchanting red patterns ascended along its majestic form. The temperature of the dragon's body continued to rise, ultimately reaching a pivotal moment when the white dragon fully metamorphosed into a blazing red sun. At that instant, the inhabitants of Notting City could even perceive a noticeable increase in temperature. Upon lifting their gazes, they were astonished to behold 2 suns gracing the sky. 2 suns in the same heavens. Tang Hao's 9th soul skill was unleashed, as the obsidian glow of the Haotian hammer struck the dragon's form. Resonating like the sound of iron being forged, akin to the clamor of cavalry charging forth, igniting sparks that flew like stars. The dragon's colossal body quivered momentarily, and then the ninth soul ring of Yuan Xuanlu shimmered once more. Judgment of light. Within the crimson, searing sun, a colossal dragon roared, golden patterns appearing upon its scaled surface. As an immense gravitational pull sought to draw Tang Hao into the heart of the sun, a deadlock. This force was not one that an ordinary super Douluo could easily escape. Even should Qian Daolu arrive, he would have to pay a price to break free. For an average title Douluo, entering the sun meant certain annihilation. Yet, in this critical moment, Tang Hao proved himself worthy of the title of Haotian Douluo, unleashing his ninth soul skill. Aware that entering the sun meant his inevitable demise, he activated his ninth soul skill once more while suspended in the air. The century-old blue-silver Emperor Soul Ring granting him the ability to momentarily dispel all negative states. At this juncture, Tang Hao epitomized his peak form, embodying the true might of the Haotian hammer title Douluo. Here he came. While others would shy away from the blinding sun, Tang Hao boldly approached it. He planted his left foot in the air, raising his hand to strike the sun with his hammer. Then, propelled by the recoil, he distanced himself to a safe range. With his right arm, wielding the Haotian hammer, taught with energy, he activated his soul bone skill, exerting force from his calves, pivoting to harness the power of his entire being, striking the sun once more. The ultimate technique of the Haotian sect, chaotic wind hammer method. This relentless series of strikes was a buildup of energy. Should Tang Hao unleash his 81 strikes, Yuan Xuanlu was certain he would not withstand them. Generations of Haotian hammer angels, Yuan Xuanlu endured Tang Hao's relentless blows, yet he could not help but admire him. One might despise Tang San, for he is indeed a hypocritical, insincere, cunning, and deceitful wretch. However, one cannot disparage his father, for he is not cut from the same cloth. At the very least, in his day, Tang Hao bravely confronted the Pope of the Death Douluo for the sake of his beloved wife. Yuan Xuanlu believes that, as a husband, he has fulfilled his responsibilities. This time, he boldly confronted Yuan Xuanlu's ninth soul skill. As a disciple of the formidable Haotian sect, he has certainly upheld the illustrious reputation of the Haotian Douluo. However, I am not an angel martial soul. Chapter 23. San Er feels that he has once again succeeded. The true form of the dragon spirit of Yuan Xuanlu roared once more, as the sun ascended in response to Tang Hao's mighty strike. Yet, within the sun, the dragon extended its formidable claws. The eighth soul skill, Dragon Emperor's Domain Kill, was unleashed. Much like Yuan Xuanlu's ninth soul ring, this eighth soul ring was also one of 100,000 years. It was a pure-blood dragon of the same age. To procure this soul beast, the Spirit Hall mobilized a substantial number of personnel, specifically scouring the core regions of various soul beast forests. Ultimately, within the Star Do forest, 5 titled Douluo, including the Pope, along with Qian Daolu himself, were required to subdue this pure-blood dragon. Yuan Xuanlu remained oblivious to the relationship between this colossal dragon and Emperor Tian, yet in terms of dragon lineage, it was likely that its bloodline was on par with that of the Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's Domain Kill represented Yuan Xuanlu's most formidable single-target attack soul skill. During the peak of Yuan Xuanlu's audacious reign, this soul skill was his most adept weapon. Displeased with you? Dragon Emperor's Domain Kill. Accuse me of arrogance? Dragon Emperor's Domain Kill. As he ceased the release of his ninth soul skill and transitioned to the eighth, a magnificent white dragon manifested in Yuan Xuanlu's grasp. The perception of time thickened, rendering the eighth soul skill almost devoid of effects compared to the grand spectacle of the ninth. Simple, yet profoundly intricate. Tang Hao observed as a diminutive dragon seemed to cling to Yuan Xuanlu's dragon claw, which swiftly lunged towards him. It was about to strike. The Haotian hammer needed to meet it head-on. Wait, where's my Haotian hammer? In truth, while the Haotian hammer had been fiercely striking the sun, it had already succumbed to melting, likely due to the high temperatures clouding Tang Hao's judgment until this very moment. Fortunately, it was enveloped in soul power, otherwise, a shattered martial soul would have been inevitable. Once more, Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer, but this time it lacked the accumulated force from the previous erratic hammering technique. Subsequently, the dragon's claw of Yuan Xuanlu collided with the Haotian hammer. There were no crackling sounds, no tumultuous noise, no earth-shattering reverberations, and no upheaval of mountains and seas. It was simply a straightforward strike. Yuan Xuanlu let out a deep sigh, lamenting, "This is precisely why I find myself most adept with it," yet refrained from employing it after acquiring the ninth soul skill. The reason is simple. While its effectiveness is undeniable, it lacks the flair I desire. Tang Hao positioned the Haotian hammer before him, and upon contact, the hammer's surface fractured. Subsequently, he retracted his martial soul, bracing himself with his own body. As the dragon claw collided with Tang Hao's right arm, a sickening crack echoed. His arm was shattered. Then, the dragon claw advanced toward his chest, threatening to claim the life of the illustrious Haotian Douluo. However, Tang Hao had a contingency in place. The effect of the 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor Soul Ring had not yet dissipated. In a frenzy, he summoned his soul power to resist, buying precious time and creating distance. Jin Xuanlu, should I perish today, prepare for the impending conflict between the Haotian clan and your spirit hall, he taunted, laughter erupting from Yuan Xuanlu. How amusing it was. He had initially perceived Tang Hao to possess a semblance of the Haotian Douluo's formidable aura, only to discover he was merely a coward, quick to call for parental intervention upon facing defeat. Yuan Xuanlu nodded nonchalantly, stating, "It matters not. My sole responsibility is to clear obstacles for my daughter." Suddenly, Tang Hao's eyes burned with a fierce crimson hue as he summoned the Haotian hammer martial spirit. 9 soul rings shattered in unison, merging into the Haotian hammer, which he swung with tremendous force towards Yuan Xuanlu's dragon claw. The explosive ring. Yuan Xuanlu was taken aback. He had heard of the Haotian sect's most formidable ultimate technique. However, the explosive ring was not something that could be employed without restraint by a Haotian hammer soul master. For someone like Tang Hao, who bore the weight of old injuries, utilizing the explosive ring was akin to wagering his very life. While it might not lead to immediate death, he could potentially suppress the consequences for a decade or more due to his cultivation. Yet, once he reached the twilight of his life, any exertion of soul power would exacerbate his old wounds, rendering him practically incapacitated. Bang! Yuan Xuanlu decisively evaded, realizing that there was no need for him to perish alongside Tang Hao at this moment. The ground between them had been blasted into a substantial pit, with soil and dust swirling chaotically, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Yuan Xuanlu activated his mental acuity to search for Tang Hao's figure, only to discover that he had vanished from sight. No wonder he had managed to escape back then. He was quite swift indeed. Yuan Xuanlu was certain that Tang Hao had not yet escaped from the reach of his mental scan. The reason for his inability to locate Tang Hao lay in the fact that the latter possessed some kind of artifact capable of obscuring mental scans. However, after a moment's contemplation, Yuan Xuanlu decided to abandon the pursuit of Tang Hao and instead made his way towards Yuan Ling'er, fearing that the wretched Tang Hao might, upon realizing his impending doom, resort to desperate measures and launch a surprise attack on Yuan Ling'er. Once Yuan Xuanlu departed, a considerable amount of time passed before a figure stealthily returned to the site of their recent battle. Cunningly, he began to dig into the ground, searching vigorously in every direction but finding nothing. Frustrated, he let out a howl towards the heavens. "Where is my soul bone? My soul bone. The ancestral soul bone of the Haotian sect." The soul bone is a priceless treasure within the realm of soul masters, its potential for growth far surpassing that of soul rings. Tang San set aside his book with a sigh. "If only I possessed a soul bone. It would surely enhance the potency of my blue-silver grass. Or, should I first cultivate the Haotian hammer martial soul?" Hearing Tang San's murmurs while engrossed in his reading, the master was startled and rushed over. Seizing Tang San as he exclaimed, "You must not cultivate the Haotian hammer martial soul. You would be squandering your innate talent." But Tang San recounted to the master how he had been bested by a girl earlier that day. The master chuckled knowingly. "I thought it was something significant. Now it makes sense. Master, what is the story behind that girl's 1,000-year first soul ring?" Upon observing the master's expression, Tang San was certain that the master had already uncovered the answer and eagerly sought his guidance. The master first laughed heartily and then ruffled Tang San's hair, saying, "That girl, like you, also possesses twin martial souls." Tang San was taken aback. "She too has twin martial souls?" The master fell into a deep reverie, seemingly recalling something profound. He then said, "There are always some exceptionally gifted individuals who possess twin martial souls, but that is not the crux of the matter." "What is it?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. The master, adopting a sage-like demeanor, replied, "What is the age limit for the 4th soul ring?" Tang San, albeit perplexed, answered honestly, "The upper limit for the 4th soul ring is around 5,000 years. And the 5th soul ring?" The master probed further. "The 5th soul ring is approximately 12,000 years old." The master revealed a mysterious expression. as if sharing a ghost story in whispers. What if you cultivate the blue silver grass to level 50 before adding a soul ring to your Haotian hammer martial soul? My Haotian hammer martial soul shall be adorned with 9 completely black soul rings. Tang San was momentarily stunned. The sheer magnitude of such a presence was beyond his wildest imaginings. The master wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting the capricious nature of fate. That girl's teacher must be a fool to allow her to absorb a millennium soul ring with only her second martial soul, thus squandering such remarkable talent. If she were in my hands, sigh. Tang San came to a realization. Although he was weak at present, he would undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. Although Yuan Ling'er possesses great strength now, she has squandered her talents, and her future pales in comparison to mine. Teacher, I understand. That is good to hear, ha ha. I am certain that I will surpass her in the future. Tang San chuckled, feeling a renewed sense of capability. After a heartfelt display of master-disciple affection, he returned to the dormitory, intending to share a night with Xiaowu. However, he was intercepted by a teacher. Sneaking around at such a late hour, do you not realize how unsafe it is? The teacher reiterated the earlier incident concerning the human trafficker to Tang San. He continued until Tang San's face contorted with discomfort. Teacher, I understand. May I return now? The teacher nodded nonchalantly. Once Tang San arrived at the dormitory for working students, he muttered angrily, how infuriating. I wonder who that wretched trafficker is, causing me to be scolded. I have always returned at this hour. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That despicable trafficker truly deserves a fate worse than death. Chapter 24, Martial Spirit, Pig. Yuan Ling'er, freshly bathed, sat gracefully upon the hotel bed. Upon noticing her father, Yuan Sun, returning home, weary from his travels, she promptly rose to greet him. Father, where have you been? Upon encountering the diminutive figure, the thought of asking, why did you seek out Tang San to engage in combat, lingered unvoiced, as it seemed futile to pose such a question. Yuan Xuanlu feigned ignorance, vaguely stating, I've procured a soul bone for you. Soul bone. Indeed, we are unable to absorb it. I shall return and see if I can find someone to accept it. Upon acquiring Tang Hao's right arm bone, Yuan Xuanlu felt a profound sense of joy. It was akin to discovering a forgotten sum of money in an old coat pocket. Engaging in a battle with Tang Hao yielded not only a valuable soul bone but also a fortunate outcome. However, when Yuan Xuanlu realized that it was a heritage soul bone from the Haotian sect, he fell silent. A heritage soul bone, having been absorbed and integrated by generations, were the unmistakable emblem of the Haotian sect. Even if someone forcefully absorbed it, the soul bone would be unable to unleash any significant power. Moreover, the heritage soul bones of the Haotian sect were primarily strength-oriented, rendering them unsuitable for Yuan Ling'er, thus leaving him no choice but to sell it. Father. Yuan Ling'er lowered her head. Noticing her father's dwindling soul power, she could surmise what he had undertaken, merely a skirmish with Tang Hao, a consequence that stemmed directly from her actions. Yuan Sun, uncertain of the grievances between Yuan Ling'er and Tang San, gently ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair and said, if you prefer not to speak, then let it be. My only wish was for you to grow up in peace and safety. However, circumstances have changed. Regardless, we shall not allow others to intimidate us. I shall protect you from any harm. Yuan Ling'er clenched her tiny fist, resolute in her vow to defend her father as well. Haha. Yuan Xuanlu found great benefit in the words directed towards his beloved little cotton-padded jacket. The following day, as dawn broke, Yuan Xuanlu gently pulled the slumbering Ling'er from her cocoon of blankets. What is it? Ling'er murmured, still half asleep. Yuan San handed a mouthwash cup and toothbrush to Yuan Ling'er. Today, we shall take a jia to the forest where soul beasts are kept within the imperial enclosure. We should rise early. We ought to arrive before noon. Where's a jia? She left her home at 4 o'clock. We had agreed on that, didn't we? I seem to have forgotten. Yuan Ling'er completed her morning ablutions with seamless grace, and then the father and daughter stepped out of the hotel, boarding the carriage they had reserved. Yuan Ling'er opened the carriage door and beheld a jia, who was soundly asleep within. Yuan Ling'er transformed into Douluo. Did he truly emerge at 4 o'clock? How exhausting it must be. Yuan Xuanlu greeted the carriage driver and handed him 4 silver coins, requesting his assistance in procuring for breakfasts. Yuan Ling'er happened to witness this scene, and after the carriage driver departed, she couldn't help but exclaim, the breakfast in Nodding City is quite exorbitant. It was enough for 4 people. I shall treat the carriage driver to breakfast, and any excess shall be his tip. Yuan San let out a yawn. Father. Are you not concerned that the carriage driver may purchase the cheapest breakfast for us, keeping the surplus as his own gratuity? Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly, realizing that his daughter was still too young and unaware of the rules of the continent. If he dared to act in such a manner, I would not hesitate to break his legs. He is not foolish. He would not offend a soul master. Yuan Ling'er closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, seeking to fully immerse himself in the profound realm of the 96th level. Just yesterday, he had fortuitously borrowed Tang Hao's assistance to stabilize his own standing. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how, upon realizing that all attempts to interfere with Tang San's birth were futile, he had chosen to retreat into obscurity, ultimately secluding himself in Balak City for 6 long years. Now, however, he resolved to summon the same vigor he had during his college entrance examinations, striving diligently to transcend the limits of a spirit Douluo, with the ambition of rendering Tang San an orphan at their next encounter. The morning passed in a monotonous cycle of eating, practicing, napping, traveling, and attending to nature's call. The training of a soul master is often unadorned and straightforward. Many ordinary individuals perceive soul masters as exalted beings. However, those of lower rank without any notable background often traverse the world or engage in labor to procure resources for their training, leading lives akin to that of common folk. Naturally, even the most unfortunate soul masters would never find themselves in a destitute state devoid of resources. Ajay, have you awoken? Yes. Ajay felt a twinge of apprehension. He had long heard whispers of Yuan Ling'er as father being a formidable figure, presuming him to be merely a spirit Douluo. But he was astonished to learn that Yuan Ling'er as father was, in fact, a title Douluo. What are your thoughts regarding this soul-hunting expedition? I believe my martial soul is more suited for a power-type soul ring. Upon finishing his statement, Ajay cast his gaze toward Yuan Ling'er, hoping for his guidance and insights. Yuan Ling'er detected Ajay's gaze and subsequently nodded. Show me your martial spirit. Ajay obediently released his martial spirit. Once manifested, a pig with a mischievous grin appeared before Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the grinning figure, momentarily taken aback, only to ascertain that this was not a mockery of himself, but rather a typical manifestation of a martial spirit. He furrowed his brow and, in a tone laden with gravity, inquired, "Has anyone ever told you that your expression bears an uncanny resemblance to ridiculous?" Ajay, flustered, hastily distanced himself from the implication. "I don't know, and no one has ever referred to me as ridiculous. They all call me Smiling Pig." In a single utterance, he encapsulated a profound sorrow. The martial spirits on the continent are extraordinarily diverse. Should one possess an angelic martial spirit, it goes without saying that one's beauty would be exceptional. If one were to wield the martial spirit of the goddess of light Butterfly, it is inevitable that one would be deemed the most beautiful in the realm. Conversely, possessing a chrysanthemum martial spirit, coupled with a somewhat effeminate demeanor, could lead to unfortunate misunderstandings regarding one's orientation. As for Ajay's Smiling Pig martial spirit, despite his desire for it to be referred to as Ji, it is evident that others persist in deriding it as Smiling Pig. What an immense emotional toll this must exact on a mere 6-year-old child. Very well. I believe that aside from its peculiar appearance, the martial spirit may still possess commendable qualities. Yuan Ling'er comforted him, saying, "As for the soul rings of the martial soul in the future, you intend to pursue a path of formidable offensive capabilities, correct?" Ajay nodded in agreement. Yuan Ling'er pondered thoughtfully. Generally speaking, pig martial souls tend to follow a path of formidable offense, and your approach is no different. Absorbing a power-type soul ring is undoubtedly a sound decision. Yuan Ling'er, in the midst of his discourse, fell into his old habit once more, becoming unable to restrain his words, much like a teacher lecturing his students. "I truly wish for the sound of a bell to signal the end of class, so that my father would not extend the lesson indefinitely." Yuan Ling'er stifled a yawn, fully aware of the monotony that surrounded her. In stark contrast, Ajay attentively listened, diligently taking notes, embodying the image of a conscientious student. Ajay now comprehended why Yuan Ling'er frequently arrived late or even skipped classes altogether. With such an illustrious scholar for a father, who would feel compelled to attend lectures, knowledge was readily at hand. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage arrived at the quaint town adjacent to the Imperial Soul Beast Forest. They disembarked, ready to embark on their journey. As Yuan Ling'er and his companions alighted from the vehicle, stretching their limbs and preparing to depart, they were suddenly approached by an elderly man accompanied by a young boy. "Soul Master! Soul Master!" the old man exclaimed, moving with surprising swiftness, while the boy lagged behind, appearing lethargic and seemingly being pulled along by the elder. Who are you? Yuan Xuanlu pondered, realizing he did not recognize either the old man or the child. He speculated whether his splendid attire and the amiable visage of Yuan Ling'er had led this old man to attempt a deceitful scheme. Yuan Xuanlu was still lost in thought when, with a sudden sound, the old man knelt before him. Chapter 25, The Oscar of the Salty Fish. I beseech you. Have mercy, the old man implored, tears glistening in his eyes, his parched lips already cracked. Yuan Sun did not fear being swindled by the elderly. He helped the old man to his feet and offered him a bottle of water from his soul guide device. Let me make it clear from the outset. I will not be giving you any money. Although Yuan Xuanlu would not force the old man to remain in such a submissive position indefinitely, he was by no means a paragon of virtue. He had no intention of being swindled out of his money. Please, I implore you, take this child to the soul beast forest to hunt for a soul ring, the old man stammered. He possesses remarkable talent. Remarkable talent? What is his martial soul? What level of innate soul power does he possess? Yuan Xuanlu inquired about the path. The humble elder, witnessing his child possessing soul power, naturally perceived his offspring as exceptionally gifted. It is akin to a once toil-worn farmer who, upon seeing his grandchild gain admission to university, believes his grandchild to be a descendant of the literary deity. Even if the grandchild attends a second-tier university, and despite the devaluation of the university degree in his eyes, the grandchild remains a celestial prodigy. The boy, though young, exhibited remarkable maturity. Noticing Yuan Xuanlu's skepticism, he softly introduced himself. I am Oscar, a sausage martial soul. With an innate soul power level of 10, Yuan Xuanlu pondered. So this is one of the future members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Should he eliminate him? This would thwart Tang San's resurrection. Yuan Ling'er, in a moment of synchronicity, shared the same thought. However, Yuan Xuanlu is not yet so beastly. Upon seeing Oscar, who was no more than 8 years of age at the time, Yuan Xuanlu felt that he could still be nurtured. In the original narrative, Oscar stands out as one of the few individuals of respectable character. Firstly, after mingling with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun for several years, he remarkably refrained from seeking the company of the women from the Smoke Willow establishment, merely engaging in flirtation, which still reflects a degree of innocence. Secondly, his determination to venture out in order to be with Ning Rongrong truly showcases his commendable spirit. Yuan Xuanlu believes that these two qualities are sufficient and worthy of cultivation. If nurtured well, a future titled Douluo of the food system may stand by their side. However, if Oscar truly is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, regardless, even if Oscar becomes a titled Douluo, he would merely be a titled Douluo of the food system, thus easily vanquished. Yuan Xuanlu nodded. Very well. I shall take you inside. Father. Yuan Ling'er felt 1,000 hesitations within her heart. It's all right. One must always grant the youth an opportunity. Yuan Xuanlu reassured the old man with a gentle pat on his shoulder. Rest assured, I will accompany Xiao Ao to hunt for souls. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted Yuan Ling'er, who wore a reluctant expression, and said, Let us proceed. The four companions ventured into the soul beast forest. At the entrance, Imperial guards stood watch. Yuan Xuanlu casually presented a hand from the spirit hall for their inspection, and thereafter, the quartet entered without hindrance. Thank you, uncle. May I take some time to contemplate before aligning myself with your faction? Oscar suddenly interjected as they journeyed midway. Contemplate? You could very well leave right now. You wish to reap the benefits without bearing any cost. What was the purpose of your shameless entry? Yuan Ling'er retorted vehemently, having long held a discontent towards Oscar. Yuan Xuanlu couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, You ought to have acquired the soul ring before uttering such words. Oscar, maintaining his composure, replied leisurely. Though my innate talent for cultivation is formidable, I find myself disinclined to engage in it. I perceive little significance in the endless cycle of training. Is the title of a conferred Douluo not enticing? By your reasoning, you might as well embrace death, for in a century, we all return to dust. Yuan Ling'er continued her mockery. What I mean is, my attitude towards cultivation does not merit your investment. You would be wasting your efforts on me. If possible, I would gladly compensate you for your assistance in hunting this soul ring. Yuan Ling'er understood. The underlying message is clear. It simply means that if you do not wish to join our faction, it equates to hiring my father to procure soul rings for you. Oscar nodded in agreement. Indeed. Once I obtain my first soul ring and become a soul master, I shall receive subsidies from the spirit hall, and then I will repay you. A clever ruse. Yuan Ling'er scoffed. Even the rather inconspicuous Jie unexpectedly chimed in. You will not be able to repay. I certainly will, Oscar retorted defiantly. Yuan Xuanlu walked for a while before suddenly inquiring. Could you explain why you only obtained your first soul ring at the age of 8? Yuan Xuanlu has already discerned Oscar's bone age. Oscar, showing no signs of concealment, recounted, initially, the Spirit Hall sought to recruit me due to my innate full soul power. But I declined their offer. Later, upon arriving in the city to pursue my studies, the school also wished for me to join a local family. Yet I refused once more. Consequently, no one was willing to assist me in soul hunting. Originally, I had intended to casually absorb a 10-year soul ring. But my grandfather adamantly opposed this, insisting that my exceptional talent should not be squandered. Yuan Ling'er was poised to deliver another scathing remark, yet Oscar continued. I am aware that others who treat me kindly do so out of envy for my talents, but my grandfather is different. His intentions are purely for my well-being. Thus, I refuse to serve as a sycophant for others. I merely wish to lead a tranquil life alongside my grandfather. Yuan Ling'er rarely fell into silence. Before her rebirth, her father did not covet her extraordinary talent, nor did he regard her as a pawn to contend with Tang San. He merely hoped for her to grow up safely and soundly. Do you not have any aspirations for your future? Yuan Xuanlu inquired about the path. Oscar's thoughts were quite simple. He scratched his head and mused about returning to the village, contentedly receiving the subsidies from the Spirit Hall while accompanying his grandfather. However, one must inevitably age. Yuan Xuanlu expressed a desire for Oscar's grandfather to enjoy a good life. But I am receiving the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, Oscar replied. Scratching the back of his head, Yuan Xuanlu held a profound appreciation for Oscar's notion of idly passing time as a public servant. Though he could not openly convey this sentiment, the subsidies from the Spirit Hall are insufficient. 1 gold soul coin barely covers our monthly expenses. Yuan Xuanlu gestured towards the road ahead. If you choose to accompany me, I can assure you that your grandfather will live in comfort for many years. Oscar remained speechless. Haha, never mind. I shall not press the matter. Yuan no longer compelled others, making himself appear as though he were the one seeking their favor. What kind of lives do you lead? Oscar inquired. He had observed the affluent and privileged individuals in schools, each exuding an air of arrogance, adored by the girls. They would boast daily about their father's substantial earnings, their noble titles, and the exquisite delicacies they consumed. Such matters, Oscar could conjure in his mind. Yet he had never laid eyes upon them, rendering them utterly inconceivable to him. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment before introducing each point. I can ensure that I enjoy meat daily. You too should be able to provide your grandfather with the same. Perhaps a daily egg accompanied by a glass of milk would suffice, for the elderly require nutritious sustenance. However, he may not be accustomed to such delicacies. So it would be prudent to offer him some congee, plain rice porridge sweetened with a touch of sugar. Oh, does your grandfather prefer sweet or savory flavors? Savory, Oscar replied. He gazed at Yuan Xuanlu, seemingly assessing whether he was being deceived. Lowering his head in contemplation, he eventually looked up at Yuan Xuanlu and said, I believe I can give it a try. I too wish for my grandfather to lead such a life. Did you not assert that you would not align yourself with any sect? Yuan Ling'er chuckled softly. Oscar shook his head. You have all treated me with such kindness. Throughout these days, you are the first to support my grandfather and accompany me on this soul-hunting journey. Yuan Ling'er, as if ignited by a firecracker, charged forward once more. And so what? I can discern the genuine kindness of a person from the fade they present. Oscar extended his calloused hands, worn from labor, and remarked, In the past, many have promised me wealth and prosperity, yet their words seemed insubstantial. We, the farmers, place our faith only in the fertile soil that yields true sustenance. Chapter 26. A corrupted heart 100 meters ahead, a formidable wild boar loomed. It has spotted us. It is charging forth. Yuan Ling'er soared through the trees. Her gaze fixed upon a formidable giant bone pig. How old is it? Yuan Xuanlu inquired. Approximately 200 years, came the reply. Then we need not concern ourselves with it. It is unsuitable. However, it approached rapidly. The giant bone pig charged forth. And the only ones present were a few 6-year-old children. Yuan Ling'er possesses the ability to soar, exuding tranquility. Jie feels resilient, remaining unperturbed. Oscar, the food-type soul master, widely acknowledged as fragile within the realm of soul masters, currently finds himself in a state of unease. Such is the situation. Yuan Xuanlu did not release his martial soul, nor had he ever encountered the great bone pig. He merely flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of soul power that struck the creature's head, rendering it unconscious. Due to the suddenness of its collapse, the great bone pig continued to slide for quite some distance, ultimately coming to rest beside Yuan Xuanlu. Oscar approached, rummaging through the pig's body, and concluded, "It has just given birth. We can locate its nest." Then, with a mischievous grin, he suggested, "Shall we feast on roasted piglet tonight?" Yuan Ling'er scoffed, "You wish." Although Oscar had already pledged allegiance to Yuan Xuanlu, the mere sight of him unsettled Yuan Ling'er, perhaps due to some lingering connection from a past life. "Enough talk. I am already craving it." Yuan Xuanlu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the sky. Evening was approaching, and it was time for a meal. "I also wish to eat," murmured the inconspicuous Ajia. Yet, his words went unnoticed by those around him. "Let us depart. I have found it," he declared. For a super Douluo, the act of scanning with mental prowess was a trivial matter. Yuan Xuanlu discovered the lair of the great bone pig nearby, where he indeed found 3 piglets. Alas, he was still unsated. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment, ultimately directing his gaze towards the unconscious giant pig. A family should be complete and harmonious. Ling'er, ignite the flames and set the pot. Yuan Xuanlu presented an array of spices, meticulously applying them with a brush to the freshly skinned and gutted piglet. He then summoned his soul power to expedite the heating process. Shortly thereafter, the piglet emerged perfectly roasted, its skin a glorious golden hue, crisp and fragrant. Yet, a slight imperfection lingered, the watchful gaze of 3 individuals nearby. For an ordinary person, perhaps the desire for indulgence is the easiest to restrain. However, for Yuan Xuanlu, the craving for exquisite delicacies was perhaps the most challenging to endure. "You 3 may feast on the little piglets," he declared. Nevertheless, Yuan Xuanlu was not so brazen as to contend with the children for their meal. Instead, he graciously divided the roasted piglet among them. Yuan Ling'er exhibited the utmost elegance in her dining manner, unmistakably a product of refined, noble upbringing. Initially, Ajia attempted to emulate her style, yet his efforts resulted in a rather ungraceful imitation. Ultimately, he abandoned pretense altogether and resorted to devouring his food with his hands. Oscar, devoid of any concern for appearances, dove right in, consuming his meal with remarkable speed. "Uncle Yuan, I need to use the restroom," Oscar remarked, wiping his greasy fingers and patting his backside as he departed from the dining area. "Get lost. We are still eating." Yuan Ling'er maintained her characteristic tone when addressing Oscar. "Go ahead. I shall keep an eye on you," Yuan Sun replied in a gentler manner. Ajia also rose from his seat, expressing his desire to follow suit. Yuan Ling'er furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "You all should leave at once. Honestly, we are in the midst of our meal. Now be gone." 2 individuals, both suffering from delicate stomachs, hurriedly retreated to the restroom. Only Yuan Ling'er and Yuan Xuanlu remained at the table, continuing their meal. "Father," she remarked, "I still find Oscar to be rather untrustworthy." Yuan Ling'er suddenly spoke up in the midst of her meal. Yuan Xuanlu swallowed a sizable piece of pork, involuntarily smacking his lips. It still bore a hint of its original gamey flavor. "I suspect Oscar harbors ulterior motives. Father, have you ever encountered an individual who, at first, adamantly refused to join a faction, yet agreed to pledge their allegiance upon hearing a mere suggestion of benefit? What do you propose we do?" Yuan Xuanlu inquired, casting a glance towards Oscar's direction. "Eliminate him, for a permanent solution." A trace of severity appeared on Yuan Ling'er's face. Yuan Xuanlu wondered how his daughter had transformed into this. Yuan Xuanlu took out a piece of paper to wipe his hands, tossing the crumpled paper into the fire. "Have you ever witnessed a knight proclaiming fealty to his noble? These are the very gentlemen who elicit screams of delight from the maidens of Balak." Yuan Ling'er, though perplexed, nodded in response, affirming that she had indeed witnessed such a scene. "Do you envy their loyalty?" Yuan Xuanlu took another sip of water, dabbed at the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "A knight kneels before a noble, uttering a declaration that is both eloquent and devoid of substance. To those young ladies, this appears to be a splendid affair. Oh, a knight, half kneeling in oath. It seems they desire their own suitors to emulate such gestures. Yet, are you aware of the dismally low rate of fidelity among knights?" Yuan Ling'er shook her head. Yuan Xuanlu continued, "Nobility must possess wealth. They must be capable of providing knights with salaries, supporting the children of these knights, and providing for the knights' parents. Only then will the knights exhibit relative loyalty. Let us not delve into distant history. In recent years, has not the kingdom of Balak witnessed instances of knights betraying their lords? The reason lies in the insufficient salaries provided by their masters. Yuan Ling'er understood and nodded. Father implies that as long as we provide Oscar with sufficient funds, he will pledge his loyalty to us. However, isn't this akin to inviting a master into our lives? Yuan Xuanlu let out a sigh. What I mean to convey is that in this world, genuine and selfless loyalty is an impossibility. Even if one swears oaths akin to those of chivalrous knights, adorned with grandiloquent declarations, the reality remains that self-interest prevails. Our responsibility lies solely in binding him to our chariot. Yuan Ling'er nodded, appearing to grasp the concept, albeit with some uncertainty. Indeed, she had once been a limit de law in her previous life, yet when it came to such matters, her understanding was often somewhat limited. For the first 20 years, she had been shielded by her father, and after reaching a formidable level beyond 70, she secluded herself in the depths of the mountains, dedicating her days to rigorous training. Upon emerging as a titled Douluo, her encounters with the world of martial arts had been rather superficial, and others were hesitant to deceive one of her caliber. Thus, Yuan Ling'er found herself quite bewildered by these affairs. Yuan Xuanlu, still perplexed by the matter concerning his daughter, continued with his discourse. For instance, we could construct a new dwelling for Oscar's grandfather within the village and generously provide him with a cow. Firstly, this would enable our spirit hall to promote our benevolence and virtue towards the common folk, thereby earning their trust. Secondly, the entire village would become aware that Oscar's grandfather has a commendable grandson who is a member of the spirit hall. This word of mouth would proliferate, and in the future, should Oscar even contemplate betrayal by aligning himself with others, who would be willing to accept him? In times of war, would anyone dare to employ a person with a history of treachery? It would be common knowledge that Oscar has benefited from the spirit hall. And if he could betray us today, what would prevent him from doing so tomorrow? Furthermore, should he indeed turn traitor, could the elderly gentleman withstand the harsh judgment of others? Oscar would soon acquire the reputation of being disloyal and unfilial, rendering him unable to navigate the continent. Such a heartless scheme from a father. Yuan Ling'er lamented the corruption of those who engage in politics when she suddenly uncovered a glaring inconsistency. Wait, father. Did you not refuse to join the spirit hall? It is you who chose not to align with the spirit hall. Yuan Xuanlu elucidated. I do not wish to impose restrictions upon you, yet the strength of the spirit hall is a necessity that I must rely upon. This implies that Yuan Ling'er shares an allied relationship with the spirit hall, while Yuan Xuanlu ensures that this alliance is further solidified. Yuan Ling'er nodded slightly, as if in tacit agreement. She harbored no ill feelings towards the spirit hall, only recalling a beautiful elder sister and an elegantly noble woman, both strikingly lovely, both with an enigmatic connection to her father. Suddenly, a cacophony of desperate cries echoed from the woods, followed by a flurry of chaos as a stout figure and a lean one burst forth from the thicket, tears streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, "A pig! A pig! What a gigantic pig!" Chapter 27, 6 Divine Tokens. Sausages from the Great Bone Pig, aged 400 years. Yuan Xuanlu waved and beckoned a little piglet over, questioning why they appeared so timid. At that moment, tension permeated the air. Oscar, observing the murderous glint in Yuan Ling'er's eyes, refrained from elaborating on their previous predicament in the restroom. With me here, there is no need to be anxious. Yuan Xuanlu reassured them. Oscar retorted, you said the same thing earlier, and had we not hurriedly pulled up our trousers and fled in tears, we might not have made it. The large boar seemed to be the patriarch of the family. Now, the entire family was gathered together in unity. Yuan Xuanlu offered Oscar a knife. While the nutritional value of the large-boned pig is remarkably high, its temperament is gentle. And as a staple food for the common populace, it should be quite suitable for your sausage martial spirit, don't you think? Oh, very well. Oscar, taken by surprise, did not anticipate that after a meal and a visit to the restroom, he would acquire his first soul ring. Ajia stood to the side, shedding tears of envy. Yuan Xuanlu noticed Ajai's envy and explained, you are different from Xiao Ao. He is a food-type soul master, while you are an assault-type soul master. The great bone pig is suited for him, but not for you. Indeed, Oscar remarked, casting a glance at Yuan Xuanlu. Under his guidance, he swiftly ended the great bone pig's life and absorbed its soul ring. It is indeed fortunate to have a powerful ally. A problem that has persisted for 2 years was resolved in a single night. Uncle Yuan, I have discovered something else. Ajai raised both hands to report to Yuan Xuanlu. This great bone pig has scars on its body, wounds inflicted by soul beasts. Yuan Xuanlu examined it and confirmed that it was indeed true. Can you recount how you provoked this pig? Time rewound a few minutes earlier when Oscar and Ajay simultaneously sought refuge in a small grove, maintaining a slight distance yet not too far apart. Ajay, from now on, I shall call you Brother Jia, Oscar said idly, initiating conversation. But you are 8 years old. And I am only 6, Ajay replied, slightly uncomfortable with Oscar's enthusiasm. Oscar, having heard tales of heroes, clasped his hands and declared, a hero does not inquire about origins. And a valiant man does not cling to formalities. With his charming peach blossom eyes, he exuded an air reminiscent of ancient scholars. Brother Jia, may I inquire? Why does Yuan Ling'er ignore me? You must have offended her. How did I offend her? That, I do not know. Ajay, bewildered by the complexities of such matters, speculated. Perhaps she simply finds you displeasing. Maybe a few kind words would suffice. Oscar pondered, I see. Oscar, Brother Jia suddenly called out. I believe I sense fluctuations of soul power ahead. Oscar felt a surge of tension at Brother Jia's shout. Although it was not unusual for soul power fluctuations to arise in these desolate outskirts, he was rather timid. What is it? A soul beast. Pull up your pants. Pull up your pants. After recounting the entire sequence of events, Yuan Xuanlu instinctively disregarded their panic and instructed Ajay to wash his hands promptly. I will investigate which soul beast it is, Yuan Xuanlu said thoughtfully to Ajay, who was still washing his hands. With that, he soared into the sky in search of the soul beast. Ajay watched as Yuan Xuanlu ascended, only to see him return shortly thereafter. What happened? Yuan Ling'er inquired. If there is a soul beast, Yuan Xuanlu should have been able to capture it directly without the need to descend. Yuan Xuanlu's enthusiasm waned as he encountered a wolf-type soul beast, one that favored agility in its attacks, which was ill-suited for this portly figure. Ajay felt a surge of disappointment wash over him. Yet, such is the nature of soul hunting. It is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Take, for example, the 8th soul ring of Yuan Xuanlu. The spirit hall initially dispatched a contingent to scour the vast forests, and after more than half a year, many had perished before they finally identified the pure-blooded giant dragon residing in the Star Do forest as their target. Subsequently, a tidal Douluo was assigned to safeguard Yuan Xuanlu, and together they ventured into the heart of the Star Do forest. They spent 3 days locating the lair of the pure-blooded dragon. Upon its return, they devoted 2 days to the pursuit, and in their attempts to injure and chase down the dragon, they spent 7 days. By the time they ultimately vanquished the pure-blooded dragon, weeks had slipped away. In contrast, individuals like Tang San, who can summon any desired soul beast at will, are indeed the anomaly. Yuan Xuanlu stifled a yawn and said, I shall keep watch tonight. You may all rest. Yuan Ling'er and Ajay set up 2 tents, each taking one for themselves, while Yuan San lay beneath the vast expanse of the sky, using the earth as his bed. Oscar estimated that it would take only a few hours to absorb everything. The night passed in silence, though mosquitoes buzzed around. As the morning sun bathed Oscar in its warm light, he could not help but exclaim, "Oh, how refreshing." Yuan Ling'er emerged from the tent, her expression unfriendly as she inquired, What are you yelling about? I have acquired a soul ring. Oscar unleashed his martial spirit, a yellow soul ring encircling it. And with a chuckle, he declared, Little Ao possesses a grand sausage. Yuan Xuanlu waited for a while, observing that nothing had materialized in Oscar's hands. After a brief pause, he continued to wait. Yuan, filled with doubt regarding Oscar's martial spirit, inquired, What about the sausage? Oscar, with a bashful smile, responded, I merely recited my soul incantation once. My soul rings did not even illuminate, as I have not unleashed any soul skills. Then why not release a soul ring at all? Yuan Ling'er exclaimed in frustration, originally eager to witness the prowess of the future food god Douluo, only to be met with disappointment. Is this truly all there is? Am I to be toyed with? Little Ao possessed a large sausage, and Oscar swiftly unleashed his soul skill, conjuring a substantial sausage in his hand. It bore a resemblance to the red sausage Yuan had consumed in a past life, though it was considerably larger. After absorbing the soul ring of the great bone pig, my soul skill allows me to restore this grand sausage with a shelf life of 1 day. Its effects are comprehensive, promoting wound healing, replenishing stamina and soul power, alleviating fatigue, and most importantly, it fills the belly. Yuan Xuanlu nodded in appreciation. The path for food-type soul masters lies within the military, as in times of war. The army values quantity and the ability to satiate hunger, which is quite satisfactory. However, this advantage is not long-lasting. Never mind, once one's strength becomes formidable, the duration should significantly extend. By the way, does it alleviate itching? A Jie unexpectedly emerged from the tent, his face adorned with red welts, accompanied by the marks of clawing. It is indeed effective. Oscar, observing the vivid welts and scratches on a Jie's face, could not help but inquire, "What happened to you?" "There were mosquitoes yesterday," a Jie succinctly replied. He then seized Oscar's restorative sausage and swallowed it whole. Before long, the welts subsided, and the scratches vanished. Yuan Lu couldn't help but nod, remarking that your revival of the sausage as a remedy should yield remarkable effects. 6 gods? Yuan Ling'er remained outwardly composed, yet internally startled. Casting a glance at Yuan Lu, did father also possess knowledge of matters pertaining to the divine? The tester, a Jie, enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, his chubby face brimming with delight, itch relief and swelling reduction. This is precisely what floral water is known for. Moreover, it even diminishes scars. Yuan Ling'er realized it was the 6 gods brand floral water. However, it couldn't be marketed as a mosquito repellent, which was a pity. In truth, the initial modified version of floral water was concocted by Yuan Lu, who blended some itch-relieving and mosquito-repelling herbs with alcohol, resulting in a potent concoction with a strong fragrance that was unsuitable for general use. Its scent was overwhelmingly pungent, and some even consumed it as medicinal liquor. Subsequently, that fellow, Zhu Huaguan, further refined the formula of the first-generation floral water, thus producing the modified floral water. Yet, apart from a similar fragrance, its components and effectiveness diverged significantly from the floral water of Yuan Lu's past life. Observing a Jie and Yuan Lu debating the efficacy of mosquito repulsion and itch relief, Oscar fell into contemplation, recalling, "I remember, my martial soul is a sausage." Chapter 28. Why on earth is this pig wearing clothes? On the 3rd day in the Soul Beast Forest, a Jie remained empty-handed. Oscar's circumstances starkly contrasted with a Jie's. Indeed, this disparity revealed the extent of their respective fortunes. Some individuals faced 3 fruitless days in search of a soul ring, while others effortlessly acquired one. Should I give up? A Jie himself was losing confidence. "Take your time. Haste makes waste," Yuan Ling'er reassured him, giving a Jie a hearty pat on the back. "None of us are in a rush. Do you wish to return to class?" Upon contemplating the drudgery of the classroom, the plump A Jie quickly dismissed his urgency. "No rush, no rush. I'm not anxious at all. One who reads thousands of books and travels thousands of miles understands that solely relying on book knowledge may lead to pitfalls." Yuan Lu leisurely remarked that he was in no hurry, for he had taken a leave of absence from the Balak Intermediate Soul Master Academy, allowing him ample time to relax. Moreover, he intended to resign upon his return. In truth, if it were possible, he truly wished to send them into the army of the Douluo Empire to experience it firsthand. Yuan Lu sighed. The Douluo army, the military. A Jie was taken aback. He merely wished to avoid school and had agreed with the notion of traveling thousands of miles. There was no need to consign himself to the military of the Douluo Empire. Yuan Lu, with his hands clasped behind his back, unleashed a surge of soul power that incapacitated a chattering monkey spirit beast perched in a tree. He continued, "A commendable army is one that cultivates individuals. It must be elite, not merely a gathering of ruffians. The military prowess and the caliber of personnel in the Douluo Empire have always surpassed those of the Heaven Do Empire. Over the course of nearly 2 millennia, countless conflicts have arisen between the Douluo and Heaven Do empires, culminating in 3 significant wars of national scale. Although these conflicts were ultimately mediated by the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire emerged victorious only once. I recall. It is the tale of the War Empress." A Jie remembered, for he had a keen interest in history, excelling in the foundational course on the continent's past. "Indeed, the War Empress triumphed thrice against the Douluo's underworld," Oscar exclaimed, his enthusiasm akin to that of a treasure hunter. His knowledge of history primarily stemmed from tales recounted by storytellers in tea houses. A Jie nodded, gesturing animatedly at that time. The Heaven Do Empire was embroiled in a struggle for legitimacy between 2 factions, one led by the War Empress, and the other now referred to as the False Imperial Line. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, the Douluo Empire launched an invasion. With 2 competing claims to the throne, local aristocrats busied themselves with allegiance, while the lords directly under the royal family hesitated to consult either faction for fear of being branded traitors. Instead, they collectively chose to remain silent. As a result, after the Douluo Empire captured 12 cities in succession, many regions capitulated in fear, and for a time, the southern territories of the Heaven Do Empire, along with most of its vassal states, or the flag of the Douluo Empire. What followed? Oscar, having mistaken Ajia for a storyteller, quickly inquired, what happened next? The young and impetuous war empress soon emerged on the scene. Historical records indicate that after mobilizing the first army from the Grand Duchy, she promptly headed to the battlefield against the Douluo Empire. This newly formed army not only defeated the invading forces of the underworld duke, but also reclaimed significant lost territories, causing those who had previously surrendered to once again assert their defiance. At that moment, Yuan Ling'er suddenly spoke. It may not necessarily be the new army. It is likely the elite forces of the Grand Duchy from that time. Have you not considered that a new army, which has never set foot on the battlefield, could defeat the Duke of the Netherworld's seasoned troops? Ajia stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is indeed a valid point. Oscar, carefree and oblivious, chimed in. The storyteller says that new recruits transform into seasoned veterans only through battle. When half of 1,000 soldiers perish, the surviving 500 form the backbone of the army. By recruiting new soldiers and integrating the experienced with the inexperienced, a formidable army emerges. It is not as simple as you suggest. If half the army dies, it would have long since collapsed. I am speaking of the elite. The elite. The boys, filled with fervor for military matters, argued passionately, their faces flushed. And even the monkey nearby joined in the commotion, chattering excitedly. Yuan Xuanlu captured the monkey and placed it before Ajia. Ajia. This is a nearly 400-year-old golden-armored monkey, endowed with remarkably high defensive capabilities. Fortune smiles upon you. A soul ring has now become attainable. Yuan Xuanlu had not anticipated that amidst the commotion between Ajia and Oscar, a troop of monkeys would arrive to witness the spectacle. In an instant, he seized the Monkey King, surprisingly finding it quite suitable as Ajia's soul ring. Ajia gazed at the golden-armored monkey, now firmly held by Yuan Xuanlu, and swallowed hard. The golden-armored monkey is renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. At a century old, it can generate a faint layer of golden armor upon its surface, while a millennium-old golden-armored monkey would envelop its vital areas in a protective golden shell. As for the 10,000-year variant, he was uncertain. However, it was rumored that powerful aristocrats crafted inner armor from the golden armor of these ancient beasts. It seemed perfect, albeit with a minor dilemma. But my martial spirit is a pig. Can it truly absorb the soul ring of a monkey? Ajia inquired. Yuan Ling'er remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Do the soul masters wielding the Haotian hammer truly absorb soul rings from hammer spirits? Meanwhile, Ajia patiently explained to Yuan Xuanlu. Although the golden-armored monkey is not a pig-type soul beast, its defensive capabilities are what you should truly value. Generally speaking, assault-type soul masters possess several soul skills that enhance their attributes or defensive prowess, such as the White Tiger clan's White Tiger shield. Oscar chimed in. Indeed, indeed. The words of our esteemed leader are quite astute. It is utterly implausible for those with the hammer martial soul to absorb hammer spirits as their soul rings. Your notion that one must absorb soul rings from soul beasts that correspond to their martial soul is fundamentally flawed. Calling me esteemed leader? I am younger than you. What a misnomer, what a misnomer. Yuan Ling'er indulged in firecrackers once more, engaging in a playful quarrel with Oscar. Ajia, observing the golden-armored monkey, nodded slightly before swiftly ending its life with a single strike. As the yellow century-old soul ring emerged, Ajia commenced the absorption process. An hour later, he had successfully absorbed the soul ring. The resulting soul skill aligned with Yuan's earlier conjecture. It was a protective soul skill that Ajia aptly named Golden Armor Shield. This ability enveloped his body in a luminous aura of soul power, enhancing his defense by 60% and augmenting his attack by 2%. Not bad. Yet for your next soul ring, you must seek a soul beast with formidable attacking prowess. Yuan Xuanlu nodded in satisfaction. Show me your martial soul. Ajia then unleashed his martial soul, the Ji. Oscar eagerly approached to observe this peculiar martial soul known as the Smiling Pig. After a moment of scrutiny, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, how come this pig is dressed in clothes?" The soul hunting concluded. The only surprise was that Ajia's martial soul underwent a new transformation. His silly smiling pig donned a flowing robe. Yuan Xuanlu surprisingly discerned a hint of ethereal grace in the smirking visage of a pig. As for the matter regarding Ajia's mutated martial spirit, without a clear direction, Yuan sought to gather information at the spirit hall, hoping for some revelation. However, it was more likely that he would find nothing at all, as the continent was brimming with an array of extraordinary spirits, some of which were uniquely possessed by secluded villages hidden from the world. Yuan Xuanlu led 3 young children outside, and as they emerged, they immediately spotted Oscar's grandfather squatting at the entrance, eagerly gazing at the gate of the Soul Beast Forest, fearful of missing anyone. Oscar hurried over to assist the old man, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I have obtained my spirit ring. From today onwards, I am also a spirit master." Upon hearing this joyous news, the old man's face lit up with delight, his wrinkles lifting in a smile. He quickly bowed to Yuan Ling'er, expressing, "Excellent, excellent. I truly thank you, esteemed spirit master." Yuan Ling'er could hardly believe his eyes as the elderly gentleman bowed deeply before him. Swiftly, he assisted the elder to his feet, a warm smile gracing his face as he said, "Please, do not refer to me as Lord Soul Master. I have already taken Oscar as my named disciple." "Oscar? Is that so? How unexpectedly delightful. Once Oscar becomes my named disciple, it won't be long before the Spirit Hall sends someone to renovate your old house." "Ah, splendid." The old man beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight. He playfully slapped Oscar on the head, urging him, "Hurry, pay your respects to your master." With a resounding thud, Oscar knelt down, reverently bowing his head 3 times. "I pay my respects to my teacher." Seeing Oscar kneeling, the old man was filled with elation. Nodding his approval, in his eyes, Oscar's kneeling solidified their master-disciple bond. And he believed that following the esteemed soul master would surely lead to a prosperous future for his grandson. For the elderly gentleman, age had diminished his aspirations. All he wished for was a bright path for his beloved grandson. Little Oscar. Yuan Ling'er generously presented him with a ring-shaped storage soul guide as a token of their meeting. "Thank you, master," Oscar replied with a gleeful grin, accepting the soul guide and eagerly showing it to his grandfather. The old man affectionately ruffled Oscar's hair, chuckling with delight. While Oscar reveled in the warmth of familial bliss with his grandfather, Ajia pondered the matter of his soul's mutation. Meanwhile, Yuan Ling'er pulled Yuan Ling'er aside, inquiring, "Father, do you truly intend to take Oscar as your disciple?" In the Douluo continent, the term disciple referred to one who inherited the teachings and legacy of their master, a bond that transcended even that of biological kinship. "No, I only take named disciples," Yuan Ling'er emphasized the word named. Oscar is indeed his disciple, yet not entirely so. Chapter 29. The divine core. Yuan Ling'er escorted Oscar's grandfather back to the village and hosted a lavish banquet in celebration. Shortly after the feast concluded, Oscar departed from the village to transfer to the Balak Junior Soul Master Academy. Ajia also returned to school to seek out Lu Wei. Meanwhile, Yuan Ling'er planned to take Yuan Ling'er on a journey to the Soul Master City, as it was an inevitable destination. Having incurred the ire of Tang San, our goal was to foster numerous friendships while minimizing enmities, uniting all possible allies. Balak City, Yuan Ling'er. As a soul master and an instructor at a mid-level soul master academy, although Yuan Ling'er resides not in an aristocratic mansion district, the dwelling he occupies is nonetheless of a refined caliber. This is largely due to the fortuitous legacy of the real estate market from his previous life, which has afforded him such comforts. Upon arriving in the Douluo continent, Yuan Ling'er commenced an incessant acquisition of properties, all situated in prime locations. He secured 2 residences on the Imperial Street of Tiando City, one on the White Tiger Avenue of Xinglua City, another within the Elder Hall of Wuhuan City, 4 on the St. Balak Royal Avenue of Balak City, and 3 on the Ice Lord Street in the capital of the Agandaz Kingdom. However, he did not possess any properties in several major cities, such as Soto City. Within this modest dwelling on St. Balak Royal Avenue, Yuan Ling'er has resided here for 6 years. 6 years indeed. Is it not preferable to lie flat? Yet Tang San, that troublesome individual, insists on provoking us. Yuan Ling'er meticulously organized the materials and plans, preparing to visit the Spirit Hall to have a word with Bibi Dong. In essence, this could be regarded as an affiliation with the Spirit Hall. It was not as the identity of Qian Ling'er that he returned to the Spirit Hall, but rather as Yuan Ling'er, entering to serve the hall. Yuan Ling'er pondered over the traditions of the Spirit Hall, letting out a sigh. It seemed that upon his return, he would be met with a myriad of trivial matters. Those elders and bishops were utterly ineffectual, yet they excelled in their verbal prowess. Reflecting on the elders, Yuan Ling'er lamented that he would once again be subjected to a tedious grind. It must be acknowledged that those in high positions were indeed masters of evasion, as was the case in Balak City, and similarly within the Spirit Hall. Yuan Ling'er entered after knocking, demonstrating great politeness. Yuan Ling'er immediately fell silent. Even if he wished to voice his grievances, it would be inappropriate to do so in front of his daughter. Such matters were already a source of distress. Sharing them with another person might elicit empathy, Yet there was a far greater likelihood of merely spreading negative emotions. Father, must you truly go to the spirit hall? The reason why Yuan Ling'er poses such a question is that the spirit hall is an immense power with profound depths. When the elegantly poised Aunt Dong visited their home last time, she came under the guise of friendship, nonetheless. Her words were laced with inquiries about whether Yuan Ling'er would join the spirit hall. This time, however, when her father visits the spirit hall, he does so not as a friend, but as a representative seeking collaboration. To put it plainly, he intends to ally with the spirit hall. Such negotiations are inherently unequal, involving significant exchanges of interests and compromises, with her father likely to bear the brunt of the disadvantage. It is indeed true that Bibi Dong possesses the strength of a titled Douluo, yet her role as the Pope of the Spirit Hall amplifies her influence to a staggering degree. A mere stamp of her foot could send tremors throughout the continent's power dynamics. Furthermore, what distinguishes Bibi Dong's position from that of an imperial monarch? As the saying goes, to accompany a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. Negotiating with such a figure, she possesses a myriad of ways to outmaneuver you. It is imperative to proceed. Yet rest assured, the individuals within the spirit hall are, after all, benevolent towards children. There is no mention of their kindness extending to adults. Yuan Ling'er pondered for a moment and then clasped Yuan Xuanlu's arm. Father, why must you seek out the spirit hall? Tang San is now your adversary. Am I to confront him single-handedly? One must understand that Tang San has the support of the empire and commands his own faction, the Tang sect. However, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment, withdrew his arm, crouched down, and gently patted Yuan Ling'er on the head. Father misses home. In truth, the Soul City is quite splendid. Oh, when you encounter those whose aura is as formidable as mine, be sure to greet grandfather and grandmother warmly. Why, you ask? This way, they would feel rather embarrassed to deny you a red envelope. Yuan Ling'er, at this moment, could not help but reflect on the rather mercenary inclination of her father, who seemed to be scheming to exploit her charm for financial gain, revealing a rather callous heart. Yuan Ling'er could no longer contain her curiosity. After exchanging a few playful jests, she ultimately broke the ice and inquired, Father, what does Tang San truly mean to you? Direct, clear, and straightforward. Yuan Xuanlu found himself lost in contemplation. For him, Tang San was the son of his brother's murderer, however. It appeared that he and Qian Xuanji maintained a relationship characterized by fraternal affection. To Yuan Xuanlu, Tang San represented a vendetta against his family. Yet the act of vengeance remained unfulfilled. What, then, is Tang San truly? In his youth, while watching Douluo, Yuan Xuanlu perceived nothing amiss about Tang San. As he matured, he began to view Tang San as hypocritical and duplicitous, a true scion of human depravity. With the passage of time, he reflected that if he were in Tang San's position, he would likely be incapable of executing such a fade of virtue while simultaneously engaging in deception, maintaining a fade of righteousness for millennia, all while masquerading as the illustrious sea god. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment, shook his head, and spoke cautiously. I am uncertain, yet I believe this matter hinges upon one's posterior. Yuan Ling'er felt a flush of embarrassment. In truth, Yuan Xuanlu's meaning was that one's impulses often dictate one's decisions. Had Yuan Xuanlu been an ordinary individual, he likely would not have entangled himself with the troublesome Tang San. Their realms were too disparate, and even though they dwelled on the same continent, their paths would never have crossed. If Yuan Xuanlu were a soul master of considerable talent, he would merely have integrated himself into Tang San's faction, reaping the rewards of victory. As for the enlightened soul masters who might deride him for being opportunistic, he would simply chuckle, declaring himself the victor, dismissing their scorn with a glance, which he would consider a concession. However, Yuan Xuanlu found himself without choices or avenues. He was a member of the Spirit Hall, branded by its mark from birth. In the future, he faced a grim dichotomy, either engage in a fierce battle against Tang San or survive by any means necessary. Yet survival seemed unlikely, particularly since Xiao Wu's mother appeared to be one of those whom he and Bibi Dong had hunted. To complicate matters further, Yuan Ling'er inexplicably attracted Tang San's ire. Were it not for Yuan Xuanlu's constant companionship with Yuan Ling'er, he might have suspected that some time traveler had brainwashed her into opposing Tang San. Why he'd such a misguided group? We are no longer immersed in a novel. It is indeed a vexatious situation, using the youth as pawns. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang San now obstructed his path, and with no room for negotiation, he resolved to eliminate him. Upon introspection, I find that succumbing to apathy is less commendable than striving for success. especially considering that my Yuan Ling'er is truly exceptional. If all else fails, we shall see. The future remains perpetually enigmatic, even for a titled Douluo. Yuan Ling'er returned to her chamber, turning her gaze inward to examine the divine core within her. This was the sole method to vanquish Tang San. Yet, how does one unlock this enigma? Yuan Ling'er entered a state of introspection, gazing at the golden divine core within her. Even as she bit into her own fingernail, she could not discern a solution. The divine core belonged to her, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, it was shrouded in a layer of sealing. It might be that the divine core had sealed itself. Today was not the first time she sought to unravel this seal. During her days in the Soul Beast Forest, she had endeavored to break it, but to no avail. Ultimately, Yuan Ling'er resorted to a rudimentary method, employing soul energy to grind away. With persistence, even an iron pestle could be ground into a needle. The technique of sealing is something everyone understands, regardless of how sophisticated a seal may be. The fundamental principles remain largely the same. They utilize a gentle form of energy to impede another, more turbulent energy within. Yuan Ling'er could not resort to cunning methods. She had to rely solely on her own strength to break the seal. Moreover, this was her own divine core. After diligently honing her skills for 3 consecutive years, she must surely succeed in shattering the confinement. Oh dear, oh dear. In the dimly lit chamber, Yuan Ling'er is preparing for the impending war. Chapter 30. Yuan returns to the somewhat disloyal Soul City today. Soul City is a significant city on the Douluo continent. Compared to the renowned Heaven Do City, Soul City appears rather diminutive, even lacking 1/10 of Heaven Do's size. However, the awe it inspires in the world remains undiminished, for it is the holy land of soul masters across the continent. The tea houses in Soul City have always been bustling with activity. Those of affluence would reserve a private room on the 2nd floor, while those with a decent purse would share tables on the ground floor. Those who could not afford a drink would loiter at the entrance, bringing their own fried soybeans, listening intently as the storyteller, with a pot of tea and a fan, closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Once the apprentices warmed up the atmosphere, the storyteller would adjust his long robe, stroke his beard, clear his throat, and with a tap on the wooden board, commence his tale. Who is the War Empress, you may ask? Surely, everyone present is well acquainted with her. She is the divine warrior of Heaven Do. Despite her femininity, the victories of Heaven Do are largely attributed to her prowess. Laughter erupted from the audience as a regional joke ensued. It is said that during her youth, the War Empress was the most cherished daughter of the Emperor of Heaven Do, and she was not one to be trifled with in Heaven Do City. Oh, she would strut down the streets like a crab, lacking any decorum. The storyteller mimicked the crab's gait, eliciting more laughter from the crowd. Yet, on that particular day, when the War Empress visited a tavern for a drink, she overheard someone mocking her for her ostentation. How could the War Empress endure such indignation? All eyes were upon her. In Heaven Do City, reputation is of utmost importance, and she could not afford to lose face in front of others. Thus, she stepped inside, only to find a strikingly handsome young man. The crowd leaned in, eager not to miss a single detail. Who is this dashing young man, you ask? He is none other than the esteemed White Knight of our Soul Palace. The War Empress had never encountered such a captivating figure before, her heart fluttering. Yuan Xuanlu gently covered Yuan Ling'er's ears and hurriedly led her out, muttering reproaches about the indecency of it all. But father, the story isn't finished yet. Yuan Ling'er protested, shaking her head in reluctance. After all, who would heed the tales of a War Empress unless accompanied by a valiant White Knight? Yuan Xuanlu wore a grim expression, stating, but I have heard it. Indeed, I have heard it all. These melodramatic tales are merely the product of his whimsical imagination after perusing a few history books. I am uncertain how such nonsense was disseminated by that fool, referring to myself, yet the storyteller, upon hearing it, altered and narrated it, thus transforming it into a hallmark of the Spirit Hall, complete with a distinct local accent. What? I mean to say, should you wish to delve into the tale of the War Empress, I recommend visiting the Grand Library of Spirit City, where numerous invaluable historical documents await. Yuan Ling'er, with an expression of grievance, lamented, but I truly wish to hear this. In her previous life, she had never set foot in the Spirit Hall city. By the time she arrived, it had already been reduced to ruins. It was fortunate to witness even the remnants of its culture and customs. Daddy, Yuan Ling'er playfully pleaded. All right, I shall take you there. This time we shall witness something truly remarkable. Hooray! With a sharp clap, the storyteller at this tea house, though youthful and somewhat inexperienced, began to address the audience. Esteemed guests, today we shall continue our tale, recounting the saga of the White Knight who aided the Empress in her triumphant conquest over the Netherworld. Yuan Xuanlu nodded, acknowledging that he had not heard of this narrative before. It seemed to be a tale spun by the youthful storyteller, one that held a certain charm. In the midst of the conflict, the war queen led her troops into battle, and upon sighting the meager 1,000 soldiers of the Heaven Do army, the prince of the Netherworld, who commanded the Star Luo forces, chuckled disdainfully and remarked, "Such foolishness." A general from Star Luo spoke up, questioning, "Why not have the prince personally eradicate this small band of thieves?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, the prince dispatched a silver-armored young general, smirking as he said, "The children will defeat themselves. But what of the White Knight of the Spirit Hall? Was he merely a child? He was a figure of considerable repute." Observing the prince's contempt for the war queen's forces, the White Knight immediately requested to take the field. Consider, if you will, that at that time, the war queen was still but a young girl, unfamiliar with such grand spectacles. From a distance, she beheld the Star Luo army's formidable fortifications and banners that blotted out the sun. The silver-armored young general, leading an elite cavalry, charged directly towards their formation, causing her to break into a cold sweat, overwhelmed with fear. It was only when the White Knight once more stepped forward to volunteer for battle that the war queen's anxiety was quelled. Reflecting on the 5,000 cavalry opposing them against their own scant 1,000, the war queen feared certain defeat. Yet, the White Knight, undeterred, insisted on leading the charge, assuring her of victory. The war queen furrowed her brow and inquired, "How many men do you require?" The White Knight, with a strategic calmness, responded, "I alone can vanquish the enemy." Thus, before the two armies, the White Knight unleashed his martial spirit. 9 soul rings flickered in succession as he struck the ground with a powerful fist, causing the earth to tremble and split. The silver-armored young general was buried alive beneath the rubble, and the elite cavalry, startled and disoriented, abandoned their weapons and fled. Witnessing this, the prince of the Netherworld was rendered utterly terrified, his bravado evaporating in the face of such overwhelming might. Yuan Xuanlu could no longer contain his frustration, his face darkening in disbelief. How could anyone be listening to this? At that time, the White Knight was merely a soul king at level 50. Where could he possibly acquire 9 soul rings? The Duke of Nether was a soul Douluo at that time. Pray tell, how could he have been so intimidated as to lose all composure? Was it merely the reputation of the Spirit Hall that instilled such fear? Back then, it was only the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall who managed to halt the escalation of this conflict. Truly, what a fabrication! Yuan Xuanlu believed that prior to Yuan Ling'er acquiring a systematic understanding of history, she should refrain from indulging in excessive storytelling, as it might diminish her intellect. Such sentiments should be carefully articulated. A man, possessing a sharp demeanor, smiled and addressed Yuan Xuanlu with a respectful gesture. It appears this young brother is out enjoying a day with his daughter. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu returned the courtesy, and even Yuan Ling'er mirrored the gesture. When one ventures out for leisure, the pursuit of satisfaction is paramount, regardless of the tale being told. As long as there are willing listeners, the narrative holds value. The man poured himself a jug of wine, after all. The Spirit Master City is exclusively accessible to soul masters, which implies that its inhabitants are not mere rustic folk, at the very least. They are literate and should possess an understanding of history. This assertion is indeed valid. They are aware that the story is fabricated. The youthful storyteller may lack the clarity of the elders, yet there remains an audience willing to listen and appreciate. The man tossed a few copper soul coins into the young servant's basket, and shortly thereafter, the young storyteller on stage acknowledged the man's generosity with a spirited salute. "Thank you for your patronage, sir." The man smiled confidently. Such joy is priceless. Yuan Xuanlu mused to himself, is that truly worth a fortune? Merely a handful of copper soul coins. Ah, I see. You wish to feign profundity, don't you? Who cannot play such a role? I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed brother. Yuan Xuanlu took a sip of tea and glanced at the young storyteller on the stage, pondering whether the reward was truly deserved. This storyteller relied solely on his verbal skills, lacking any substantial talent. He should refrain from pursuing this livelihood. A story must adhere to a certain logic. While the audience may indulge without much thought, the storyteller cannot afford to do so. Yuan Xuanlu continued. A tale comprises 3 parts truth and 7 parts fiction. The interplay of reality and illusion is inevitable, yet the logic remains unchanged. For instance, in his narration of the White Knight aids the Empress in 3 conquests of the Netherworld, were it I who spoke, I would first delve into the disdain the Duke of the Netherworld holds for the Empress, explore the profound fears of the warlord Empress, and then discuss the utter inadequacies of the heavenly dual army. Would this not drive many impatient listeners to a state of exasperation? They come seeking solace. And yet you present them with this? The man inquired hastily. Yuan Xuanlu dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, saying, without restraint. How can there be elevation? However, one must grasp the delicate balance. A novice, after a few attempts and some critiques from the audience, will eventually comprehend the measure. There is wisdom in that. The man nodded thoughtfully. Yuan Xuanlu struck the table with fervor, proclaiming, and then we shall rise again. The disdain once shown by the underworld duke will be matched by the severity of their defeat. The ineptitude of the war empress will be countered by her future prowess in battle. As for the heavenly dueling army, I fear there is little hope for them. They have perpetually languished in mediocrity. Ha! The man laughed heartily. Yuan Xuanlu took another sip of water. Leisurely setting the stage, the tale will unfold gradually, and naturally, there will be those willing to reward you with silver. However, there is a certain measure to this request for remuneration. What does this mean? In the bustling audience, a medley of individuals can be found, each more diverse than the last. When encountering the affable, one might receive a warm greeting of esteemed sir, may fortune smile upon you, thereby fostering a pleasant rapport. Yet, when faced with the obstinate, one may find themselves subjected to sharp retorts, compelled to maintain a cheerful facade, hoping that others will refrain from retaliating against a smiling countenance. What options remain? What recourse is there? This is your livelihood. These individuals are your benefactors. Some may offer financial support, a gesture of goodwill, while those who do not at least take the time to listen for a while, fulfilling their duty as an audience. Gratitude is warranted when they choose to contribute. However, should they decline, they will swiftly depart to avoid any discomfort. The man listens intently, his role being one of steadfast vigilance, seldom receiving such conversational exchanges, which prompts him to express camaraderie. Your words resonate profoundly. I observe that your attire speaks of elegance, suggesting you are no ordinary person. Indeed, in this city of martial spirits, even a stray brick could crush several soul masters. Who among them is not astute? Ling'er, let us depart. Yuan Xuanlu called out. Departing the tea house with Yuan Ling'er, he was unaware of the man's true intentions. Although a titled Douluo was not intimidated by ordinary people, it was still wise to maintain a cordial demeanor. The man caught up with Yuan Xuanlu, clasped his fists, and inquired, May I ask your esteemed surname? I am of the Yuan family, Yuan Xuanlu replied, pausing to return the greeting. Yuan Xuanlu, at your service. I am Haotian, the man responded, bowing slightly to both Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er. I am a guardian knight of the Spirit Hall. Dear brother Yuan, you must have heard that the 3 generations of the temple guardians must hail from the Spirit Soul City. I have resided in Spirit Soul City for nearly 30 years. If you have any places you wish to visit, I would be honored to extend my hospitality as your host. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuanlu couldn't help but smile. Oh, the standard angel flag of the old martial Soul City. I actually have a place I wish to visit. Oh, where might that be? Yuan Xuanlu pointed towards the Pope's palace perched upon the hillside within the city, expressing his desire to visit. Haotian chuckled softly, revealing, so you seek a pilgrimage. In truth, dear Yuan, the Pope's palace harbors no extraordinary allure. It cannot rival the historical grandeur of the heavenly dual palace nor the exquisite decor of the Starfall Palace. Yet, I must go, for it is the focal point of the entire city. Is your desire truly so profound? Indeed it is. Very well, let us proceed. With a hearty laugh, Haotian, shedding any pretense, led Yuan Xuanlu through several streets before ascending the hill towards the Pope's palace. Daddy, are we really going to the Pope's palace? Yuan Ling'er asked, her voice laced with anxiety. Having never beheld the Pope's palace, she recalled how the ravages of war had consumed the once majestic city of the martial Soul Palace. The imperial forces had plundered all treasures of gold and silver, while the gems of art and culture had been reduced to ashes. Even the resting place of the deceased title Douluo was denied peace. Thus, as this famed city, once only a memory, materialized before her eyes, her heart swelled not only with trepidation, but also with a hint of joy. What a splendid city it was, filled with fascinating storytellers. How wonderful it would be if their tales could continue endlessly. Yuan Xuanlu ascended the steps with a calm demeanor, for this time, he had returned. Halt! 2 silver-armored palace guards obstructed Yuan Xuanlu and his companions, while 100 silver-armored knights simultaneously raised their longswords, declaring, This is a forbidden zone. Take another step forward, and we shall not hesitate to execute. Haotian offered an apologetic smile. It's part of the job. I do the same when I am on duty. Indeed, I am aware. Yuan Xuanlu responded to Xia Tianlai's explanation, then gently patted Yuan Ling'er on the head. This is my home. Although your father has seemed to accomplish nothing over the years and appears to be merely a figurehead as a title Douluo, at the very least, I can present to you a spectacle of a king's return at this moment. With that, as Yuan stepped onto the staircase, he erupted into hearty laughter. Yuan Xuanlu has triumphantly returned to my loyal spirit city today. Haha. He is filled with joy, laughter, and exhilaration. Finally, at long last, he has returned. No longer is he the discarded title Douluo. He now boasts a daughter of divine stature, a daughter who has bested Tang San in combat. Yuan Xuanlu ascended the steps. Under the adoring gaze of Yuan Ling'er and the astonished expression of Xia Tianlai, embarking on his journey to the papal hall. Yet, he was met with the resounding shouts of 100 knights. Advance at your peril, we shall slay without mercy. Yuan Xuanlu, there are children present. Must you not show me some courtesy? Yuan Ling'er, wasn't it promised that the king would return? Xia Tianlai, truly a fierce sight. Yuan Xuanlu paid no heed and once again ascended a step. Should anyone dare to approach further, they would face merciless retribution. 100 silver-armored knights unleashed their martial spirits, each a formidable soul king at level 50, all under the age of 40. In total, 500 soul rings illuminated the entrance of the Pope's Hall, a magnificent spectacle that even captivated the entire populace of Spirit City. It appears that today, Yuan Xuanlu has returned to his rather disloyal Spirit City. Yuan Xuanlu turned back, extending his hand towards Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Ling'er clasped her father's hand tightly. Yuan Xuanlu smiled and nodded, stepping forward with his daughter. Yuan Xuanlu unleashed his martial soul, the radiant holy dragon roared. As Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er took another step forward, the first-century spirit ring of Yuan Xuanlu emerged, and with each subsequent step, the second millennium spirit ring materialized. As he advanced further, every dozen steps would unveil new wonders. As Yuan Xuanlu's feet touched the ground, a soul ring materialized beneath him. Upon successfully reaching the summit with Yuan Ling'er, 9 soul rings appeared at his feet. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 2 red. These seemingly simple 9 soul rings instantaneously eclipsed the brilliance of 500 others. 100 knights stood by, their eyes wide with astonishment. As the title Douluo led the little girl by the hand into the Pope's Hall. My father is a title Douluo, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed proudly within the sacred halls. Yuan Xuanlu, at this moment, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. He gazed at the shimmering lights soaring through the sky, each representing the formidable power of a soul sage. Perhaps Yuan Xuanlu had indeed been away for far too long. 6 years was ample time for people to forget a title Douluo. To his surprise, a soul sage inquired. Might I ask who approaches? Father, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed, embracing Yuan Xuanlu tightly. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted Yuan Ling'er on the shoulder and remarked, your father is a title Douluo. Thus, the soul power of Yuan Xuanlu, at the 96th level, surged upwards, forcefully compelling the entire assembly of soul saints back to the ground. His voice resonated like rolling thunder. I am the one known as the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 31. What is the name of Father's father? After a chaotic uproar, Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er were invited into the papal hall. Dragon Emperor Douluo, must I still pay my respects to you? Oh, Uncle Tiani, such words. You are my elder. It would not be excessive for me to bow to you as a father. Golden Crocodile Douluo. Then let it be. Who in the spirit hall does not know that you, Qian Xuanlu, are famously known as the father with a laughing son? Golden Crocodile Douluo, no longer jesting, remarked with a smile, the grand offering is waiting for you inside. Uncle Tiani, do you think your granddaughter is well behaved? It is not incorrect to refer to her as a granddaughter, for Golden Crocodile Douluo is even older than Qian Douluo. Yuan Xuanlu had no issue allowing Yuan Ling'er to acknowledge Golden Crocodile Douluo as her grandfather. However, Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed momentarily perplexed by Yuan Xuanlu's intentions. Casting a glance at the wide-eyed Yuan Ling'er, he nodded, very well behaved, quite adorable. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunity when the iron is hot. Did she just call you grandpa? The Golden Crocodile Douluo glanced once more at Yuan Ling'er, who cheerfully exclaimed, hello, grandpa. Having lived for so long, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had become quite astute. By now, he surely understood Yuan Xuanlu's clever tactics. The cheeky lad was attempting to take advantage of his esteemed uncle, the Heavenly Crocodile, with a chuckle and a playful reprimand. The Golden Crocodile Douluo withdrew a purple right arm soul bone from his soul guide device and presented it to Yuan Xuanlu, casually remarking, 1,000-year soul bone. I doubt you would find it appealing, but it's the thought that counts. Upon hearing such a grandiose statement, Yuan Ling'er felt a pang of envy. These grandfathers were truly affluent. No wonder her father had mentioned the intention to extract a hefty sum from them. Thank you, Grandpa. Yuan Ling'er called out even more affectionately. Please, go in, said Golden Crocodile Douluo to Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu led Yuan Ling'er into the Grand Hall. This was the Elder Hall, the most magnificent structure within the Pope's palace, symbolizing the supreme essence of the Spirit Hall. As Yuan Ling'er entered the vast chamber, an involuntary chill ran down her spine. At the innermost part of the hall stood a colossal statue of a six-winged angel, towering 10 meters high. Beneath this magnificent sculpture stood a man. His back turned toward the entrance, long hair cascading down his shoulders. The light filtering through the stained glass windows converged upon him, evoking a sense of reverence. Once a limit Douluo, Yuan Ling'er felt an uncanny sensation. The man's aura seemed to have merged with that of the enormous six-winged angel statue, to the extent that one might not even discern the presence of a person standing there. So profoundly restrained was his essence. Yuan San secretly despised Qian Daoliu's pretentious behavior, but quickly donned a smile and said to Yuan Ling'er, "This is your grandfather." Yuan Ling'er obediently greeted, "Hello, Grandpa." However, Qian Daoliu was only momentarily taken aback before shifting his focus to Yuan Xuanlu. She may not possess an angelic martial spirit, yet she is indeed a twin martial spirit. Yuan Xuanlu harbors disdain for the notion of assessing individuals based on their bloodlines and martial spirits. Does your angel martial spirit really hold such superiority? Is a twin martial spirit not more desirable than yours? Qian Daoliu feigned ignorance, allowing her to be inscribed into the angel clan's genealogy. I hold no interest in such matters. Yuan Xuanlu gently uttered 3 words. My surname is Yuan. In the lofty realm of the Spirit Hall, before the angel god. A profound silence enveloped the father and child. After a considerable pause, Qian Daoliu inquired, "And what about you?" "I once bore the surname Qian, but now I am known as Yuan," came the reply. Yuan Xuanlu distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of the extreme Douluo pressing upon him and Yuan Ling'er. Nevertheless, he actively released his own energy, endeavoring to gradually counteract the formidable pressure of the extreme Douluo, a task that proved to be quite arduous. Do I need to elaborate further? At present, the only beings with the angelic bloodline in existence are you and Xiaoxue. Are you contemplating whether to reignite the youthful fervor once more, as you did with me, and grant me a brother with an angelic martial soul? Nonsense. Qian Daoliu cast another glance at Yuan Ling'er and solemnly stated, "You may leave. Let your father remain." Yuan Xuanlu showed no deference to the elder Qian Daoliu, immediately lifting Yuan Ling'er with the intention of departing. "Ling'er, let us seek out Grandpa Tiani." Do not heed the words of this old blusterer. Qian Daoliu, having lived for a full century, was well aware of Yuan Xuanlu's intentions. Recognizing that it stemmed from his own unfavorable disposition towards Yuan Ling'er, then Yuan Xuanlu did not offer a pleasant demeanor towards himself. Qian Daoliu, with a slight gesture of his hand, sent a 10,000-year soul bone soaring into Yuan Ling'er's grasp. He spoke leisurely, "This is a gift for her. A mere 10,000-year soul bone. Who does it look down upon? Ling'er, do not absorb it." Although Yuan Xuanlu spoke those words, he still gently set Yuan Ling'er down and affectionately patted her head before heading out to find Aunt Dong, assuring her that he would be fine. Yuan Ling'er carefully placed the soul bone into the soul-guiding device, and then bowed to Qian Daoliu before departing from Yuan Xuanlu. Once Yuan Ling'er had left, only Yuan Xuanlu and Qian Daoliu remained in the Grand Hall. Observing Yuan Xuanlu, who bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, Qian Daoliu unexpectedly remarked, "Through both words and actions, is this truly how you teach your daughter to respect her elders? A lack of instruction from the father is indeed a father's fault. Have you only imparted to her the lessons of old man? I still feel youthful?" Qian Daoliu. The words spoken by Yuan Xuanlu to Qian Daoliu harbor 3 critical points. Firstly, it pertains to the indelible sin that Qian Xuanji will carry throughout his life. Secondly, it raises questions about the origins of Yuan Xuanlu. Thirdly, it may serve as a subtle satire regarding his past pursuit of Poseidon. Long Huang Douluo. I am inclined to observe whether you possess the merit to join the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu's demeanor shifted. If he had previously exhibited utmost restraint, now, the aura of his soul power enveloping Yuan Xuanlu conveyed a sense of vastness. It was akin to an individual standing upon an expansive prairie, gradually tilting their gaze upward, where the sight before them was nothing but the profound blue of the sky, unimpeded by any obstructions, rendering the boundaries of the heavens invisible. Yuan Xuanlu understood that when Qian Daolu uttered the words Dragon Emperor Douluo, he intended to take action. However, how could the astute Yuan Xuanlu allow Qian Daolu's cunning scheme to succeed? Yuan Sun gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, shaking his head as he lamented, "I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon only illuminates the gutter." His reading was imbued with deep emotion, resonating with poignancy, a heartfelt expression of his inner grievances. Even Qian Daolu was momentarily touched by his words. He pondered whether he had perhaps been a tad unkind to him. Yuan Xuanlu's mother hailed from a humble background as an ordinary disciple of the Holy Dragon sect, merely a servant attending to Qian Daolu. Her standing within the sect was far from distinguished. Otherwise, she would not have been sent as a gift to the spirit hall, tasked with attending to one's needs. Yet, one fateful day, in a moment of youthful folly, she unexpectedly conceived and ultimately gave birth to Yuan Xuanlu. Subsequently, the woman, under the delusion of maternal privilege, foolishly assumed the role of the esteemed wife of the Grand Offering and executed her own downfall. After all, she was merely a servant bestowed upon her, first a servant, then a mere human. When Yuan Xuanlu awakened his martial soul at the tender age of 6, it became evident to Qian Daolu that the boy possessed remarkable talent, prompting him to bestow the surname Qian upon him. However, at that time, Yuan Xuanlu, much like his mother, exhibited foolishness, arrogance, and overbearing behavior. Nevertheless, these traits posed no concern. All that mattered was securing a future title Douluo-level power within the spirit hall. Thus, notions of paternal affection or master-disciple bonds were rendered irrelevant. Once the terms of benefit were established, Yuan Xuanlu's brashness became inconsequential, provided he focused on cultivating to the level of title Douluo. Growing up in such an environment, Yuan Xuanlu's heart was likely filled with resentment towards his father. Just as Qian Daolu was reflecting on these emotionally stirring matters, he heard Yuan Xuanlu's disdainful voice. "Farewell. I am seeking refuge with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. They offer more generous rewards." Yuan Xuanlu hastily dashed outside, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it!" Qian Daolu was enraged. As he aged, he longed for the days of his youth, yearning for his children to return and share in the joys of family. Yet, his eldest son had suffered grave injuries at the hands of Tang Hao and subsequently perished. His daughter-in-law had never acknowledged him as her father-in-law since that incident, perpetually regarding him with disdain. Now, he only had his granddaughter, Qian Renxue, who ventured into the perilous city of Tiando for dangerous undercover work. This unfilial son of his had silently absconded for 6 years, and upon returning home today, he shockingly declared, "I no longer bear the surname Qian. I have defected. I reveal my true allegiance." The old man bore a heavy heart. He was the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, a figure of legend known as the Invincible of the Skies, one of the 2 titans of the land amongst spirit masters, and one of the 3 unparalleled titled Douluos of his era. He was also the earthly representative of the angel god. Yet, he was still human, subject to the same emotions as anyone else. When his pursuit of Poseidon ended in failure, he experienced profound sorrow. Thus, if Yuan Xuanlu sought to disrupt his peace, Qian Daolu would reciprocate in kind. Receive my punch. Chapter 32. Little brat within the Elder Hall of Spirit City, an astonishing surge of soul power erupted. A golden figure and a white figure soared from the rooftop of the hall, ascending directly into the clouds 1,000 meters high. In an instant, the sky above Spirit City was divided into a spectacle of gold and white, resembling a tumultuous ocean. Qian Daolu felt elated as he gazed at Yuan Xuanlu, who bore the marks of his surprise attack, the anger within him dissipating considerably. He bellowed into the sky, "Dragon Emperor Douluo, do you dare to fight?" His voice thundered like a tempest, shattering the clouds and instilling fear in the hearts of the people below in Spirit City. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, with a smile, held Yuan Ling'er's hand, having witnessed this scene unfold. "Aunt Dong, is this Grand Priest truly formidable?" Yuan Ling'er inquired, though the question was unnecessary. She had achieved the pinnacle of Douluo through her own efforts and had also condensed a semi-finished divine core. She was acutely aware of the implications of reaching the 99th level. Were it not for the sea god Tang San, she would undoubtedly be the foremost powerhouse of her era. Nevertheless, she posed the question, for her father had once spoken of the Grand Offering, a man of unwavering integrity, particularly steadfast regarding the angel god's legacy, yet even more importantly, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluo in the world. Yuan Ling'er understands that the term peerless Douluo signifies the pinnacle of Douluo, yet she has never engaged in battle herself, leaving the question of superiority unanswered. Indeed, it is a formidable title. Bibi Dong, confronted with this esteemed high priest, harbors no resentment. After all, the might of the spirit hall is not to be underestimated. Among the esteemed priests, it is this particular high priest who commands her utmost caution. In this conflict, Yuan Xuanlu is destined for defeat. Bibi Dong surmises without a moment's hesitation. It is not that she underestimates Yuan Xuanlu. After all, achieving the rank of title Douluo at the age of 33 and possessing 200,000-year spirit rings, he has attained the strength of a super Douluo before the age of 40. Such accomplishments place him among the elite within any generation of elders in the spirit hall. However, even if Yuan Xuanlu is unrivaled among his peers, he may find it challenging to contend with Qian Douluo, who holds a 3 or 4 level advantage. Bibi Dong gazes skyward. With her keen eyesight, she can observe the duel between Yuan Xuanlu and Qian Douluo. She softly offers a word of encouragement, nevertheless. May your father surprise us. And indeed, the surprise is imminent. Yuan Xuanlu was invigorated by the thunderous challenge from Qian Douluo. With his martial soul, the holy dragon of light, unleashed, 9 soul rings encircled him, and his formidable soul power of level 96 stirred the clouds, presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. Engaging in combat with a limit Douluo offered numerous advantages, particularly for someone like him, who had not relied on external aids. A confrontation with Qian Douluo would greatly benefit his future breakthroughs in cultivation. Thus, Yuan Xuanlu adjusted his robe, his expression resolute and righteous, declaring, "I dare not." Upon witnessing Yuan Xuanlu's imposing demeanor, Qian Douluo had prepared himself for an exhilarating battle. However, to his astonishment, the spectacle turned out to be far less than expected. Leaving him bewildered, "Is this truly what you present to me? Where is your dignity?" Yuan Xuanlu noticed that Qian Douluo's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and with an apologetic smile, he remarked, "I was merely jesting. Do you believe yourself to be humorous?" Qian Douluo was so enraged that he felt on the verge of spitting blood. Nearly a century of his cultivation had been shattered by Yuan Xuanlu in mere moments. The Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall was not intimidated by your attempts to engage in Tai Chi or conspiracies. Rather, he feared you would appear foolish, blissfully lost in your own amusement. In the course of many years spent together, Yuan Xuanlu has come to understand the limits of Qian Douluo's patience. As long as one does not cross the red line, one may frolic and cavort to one's heart's content. I have leapt out again, and now I have returned. Oh, what do you think? I have leapt out once more. Strike me if you dare, you fool. Yuan Xuanlu waved his sleeve and adjusted his hairstyle before speaking. I have a request. What is it? If I can repel you even once, I shall consider it a victory. Furthermore, I wish to summon a deity. Qian Douluo scoffed. You are unaware of your own limitations. A deity is not something you can command at will. Yuan Xuanlu, unfazed, continued, will you agree or not? Do not attempt to provoke me. First, achieve victory, and then we shall speak. Qian Douluo, filled with impatience, unleashed his spirit rings, 8 black and 1 red, rendering half the sky's air motionless under the weight of his formidable spirit power. How powerful! Yuan Ling'er widened her eyes in astonishment. Although she had once held the title of Limit Douluo, her current lack of cultivation made her acutely aware that even at her zenith, she might not stand a chance against the overwhelming force cascading from the heavens. No wonder it was said to be unrivaled in the sky, in the celestial realm. Qian Douluo was a being infinitely close to the divine, the true embodiment of martial spirit. Yuan Xuanlu first unleashed his martial soul's true form. The formidable soul power provided only a slight ease to his breathing. Confronting the pressure from this esteemed elder, Yuan Xuanlu felt that facing Tang Hao would be a more manageable task. Radiant Dragon Form. The purple 3rd soul ring activated, bestowing him with a 40% enhancement across all attributes, instilling him with renewed confidence. If he could repel the foe just once, victory would be his. At this moment, Yuan Xuanlu could not afford to be stingy with his soul power. The Crimson 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, and 2 8th-level soul abilities were unleashed. Dragon Emperor's Lawbreaker. The potency of this soul ability was truly formidable, directly coercing opponents weaker than himself from harnessing any soul power. And even those of a higher level found their soul abilities significantly affected. The elemental forces of heaven and earth in the sky were bound. And even Qian Douluo's martial soul experienced a slight tremor. Nevertheless, Qian Douluo remained unfazed, gazing down at Yuan Xuanlu with an air of superiority. Dragon Emperor's Domain Kill. A white dragon's head manifested in Yuan Xuanlu's grasp, behind the resplendent form of the holy dragon. Yuan Xuanlu soared towards Qian Daolu, channeling a vast amount of soul power into the attack. Once again, it was restrained yet extraordinary. The tempest of soul power stirred the clouds behind Qian Daolu. Yet he did not budge an inch, not even his sleeves fluttered. Qian Daolia's seventh soul ring glimmered, and a colossal angelic silhouette emerged behind him. A divine radiance enveloping the entire sky and the Soul Master city below. Many devoted followers within the city prostrated themselves, tears streaming down their faces as they offered praises to the angelic deity hovering above. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuanlu felt an overwhelming pressure, his speed inexplicably diminished. As he charged towards the angelic form, he felt as though he were an ant attempting to shake a tree. Why? Did the Dragon Emperor's lawbreaker have virtually no effect on you? Yuan Xuanlu's eyes turned crimson. In truth, if he were to conduct a rational analysis, he would realize that the angelic embodiment of Qian Daolu was not as formidable as during its peak. The eighth soul skill still held its merit. However, at Qian Daolia's level, he was not contending with an opponent of the same caliber, rendering his attention unnecessary. The domain of the god of death unfolded, a dark purple power emanating outward. A flicker of brutal killing intent flashed in Yuan Xuanlu's eyes, and tendrils of death energy coursed through him, momentarily alleviating the pressure exerted by Qian Daolia's angelic form. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Xuanlu closed the distance, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Qian Daolia's face. The Dragon Emperor's domain kill was upon them, as Qian Daolia's third soul ring glimmered. A layer of golden energy enveloped him. He extended a hand, effortlessly grasping Yuan Xuanlu's assault. The terrifying might of the Dragon Emperor's domain kill was unleashed in an instant, while simultaneously Yuan Xuanlu's first and second soul rings flickered in unison, illuminating Dragon Fist. Radiant Dragon's Fury. The power of the origin-seeking soul technique has doubled, and the immense soul energy explodes in the hands of Qian Daolu, the swirling currents even coalescing in the air to form small whirlwinds. Retreat. Just take a step back. The domain of the god of slaughter, Yuan Xuanlu, transformed from an expanse into a singular point, all energy converging upon that one fist. The hell of carnage. Retreat. Retreat. For heaven's sake, retreat. You are the pinnacle of the 99th level, the invincible grand offering of the skies, yet I am also a super Douluo of the 96th level. Am I truly incapable of forcing you back, even a single step? You are not invincible. You have been bested by Tang San as well. In terms of strength and emotions, you have been utterly defeated. The eighth spirit ring of Qian Daolu illuminated, and a golden phantom enveloped the true form of the angel. With 6 wings fluttering, countless golden feathers surged forth, rushing towards Yuan Xuanlu from all directions, engaging in a fierce contest with Yuan Xuanlu's Dragon Emperor's domain of slaughter. From any perspective, Yuan Xuanlu suffered a significant setback. The angelic soul power he wielded was a manifestation of pure divine energy, continuously dissolving the dragon's head with its purifying effect. Additionally, Yuan Xuanlu's soul power level was inherently inferior to that of Qian Daolu, rendering him unable to sustain such power. The white-armored earth dragon martial soul of the sacred dragon sect was not always a mere imitation of a dragon. In terms of lineage, it was indeed not weaker than the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex, yet due to certain unforeseen circumstances, it had devolved into its current state. Yuan Xuanlu's face flushed with indignation. He could hear the words spoken, yet dared not speak up, fearing that voicing his thoughts would cause his resolve to falter. But what if the white-armored earth dragon had not been purified by my angelic bloodline? Would you possess this martial soul today? Such blatant deceit. This is akin to a man telling his child that the genes from their mother were inadequate, claiming that without his essence, their success would be unattainable. Nevertheless, Qian Daolu spoke a truth that left Yuan Xuanlu bereft of a counterargument against the supremacy of lineage. The sword of the Holy Court. A luminous blade surged forth from the palm of Yuan Xuanlu. Yet Qian Daolu astonishingly disregarded this formidable sword forged from light, attribute soul power. Mere inches from Qian Daolu's skin, the sword began to dissolve, from the tip to the blade, and ultimately the hilt, with each approach resulting in further dissolution. The distinction between light and holy attributes is, to a certain extent, rather nebulous. Qian Daolu, still possessing the strength to articulate, remarked, however, the holy attribute inevitably counters your light attribute. For I am graced with the most noble 6-winged angel martial soul, and this divine power is a blessing bestowed upon us, the angelic race, by our celestial progenitor. The resistance in Yuan Xuanlu's hands has intensified. Yuan Xuanlu scoffed, recalling how Qian Xuanji once remarked similarly. And then? The technique of the right armbone soul, honed over 70,000 years, was unleashed sword arm. This blade is no longer imbued with the light attribute, nor can it be effortlessly countered by Douluo. Consequently, the sword pierced the skin at the center of Douluo's brow, prompting an instinctive retreat. Yet, midway through his withdrawal, he found himself frozen in midair. Am I retreating? Yuan Ling'er concluded his soul technique, realizing he could no longer endure, as his soul power felt utterly depleted. Nevertheless, he burst into laughter and proclaimed, "You have lost. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. You have emerged victorious." Douluo wiped the blood from his brow, stabilizing his unsteady footing. Yuan Ling'er had expended a significant amount of soul power, and he too was in a dire state. A sharp pain surged through his palm, prompting Douluo to glance down, revealing a gruesome sight of mangled flesh. A mixture of astonishment and elation washed over Douluo. Yuan Ling'er unexpectedly inflicted injury upon himself. It is noteworthy that, over the past 50 years, self-inflicted injuries have been exclusive accomplishments of Tang San and Poseidon. A true offering indeed. Yuan Ling'er cast a soul bone to Douluo before hastily descending. Meanwhile, Douluo remained suspended in the sky, contemplating the soul bone that Yuan Ling'er had bestowed upon him, and then a sudden realization dawned upon him. This was the ancestral soul bone of the Haotian clan. It must belong to Tang Hao. Douluo comprehended that this was indeed Tang Hao's soul bone. The fact that Yuan Ling'er had acquired such a relic indicated that Tang Hao had been incapacitated, losing an arm, which also signified Yuan Ling'er's stance. I may not bear the surname Qian, yet I acknowledge the kindness of the Qian family. I have my share of grievances with Qian Xuanji, yet I shall still seek vengeance for my brother. Blood relations should settle accounts clearly. A matter should be resolved as it ought. With a smile, Douluo tucked away the soul bone and remarked, "Ah, what a small wretch." Chapter 33. Sister Fox Yuan Ling'er and a young lady gracefully exited the papal hall. Bibi Dong did not pay much attention to Yuan Ling'er, engaging in a few casual conversations before witnessing the touching scene of Yuan Ling'er and Douluo. A portrayal of paternal affection. Once Yuan Ling'er descended, Bibi Dong dismissed Yuan Ling'er. After all, Yuan Ling'er had already joined the spirit hall under the identity of the Dragon Emperor Douluo. Thus, no matter how Yuan Ling'er acted, she would not oppose the spirit hall. As for Yuan Ling'er's future endeavors, whether she plans to establish her own force or pursue other ambitions was of no concern to Bibi Dong. Presently, Yuan Ling'er had not joined the spirit hall and was still affiliated with it, which was the most favorable outcome. Regarding the previous attempt to recruit Yuan Ling'er by leveraging the status of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, if she had indeed been successfully recruited, how would Bibi Dong's newly favored disciple, Hulaina, feel? How could Bibi Dong ensure that Yuan Ling'er would be as manageable as Hulaina? With 3 women in a play, could it be that the Spirit Hall would have 3 Holy Maidens, the Angel Holy Maiden, the Fox Holy Maiden, and the Spirit Butterfly Holy Maiden, who appeared to share a deep sisterly bond while secretly undermining one another, ultimately leading to an internal conflict? The previous emperor's ambitions were cut short, and the long-standing grievances among the holy maidens of the Spirit Hall could lead to the fracturing of the realm. Upon exiting the papal hall, Yuan Ling'er strolled down alongside the papal disciple Hulaina. Hulaina flashed a charming smile and inquired, "Sister, where would you like to play?" Yuan Ling'er blinked her eyes, gazing at the newly initiated disciple, the future saintess, Hulaina. Although Hulaina's appearance was not particularly striking, one might even describe it as rather ordinary. She possessed a unique charm, especially with her captivating fox-like eyes. Despite being merely 11 or 12 years old, she had an enchanting allure that stirred the hearts of men on the street. This illustrates that men do not always prioritize conventional beauty. A distinctive quality can indeed transform them into ardent admirers. I find myself in the Spirit City for the first time. However, I wish to stroll through the streets of the Spirit Hall. Then allow me to show you around. Hulaina offered, taking Yuan Ling'er's small hand, much like an older sister guiding her younger sibling. At that moment, Hulaina was not yet the saintess. She harbored no ulterior motives and remained quite innocent, easily swayed. Thus, with just a few casual words, Yuan Ling'er managed to coax Hulaina into revealing everything. "You know, the relationship between the teacher and Elder Yuan is still a mystery," Hulaina said mysteriously. "It is said that Elder Yuan and the teacher once shared a romantic bond." Yuan Ling'er's ears twitched slightly. How should one articulate this in greater detail? It is not that she harbors a penchant for gossip. Rather, she is merely contemplating the happiness of her father. Such matters are best left unsaid, for they are but mere whispers of conjecture. At this moment, Hulaina shook her head, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Ling'er, hoping that she might play the role of the supportive confidant. "Oh, dear Sister Fox, do indulge us with your thoughts." Yuan Ling'er blinked her large eyes, which greatly pleased Hulaina. She immediately began to gossip. Elder Yuan initially harbored no fondness for our teacher, often flirting with other girls. It is rumored that he even had an affair with the wife of a bishop, if you catch my drift. Yuan Ling'er exclaimed. Was my father once such a formidable figure? It's hard to believe, given his prominent brows and large eyes. Who would have thought he was a notorious womanizer? Observing the intrigue sparkling in Yuan Ling'er's eyes, Hulaina became even more animated in her storytelling. It is said that the bishop once inquired of Elder Yuan why he pursued such liaisons. Elder Yuan outright rejected the claim, asserting that she had first tempted him, and that he had merely engaged in flirtation without any physical action. Subsequently, the incident did not become widely known, with the news being a mix of truth and fabrication. However, it was rumored that Elder Yuan once boasted with pride, declaring, "I possess the demeanor of a great hero." Yuan Ling'er remained oblivious to whether her father possessed the qualities of a formidable hero. Yet she was undeniably aware of the pangs of longing in her heart. Otherwise, why would Yuan Xuanlu choose to sit beneath the trees outside on sweltering summer days? Indulging in watermelon? Was it not possible to enjoy the fruit at home? Surely, it was not merely an innocent admiration for the legs of young maidens? Was not Yuan Xuanlu's exclamation, "What a fair summer," a testament to his wandering gaze? However, at that time, Yuan Ling'er paid little heed to her father's private affairs. After all, Yuan Xuanlu's flirtations were limited to mere words and fleeting glances, never truly seeking a mother figure for her. Moreover, Yuan Xuanlu is not a hermit. Given his status and wealth, it would indeed be peculiar for him to have lived a life devoid of any scandalous affairs. However, since this matter has not been widely disseminated, how is it that you, dear sister, possess such intricate knowledge of it? Yuan Ling'er has uncovered a blind spot. Given that this matter pertains to Yuan Xuanlu's youth, how is it that Hulaina is so well informed? They are not from the same era. Hulaina glanced around, carefully avoiding the pedestrians on the street, and, with an air of mystery, whispered, "Sister, I confide in you, but you mustn't share this with others." Yuan Ling'er promptly nodded and swore with an uplifted hand that if she dared to divulge any secrets, she would bring doom upon Tang San's entire family. Hulaina, with a furtive glance, carefully observed her surroundings before whispering, "It was Elder Ju who informed us." Yuan Ling'er realized it was that beautiful sister. It seemed that her father had indulged in such frivolities in the past, even entangled with a cross-dressing gentleman. Could it be that he had wronged someone? Otherwise, why would Elder Ju persistently revel in recounting Yuan Xuanlu's illustrious deeds for over a decade? Elder Ju evidently harbored a fondness for her father, though to say fondness might be an understatement. Who among us is unaware that Elder Ju and Elder Gui have been a pair since their childhood? Hulaina appeared to be a staunch supporter of the Ju Gui faction. Furthermore, Elder Ju merely enjoyed teasing Elder Yuan. Hulaina confidentially added, "This is because Elder Yuan once ridiculed Elder Ju for being cunningly inept." Inept? It must have been a jest regarding Elder Ju's rank, as indeed. Elder Ju's prowess does not measure up to that of Elder Yuan. The poor Hulaina, still young and preoccupied with matters of soul power, could not grasp the profound implications of Yuan Xuanlu's mockery. Elder Yuan had been away from the Spirit City for 6 years, and today he returns, much to everyone's delight. Delight? Yuan Ling'er was perplexed. Hulaina gestured towards the tavern adorned with red lanterns, indicating the arrival of Elder Yuan, signaling the onset of merriment. The storytellers would no longer regale the audience with tired tales of yore. Henceforth, the bards of Soul City would draw inspiration from Elder Yuan himself, crafting their narratives spontaneously and on the spot. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the bustling crowd, momentarily unable to discern the visage of Yuan Xuanlu. Back in Balak City, Yuan Xuanlu was renowned as the most elegant and handsome teacher, admired by countless female educators who were eager to offer their support in raising his daughter. However, in the Spirit Soul City, Yuan Xuanlu had inexplicably become the subject of jest. Though he possessed a gentle temperament, it was unlikely that he would appreciate the relentless mockery directed at him on the streets. Yuan Ling'er expressed her confusion. Hulaina, however, adopted a tone reminiscent of a local resident of the Spirit Hall, saying, "Indeed, significant matters seldom reach the ears of ordinary folk. Elder Ju has carefully selected and scrutinized what to share, ensuring that they hear only the most extraordinary and amusing tales." Yuan Ling'er nodded in a manner that suggested both understanding and confusion. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt, clutching her heart, for there, the divine core was stirring. Hulaina, having taken but a few steps, noticed that Yuan Ling'er had vanished from her side. Turning back, she looked. Yuan Ling'er stood still, her gaze fixed ahead. "Oh. Sister, this is the Grand Library of the Soul City. Would you care to step inside and explore?" Yuan Ling'er lifted her gaze, beholding a magnificent knight statue positioned before the Grand Library. The sight of the knight stirred a profound reaction within her divine core, compelling it to emerge. Noticing Yuan Ling'er lost in contemplation, Hulaina, concerned that she might be unaware, took it upon herself to elucidate. This is the White Knight, also known as Sir White Dragon among the people of Tiando. Chapter 34, The White Knight with a Resounding Thud. A stack of books was deposited onto a long table on the first floor of the Grand Library, startling a multitude of scholars. Ignoring their astonished glances, Hulaina leaned against the towering pile of books and pointed out, "This contains the information about the White Knight. There should be more, but it's too scattered. So I didn't gather it all. Nana, if you can't manage it, you can always seek my assistance." A red-haired youth hurriedly burst through the library's entrance, spotting Hulaina and joyfully waving his hand as he rushed over. This prompted several scholars to bristle with indignation, their tempers flaring at the breach of decorum. "Do you not comprehend the meaning of silence?" Yuan Ling'er acutely sensed the scholar's ire, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. "This is Yin, my classmate," Hulaina remarked, her tone becoming more subdued. "He has been incessantly seeking my company." "Indeed, I've been eager to spend time with Nana," Yin exclaimed, his joy palpable. "Nana, she has finally acknowledged that we play together." Acting as an intermediary, Hulaina introduced Yuan Ling'er to Yin, saying, "This is Yuan Ling'er, the daughter of Elder Yuan." Yuan Ling'er extended her hand in greeting. "Hello, hello." Yin reciprocated the gesture, shaking Yuan Ling'er's hand before promptly turning to Hulaina. "Nana, please tell me. What book are you seeking? I assure you I will procure it." The visage of the light goddess's butterfly martial soul and her status as the elder's daughter failed to captivate Yan's attention. His disregard for her beauty suggests a certain loyalty, while his indifference to her lineage hints at a degree of naivety. In the martial soul hall, who does not recognize the necessity of aligning oneself with power? For a moment, Yuan Ling'er genuinely perceived Yin as rather innocent. Hulaina smiled at Yin. "I require all the information on the White Knight. Can you gather it all?" "Absolutely." Yin noted the term White Knight and dashed out in a flurry, eager to seek out literature and resources. He came like the wind and departed like fire, embodying an undeniable fervor. After flipping through several pages of the White Knights, Yuan Ling'er no longer rushed to investigate the relationship between the White Knight and the divine core within herself. Instead, she raised an inquisitive eyebrow and asked Hulaina, "Does that Yin have feelings for you?" Hulaina glanced in the direction where Yin had departed, and then, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "It's merely unrequited affection. I do not share his sentiments." Yuan Ling'er tilted her head and cast a glance at Hulaina, saying, "Sister, do you still allow him to assist you in searching for books?" "I did not ask for his help. He approached of his own accord. Since he is here, I cannot possibly turn him away. I must confess, dear sister, I am rather inept at refusing others." Yuan Ling'er. This young lady possesses an aura reminiscent of a sea queen. Yuan Ling'er believed it would be best not to inquire further into such matters. Upon hearing Hulaina's thoughts, she discerned the outcome. "Poor Yin, poor devoted admirer. I am aware of his affections. Yet it is unreasonable to assume that I must reciprocate simply because he holds feelings for me." Hulaina added, "Indeed, that is a valid point." Yuan Ling'er nodded, refraining from excessive commentary. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the long table as Yuan Ling'er and Hulaina meticulously organized the biographical information of the White Knight. The White Knight hailed from the Tiando Empire. Like many prodigious commoners, he lost both parents at a tender age and was raised by the village chief. At 6, the White Knight awakened his martial soul, a blade known as the Sword of Justice. He subsequently joined the Spirit Hall with ease, and for over a decade, he trained like an ordinary spirit master, until one day he was dispatched on an official assignment to Tiando City. So, is it true that the White Knight had a connection with the War Empress? Yuan Ling'er still recalls that not long ago, a storyteller recounted the tale of the first encounter between the White Knight and the War Queen. Upon laying eyes on the White Knight, the War Queen, in a moment of fervor, felt her heart stir. Thus, did the War Queen and the White Knight truly harbor such disparate emotions? However, Such nuances are unlikely to be recorded in historical texts. Yuan Ling'er perused the historical texts published by the Spirit Hall before picking up a tome from the Tiando Empire. The White Knight, valiant and courageous, it began, indicating the remarkable stature of this individual who garnered the dual recognition of both the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. Thereafter, the records from Tiando devoted little attention to the White Knight, predominantly focusing instead on the War Empress. Initially, she triumphed over the invading Douluo army. And when the Spirit Hall intervened to enforce a ceasefire between the two nations, she engaged in a civil war against the false emperor of Tiando for over a decade. When Tiando restored its rightful lineage, the White Knight, as a pivotal contributor, was offered a dukedom by the War Empress. However, he graciously declined. Thus, the White Knight departed from the Tiando Empire and returned to the Spirit Hall, where the War Empress still honored him with the title of Knight. At that time, he had already attained over level 70, his reputation having soared due to his participation in the Tiando Civil War. He joined the Holy Knight Order of the Spirit Hall, dedicated to combating evil soul masters. Time passed in this manner. His last recorded journey was to visit the War Empress. Fate is impartial, though her military prowess was unparalleled. Her cultivation was not particularly high, and her lifespan was limited. By then, the War Empress was in the twilight of her years. The White Knight visited her. And while the specifics of their conversation remain unknown, historical accounts noted that they enjoyed a delightful discourse. The following day, the War Empress unexpectedly passed away, and the White Knight departed from the Tiando Empire. Subsequently, he devoted himself to his training until he reached level 89, and one day, he mysteriously vanished from the Spirit Hall, leaving no trace upon the continent thereafter. What could have transpired? Yuan Ling'er was bewildered, after all. The White Knight was a formidable soul master. How could it be that there was so little recorded about him? Hu Lai'ina, seemingly unfazed, casually remarked, "What else could you expect? He lived several centuries ago, and having this much documentation is already quite remarkable. Moreover, this is information preserved in the Grand Library of the Spirit Hall. In the Heaven Do Empire, there might be merely a single line noting, White Knight, loyal and courageous, followed by an extensive account of the War Queen and her exploits." Yuan Ling'er remained undeterred as she gazed upon the statue of the White Knight outside the library. Within her, the divine core exuded an uncontrollable exuberance, yearning to draw closer. This could only signify one thing. The statue of the White Knight undoubtedly harbored a significant mystery. What could it be that attracted the divine core? Yuan Ling'er could not help but inquire, why was the statue of the White Knight erected outside the Grand Library? Indeed, Yuan Ling'er perceived this as a significant point of contention. The Grand Library of Wuhuan City was constructed during the lifetime of the former pope, with the initial slogan aimed at providing a platform for all those enamored with the study of martial spirits. It appeared to be a boon for the nation and its people, ostensibly showcasing the cultural enlightenment of the Wuhuan Temple. However, beneath the surface, it served to win the allegiance of scholars across the continent. Although there were no explicit restrictions on the personal freedoms of these scholars, it was clear that the Wuhuan Temple was not a benevolent entity. It would not simply allow them to escape. Returning to the matter of the statue, why must the White Knight be placed outside the library, as a location for the Wuhuan Temple to promote cultural and educational values? Why could it not instead feature a statue of a six-winged angel? This would seem far more reasonable, wouldn't it? Hu Lai'ina shook her head, noting that she had not yet been born at that time. She replied, "I do not know. The statue of the White Knight was erected then. However, it seems that Elder Yuan was in charge of the library's construction at that time. This question should be directed to Elder Yuan." Yuan Ling'er widened her eyes. Chapter 35. Your Majesty, you wouldn't wish for Nana to be bullied in the Spirit Hall, would you? Yuan Xuanlu set aside his fragrant tea and gazed at the woman before him, Pope Bibi Dong. It was the dead of night. After a fierce battle between Yuan Xuanlu and Xian Daolu, he took a well-deserved rest throughout the afternoon. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Yuan Xuanlu was summoned by Bibi Dong to her chamber for a clandestine discussion. However, to characterize it as a conspiracy would be misleading. There were no scheming advisors harboring deep grievances, nor was there a solemn atmosphere akin to a serious meeting. Yuan Xuanlu and Bibi Dong were merely dining together. This habit is rather detrimental. Consuming food while sipping tea can be harsh on the stomach. Bibi Dong assisted Yuan Xuanlu by serving him a piece of delicacy. Indeed, I must say, this year's crayfish is exceptionally plump. I have never had the opportunity to taste such before. Yuan Xuanlu, unreserved in his appetite, devoured his meal with great fervor. I specifically had someone raise this, he remarked. However, Bibi Dong refrained from picking up her chopsticks. She was particular about her diet, especially at night, when she would never indulge in such greasy dishes. Yuan Xuanlu suddenly inquired, "What did Ling'er do this afternoon?" Bibi Dong took a small sip of her tea and replied, "She visited the Grand Library. I asked Nana to accompany her, so you need not worry." "Of course. I'm unconcerned." After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yuan Xuanlu remained seated, allowing his servants to clear away the dishes. "What is it that you wish to do?" Yuan Xuanlu inquired. Though perhaps not exceptionally intelligent, he possessed a keen perception. It was unlikely that Bibi Dong sought him out at such a late hour merely for a meal. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. "What is it that you truly desire?" Bibi Dong was no fool. She intended to first ascertain Yuan Xuanlu's intentions. Having just declined an invitation to join the Spirit Hall, his sudden return in such a conspicuous manner raised questions. "Do you understand, Tang Hao?" Yuan Xuanlu patted his belly, gazing intently at Bibi Dong, only to realize that she was looking at him as if he were a simpleton. "How could I, Tang Hao, not recognize him? Ahem. He has a son named Tang San, who, like you, possesses twin martial souls." Yuan Sun coughed a few times to conceal his embarrassment. At this moment, Bibi Dong retracted the affectionate gaze she had directed at him and inquired, "Do you understand why we did not eliminate him and instead chose to wait for him to turn against us?" Yuan Xuanlu spread his hands in resignation, stating that there was no way to kill him. "Was it Tang Hao or the people from the Haotian sect who thwarted your efforts?" Bibi Dong first considered Tang Hao, then recalled the Haotian sect. She did not believe that Yuan Xuanlu was incapable of defeating Tang Hao. Thus, it was likely that the Haotian sect intervened. The reason being, upon discovering that Tang San possessed twin martial souls, they would undoubtedly nurture him with great fervor, making it understandable that Yuan Xuanlu could not eliminate Tang San. "None of them," Yuan Xuanlu replied. Bibi Dong cast a skeptical glance at him, questioning who else could have intervened. Her gaze grew increasingly menacing. "You, who were once infatuated with that spirit beast named Ain, wouldn't he have intentionally let her child off, would you?" Yuan Xuanlu did not comprehend the source of Bibi Dong's fury, and somewhat perplexedly remarked, "You must have heard of the deity." Bibi Dong's pupils narrowed slightly, and she subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, Tang San is backed by a god." The conclusion drawn by Yuan Xuanlu was speculated by a prominent figure from a past life. And since arriving on the continent, Tang San has persistently evaded death. Yuan Sun has now come to believe in the conspiracy theory surrounding Tang San, suggesting that there is a divine scheme at play. "Who could it be?" Bibi Dong inquired. Yuan Xuanlu let out a sigh. "I suspect it is the god of Azura." Bibi Dong fell silent once more. After absorbing the legacy of the Rakshasa, she had come to understand the old adversary of the Rakshasa god quite well. The god of Azura was not only a mortal enemy of the Rakshasa god, but also a formidable nemesis. A hint of despondency crossed Bibi Dong's face, but she quickly regained her noble demeanor. "Then it is imperative to eliminate him. Is there anything amiss with the inheritor of the Rakshasa god slaying the inheritor of the god of Azura? It is perfectly reasonable, after all. It is not the first time such actions have been undertaken." Yuan Xuanlu shook his head, contemplating the speculation of the great figure before his crossing. It was not the time to strike. The Azura goddess' choice of him as a successor was merely a selection. "What does that mean?" asked Bibi Dong. The discourse on Yuan's seeking path is excessively verbose and laden with superfluous rhetoric. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment and provided an example. "Suppose you have a son-in-law." "While I do not." Yuan Xuanlu let out a sigh and reflected on his own situation, pondering that if he were to have a son-in-law, it would not suffice. Comparatively speaking, Bibi Dong. Yuan Xuanlu pondered once more and ultimately resolved to let his good brother, Jiuhua Guan, bear the brunt of it all. If Jiuhua Guan were to have a son-in-law endowed with dual martial souls, possessing exceptional talent, and enjoying the comforts of a house and car, he would undoubtedly feel quite satisfied. Thus, it would not be unreasonable for him to extend certain conveniences to the son-in-law he favored. However, should that son-in-law one day descend into a life of lethargy and debauchery, Jiuhua Guan would likely lose interest in nurturing him further. Even if Jiuhua Guan wished to continue fostering this son-in-law and sought to open doors for him to inherit the elder position, others would be unlikely to acquiesce. As the heir to the Azura god, this individual would attract greater scrutiny from the other gods of the divine realm. As the Azura god is a deity of immense power, and the issue of succession directly impacts the interests of the other gods. In this scenario, the Azura god represents Jiuhua Guan. The elder position symbolizes the Azura god's rank, and the son-in-law is Tang San. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Xuanlu and inquired in a tone of indifference, "Are you well versed in the affairs of the divine realm?" Apart from the enmity between the Azura god and the Rakshasa god, she had only encountered the legacies of the angel god and the sea god. Surely, the divine realm encompasses more than just these deities? Just as Bibi Dong was lost in thought, Yuan Xuanlu has refuted this notion, I surmise. Bibi Dong, pretend, continue to pretend, and persist in pretense. Yuan Xuanlu pondered over his words, moistening his lips. What I mean is that I will assist you in leading this heir to ruin, pushing him into depravity. Once the Shura god withdraws his favor, we can eliminate him, thus removing the final obstacle to your unification of the continent. My only request, allow me to allocate a portion of the resources from the Spirit Hall to facilitate this endeavor. Bibi Dong responded with a cold laugh. Huh? Pulling a fast one with empty hands. Yuan Xuanlu sighed in resignation, gesturing dismissively. There is no other option. Collaboration necessitates trust. Collaboration? Who would wish to partner with you? Bibi Dong retorted with increased arrogance. You have joined the Spirit Hall and still desire to flee? You think you can disregard my commands? Are you the Pope? Bibi Dong questioned sharply. And you? Do you possess that authority? Can you control all the elders? Indeed, it is the power bestowed upon me by my position as Pope. What of Douluo? She inquired. He too cannot arbitrarily constrain my command over the elders. Yuan Xuanlu raised his thumb and exclaimed, How noble you are! How remarkable you are, Bibi Dong! After Yuan Xuanlu finished speaking, he casually glanced at Bibi Dong and remarked, I am at level 96. Oh, what do you mean by that? Bibi Dong inquired. She was aware of Yuan Xuanlu's level 96, yet she did not comprehend the implication behind his words. Yuan Xuanlu smiled lightly and, addressing Bibi Dong with a serious demeanor, stated, I am a devoted vassal. Consequently, I am no longer obliged to heed your commands. Moreover, I shall wholeheartedly support my niece in securing her position as the Holy Maiden. Bibi Dong glared furiously. Her decision to take Hulaina was solely to cultivate her own cadre of administrators, intending to diminish the innate authority that Qian Rinxue possessed once Hulaina ascended to the role of Holy Maiden. Hulaina is quite a remarkable individual, yet alas, due to the selfishness of another, she is destined to be slain by my niece. Sigh, who could have anticipated her involvement in the affairs of our Qian family legacy? Comparing the Pope's family to that of an emperor, Yuan Xuanlu's words would only be met with feigned ignorance from the two great empires, for it is an undeniable truth. Yuan Xuanlu, seizing the moment, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, surely you do not wish for Nana to endure any mistreatment within the Spirit Hall, do you? Bibi Dong, will you assist Nana in solidifying her position as the Saintess? Bibi Dong's expression fluctuated ominously. Of course. All I desire is the demise of Tang Hao and the ruin of Tang San. Yuan Xuanlu assured her. Moreover, this is advantageous for you. If Tang San indeed ascends as the god of Shura, how will you unify the continent? Yuan Xuanlu perceived that the woman, Bibi Dong, was almost entirely consumed by her uncontainable ambition. Similarly, Bibi Dong recognized that Yuan Xuanlu's aspirations extended far beyond mere trifles. Why do you believe Tang San is destined to become a god? Bibi Dong inquired, expressing her skepticism. I have attempted to slay him numerous times, yet each effort has faltered. Therefore, I implore you not to pursue this endeavor. Should you succeed in ending his life, do you comprehend the meaning of resurrection? Yuan Xuanlu also addressed this issue. Resurrection? Bibi Dong chuckled. When did you become so irrational? My sanity is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether we can find common ground amidst our differences. Yuan Xuanlu suddenly remarked, his words seemingly striking a chord within Bibi Dong's heart. I hope you can maintain this neutral stance. After Bibi Dong nodded, Yuan Xuanlu presented a substantial stack of documents to her. This is the blueprint for the unified continent. In addition to the plan to eliminate Tang San, it also encompasses strategies directed towards the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Yuan Xuanlu was well prepared as he shouldered his burdens and gazed upon the radiant Wuhuan city nestled beneath the Pope's mountain. It was a place aglow with lights. Those familiar with their own affairs knew that the Wuhuan Hall had but meager assets, whether it be Qian Rinxue or Hulaina ascending as the Saintess. Such matters were yet to unfold. With their limited resources, squabbling amongst themselves proved futile, only serving to provide amusement to outsiders. Chapter 36. An old friend with a sharp clap. The youthful storyteller startled the wooden block, raising an inquisitive brow, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he proclaimed. As we all know, Our esteemed Dragon Emperor Douluo is not one to be trifled with. Upon his return today, he has stirred quite the commotion. The audience leaned in eagerly, for this was no tired tale but rather the latest happenings within the Wuhuan Hall. The grand angelic statue that loomed in the sky was witnessed by all in the city, further igniting their curiosity about the events that had transpired. Although they were soul masters, they belonged to the lower echelons of Wuhuan City, and it was only natural that they remained oblivious to the higher-level intelligence. Upon his return to Wuhuan City, the Dragon Emperor Douluo sought out a favored brothel, inviting a courtesan to indulge in melodious tunes. As emotion surged, he grasped her hand, delighting in their romantic exchange. From the audience, a voice called out, "Such romantic sentiments." As Zhu Huaguan gave a thumbs up to Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu furrowed his brow and asked bluntly, "I will treat you. You choose the location, and this is what you intend to discuss with me?" Zhu Huaguan shook his head, feigning innocence as he replied, "It has nothing to do with me. Currently, every tavern and tea house in the Soul City is abuzz with this topic. Even the courtesans in the brothels are compelled to chime in when entertaining their guests. It is truly a renaissance of sorts." Yuan Xuanlu, with a hint of impatience, tossed 2 roasted soybeans into his mouth and scoffed. "Who would believe that? Huh. I trust in the chrysanthemum pass." A figure cloaked in black approached, moving with an ethereal grace. It was the ghost Douluo. "I trust in the chrysanthemum pass," he echoed. As the latter took a sip of wine and feigned indignation with a cold snort, "If you do not believe, so be it. Xuanlu, speak your mind. What brings you here?" The ghost Douluo disregarded the chrysanthemum pass and fixed his gaze on Yuan Xuanlu, skeptical that his sole purpose was to invite them for a drink. "Tomorrow, the Pope will convene the elders for a meeting." Yuan Xuanlu once again popped 2 roasted soybeans into his mouth. "What is there to discuss? We are aligned with the Pope regardless." The chrysanthemum pass remained unfazed, for he sought only wealth and prestige, supporting whatever the Pope dictated. The ghost Douluo, however, remained inscrutable. Choosing his words carefully, Yuan Xuanlu placed 3 yellow beans on the table, stating that the Spirit Hall is not an autocracy. The events of tomorrow carry great significance, and Bibi Dong may find it challenging to manage the situation. "How so?" Yuan Xuanlu licked his lips and said, "Does the old turtle with the surname Lu know?" "That old turtle." The tale of Yuan Xuanlu speaks of the sea turtle Douluo, a title Douluo of the 94th level. He belongs to the sect of the 3 offerings. It is known that the Grand Offering diligently studies the radiance of the angel god, while the second offering, due to his extensive experience, refrains from competing with the younger generation. Thus, it is the 3rd offering who often takes the lead in lively pursuits. The ghost Douluo, perplexed, inquired, "What of it?" Yuan Xuanlu casually picked up 2 yellow beans from the table, pointing at them as he declared, "These represent Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo. On the surface, they embody these 2 factions." Zhu Huaguan and Guido Luo nodded in agreement. It is indisputable that Bibi Dong relies on the strength of the common folk. She is a person of ambition, possessing a radical spirit, and her intentions became evident as soon as the soul hunting initiative was introduced. Yuan Xuanlu pointed to a yellow bean. Due to her reliance on commoner soul masters, she garnered immense support from numerous low-ranking soul masters within the Wuhuan Palace. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin stand as exemplars of how commoner soul masters can rise to prominence. However, the Wuhuan Palace has always been a realm dictated by the higher echelons, and her supporters among the upper ranks are limited to perhaps just the 2 of you and myself. Yuan Xuanlu pointed to another faction known as the Qiandao Lu, a lineage of noble families whose primary concern lies solely in the preservation of their own heritage. For instance, the Angel Qian family, the Golden Crocodile family, and the ancient Panlong Staff family exemplify this. They neither suppress the entry of commoner soul masters, nor do they extend a warm welcome to them. Regardless of how remarkable the talents of commoner soul masters may be, the future of the Spirit Hall is destined to belong to these esteemed families. One need only observe the Angel family, the Golden Crocodile family, and the ancient Panlong Staff family to see how consistently they have produced esteemed offerings and elders. Yuan Xuanlu took out the last yellow bean and placed it on the table. This represents the local faction. Zhu Huaguan scratched his head in confusion. The local faction? What do you mean? Yuan Xuanlu chuckled ominously, remarking that local factions typically lack robust martial soul legacies and do not belong to the esteemed families within the martial soul hall. They are either officials entangled with their own families in the local sphere or commoners who have ascended to high ranks from humble beginnings. Alternatively, they may be fortunate individuals who have unexpectedly broken through to the rank of title Douluo. While they represent the most exploitable force, They also posed the greatest challenge in terms of manipulation. Zhu Huaguan, perplexed, scratched his head and sought clarification from Yuan Xuanlu, questioning why these individuals should not support the Pope, or at the very least, refrain from opposition. Before the establishment of a centralized political force, their stance was determined by who prevailed. However, once they consolidated power, they became a potential destabilizing factor for the future. Ghost Douluo remained silent. Most among them are beneficiaries, reveling in the wealth and splendor bestowed by the Spirit Hall. While there is nothing inherently wrong with enjoying such privileges, they will be the first to obstruct reforms when the Spirit Hall requires them, as they are deeply entangled with local aristocratic and familial powers, unwilling to allow the common people to rise. Yuan Xuanlu continued, stating that it is impossible for Bibi Dong to simultaneously elevate the status of commoner soul masters while also securing the loyalty of the local factions. The cake is only so large, commoner soul masters cannot expect to share in the bounty without taking from the aristocratic families, which would mean sacrificing their own portion. The Ghost Douluo understood. So, are you suggesting that your plan will face opposition from them? Zhu Huaguan pondered, wondering why they would oppose it. Wouldn't expanding the cake be beneficial for everyone? Yuan Xuanlu once again pointed to the yellow bean on the table, asserting that their allegiance to the Spirit Hall was not one of servitude. They possessed their own small families in the localities, such as having a relative who served as the city lord or wielded control over the regional economy. Their affiliation with the Spirit Hall was driven by the desire for profit for their own kin. Unlike the aristocratic clans, which had long since intertwined their fates with that of the Spirit Hall, sharing in its glory and its downfall, the common spirit masters found themselves scorned by the nobility. With no hope for advancement, forced to follow Bibi Dong blindly, they were distinct from this plight. The Ghost Douluo cautioned the still oblivious Juhua Pass. One cannot assume that every member of the Spirit Hall is an orphan like Hulaina. In truth, the leaders of the sub-halls predominantly hail from the local powerhouses of small cities. They show little regard for the lives of the commoners. To them, joining the Spirit Hall is not a matter of pride, but rather a means to facilitate their own profit. Yuan Xuanlu nodded, remarking that there was initially no issue with this faction. However, the problem arose when they formed a cohesive group. Within the realms of the Tian-Do and Xing-Luo empires, countless small families congregated under the banners of the three offerings in the Sea Turtle Douluo. They exchanged resources, formed alliances for personal gain, and established a network of mutual defense and offense, thereby linking the middle echelons of both great empires within the Spirit Hall. To be candid, if I were the Pope, I would hardly find solace in sleep, were it not for the grand offering's formidable prowess as a limit de law, keeping them in check. The Spirit Hall might not even bear the surname Qian. The Ghost Douluo inquired, are you implying that? Yuan Xuanlu crushed the yellow bean in his hand, planning to incite a rift among them tomorrow, distributing a portion of the people's cake to another faction. Chrysanthemum Guan asked with concern, will they accept it? If they do, won't that lead to division? Yuan Xuanlu spoke with a sense of helplessness. They hail from local aristocracy, and their alliance with the Spirit Hall is merely a means to more effectively exploit the common people. Their unity is driven by this very motive. They will not oppose wealth. Chapter 37, a rough method to deter others in the Papal Hall. Our esteemed Pope Bibi Dong presided at the head of the round table, flanked by the elders of the Spirit Hall, each a titled Douluo. Additionally, the 10 cardinals, the upper echelon of the Spirit Hall, stood below. Now that everyone is gathered, I must apologize for keeping you waiting. Yuan Xuanlu was the last to enter from outside the papal chamber. He surveyed the circle of elders and the 10 cardinal bishops before taking his seat. Although Yuan Xuanlu's words were filled with regret, they almost betrayed a sense of smugness. Esteemed colleagues, today's meeting is pivotal in determining the future of our Spirit Hall. Yuan Xuanlu waved his hand, and the servants had long since distributed the Soul Hall reform document, allowing everyone to express their thoughts freely. To express freely. Perhaps it is more akin to the suppression of dissent. A few elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Who is unaware of what kind of character Yuan Xuanlu possesses? The cardinal observed with a detached demeanor, focusing inward, hardly believing himself capable of participating in this matter. Bibi Dong sat in her elevated position, remaining silent, intent on having Yuan Xuanlu serve as her instrument in the court. Everyone looked on as he proclaimed, as the elder responsible for the reforms of the Soul Hall, does anyone have any objections? Unfazed, Yuan Xuanlu inquired. The elders exchanged glances, and the foremost among them, the Sea Turtle Douluo, stepped forward to ask, is this proposal reflective of Elder Yuan's intentions or those of the Pope? Yuan Xuanlu, with a casual flick of his fingernails. Remarked, "Elder Lu, the Spirit Hall has always been like a family. My services for the Spirit Hall, what difference does it make?" Lu, barely restraining his ire, retorted. "Who does not know what you were in the past, Yuan Xuanlu? You claimed to serve the Spirit Hall, yet when the Pope was alive, where was your loyalty?" Elder Lu was on the verge of rebuking Yuan Xuanlu. "Then allow me to inquire," he pressed. "Why has the Spirit Hall chosen to implement this reform?" Yuan Xuanlu raised his hand towards the Douluo palace and proclaimed, "It is undoubtedly to disseminate the blessings of our Spirit Hall. How many years ago? The angel god carved a bloody path through the wilds for the sake of the souls of Douluo continent, driving away soul beasts, vanquishing evil soul masters, and maintaining the stability of the land. As descendants, we cannot help but shed tears whenever we reflect upon the struggles of the angel god for the welfare of the continent. What is wrong with reforming for the protection of all living beings?" Elder Lu coughed a few times, seemingly reminding Yuan Xuanlu not to invoke the ancestors as a means of justification. "Anyone can do so, but you, Yuan Xuanlu, a person who disrespects the angel god, cannot." "Blessings? Does it truly constitute blessings to tarnish the image of the nobility?" An elder of noble descent could no longer contain his outrage towards Yuan Xuanlu. "This proposal is divided into 3 sections: politics, economics, and culture. With the first item in the cultural section boldly declaring the need to uphold the image of the nobility and promote the glory of the Spirit Hall. Tarnishing?" Yuan Xuanlu cast a glance at the elder's countenance and was instantly reminded of his intelligence. His surname was Zhao, and he had close ties with the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. No, Elder Zhao." Yuan Xuanlu blinked innocently, feigning naivety. "I do not seek to tarnish the noble's reputation. I merely recount the deeds of the aristocracy as they are. For instance, the cat girl." Elder Zhao's visage darkened even further than before. His household had just received a cat girl as a gift, and he had barely indulged in her company for a few days. Yuan Xuanlu understood the situation, yet he still had the audacity to use it as a means of intimidation. The nobles imposed taxes on the commoners, oppressing their wives and daughters, and even forcing individuals off their lands, reducing them to serfdom. Yuan Xuanlu spoke with grandiosity. Elder Lu remained as unperturbed as ever, keeping his eyes shut. "The corruption of the nobility is a matter of the empire. Our Spirit Hall is a sanctuary for soul masters, not a refuge for commoners devoid of soul power." Yuan Sun disregarded Elder Lu's seasoned demeanor, instead embodying an image of righteousness, proclaiming, "Our Spirit Hall stands as the paragon of justice on the continent. Since the expulsion of the malevolent soul masters by the angelic deity, we have dedicated ourselves to serving the populace, and it is only fitting that we advocate for the common people." Elder Lu maintained his characteristic stance and retorted, "The Spirit Hall may stand on equal footing with the 2 great empires, but it does not seek to supplant them. The matters of nobility are the internal affairs of the empires." Thus, the exchange between the 2 unfolded with vigorous enthusiasm. Yuan Xuanlu asserted that the Spirit Hall epitomizes fairness and justice, while Elder Lu remarked that it is merely a matter of the empire. The highest authority of the Papal Hall convened, which resembled haggling with market vendors, ultimately a contest for profit. Elder Zhao sensed the dissonance in the air. Despite his attempts to reason, Yuan Xuanlu remained fixated on the severe punishment of the nobility. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The issue lay in Yuan Xuanlu's declaration to suppress the local branches of the Spirit Hall that were complicit in wrongdoing, a statement that struck at their very core. The headquarters of the Spirit Hall is located in Spirit City, with a sanctum in each of the 2 imperial capitals, while the major cities host their own main halls, constituting the Spirit Hall's standard foundation. Yet, the branches and subhalls are not under the effective control of the Spirit Hall. These establishments were created by family members who received positions within the Spirit Hall, leveraging their familial influence to establish branches and subhalls. It would not be entirely inaccurate to claim that these noble-born individuals were part of the Spirit Hall. However, to assert their unwavering loyalty to it seems rather dubious. Moreover, Yuan Xuanlu, this young wretch, is poised to take action against us. What does it mean to aid and abet wrongdoing? Does it not imply that we, as nobility and powerful figures, are also affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Does it not mean that we exploit the common folk under the guise of the Spirit Hall's authority? Does it not indicate that we seek to secure high positions for our family members within the Empire, fearing that our connections with the Empire might lead to treachery against the Spirit Hall? I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. My nephew serves as an official in the Tiando Empire, my cousin has inherited a title in the Tiando Empire, and my granddaughter is wed to a prominent noble of that empire. And yet the spirit hall trembles, fearing our allegiance may waver. You, Yuan Xuanlu, surely think this way. Elder Zhao, being impetuous, soon joined the verbal skirmish, and amidst the cacophony, he exclaimed, "The empire is the empire. The spirit hall is merely an organization." Elder Zhao, with heartfelt urgency, called out. Yet, he suddenly realized that, at some point, the chrysanthemum pass had also entered the fray. Wait, does this reflect the Pope's intent? A cold sweat broke out on Elder Zhao's brow. Silence. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow deeply, inquiring, "Elder Zhao, what do you mean?" Elder Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What significance do my words hold? Am I not merely contending for my own power and gain? Elder Lu had expressed a similar sentiment earlier. Why does Bibi Dong not question Elder Lu's meaning? Elder Zhao scanned the room. All eyes were upon him. He turned back to Elder Lu, the sea turtle Douluo, only to find him regarding him with ill intent. Indeed, you hail from a prestigious lineage within the Tiando Empire, yet you have joined the Spirit Hall. Alas, one cannot claim to act solely for the benefit of the Spirit Hall if one exhibits favoritism toward outsiders. Elder Lu was filled with profound sorrow. Suddenly, Elder Zhao recalled that Elder Lu did not seem to be of noble birth. I have asserted that the Spirit Hall requires urgent reform. Any opposition to this is tantamount to resisting the tide of history. The loyal and patriotic Yuan Xuanlu has re-emerged. Elder Zhao, as a member of the Spirit Hall, you betray the empire from within. It is truly disheartening. Elder Lu grasped Elder Zhao's hand, his eyes brimming with anguish. I am deeply pained. I implore you to leave. Our Spirit Hall welcomes only loyal and righteous individuals, not treacherous scoundrels. Yuan Xuanlu gazed at Elder Zhao as if observing a chicken destined for slaughter, ready to be admonished. I am an elder of the Wuhuan Hall. I am a titled Douluo. Elder Zhao seethed with anger. Yuan Xuanlu did not offer him any semblance of respect, instead bellowing, "Must I request you to leave?" The formidable aura of the Super Douluo rendered Elder Zhao incapable of lifting his gaze. Aware that he could not afford to confront the situation further, Elder Zhao departed in a daze. Simultaneously, several other elders displayed a change in countenance. A sense of foreboding settled upon them as they realized the implications of targeting the aristocratic factions. They regretted their close associations with them and the numerous tributes they had accepted. With heads bowed, the elders acknowledged their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Once Elder Zhao had completely exited, Elder Lu bowed deeply to Yuan Xuanlu, expressing gratitude for the eradication of the nefarious elements within the Spirit Hall. Yuan Xuanlu's return gift is equally significant. Elder Lu, hailing from humble beginnings, remains grounded despite his elevated status. He truly embodies the backbone of the Spirit Hall. This commendation leaves Elder Lu speechless. Indeed, this is but a performance, a pretext to undermine the local factions within the Spirit Hall. Elder Lu, the sea turtle Douluo, is indeed of common origin and serves as the leader of the local faction. However, upon learning that his son could secure a position within a principal hall, he aligned himself with Yuan Xuanlu. Ultimately, the local factions comprise two groups. One consists of elders and bishops who, despite their high ranks, stem from impoverished backgrounds, while the other includes individuals from noble families or sectarian influences, such as Elder Zhao. Yuan Xuanlu allied with Elder Lu and his faction, promising them the allocation of new branch halls and subhalls. Subsequently, he pressured them to eliminate the noble families currently in control of the region and intended to fill the power vacuum left by these nobles with his own relatives. In essence, it was a replacement of the disobedient noble-born hall masters in local branch halls with compliant commoner-born hall masters. As for whether these commoner hall masters would transform into new noble hall masters after several years of governance, that remained uncertain. Yuan Xuanlu cannot be managed. This plan is quite ingenious, yet Yuan Xuanlu, your methods remain rather crude. Bibidong's expression darkened. Fostering one faction while suppressing another, the strategy is sound and the idea is commendable. However, Yuan Xuanlu's final execution presents an unseemly visage. To be honest, it renders even the seasoned Bibi Dong hesitant to meet his gaze. Your Majesty the Pope. I am an elder, not the Pope. Yuan Xuanlu is acutely aware of his excessive demeanor. However, he was never suited for such a role. When Bibi Dong revealed her plan to him, he merely intended to serve as her weapon. Yet, in his fervor, he may have inadvertently overstepped. Perhaps Bibi Dong desires to ensure that the name Yuan Xuanlu is irrevocably etched onto the nobility's blacklist, allowing her to exercise her influence with ease while the aristocrats express their gratitude towards her. Yuan Xuanlu regarded Bibi Dong with a skeptical gaze. Noting her expression of exasperated disappointment, Elder Yuan, it would be prudent to refrain from such actions in the future, she sighed. unable to bear the crude methods employed by Yuan Xuanlu. You should focus on your role as the executioner of dissenters. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu replied affirmatively. In the aftermath of Zhao's departure, chaos reigned across the various local branches. Your Holiness, what shall we do? Elder Lu inquired with evident concern. Originally a leader among the local faction, he found himself embroiled in a treacherous act, while he could rally many from humble origins. The influence of the noble class within the Spirit Hall's branches was formidable. In short, unless the local nobility was decisively quelled, the courage that the commoners had reluctantly mustered would swiftly dissipate, leaving them to wallow in despair. As the leader who had betrayed them, he, along with the heads of the local commoner factions, would undoubtedly face retribution from the nobles. Bibi Dong remained silent, her gaze fixed on the executioner, Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu pointed to the document on Elder Zhao's desk, exclaiming, "Isn't the first line clear? Anti-corruption. Chapter 38. Did you sense the White Knight?" Elder Zhao, unsteadily returning to his opulent residence in the Soul City after a day of drinking, found his mind still haunted by Yuan Xuanlu's threats. "How dare you, Yuan Xuanlu? Upon your return, you have become a mere lapdog to Bibi Dong. How despicable." He spat disdainfully at the face of his doorman. "Are you blind? Have you perished?" The doorman, receiving Zhao's contempt, dared not retort and humbly escorted the elder inside. Oblivious to the thoughts of those around him, Elder Zhao strode directly to his study. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. How could Yuan Xuanlu dare to humiliate him so? Did he not fear that Zhao might truly align himself with the Tiando Empire? Furious, Elder Yao's face flushed with rage as he pounded his fists. That Lu fellow is also a fool. Does he truly believe that by siding with Bibi Dong, his life will improve? No, I must write to my associates. We shall unite and ensure your downfall. Just waiting for this very moment. Who is it? Elder Zhao looked up, puzzled. Yuan Xuanlu stepped through the door. Yuan Xuanlu released 9 soul rings, revealing a dazzling smile as he addressed Elder Zhao. Good evening. Meanwhile, a fierce blaze engulfed Elder Zhao's residence, flames roaring as they consumed the opulent mansion. Yuan Xuanlu arrived late with a contingent of soldiers to extinguish the flames. He cleared his throat and took a seat on the curb, observing the soldiers as they busily attended to their task. Yuan Ling'er was also brought out by Yuan Xuanlu, and at this moment, she sat beside him. Is the martial Soul Hall not apprehensive about the repercussions of swiftly targeting the noble factions? Yuan Ling'er gazed upon the opulent mansion engulfed in flames, shadows of phantoms dancing within, and felt a chill seep into her heart. Those nobles, despite their flaws, had once rendered service to the Spirit Hall. Could the Spirit Hall so carelessly dispense with them without fearing the repercussions of such coldness? Firstly, the nobility are inherently self-preserving. And secondly, with the leader dispatched, the remaining sheep would soon fall silent. Yuan San adjusted his breathing, calming the soul power within him. Moments ago, he had swiftly and decisively dealt with the title Douluo, unleashing his ultimate technique, which now left him feeling quite fatigued. Yuan Xuanlu continued, furthermore, it was I who took their lives. The aristocracy will only harbor hatred towards me, and Bibi Dong will also suppress the nobility, albeit in a clandestine manner. In the future, she may even seek to win them over. I am merely her instrument of death. Yuan Ling'er pondered for a moment and concluded that Bibi Dong was not a virtuous individual either. She then inquired, what benefits could this action possibly hold for her? I have no desire to know. In any case, Bibi Dong will not allow me to be discarded once I have served my purpose. My strength, at the formidable level of 96, is the foundation of my confidence in navigating this path. Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er awaited the extinguishment of the raging inferno. Elder, the fire has been successfully subdued, reported a squad leader, bowing respectfully to Yuan Xuanlu. Subsequently, Yuan Xuanlu gazed at his daughter, then rose to his feet and beckoned Yuan Ling'er to follow him as they entered Elder Zhao's abode. The sight that met their eyes was heart-wrenching. Charred remnants of the deceased's kin lay scattered in disarray. To any discerning observer, it was evident that the victims had been slain before being consumed by flames. Were these soul masters truly unable to escape the inferno? Have you discerned anything? Yuan Xuanlu inquired. Yuan Ling'er gazed at the charred skin of the roasted meat, reflecting on the notion that while others wield the knife, she finds herself as the fish upon the chopping board. Yuan Xuanlu found a vacant patch of land to sit down, inhaling the fragrant aroma that filled the air. Indeed, without strength, even a noble status is merely flesh and bone. Yuan Ling'er, weary of the enticing aroma of the roasted meat, turned her gaze curiously towards her father and inquired, Father, Was all of this part of your plan? The central authority had eliminated the noble leaders, leaving the aristocrats in a precarious position. This was a method to purge dissenters. Yuan Xuanlu shook his head, remarking that these notions were beyond his imagination. Yet they were conceived by Bibi Dong. However, her impatience was evident. Bibi Dong, in her haste, disregarded the crude methods employed by Yuan Xuanlu. Recognizing this as a brilliant avenue to exert her control over the spirit hall, one she was reluctant to relinquish. Conversely, the adage holds true. To hesitate in making a decisive cut may lead to greater harm. Having already severed ties with the nobility, annihilating them seemed the most prudent course of action. Yuan Xuanlu has added another sentence. Yuan Ling'er shook her head, expressing her genuine confusion regarding these matters. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled, expressing his confusion, yet asserted that as long as one possesses sufficient strength, others would refrain from taking action against them. What shall we do moving forward? Yuan Ling'er asked, her voice laced with concern. Strength is paramount. You must harness the power of the spirit hall to rapidly enhance your abilities, including those of Ajia, Lu Wei, and Oscar, who are far away in Balak City. The pursuit of one's path is a timeless adage. Possessing strength allows one to act without fear of offending others. Yuan Ling'er remained silent. Today's meeting was merely a fade for the indecisive factions at both ends, while the true conference that would determine the future of the spirit hall lay ahead. Yuan Xuanlu is the elder in charge of this matter tomorrow. My feelings towards the spirit hall are a blend of both altruism and self-interest. Assisting the spirit hall is a personal motive, as is the desire to eliminate Tang San's allies. Yet utilizing certain secrets of the spirit hall also reflects a personal agenda. Speaking of personal matters, Ling'o has acquired the records of the celestial herbs that her father sought. Yuan Ling'er extracted a document from the Soul Guide and handed it to Yuan Xuanlu. Is it discreet? Indeed. I fabricated a reason to investigate the White Knight and ventured into the library, where I surreptitiously acquired all the information regarding these celestial herbs. Yuan Ling'er reminisced about that rather foolish disciple of the Pope, letting out a sigh, while Hulaina remained oblivious. Yuan San nodded, tucking away the information regarding the celestial herbs. These herbs would undoubtedly serve as his greatest reliance in the future, although I possess limited knowledge of herbalism. Having obtained a copy of the celestial herb data from the Chrysanthemum Pass, I believe that comparing the two is less likely to lead to errors. Would Elder Zhu not notice? I have merely taken a backup. Long ago, Yuan Sun had acquired the information on celestial herbs through the secrets of the Angel clan. Yet he had been too apprehensive to test the herbs, fearing that the records might be flawed. Recently, he obtained another set of celestial herb data from the Chrysanthemum Pass, and now he held two sets of information in his hands. Coupled with the one that Yuan Ling'er retrieved from the library, there were 3 sets in total. With 3 sets of data to compare, if they identified the same celestial herb, it would likely be accurate. However, if discrepancies arose, they would set that information aside. Eventually, this knowledge of celestial herbs would be presented to the Martial Soul Hall. So for now, we shall venture forth and secure the valuable resources for ourselves. Yuan Xuanlu commenced to unleash the potential of the Hound. After securing the item, he informed the Grand Offering, requesting that one of the offerings remain to guard the location, allowing the Spirit Hall to safeguard his abode. Yuan Ling'er, perplexed, inquired, "What about Bibi Dong?" To which the response came, "Do not even consider Bibi Dong. She has yet to return my share of the tobacco stocks, and she still dares to ask for more." How preposterous! Yuan Xuanlu harbored deep resentment regarding this matter. However, Yuan Ling'er blinked her eyes and remarked, "Isn't it said that the Pope is father as first love?" Yuan Xuanlu gazed intently at Yuan Ling'er, then sighed. "It is indeed what the Chrysanthemum Pass spoke of, is it not? Father is truly astute." Yuan Xuanlu cast a solemn gaze upon Yuan Ling'er and said, "Ling'er, you must remember this. First, all men possess the traits of scoundrels. Be wary of their honeyed words. Second, when faced with celestial herbs, the notion of first love can be entirely disregarded. Third, one must live for oneself, lest one be hindered by emotions. Fourth, forget the first 2 points. Simply hold fast to the third." Yuan Ling'er nodded, for these teachings had been imparted to her by Yuan Sun countless times before, out of concern that she might be deceived by unscrupulous men in the future. "Oh, father, are you familiar with the concept of the White Knight?" Yuan Ling'er had just remarked that while using the White Knight as cover, she observed Yuan Xuanlu's expression. However, Yuan Xuanlu remained unperturbed, prompting Yuan Ling'er to inquire directly. "The one mentioned in the historical records of the White Knight. Oh, the War Queen, of course, I am well aware." Yuan Ling'er shook her head and replied, I am referring to the statue of the White Knight located in front of the library. The light-hearted banter of Yuan Xuanlu has vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor as he cast a comprehensive gaze over Yuan Ling'er before inquiring, "Did you sense it?" Chapter 39, Meeting and Plans in the Papal Hall. Following Yuan Xuanlu's brutal rampage, the elders and bishops, who had clandestinely colluded with the nobility, now refrained from openly opposing him. As for their feelings toward Yuan Xuanlu, Bai Dong glanced at him, who was resting with closed eyes, and a cold smirk formed within her heart. They loathed him, of course. The noble faction seethed with resentment. I can only imagine how Qian Rinxue will contend with me upon her return, regardless of Yuan Xuanlu's denial of his ancestry. The entire continent would still regard him as a member of the angelic family, after this massacre of numerous noble faction members. How could these nobles ever support the angelic family again? Yuan Xuanlu, you have indeed obstructed your niece's path this time. However, you have inadvertently paved the way for my future dominion. Yuan Xuanlu cast a glance at Bibi Dong and discerned that she was contemplating the notion of when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. Her actions served as a means to assist the powerful, acting as a pristine glove for their sordid tasks. Once deemed unnecessary, the powerful would discard the glove, leaving themselves untainted, while Yuan Xuanlu would face dire consequences. Nevertheless, do you believe I hold any regard for that aristocratic lot? Yuan Xuanlu and Bibi Dong, each harboring their own ulterior motives, exchanged a glance before diverting their eyes. Yuan Sun glanced around at the elders seated at the round table, then smiled warmly as he spoke. Esteemed colleagues, it is said that to repel external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Only with a secure foundation can we unite our efforts against external adversities. I trust you have all perused the recent planning document. The elders nodded in silence. This time, as the spokesperson for the angel god, the Spirit Hall has historically championed justice. The nobles of Tiando and Xinglua oppress the populace, showing no regard for their suffering, while the common people endure immense hardship. As the sole bastion of righteousness on the continent, how can we bear to witness the suffering of our citizens? Therefore, it is imperative that we restore peace to the continent and guide the two great empires under the banner of justice. The discourse on the path of Yuan has yet to be fully articulated. However, a mere exchange of glances among the elders suffices to convey the gravity of the matter at hand. Accepting the leadership of justice, to phrase it more eloquently, signifies the aspiration to seize the foundations of two great empires with the intent of unifying the continent. Historically speaking, this notion poses no inherent issues. When the Spirit Hall was first established, it served as the bastion of humanity, rallying people against formidable soul beasts. Subsequently, over the course of time, the two empires gradually took shape, while the Spirit Hall maintained an air of detachment. In those days, even emperors were required to undergo coronation by the Pope to be deemed legitimate. Yet, the instinct to centralize power and bolster imperial authority has always been the nature of any emperor. Eventually, the practice of papal coronation was abolished by the two empires. The Spirit Hall remained reticent, continuing to be regarded as the sanctum of soul masters in name. As the threat of soul beasts diminished, the Spirit Hall demonstrated an understanding of prudence, as the tensions between the empire and the hall were not overtly pronounced, all due to a common adversary, the evil soul masters. However, when the Empress Shime, grandmother of Qian Douluo, compelled the two empires to grant benefits to low-ranking soul masters, the Spirit Hall found itself in genuine conflict with the empires. It was during Qian Daolia's generation that whispers of the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent began to circulate. As Qian Xuanjie cultivated alliances with numerous nobles, the emperor of the empire found himself increasingly troubled. And now is it time for Bibi Dong's generation to prepare for the unification of the continent? Considering the timeline, the Spirit Hall's desire for unification has lingered for nearly 2 to 3 centuries. While it may not be common knowledge, it is evident to the discerning eye that conflict looms on the horizon. The leadership of justice requires meticulous planning, and this initiative is aptly named the Douluo Plan. Allow me to provide a brief overview. With a graceful wave of his hand, Yuan Xuanlu conjured a luminous screen at the center of the round table, manifesting the essence of his soul power. The continent's plan is divided into 3 facets, of which I am tasked with elucidating one segment. Yuan Sun bowed respectfully to the elders, then waved his hand, transforming the text on the luminous screen into a series of images depicting the oppression of commoners by the nobility. With a wave of his hand, the leader of the Spirit Hall proclaimed, "First, we shall establish a series of newspapers, including the Spirit Hall Gazette, to serve as our voice. The reporters of the Spirit Hall Gazette will traverse the empire, specifically documenting the oppression of commoners by the nobility. These publications will be distributed through our various branches, akin to the sales operations of the renowned Yellow Crane Tower. As the elders are familiar with the concept of smoking, they readily grasp the analogy. In each town, only the Spirit Hall branches will sell tobacco, compelling everyone to purchase it exclusively from there. Now, with the addition of a newspaper, there will undoubtedly be buyers, though perhaps only those who can read. This is a stronghold of public opinion, and we must seize it in an instant. Once Yuan Xuanlu uttered those words, it became apparent to everyone. The adage to hear the wind is to see the rain rings true. Common folk are often quite simple-hearted. As long as one cultivates a people-friendly image in their minds, they will believe that you are advocating for them throughout your life, devoid of ulterior motives. Unlike Yuan Xuanlu, who harbors a plethora of malice. Furthermore, we will specifically recruit some down-to-earth young women to train for theatrical performances. There will be a total of 12 acting troupes, with scripts that I have previously drafted. The common people are often illiterate, unable to comprehend books or newspapers, and the villagers lack understanding of grand principles. Not to worry, for we shall perform for them, narrating stories for their enjoyment. The performance troupes will not be confined to the martial Soul City. They will embark on tours across the rural areas of the empire. The elders have not perused the scripts, hence they have not paid much attention. Yuan Xuanlu reiterated. The third point is to cultivate idle soul masters. This is also an excellent strategy for the Spirit Hall to expand its influence. Unlike commoners, soul masters are not mere peasants. Our Spirit Hall must create high-end idols who embody not only noble elegance, but also formidable strength. Subsequently, we will incite a fervent admiration among the multitude of lower-tier soul masters. This is akin to the popular fighting teams in the Grand Soul Arena. Yuan Xuanlu has already noticed several elders exhibiting expressions of confusion, so he decided to elucidate in a manner they could comprehend. He likened it to the star teams of the Grand Soul Arena, and the elders immediately grasped his meaning. Suddenly, one elder at the round table inquired, "Are these overseen by Elder Yuan?" Yuan Xuanlu had not fully grasped his meaning and candidly responded, "Of course." The elder nodded, indicating his understanding, and then inquired, "Is this approach truly effective?" "It is not that I oppose this plan. Rather, I believe that with such funds, it would be more beneficial to cultivate a few soul masters." Yuan's son, with an innocuous smile, replied, "Certainly, it is useful. This is what we call winning without fighting." Yuan Xuanlu took his seat, while Ghost Douluo stood up to pay respects to the elders. The next agenda concerned economic matters, which I shall present to you all. Although the Ghost Elder's martial soul is of a spectral nature, his voice resonated with the cadence of a chant. Yuan Xuanlu, however, found himself disinterested, lost in thought as he pondered how to deflect Yuan Ling'er's inquiries regarding the White Knight. Why did she react? Despite my numerous encounters with the statue of the White Knight, I had never experienced such a response. Yuan Xuanlu was beset by inner turmoil, compounded by Bibi Dong's unwavering focus on plans and meetings, leaving him in a state of agitation. Perhaps it would be best to retreat to a serene and picturesque locale for respite. Perhaps to the Eye of Ice and Fire? Chapter 40. Someone is following. Yuan Ling'er departed from the Spirit Soul City. In recent days, she observed that aside from attending meetings, Yuan Xuanlu seemed to engage in little else. However, her father advised her against inquiring about the meetings, suggesting that she refrain from openly discussing the intentions of the Spirit Hall, as everyone pretended to be oblivious. After all, who cannot feign ignorance? Every individual is capable of that. After hearing this, Yuan Ling'er chose to disregard the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Believing that it was a matter of no concern to her, her focus remained solely on her own strength. Nevertheless, accompanying Yuan Xuanlu on this journey was a significant figure from the Spirit Hall. "Greetings, grandfather." Yuan Ling'er blinked her eyes and bowed gracefully to the elderly man before her, beaming with joy. In response, the aloof elder merely nodded slightly and uttered a casual Yuan Ling'er thought to herself how remarkably distant and unapproachable he seemed. Upon encountering such a scene, Yuan Xuanlu could not help but smile and bow respectfully to the four revered elders, acknowledging the trouble they had caused him on this journey. He then led Yuan Ling'er to a secluded spot, whispering a gentle admonition, "Do not provoke your fourth granduncle. He is truly formidable, even as a 96th level Super Douluo. I must tread carefully around him." The elder in question was the fourth elder of the Spirit Hall, known as the Night Owl, bearing the title of the same name. He was dispatched by Qian Douluo to assist Yuan Xuanlu, and his demeanor could only be described as cold and merciless, with a heart as ruthless as they come. Typically, He displayed such indifference not only towards Yuan Ling'er but even when the Grand Elder visited, displaying the same aloof disposition. Yuan Xuanlu estimated that this might be the reason behind Qian Douluo's emergence, who would wish to behold a scowling visage day in and day out. The chronicles of this individual's rise to prominence are truly astonishing, revealing the ruthless and unyielding nature he possessed in his youth. The fourth offering was born into a noble family of the Xingluo Empire as the illegitimate son of a concubine, and thus was not afforded much regard. Moreover, in his formative years, he had an esteemed elder brother who was not only handsome but also possessed a remarkable aptitude for cultivation and military leadership. Within the martial virtue-rich milieu of the Xingluo Empire, his brother's prospects appeared exceedingly bright. However, the promising future of the elder sibling did not guarantee a favorable destiny for the younger. The fourth offering's mother was tragically murdered by the primary wife, leaving him often on the brink of starvation and relegated to servitude by both the primary wife and his brother for an entire decade. Growing up in such a household, the fourth offering's character became increasingly distorted. When he reached the age of 16, an opportunity finally arose. His father passed away, and his brother was away leading troops and could not return home. After a decade of waiting, the time for revenge had arrived. He had secretly cultivated to the rank of sole ancestor, now possessing the strength to exact his vengeance. On the night of his father's death, he killed the primary wife and exacted retribution on his sister-in-law, even slaying his own infant nephew. The brutality of his actions sent shockwaves through the spirit hall, which feared the emergence of a formidable evil soul master. Thus began his flight, pursued by both the spirit hall and his brother. His first 3 soul rings were 2 white and 1 yellow, leading many to believe he would be easily captured. However, perhaps due to the exhilaration of revenge, he grew stronger with each pursuit, rapidly advancing from soul ancestor to soul king in a mere 3 years. This newfound power deterred even his brother from continuing the chase. Yet the spirit hall, convinced he was an evil soul master, intensified their pursuit. He engaged in guerrilla warfare against the spirit hall, with both sides relentlessly chasing one another. Ultimately, the judging elder Qian Douluo learned of the situation and personally pursued him. After a fierce battle, the fourth offering was defeated. Upon examination, it was discovered that he bore no traits of an evil soul master and had not employed any malevolent methods in his cultivation. His rapid ascension from soul ancestor to soul king was indeed a testament to his innate talent. This revelation left the entire continent lamenting the loss of such a prodigious talent, as his first 3 soul rings were deemed wasted. Casting doubt on whether he could still aspire to the title of Douluo, Qian Douluo recognized this individual's potential utility, especially given the spirit hall's need for discrete operations. Thus, he invited the fourth offering to join the judging group, tasked with eliminating enemies that the spirit hall could not confront openly. The outcome of this decision was nothing short of remarkable. The methods employed were ruthless, and the 4 offerings, appearing benign yet harboring dark hearts, soared into the heavens like birds and swam into the sea like fish, swiftly carving out their own dominion. During their rise in fortune, the 4 offerings returned to the Starry Empire, extinguishing the entire lineage of their elder brother. The scandal of annihilation arose. When Qian Douluo intended to personally escort the 4 offerings on their journey, he discovered that the white gloves, which were meant to be discarded after use, had surprisingly attained the rank of a level 90 Douluo. While slaying a mere white glove was feasible, eliminating a Douluo was an entirely different matter. Qian Douluo was no fool. He maneuvered his connections to absolve the 4 offerings of their transgressions, allowing them to focus on their cultivation and serve the spirit hall. Subsequently, this formidable individual, who had previously discarded the first 3 soul rings, astonishingly cultivated to level 96, ultimately becoming the 4th offering. After listening to Yuan Xuanlu recount the tale of the 4 offerings, Yuan Ling'er felt her worldview profoundly shaken. She was uncertain whether to mourn the tragic fate of the 4 offerings, to be enraged by his ruthless methods, or to feel exhilarated by his self-reliance and resilience. Grandpa Night Owl truly is. Haha. Yuan Ling'er found herself at a loss for words, awkwardly chuckling to her father. Yuan Xuanlu recounted his story with a lingering sense of trepidation. Had the 4th offering been nurtured properly back in the day, he might have reached a level of cultivation comparable to that of your esteemed grandfather, the Sky Crocodile. Presently, the Golden Crocodile Douluo stands at the formidable rank of 98. If the first 3 soul rings of the 4th offering had not hindered his progress, given his innate talent, he might well have aspired to the pinnacle of 98. Or even 99. Yet, perhaps this is simply the decree of fate. Having exhausted his fortunes in youth, he is bound to face retribution in his later years. Young man, Where shall we venture this time? The fourth offering inquired after Yuan Xuanlu had finished his narrative. He understood well that there was a prevailing sense of fear among his peers, which rendered him disinclined to engage in conversation. Years of silence had led to a voice that wavered unpredictably when he finally spoke. Uncle Fourth shall accompany us to the sunset forest. Yuan Xuanlu replied with a respectful bow. Yuan Xuanlu understood that both Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji would not take his life, which emboldened him to express a sense of nonchalance before them, uttering phrases like a father bids farewell with a smile and a brother worries while a younger sibling excels. However, this individual, the expressions a father bids farewell with a smile and a brother worries while a younger sibling excels are merely remnants of others' play. The sunset forest, you say? It matters not. The fewer the people, the better. After delivering his aloof remarks, the four guardians continued to follow Yuan Xuanlu's party, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Yuan Xuanlu smiled awkwardly. However, I must caution you that we are being followed. The four offerings spoke in a hoarse voice, akin to the sound of grinding glass. Upon traversing the path of the four offerings, Yuan Xuanlu suddenly discerned an anomaly lurking behind. Yuan Xuanlu's keen sense of reconnaissance was undoubtedly honed during the life and death struggles of the past. He turned to smile knowingly at the figure behind him. Old ghost, are you not coming out? Chapter 41. Each with their own agenda. Ghost Douluo had no desire to reveal himself, yet he had already been discovered. As a powerful and agile title Douluo, his ability to conceal himself was unparalleled among the elders. Initially, Ghost Douluo presumed that Yuan Xuanlu was rather oblivious and would not detect him. He did not anticipate that a formidable individual was shadowing him. Ghost Douluo found himself begrudgingly impressed. Why are you following us? Yuan Xuanlu inquired with a hint of malice directed at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo, showing no reluctance, unhesitatingly divulged that he had been sent by the Supreme Pontiff, Bibidong. On the night following the meeting, Bibidong, seemingly fatigued, summoned Hulaina, who had been by Yuan Ling'er's side for the past few days, to inquire about their activities. What have you been up to these days? Bibidong asked, her eyes closing as if to feign sleep. Hulaina cautiously glanced at Bibidong, fearing that her gossip might have been leaked. Nothing much, just searching for information about someone called the White Knight in the library, she replied, bowing respectfully. The White Knight? Humph. Yuan Xuanlu remains undeterred, Bibidong remarked with a cold smile. Hulaina, observing the expression on Bibidong's face, softly added, and that's all there is to it. Bibidong acknowledged her with a noncommittal sound but did not dismiss Hulaina. Instead, she gazed out the window. Yuan Xuanlu was here before and spoke with me, she mused. Hulaina raised her brows gently, her face a canvas of confusion. Elder Yuan once spoke, and so it was said. What of it? Bibidong continued, stating that the foundation of the spirit hall was not substantial. For now, we must direct our efforts outward. Only when the spirit hall's resources are abundant should we consider the division of inheritance. Nana, what are your thoughts? I shall observe from a distance. Hulaina thought to herself, though such sentiments could hardly be voiced in Bibidong's presence. Thus, she merely clasped her hands and replied, I am uncertain. Bibidong took Hulaina's hand and placed it upon her knee, saying, Nana, I regard you as my own daughter. There are matters in which you may err, yet you must never lack conviction. Hulaina was naive, unable to restrain her tongue, and fond of gossip, yet she was no fool. The implication from Bibidong today was clear. You are no ordinary individual. You are my successor. You may falter, but you must never be indecisive. I believe Elder Yuan's words hold merit, Hulaina responded promptly, having grasped the nuances involved. I share the same sentiment, however. Who can truly discern the thoughts of Yuan Xuanlu? Bibidong offered Hulaina a comforting word and permitted her to take her leave. Soon after, a graceful shadow materialized beside the candlelight in the room. Your Majesty, what do you believe Yuan Xuanlu thinks? Is he betting on Nana, or perhaps her? The shadow delicately placed a hand upon Bibidong's shoulder, gently massaging. I cannot say for certain, but Yuan Xuanlu does not place much value on emotions. Even if that individual is his own niece. Bibidong nodded in contemplation. The situation had shifted. Since becoming a father, Yuan Xuanlu had seemingly showered his daughter with affection. Indeed. And thus he is less likely to consider his niece's interests, for she is, after all, his niece. Bibidong meticulously recalled the events involving Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er over the past few days, sensing a disquieting irregularity. Wasn't the Spirit Hall's newspaper and that opera troupe meant to be his concern? If he genuinely intended to assist me, why seek excuses to divert his attention now? Bibidong's suspicions regarding Yuan Xuanlu's sudden departure grew. The shadow's skilled hands worked their magic, leaving Bibi Dong feeling as though she were floating. Your Majesty, since you harbor doubts about Yuan Xuanlu, why not dispatch someone to follow him? Bibi Dong exhaled through her nose. Have the ghost elder discreetly trail Yuan Xuanlu. I wish to uncover his intentions, especially since he has taken a devotee with him. Understood. The shadow retreated. The ghost Douluo, serving the esteemed empress, executed his duties with precision, having been informed of Bibi Dong's suspicions regarding Yuan Xuanlu's potential machinations, thus seeking him out for surveillance. Bibi Dong mused, reflecting on her own rough approach, questioning how her methods could be deemed superior. Thankfully, her magnanimity prevailed. The principle of trusting others while remaining wary was evidently lost on her. Douluo observed Yuan Sin's furious tirade against Bibi Dong, unable to suppress an awkward smile. Just imagine, anyone under suspicion and then followed would hardly be in a good mood. Old ghost, you may take your leave now. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted Douluo on the shoulder, his expression as tranquil as that of an ordinary person, utterly concealing the fury he had just displayed. Douluo resisted, stating, "This is the Pope's command," but he dared not utter more. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him, emanating from none other than Yuan Xuanlu. Although he shared a long-standing friendship with Juhua Guan, his bond with Yuan Xuanlu was not one of familiarity. If Yuan Xuanlu truly loses his sanity and seeks to kill him, he is unlikely to show any mercy. Elder Gui, I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to Bibi Dong, yet this deeply unsettles me. Yuan Xuanlu's demeanor was as tranquil as an intimate conversation at home, devoid of any semblance of menace. As you know, I possess a forthright nature. I speak my mind candidly. I am merely returning home. If Bibi Dong feels uneasy about my return, she ought to consult with the Grand Priest to ascertain whether her prolonged tenure in the papal seat has led her to mistakenly believe she is the guardian of all soul masters, dictating their affairs even to the extent of monitoring their return home. Douluo promptly acquiesced, intending to depart hastily, yet Yuan Xuanlu obstructed his path. Is there something else? Douluo inquired cautiously. Bibi Dong's actions were rather unscrupulous. I have taken it upon myself to correct her missteps, and she must surely acknowledge this in some manner. Yuan Xuanlu threatened with a smile. This amounts to 10,000 soul coins. His Holiness the Pope will be informed of this tuition fee. The ghost Douluo, understanding the gravity of the situation, discreetly presented a card before taking his leave, seemingly unwilling to linger even for a moment in this place of conflict. Father, why must we resort to such threats against Grandfather Ghost? Yuan Ling'er is well aware of the strong connection between Chrysanthemum Pass, Ghost Douluo, and Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu put away this card. This is a slap in Bibi Dong's face. If we do not teach her a lesson, she will continue to act in this manner. Do you understand? Bibi Dong does not trust you, you know. The four offerings hinted meaningfully. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled lightly, pondering, who truly trusts whom? Everyone harbors their own ulterior motives. Her suspicion towards you is purely innocent. The fourth offering incisively identifies the issue. You bear the indelible marks of 1,000 families, remnants that cannot be erased. And in the future, you cannot evade the necessity of choosing a side. As long as the position of the Pope remains undecided, her doubts will persist. Yuan Xuanlu appeared to be entirely unconcerned with the matter at hand, instead cheerfully inquiring of the fourth elder, dear uncle, whom do you support among the Pope and the members of the Qian family? The fourth elder cleared his throat twice, casting a disdainful glance in the direction where Ghost Douluo had departed, and remarked, a child of 3 shows his strength, and by 7, his wisdom. That one beside Bibi Dong lacks the necessary ruthlessness and has seen too little of the world. His future is likely to be compromised by others. How perceptive. Indeed. Was it not Hu Lina in the original tale who met her downfall at the hands of Tang San? Yuan Xuanlu inquired subtly, what leads you to that conclusion? The four offerings glanced at Yuan Ling'er beside Yuan Xuanlu, then replied, the one beside Bibi Dong is far too soft-hearted. Were she to possess even half the ruthlessness of your daughter, I would not express such sentiments. Yuan Xuanlu glanced at the formidable Yuan Ling'er and chuckled heartily, gently ruffling her small head. You truly are a tough one, Yuan Ling'er. In comparison to fourth granduncle, I hardly consider myself ruthless, she replied modestly. Observing the playful banter between Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er, fourth elder sighed deeply and coldly remarked, in any case, I am nearing the end of my days and have no desire to concern myself with the trivialities of the Qian family. Please, take me to that wretched place swiftly. Yuan Xuanlu smiled and remarked, I am certain that my fourth uncle enjoys meditating in that particular place. Chapter 42, The Eyes of Ice and Fire. In the empire of Tiando, the sunset forest unfolds, revealing the ghost Douluo dispatched by Bibi Dong. Yuan Xuanlu has finally arrived at his destination, the sunset forest. As a vast forest of soul beasts entirely situated within the realm of the Heaven Do Empire, the sunset forest, while not as expansive as the Star Do forest, still encompasses nearly 200,000 square kilometers. It serves as a significant habitat for soul beasts in the temperate northern region of the continent. Within its depths lies what I seek. Embracing Yuan Ling'er, Yuan Xuanlu soared into the heart of the forest. This also highlights the distinctions between the sunset forest and the Star Do forest. Yuan Xuanlu could not dare to soar through the skies above the starry forest with carefree abandon, for he feared ambush by formidable soul beasts. However, the sunset forest was a different matter altogether, merely a trifle. Ahead, there appeared to be a veil of toxic miasma. The four offerings were well acquainted with the nefarious tactics of these shadowy figures. Indeed, in the distance, a thick shroud of poison enveloped a great mountain, its dense green hue reminiscent of a realm inhabited by phantoms. As the essence of Yuan San enveloped Yuan Ling'er, it surged into the heavens, effortlessly transcending the noxious miasma that surrounded them. One cannot help but ponder the intentions of the member of the Douluo family who devised such a treacherous poison. The four guardians followed suit, yet the toxic fumes still posed a peril to the beasts traversing the area. Yuan Xuanlu inquired curiously, "Can one easily discern the methods of the Douluo clan?" The fourth elder nodded in silence. "You esteemed families can recognize it due to your formidable martial souls." Indeed, the might of a martial soul ensures the legacy of a clan. The angelic Qian family, the golden crocodile Tian family, the Haotian Tang family, the seven treasures Ning family, the blue electric tyrant family. Even if a family encounters misfortune or fails to manage its affairs, as long as the martial soul is preserved, generations will rise again to reach the pinnacle of the spirit master realm. After expressing his sentiments, Yuan Xuanlu gestured toward the ground. "Fourth uncle, this is the tranquil retreat I have found for you." The three descended randomly upon the mountain peak, where the chill of height was overwhelming. The fourth elder uttered not a word, but glanced at the howling winds atop the mountain before turning his gaze to Yuan Xuanlu. "Are you suggesting I endure this cold wind? Do you dare to challenge my patience?" Yuan Xuanlu, with a hint of jest, promptly remarked, "Actually, it is located beside that hot spring below." He then gestured for them to follow. The four venerables expressed their astonishment at the audacity of the young man. The trio glided down the ridge with ease, descending to the valley below. Within the valley lay a remarkable spring, its waters half crimson and half azure, perfectly embodying the duality of the ice and fire twin eyes, the very site where the ice-fire dragon king met his demise. Surrounding the spring flourished an array of peculiar herbs, most of which the Yuan spirits could scarcely name, yet they shared a common trait: their vigorous growth. To discover such a treasure trove, truly an eye-opening experience today. The fourth venerable spread his arms wide, exclaiming with palpable excitement, "Indeed, this place, known as the Ice and Fire Twin Eyes, provides an extraordinary environment for plants to thrive. The most precious treasures here are the celestial herbs that flourish." Yuan Xuanlu provided an introduction to Yuan Ling'er and the four offerings. The four offerings appeared quite satisfied upon entering this realm. He had already discerned that the spiritual energy here was significantly superior to that of the outside world, making it an exceptional haven for healing and cultivation. "Your familiarity with this place suggests that you have visited before, does it not?" The four offerings regarded Yuan Xuanlu with an enigmatic smile, and merely by observing his demeanor, he had formed a conjecture. Perhaps it was merely some internal discord within the angelic family. Yuan Xuanlu discovered this place, yet he chose not to entrust it to Qian Xuanji, preferring instead to let it remain an eternal secret. Yuan Ling'er was taken aback. Her father had never divulged such information in her previous life. She had never imagined that a treasure trove could exist in this very place. Indeed, her father must have been aware of certain matters concerning Tang San, as well as the White Knight. Yuan Ling'er discerned that Yuan Xuanlu was not as straightforward as it seemed. Both he and she appeared to be prophets. "Fourth uncle, to be candid, this is my first visit." Yuan Xuanlu's assertion held truth. He had long desired to come, yet feared that the poison of Douluo Bo would claim his life. After ascending to the rank of title Douluo, he believed the celestial herbs had lost their significance. Subsequently, upon having a daughter, he contemplated returning, only to be apprehensive that his protagonist aura would not withstand Tang San, for Yuan Ling'er, having consumed the celestial herbs, would undoubtedly attract Tang San's attention. Thus, his plans remained unresolved. However, upon Yuan Ling'er inciting Tang San's ire, he resolved to seize all the celestial herbs in this vicinity, allowing her to make her selection. As for why Yuan Xuanlu's initial visit felt remarkably familiar, akin to past explorations, it was because the original text elucidated. Upon satisfying the conditions of depths of the forest, poisonous miasma, valley, and hot springs, one could essentially locate the eye of ice and fire. Should further complications arise, that would pertain to Yuan Ling'er's fortune. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu was struck with astonishment, believing he had unearthed another vital piece of evidence regarding Yuan Ling'er being a child of the realm. Tang San, if I cannot vanquish you, can my daughter not do so? Truly, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, my life would have been far less enduring. The fourth elder bowed deeply to Yuan Xuanlu, causing him to bristle with trepidation. I am well aware of your intentions. Do not feign the search for a tranquil sanctuary for me. The fourth elder, reveling in joyous matters, was keenly attuned to even Yuan Xuanlu's subtle schemes. You merely wish for someone who would neither disclose secrets to the spirit hall nor harbor selfish motives to safeguard this precious land. As I am solitary and without descendants, I would certainly not pilfer celestial herbs for progeny. My rapport with the great elder is tenuous, and I do not align with Bibidong's faction. So there is no need to worry about me leaking information to the spirit hall. Truly, you play your cards exceptionally well. The pursuit of the elusive path feels somewhat awkward. The humble calculations I devised were swiftly dismantled by the four venerable guardians, leaving me in a state of profound embarrassment. However, reflecting upon the experiences of these four guardians, Yuan Xuanlu has come to terms with it. In those tumultuous years, amidst the chaos and bloodshed, the four offerings persevered. Without a hint of cunning, they would have been thoroughly devoured by others. Thank you, Uncle Xie, for your support. Yuan Xuanlu respectfully bowed. Haha. Am I being too formal? The four offerings waved their hands, seemingly unperturbed. When a person is bereft of parents and has no offspring or descendants, and is approaching the twilight of their years, one should hardly expect them to feel any disturbance regarding the changes of the outside world. After my demise, let the deluge come. Such is the nature of individuals like the four offerings. Who dares to intrude upon my sanctuary? The voice roared, echoing through the valley. The newcomer, clad in flowing garments of deep azure and purple, appeared like a specter of death. Subsequently, the aura locked onto Yuan Xuanlu. You are Qian Xuanlu. Dugubo's eyes widened in astonishment. Caught off guard, he landed directly on the grass. He felt a pang of anxiety by this time. The news of Yuan Xuanlu's return to the spirit hall had spread throughout the continent. Dugubo had presumed that Yuan Xuanlu was enjoying a life of luxury within the spirit hall, never anticipating that this individual would arrive at his secluded abode. The poison Douluo. Yuan Xuanlu cast a glance at the formidable poison Douluo, then donned a smile, articulating with the utmost politeness the most audacious of statements. I beg your pardon, but this is my sanctum. Chapter 43. Dugubo, I beg your pardon, but this is indeed my sanctuary. This bore a striking resemblance to the prelude of a brawl, akin to the moment when Brother Crow flips the table and brazenly declares to Brother Haonan, this place is now under my protection. Do you dare to contest that? Then let us engage in a genuine confrontation. Dugubo was evidently taken aback by Yuan Xuanlu's boldness. Considering the Soul Hall's penchant for maintaining a facade of pride while suffering in silence, such a retort was unexpected. Is the Soul Hall's demeanor so unbecoming? Dugubo's expression darkened, yet he refrained from retaliating, for he was acutely aware that he could not best this individual. Unthinkable indeed. Yuan Xuanlu casually remarked. I simply adore the ambience here. You see, at times, one's own happiness is founded upon the suffering of others. Dugubo, why must one justify an act of robbery with such audacity? Because numerous matters require a veil of decency. It necessitates individuals to play both the role of the victim and the moral exemplar. This is particularly true for someone like Yuan Xuanlu. When two individuals find each other displeasing and engage in public disputes, such occurrences typically arise among the common folk devoid of influence. However, when Yuan Xuanlu dislikes someone, he either discreetly eliminates them without leaving a trace or must suppress his feelings. Otherwise, how do you suppose Yuan Xuanlu managed to endure that scoundrel Yu Xiaojing initially? Yuan Xuanlu, revered as the brother of the Pope, is it truly impossible for him to eliminate a mere Yu Xiaojing? Indeed, it is not feasible. Regardless of the methods employed, should he perish within the confines of your spirit hall, it shall be deemed an act of the spirit hall. that useless Yu Shaojiang has squandered an abundance of resources from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect solely due to his status as the offspring of the sect's master. Yuan Xuanlu has slain Yu Shaojiang. Who knows how the other members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan might celebrate this event? And what follows? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan seizes the opportunity presented by Yu Shaojiang's demise to extort the Spirit Hall, engaging in a faude of grievance. While they secure their hidden gains, they must also safeguard their public image. Yuan Xuanlu killed Yu Shaojiang, regardless of the means employed. As long as the death occurs on the territory of the Spirit Hall, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will undoubtedly find a reason to confront the Spirit Hall. Since death has already transpired, is it too much to seek some benefit for the family? What can one do in the face of adversity? One must endure. This is akin to the plight of the laborer who bears the burden of an unscrupulous employer, the student who withstands the relentless pressure from parents regarding academic performance, or the son who tolerates his parents' incessant urgings for marriage. What options are available? It is hardly feasible to resolve matters with violence. While such an act may offer fleeting satisfaction, one must consider the implications for future existence. Each individual, be they a commoner, a soul master, or a member of the celestial lineage, grapples with their own share of dissatisfaction. The distinguished Douluo family, for instance, is also a prominent lineage. And I sincerely hope that we can engage in amicable discussions. Yuan Xuanlu smiled and remarked, although the Douluo family possesses a relatively shallow foundation, it still qualifies as a prominent clan. And what about sincerity? Your notion of sincerity entails encroaching upon my territory while intending to negotiate with me? Douluo was truly infuriated. My sincerity lies in the fact that the Douluo clan shall preserve its heritage. Yuan Xuanlu bowed respectfully to Douluo. And then a murderous intent surged within him. You truly intend to take my life, you scoundrel from the Spirit Hall. Douluo, being a seasoned veteran, immediately sensed the lethal aura emanating from Yuan Xuanlu and swiftly retreated towards the valley's edge. Fourth uncle, I kindly ask you to look after Ling'er. Yuan Xuanlu closely followed, shouting simultaneously. Green and white lights darted through the forest, shattering countless ancient trees. Douluo, you cannot escape from me. Of course. A 96-level Yuan Xuanlu is not something that a mere title Douluo could evade. Before long, Yuan Xuanlu intercepted Douluo. What do you intend to do? Douluo unleashed his martial soul, clearly prepared to wager his life against another. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled, contemplating whether to take your life. To spare you would cast me as a saint, yet to slay you stirs a reluctance within me. With a smirk, Douluo replied. What nonsense about saints? When has your heart ever been virtuous, Yuan Xuanlu? I see it clearly now. Yuan Xuanlu unleashed his martial soul, the radiant holy dragon, which roared magnificently. 9 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 2 red, encircled him. Any ordinary soul master witnessing this configuration would inevitably question the worth of their years of cultivation, feeling as though their efforts had been squandered. Even Douluo found himself ensnared in this perplexing dilemma. How is it possible that you possess 200,000-year soul rings? Yuan Xuanlu, with a light breeze and gentle clouds, remarked, I am fortunate. When individuals express astonishment, Yuan Xuanlu finds it exhilarating. However, when the same reaction occurs repeatedly, he grows weary. Must the dialogue always be so monotonous? The true form of Bailan, in comparison to Yuan Xuanlu's soul ring configuration, which is quite impressive. Douluo appears rather unremarkable, possessing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. At this moment, Douluo transformed into a large emerald green serpent. Its scales resembling jade embedded along its serpentine body, measuring an impressive 30 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. You Spirit Hall shall not force me too harshly. Yuan Xuanlu did not unleash his martial soul's true form. He immediately activated his first soul skill, the Radiant Dragon Fist. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor neither flinched nor evaded, directly unleashing a plume of verdant toxic mist. Yuan Xuanlu remained entirely unaffected as his fist struck the head of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. A resplendent golden radiance emanated from its head and extended to the very tip of its tail. Can you withstand the might of 20 years of cultivation embodied in this single blow? Subsequently, with a subtle flick of his wrist, a green toxic mist dispersed, causing not a hint of harm. Indeed, it is a bioweapon of the Douluo continent. Yuan Xuanlu was taken aback as he witnessed the flora and trees being corroded by the toxic mist, seemingly dissolving before his very eyes. If such a substance were to come into contact with a person, I would be defeated. Remember your promise, and allow the Douluo family to continue its legacy. Douluo was sent flying by a single punch, his martial soul manifesting in a catastrophic collapse, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the weakest title Douluo. Yuan Xuanlu bowed respectfully to Douluo, acknowledging the customs of noble families. What are the customs of these illustrious clans? One fundamental principle is the unwavering commitment to preserving the martial soul lineage of others. However, upon hearing the word but, Douluo sensed an impending discontent. Conversations among these circles are often veiled, with the initial pleasantries serving merely as a prelude to the crux of the matter. Yet, does not Mr. Douluo find true happiness in witnessing the rise of his descendants? Yuan Xuanlu, ever so courteous, left Douluo momentarily stunned. You actually choose not to kill me? Yuan Xuanlu shook his head, saying, how could I possibly bring myself to kill you after having forcibly occupied your dwelling? Douluo, who had just regained his senses, could not help but retort, quite courteous of you, I must say. Yuan Xuanlu laughed lightly, completely dismissing the matter. There is a reason for Yuan Xuanlu's efforts to win over Douluo. He aims to pave the way for Yuan Ling'er. If Yuan Ling'er aspires to live freely in the future, the most effective approach is for her to possess a formidable power of her own. Yuan Xuanlu believed that her daughter had likely contemplated this course of action for quite some time. Ajia, Lu Wei, and Oscar were the stalwarts of her future dominion. However, she required a few esteemed titled Douluos to solidify her position. In this regard, Douluo was particularly well suited for such a role. As for why this matter had not been previously addressed, it was due to Douluo's obstinate nature. Without demonstrating absolute strength to subdue him, any discourse would be futile. By joining my faction, I can assist you in resolving the issues related to the green phosphor serpent martial spirit. Yuan Xuanlu cast out a bait. Do not inquire how I came to know this. We are all from prestigious families, and naturally, I possess the means to be informed, as well as the capability to resolve the matter. Douluo's eyes flickered momentarily before he broke into a sudden chuckle. Had you uttered those words without having reached level 90, I would have certainly doubted your credibility. However, now that you declare this, I am inclined to believe you. The underlying implication of his statement was clear. You are now a super Douluo, and it would be effortless for you to eliminate me and seize my possessions. Hence, I trust your words. Yet, were you not a titled Douluo at this moment? I would question your authenticity. Nevertheless, I could never affiliate myself with the Spirit Hall. Douluo shook his head in refusal. He was a person who sought the exhilaration of his own heart, preferring death to consorting with the likes of the Spirit Hall, a place that would ultimately curtail his freedom. Not the Spirit Hall, but my daughter's sect. It shall not impose limitations upon your liberty. Consider it your sanctuary for retirement. Has there been a division? Douluo suspected internal turmoil within the angel family. What are the demands? Douluo understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuanlu felt a sense of relief, as it indicated that Douluo had largely embraced his proposition. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment, then smirked and said, help me eliminate the Snowy Night Emperor. How audacious of you to make such a request. Douluo exclaimed incredulously, staring at Yuan Xuanlu, scrutinizing whether his mind had been compromised by his cultivation. Upon observing the expression on Douluo's face, Yuan Xuanlu realized that he had undoubtedly misjudged him as a malevolent individual. Therefore, he hastily clarified. It is a case of chronic poisoning. Douluo, however, found himself exasperated, muttering, what difference does that make? The Prince of Snowstar is my savior. Douluo graciously declined, genuinely wishing that Yuan Xuanlu would propose an alternative request, thus allowing him a means of retreat. I cannot feel at ease knowing your hands remain unstained by his blood. The journey of self-discovery is, indeed, a harsh endeavor. Furthermore, the second soul ring of Yuan Xuanlu shimmered, casting a radiant light beside Douluo, causing debris to strike his face. Am I now your savior? Douluo remarked. I have harmed you, yet I have spared your life, thus I am your benefactor. Let it be, he continued. Douluo understood that the soul skill just demonstrated essentially signified a final opportunity. Let us seek a solution to the issues surrounding your granddaughter's martial spirit. Yuan Xuanlu, with a cheerful smile, extended his hand, inviting Douluo to proceed first. Chapter 44. Only children make choices. I want them all. Yuan Xuanlu and Douluo returned to the valley together. Douluo consented to join Yuan Ling'er's faction and subsequently entrusted the territory of the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes to Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu, of course, could not replicate Tang San's audacious feat of seizing another's legacy without a word. Thus, he executed a prearranged treaty with Douluo, wherein the Douluo clan would grant the Yuan family the perpetual ownership of the Ice and Fire Yin Yagais. In return, The Yuan family was obliged to provide the Douluo clan with a soul bone every 50 years, as well as a method for detoxification. The terms were clearly delineated in black and white. Yuan Xuanlu perceived himself as both a harlot and a figure of honor, considering it a slight improvement over Tang San. Meanwhile, Douluo, recognizing his lack of understanding regarding celestial herbs, opted for something more tangible. Acquiring a soul bone every 50 years seemed quite satisfactory. This endeavor could be likened to a dual victory reminiscent of Qin Shi Huang's cloning. On the road, Yuan Xuanlu meticulously engaged in a discussion with Douluo regarding the intricacies of the green phosphor serpent martial spirit. In comparison to the restrictions imposed by the Seven Treasures Ning family, your Douluo clan can be deemed merely unfortunate. Douluo, of course, is well aware that his family's martial spirit surpasses the eternally stagnant 80-level Seven Treasures glazed pagoda. However, the toxic nature of the green phosphor serpent has led to a lamentable fate for many within his lineage. With a sigh, Douluo remarked, "The poison of the green phosphor serpent martial spirit, it harms both others and oneself." Yuan Xuanlu does not concur with this perspective. The true prowess of the emerald serpent martial spirit lies in its toxicity. Relinquishing such venom would be akin to the angelic lineage forsaking their divine attributes. Rather than entirely eradicating the poison, it would be more prudent to devise methods to harness and control it as a source of strength. Douluo, hearing this notion for the first time, found it rather intriguing. However, he soon sighed and lamented, "Alas, I too wish to fully master the toxicity, yet it proves futile." By the way, has your family never contemplated resolving this issue over the years? The perplexity surrounding the Yuan-seeking path lies precisely here. Logically, the Douluo clan boasts a history spanning several centuries, with numerous titled Douluos emerging from its ranks. Yet, astonishingly, no one has managed to rectify the deficiencies related to the family's martial spirits. It appears that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect faces a similar predicament. Douluo, however, refrained from contemplating alternatives, candidly stating that the family has indeed considered solutions, but all they have achieved is merely alleviating the toxic afflictions. This is, after all, the norm. After careful consideration, Yuan Xuanlu turned to Douluo and said, "I possess a method to resolve the issue concerning your granddaughter, but it may require you to procure a soul bone." Douluo concentrated, aware that Yuan Xuanlu was about to divulge something substantial. However, Yuan Xuanlu merely smiled at him. "How could I possibly disclose that now? First, let us select the immortal herbs together." Douluo felt a pang of frustration, questioning whether there existed even a modicum of trust between them. The two of them leaped into the valley, where the four offerings and Yuan Ling'er awaited. Upon seeing that Douluo was still alive, the four offerings widened their eyes slightly, then turned their gaze to the composed Yuan Xuanlu. It was evident that these two harbored secrets. Upon seeing Yuan Xuanlu, Yuan Ling'er quickly exclaimed, "Father, are you planning to select a celestial herb for me?" Having learned of the wondrous place known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, coupled with her father's request for her to gather information on celestial herbs, she understood that Yuan Xuanlu intended for her to consume such an herb. "Very well, Ling'er, please present the materials." Yuan Xuanlu received the meticulously organized information from Yuan Ling'er. The documents bearing creases pertained to the celestial herbs whose effects remained uncertain, while those at the top contained confirmed properties of the herbs. "Ling'er, you are well suited for." Yuan Xuanlu found himself at a standstill, for he was, in truth, afflicted by a condition known as indecisiveness. To put it more delicately, one might refer to it as difficulty in making choices. However, less charitably, it could simply be described as wavering uncertainty. Yuan Ling'er was well aware of her father's shortcomings. Hence she refrained from placing him in a difficult position, declaring, "Only children make choices. I desire them all." Yuan Xuanlu found himself at a loss, uncertain whether he should feel relieved. However, fearing that Yuan Ling'er might fall ill from overindulgence, he cautioned, "One can only consume a single celestial herb in a lifetime." With that, Yuan Xuanlu recalls that Tang San, this scoundrel, consumed 3 divine herbs, Wanchuan Qiushui, Ba Jiao Xianbing grass, and Liahua Xingjiao Shu. "Oh, I meant to say, the more, the better." Yuan Xuanlu hastily changed his tone and pointed to an inconspicuous herb growing beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. According to records, this was. After Yuan Xuanlu compared the information on the immortal herb for quite some time, he finally summoned Yuan Ling'er. The herb was completely emerald green, adorned with 3 pristine white leaves at its center, glistening with dewdrops. This was the autumn water dew. Yuan Xuanlu instructed Yuan Ling'er to pluck the herb, for consuming it would enhance, once fiery vision. Such remarkable potency. Yuan Ling'er was so exhilarated that she nearly leaped into the air. Well, that was merely an exaggeration, nonetheless. It perfectly complemented your ethereal spirit, I'm martial soul. I recall that Hogua also seemed to have consumed this. Upon reflecting on the path of the original search, one suddenly feels reassured that offering this to Yuan Ling'er was indeed a wise decision. Drink the dew, for your father shall protect you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ling'er erased the tears of autumn, pouring the dew into her mouth as if savoring wine, while simultaneously, the tears of autumn withered completely, its potency refined. Yuan Xuanlu gently advised Yuan Ling'er, then turned his gaze towards the 4 offerings. Uncle 4, I do not require these. Before Yuan Xuanlu could finish his statement, the 4 offerings firmly rejected the proposal, asserting, I am on the brink of death. Relying on these so-called celestial herbs merely prolongs my existence for a few fleeting years. Which is unnecessary. There was a resolute tone in his words. Had this been in his youth, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to kill and seize treasures. However, he now stood at the twilight of his life, having committed numerous wrongs throughout his existence, and it was time to seek redemption. Consuming these celestial herbs would be a waste. It was akin to an elderly person unwilling to wear new clothes gifted by their children, lamenting that donning new garments would be a squandering of resources. Senior Dugu, what about you? Yuan Xuanlu inquired of Dugubo last. This was inevitable. His closest connection was undoubtedly Yuan Ling'er, followed by the 4 offerings, and then Dugubo, despite the latter being the rightful master here. Elder. Dugubo finally grasped the context, realizing he was not referred to as an elder of the martial soul hall, but rather as one from his daughter's sect. I find these 2 celestial herbs quite appealing. Without waiting for Dugubo to process this, Yuan Xuanlu led him inside. One herb was entirely dark blue, adorned with a crimson fruit that exuded a strikingly peculiar aura, akin to carrying a coffin at a wedding, strangely surreal. The other herb, while not overtly bizarre in appearance, bore black flowers covered in small, scale-like protrusions, rendering it quite unpalatable. Dugubo, why is it that the herbs you offer to your daughter seem perfectly ordinary, while the ones I am to consume appear so peculiar? Are you attempting to endanger my life? Yuan Xuanlu meticulously introduced to Dugubo, within this collection, there exists a plant known as the ghost orchid serpent fruit, and another referred to as the poison fire blossom. Both possess beneficial properties for your emerald phosphor serpent. Upon concluding his explanation, Yuan Xuanlu once more perused the materials concerning the celestial herbs in his possession. Indeed, I have verified, there is no error. Dugubo, so you 2 are merely seeking assistance at the last moment. As for the toxins associated with the emerald phosphor serpent's martial spirit, Yuan Xuanlu caressed his smooth chin, reflecting that every toxin must reside within an organ designed for venom storage, or perhaps a gland. In the case of snakes, such glands are typically located near their mouths. Dugubo then opened his mouth and lamented, Alas, I am but a mere human. Yuan Xuanlu's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that Dugubo would jest. He continued, The toxin of the bailing snake is rather straightforward. Merely a matter of storing the poison to prevent further erosion of one's own body. You possess a soul bone, do you not? The matter of soul bones is quite serious. Do not assume that the golden crocodile Douluo would casually bestow a soul bone upon Yuan Ling'er, leading you to underestimate its worth. In truth, as treasures of the soul master realm, each soul bone is priceless. Even if it is merely a century old, records of 10-year soul bones are currently lacking. To inquire of a soul master whether they possess a soul bone is akin to asking a young man how many gigabytes of study materials are stored on his phone. It is an exceedingly personal question. Yuan Xuanlu was acutely aware of the sensitive nature of the topic. Thus he swiftly redirected the conversation. Some toxins can indeed penetrate deep into your very soul. It would be prudent to procure a dose for your granddaughter as well. Starting her on this path of toxicity, Dugubo momentarily expressed surprise, but quickly regained his composure, stating nonchalantly, In truth, our Dugu family possesses methods for concocting poison pills, which, he proceeded to elaborate on the intricacies of poison pills, deliberately omitting any mention of the matter concerning the soul bone. Yuan Xuanlu was aware that the Dugu family undoubtedly possessed soul bones. However, he acknowledged that it was entirely reasonable for them not to mention them first. Thus, Yuan Xuanlu deftly shifted the conversation, stating, The poison fire blossom is meant for you. It contains potent toxins that, with your martial soul, should be manageable to refine. The Yulan snake fruit is intended for your granddaughter. Dugubo hesitated for a moment, his expression shifting, before resolutely declaring, "Is it not appropriate to give everything to Yin Yin?" Yuan Xuanlu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He comprehended the sentiments of Digabo, who simply wished to reserve the finest for his offspring. Yuan Xuanlu suddenly felt unworthy of being a parent. He gazed at Yuan Ling'er, who was diligently refining her medicinal powers, and recalled the White Knight, who had yet to reveal a single piece of information. Although they were family, the thought of parting with that legacy truly pained him. Chapter 45, Tang San and Dogs Are Not Admitted. After absorbing the essence of Autumn's gaze, Yuan Ling'er opened her eyes, golden radiance emanating from them, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Any ordinary person who caught even a fleeting glimpse would likely be left with an indelible impression. Although her soul power remained unchanged, her mental acuity had significantly increased, giving her the sensation that her spirit and martial soul had undergone a profound evolution. Yuan Ling'er attentively perceived the transformation within herself, then turned her gaze towards the dazed Yuan Xuanlu. "Father, I have successfully absorbed it." Yuan Xuanlu restored his unnatural expression, then smiled brightly at Yuan Ling'er and said, "Well, in a few years, I shall take you here to savor other celestial herbs. Otherwise, the conflicting medicinal properties would not bode well." Yuan Ling'er nodded gently. They had only gathered knowledge about the effects of these celestial herbs through documentation. As for whether they could be consumed together, that remained entirely uncertain. "Then, father, what is it that you are doing?" Yuan Ling'er observed her father captivated by a particular plant, unable to tear himself away. This enchanting herb, vibrant and quivering, resembled jelly yet was composed of delicate blades of grass. The apex of each blade was reminiscent of a coxcomb, with veins that shimmered in resplendent hues of crimson and gold, causing the very air around it to ripple with warmth. Yuan Xuanlu hesitated for a fleeting moment before continuing. "In truth, you ought to be aware that I am the brother of the former pope." Yuan Ling'er nodded. This was common knowledge throughout the continent. The former pope had a daughter, who is my niece. I pondered. Should I present her with a celestial herb? Undoubtedly, I shall. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Ling'er nearly leapt from her seat. If her intuition served her correctly, the daughter of the former pope was destined to become the future angel deity. Presenting this future angel deity with a celestial herb could potentially enhance her powers, enabling her to decisively defeat Tang San. Yuan Xuanlu was quite taken aback and inquired, "Why are you so agitated?" "Father." Yuan Ling'er bestowed upon Yuan Xuanlu a resolute gaze. "She is my cousin, and moreover, your niece. If we cannot rely on our kin, how shall we confront our adversaries in the future?" Yuan Xuanlu found himself feeling somewhat diminished, even in comparison to his own daughter. At that moment, with a lack of radiance upon his face, he could only manage a hearty laugh. Indeed, after all, she is my niece. However, there was an unspoken thought lingering in Yuan Xuanlu's mind. Considering the matter of Bibi Dong instructing Ghost Douluo to tail him, it seemed unlikely that Bibi Dong, destined to command the world, would ever achieve shared prosperity. Perhaps it would be more prudent to allow Qian Renxue to ascend instead. As for the assurances previously made to Bibi Dong Chuckle, if Bibi Dong genuinely believed that he would support Hulaina, then her position as pope was likely nearing its end. Indeed, Yuan Ling'er was concerned her father might act foolishly. "Father, what kind of celestial herb is this?" Yuan Xuanlu presented the materials to Yuan Ling'er, stating, "This is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which can significantly enhance the efficacy of flames." Coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Before Yuan Ling'er could utter a word, the fourth elder approached with a frown. "Are you really going to give this to the young lady?" Upon hearing this title, Yuan Xuanlu couldn't help but admire the deep-rooted influence of the Qian family within the spirit hall. Unlike the derogatory connotations attached to terms such as young lady or princess in Yuan Xuanlu's previous world, here, young lady refers solely to the daughters of affluent families. The four offerings refer to Qian Renxue as young lady, which implicitly places themselves under the auspices of the Qian family. Within the spirit hall, it is likely that more than just these few offerings bestow such a title upon Qian Renxue. The angel Qian family and the spirit hall are, at times, inextricably linked. Do the six-winged angels have any connection to the fire attribute celestial herbs? The four offerings inquired once more. Yuan Xuanlu nodded with a smile, affirming the existence of such a being. The six-winged angel is not solely characterized by its divine essence. It also embodies the element of fire. Undoubtedly, both attributes are immensely potent, arguably qualifying as ultimate attributes. Concerning whether the six-winged angel possesses ultimate attributes, the scarcity of information renders it impossible for anyone to draw a definitive conclusion. However, as a soul master who has once engaged in combat with the soul of the six-winged angel. Yuan Xuanlu can responsibly assure everyone that the attributes of the six-winged angel are indeed self-suppressive. While it is widely acknowledged that the divine attributes of the angel martial soul completely counteract the evil soul masters, this is merely a prominent label associated with the angel martial soul. However, can a conspicuous label on an individual truly serve as a standard for evaluating one's worth? Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to prepare to store the celestial herb in the soul guide, he suddenly halted. How frustrating. The soul guide cannot accommodate the celestial herb. In the journey of Yuan Sun, Tang San utilized a particular special soul guide to properly store the precious celestial herbs, as ordinary soul guides are incapable of accommodating such valuable items. At this moment, Douluo approached, presenting Yuan Sun with a blue leather pouch, the Rui Baobao bag, which is capable of holding living things. This should enable you to carry the celestial herbs, right? Thank you. By the way, who is your niece? Douluo, true to his reputation as a master of reckless inquiries, boldly ventured into the realm of the Pope's familial gossip. Yuan Xuanlu turned to Douluo with a smile and casually remarked, "Ah, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe of the Heaven Do Empire." Initially, Douluo was taken aback, but upon grasping the statement, his countenance transformed to one of profound distaste, akin to having ingested a venomous insect. Yuan Xuanlu continued to smile at Douluo, saying, "Perhaps you will be staying here for several years. I can't be blamed for this, as it was you who inquired." Douluo, feeling exasperated, retorted, "I merely asked a question. Must you respond in such a manner? Are you intent on toying with my emotions?" Although Douluo maintained a facade of displeasure, inwardly he was seething with rage. Yuan Xuanlu did not include the coxcomb celosia in the auspicious treasure pouch. Instead, he inquired once more of Yuan Ling, "Shall we bring some celestial herbs for Jie and the others?" "No, it's unnecessary." Yuan Ling'er declined the proposal, stating that kindness could breed resentment, and suggested they assess the worthiness of their potential prot-GS at a later time. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuanlu felt a sense of relief. After all, the celestial herbs were not as common as cabbages to be freely given away. Yuan Ling'er, understanding the dynamics of authority, recognized the principle of reward and punishment, which undoubtedly brought her immense satisfaction. "Fourth uncle, we plan to return to Balak City first. We shall leave matters here in your capable hands," Yuan Xuanlu said, pulling the fourth elder aside to make his request. With the intention of heading back to Balak City, Yuan Xuanlu decided to postpone giving the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to Qianrenshui until their next visit to Tiando City, to avoid letting its medicinal properties diminish while stored in the Rui treasure bag. If there were any discrepancies with Douluo, Yuan Xuanlu made a gesture across his throat. "I understand," replied the elder. While Yuan Xuanlu conferred with the fourth elder, Yuan Ling'er engaged in discussions with Douluo. "Elder Douluo, I am Yuan Ling'er, the sect leader. You may simply call me Ling'er." Yuan Ling'er smiled sweetly as she bowed to Douluo, only to swiftly adopt a different expression. "As an elder of the sect, I hope you will safeguard this precious territory for us." However, Douluo clearly scoffed at the young girl, his demeanor haughty. "But I wish to venture beyond," he retorted. "Go ahead and try. But let us not forget that fourth grandpa is present. Just observe whether I, the spirit Douluo of the spirit butterfly, can contend with you." "Spirit butterfly Douluo? Ha ha." Douluo chuckled to himself, dismissing her. At his advanced age, he was merely the weakest of the titled Douluos. And what prowess could a 6- or 7-year-old child possibly possess? Yet, before him, Yuan Ling'er summoned the radiant goddess butterfly martial soul. A magnificent purple soul ring surged forth, challenging Douluo's perceptions. "Why?" Yuan Ling'er proudly lifted her head and proclaimed, "I have now reached the 18th level, and I intend to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo within the next 15 years. Join my sect, and you shall become an elder of the future foremost sect in the world." 15 years? Yuan Ling'er is now at most 6 or 7 years old, which means... Douluo widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Do you intend to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo before the age of 20? Yuan Ling'er assessed the pace of her cultivation, then nodded earnestly. Douluo had become utterly numb. He turned and concealed himself in a corner, intending to recuperate his shattered worldview. "I am leaving, Ling'er." Yuan Xuanlu had nearly concluded his discussion with Yuan Ling'er and gestured for her to approach. "Very well." Yuan Ling'er joined him, and together they soared out of the valley, reaching the periphery of the poisonous mist. It was then that Yuan Ling'er noticed her father descending to the ground, engaged in some peculiar activities. "Father, what is the purpose of erecting a sign?" Are you concerned that some individuals may unwittingly wander in? Yuan Ling'er deliberately positioned the large sign upright, which bore only a few prominent characters. Private property, no entry for Tang San and dogs. Chapter 46. The Three Rascals of Balak. With nothing to occupy their time today, they sought entertainment at the brothel. Ajia, Lu Wei, and Oscar found themselves seated on the second floor of this establishment. Lu Wei sipped on a small drink, humming a tune, and swaying his head as he savored the melodies played by the young lady on the piano. Meanwhile, Ajia surprisingly took to cultivating amidst this indulgent atmosphere. Oscar, feeling restless and yearning to return, interjected, Lu Wei, we still have our cultivation tasks to complete. We must strike a balance between work and leisure. Lu Wei appeared quite seasoned, waving his hand dismissively. If you truly wish to cultivate, this place is not devoid of opportunities for that, is it? Oscar glanced at Ajia, who remained utterly unfazed, and sighed. If I were as engrossed in cultivation as Ajia, I would likely remain a noble for life. Lu Wei was taken aback by this revelation. He had never heard that Ajia hailed from a family with noble titles. He inquired, what kind of noble? A single noble, Ajia retorted. The room erupted in laughter, Lu Wei and Oscar chuckling heartily, while even the pianist couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Hearing this, Ajia's face flushed crimson, veins protruding on his forehead as he argued. Being single cannot be seen as a shortcoming for a soul master. Single. Can matters of the soul master be equated with being single? He continued with a series of convoluted phrases, such as diligence breeds excellence and the essence of things, which only served to further amuse the crowd, filling the air both inside and outside the establishment with a joyful ambience. Soul masters tend to mature earlier than ordinary individuals. Oscar's charming eyes attracted many young ladies, while Lu Wei, hailing from a privileged background, had no shortage of admirers. Ajia, however, fell short in various aspects. Listening to the music, the group engaged in light-hearted banter, yet ultimately, they relished the soothing and delicate voice of the singing lady. She performed a piece from the Star Luo Empire, characterized by its gentle and tender melody. The history of the Heaven Do Empire was profound and grand, reflected in the weighty themes of its music, often celebrating the martial prowess of its war queens. In contrast, the Star Luo Empire, though under the iron-fisted rule of its emperor, produced melodies that were more intricate and soft, frequently expressing themes of romantic yearning between men and women. During Yuan Ling'er's previous travels in Xinglua, he cherished the rainy summers, relishing the fresh air after a downpour as he wandered through narrow alleys, savoring a bowl of sweet rice balls. In the languid afternoons, he would listen to a soft and melodious tune that captivated his very soul. Perhaps this is the romance woven into the very fabric of the Xinglua people. As a young lady sang gently, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her eyes shimmering, the exquisite melody was suddenly interrupted by a ruckus from downstairs. The commotion from the quarrel made Lu Wei frown, wondering who could be so uncouth. Oscar opened the window, and three heads peered down to see two groups of youths in a heated argument, each hoping to establish a more intimate connection with the female kin of the other side. The insults exchanged were the same few phrases, and Oscar found himself wishing he could intervene to elevate their conversational decorum. Can't you curse properly? What are you doing? Why not just settle it with a fight? Meanwhile, onlookers were munching on seeds, spitting out shells, and shouting a few words to join the fray. They thrived on the spectacle, reveling in the chaos. Yet, the two groups of youths refrained from fighting, embodying the phrase bold words but timid actions. Should we help them? Lu Wei suddenly turned to Oscar and Ajia with a mischievous grin. Ajia, momentarily perplexed, noticed Oscar's equally impish expression. Oh, Oscar drawled. What on earth are you planning? Ajia, still in the dark, often felt out of place, perceiving himself as lacking the same mischief as Lu Wei and Oscar. Let us help them, Lu Wei stated casually. Understanding his intent, Oscar trotted to the table, grabbed a wine glass, and returned to the windowsill, hurling it at the forehead of one of the youths below. With a resounding crash, the first shot was fired, igniting the two groups into a frenzy as they rushed at one another, exchanging blows with fervor. Ha! Lu Wei and Oscar erupted into raucous laughter. Even the usually serious Ajia could not restrain his amusement. Enough of this. They'll come looking for us once they're done. The trio decided to abandon the music, stealthily making their way outside to avoid the brawl. Well, I've assessed today and deemed it unsuitable for training. We shall resume tomorrow, Lu Wei declared, evidently having adopted a more carefree attitude, leading Oscar and Ajia into becoming proud street urchins. I feel the same way. Oscar remarked, relishing the ease of their current existence. Really? A voice suddenly broke through from behind them. Startled, the three turned to find Yuan Ling'er with a frosty expression. Sister, what level are you all at now? Yuan Ling'er inquired with a frosty demeanor. The three of them exchanged glances simultaneously before responding in succession. Level 13. Level 14. Level 14. Yuan Ling'er, upon hearing this, was incensed. What are you all doing? The three of them shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. Oscar, you have already squandered 2 years. Do you intend to waste another 2? You are only at level 13 now. AJ, you possess the greatest talent. Although we cannot discern the nature of your martial soul, its quality is undeniably high. And yet, you are only at level 14. Lu Wei, you are endowed with innate 9th level soul power and were the first to acquire a soul ring, yet you two are merely at level 14. Have you wasted your time listening to music? Oscar felt aggrieved, for as a food system soul master, reaching level 13 in just over 2 months was commendable. AJ remained unperturbed, aware that his cultivation progress was quite normal and that he was on the verge of breaking through to level 15. In contrast, Lu Wei was genuinely anxious, for he had indeed squandered his time indulging in music. Yuan Ling'er wore a frosty expression, her piercing gaze rendering everyone around her hesitant to meet her eyes. Then, she revealed a startling fact. I am currently at level 18 and on the verge of breaking through to level 19. Impressive, the trio exclaimed in unison. Eager to flatter her, perhaps believing that a few kind words would suffice to smooth over the situation. However, they clearly misjudged the significance Yuan Ling'er placed on their sentiments. Yuan Ling'er regards them as candidates to nurture into future titled Douluos, intended to be compared with the future Shrek 7 monsters. Yuan Ling'er cast a sweeping glance over the trio known as the Three Rascals, letting out a cold snort. I present you with a choice. Engage in combat with me. Should you emerge victorious, all grievances will be forgotten, and I shall grant each of you the opportunity to acquire your 2nd and 3rd soul rings. However, if you lose, you will adhere to my directives, and I shall ensure that within 2 months, you all attain the rank of level 20. What means could possibly allow you to reach level 20 within such a brief span? Surely, it would be an arduous journey. The three men shared a mutual understanding. What? Are you afraid? Yuan Ling'er employed a simple provocation. We dare not disobey. They responded in unison. Chapter 47. Yuan Ling'er defeats the Three Rascals in the arena. Yuan Qianlu. The venerable elder sat gracefully upon his chair, lifted his teacup, exhaled gently while shaking his head, then took a delicate sip of the tea. Smacking his lips in contemplation, let us commence. Yuan Ling'er was the first to take the stage, performing a graceful salute towards the trio before her. She was a level 18 soul master, possessing the spirit of the radiant goddess butterfly. On the opposing side, the three individuals known as the Balak trio mustered their courage to step forward, embodying the adage that many ants can indeed bring down an elephant. Thus, there was no need to genuinely fear their formidable leader. Lu Wei, bolstered by resolve, sought to uplift the morale of his team. He was a level 14 soul master, wielding the spirit of the reed. His companions, Ajia, who bore the spirit of the boar, and Oscar, who possessed the spirit of the sausage, were also level 14 and level 13 soul masters, respectively. Yuan Qianlu gazed at these impassioned youths and once again felt the undeniable truth of his own advancing age. Yuan Ling'er let out a light laugh, inquiring whether she should challenge them one-on-one or engage in a group assault. Her words were undeniably audacious, yet astonishingly. No one dared to step forward and provoke her. Xiao Ao possessed a grand sausage. Oscar silently recited the soul incantation, distributing 2 sausages into the hands of AJ and Lu Wei. Yuan Ling'er unleashed her martial soul, the wings of the goddess of light, which shimmered like scattered starlight along the shore. Seizing a moment of brilliance, she lunged directly towards Oscar. In team battles, the optimal strategy is often to eliminate the support-type soul masters first. Oscar, having anticipated her attack, shouted, Jia, save me. Ajia hastily stuffed a sausage into his mouth and summoned all his strength to confront the impending threat. With the invocation of his first soul ring, a layer of golden armor materialized over his vital areas, and he swung a powerful fist towards Yuan Ling'er's head. The golden armor appeared solely on his vital points, a deliberate manifestation of his control over his soul power. In a GIS perspective, securing his vital defenses was paramount. He intended to conserve some of his soul power for a potential head-on clash later. However, the wings of the goddess of light were no mere ornamental martial soul. They represented a formidable advanced power. Merely defending his vital areas would not suffice against Yuan Ling'er's capabilities. Yuan Ling'er did not employ any soul techniques. She deftly evaded a Jia's powerful punch and followed it up with a graceful whip kick that struck a Jia in the side. Wei understood. As Lu Wei exchanged pre-battle banter, his reeds had already ensnared the fragile Oscar and the robust Jia. Seeing that a Jia was struggling to withstand the pressure, Lu Wei pulled, and the reeds binding them both swiftly brought them back. Unfortunately, a Jia clutched his side, writhing in pain, likely rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Jia, it's time for you to exit. Yuan Xuanlu spoke, beckoning Jia to come closer so he could examine his injuries. Fortunately, his kidney remained intact, though there was considerable bruising that would require several days of care. Lu Wei and Oscar simultaneously swallowed hard, realizing that Jia, the sole assault-type soul master among the three of them, was unable to withstand the onslaught. It stood to reason that Lu Wei and Oscar would fare even worse. Given that control-type soul masters possess a natural advantage over assault-type soul masters, Yuan Ling'er thwarted Lu Wei and Oscar's attempts to flee, silencing their thoughts and words. Lu Wei exchanged a glance with Oscar, and in an instant, he ensnared Yuan Ling'er. It must be said that Lu Wei's binding technique surpasses that of Tang San. While Tang San infused his blue-silver grass with the Mandrake Serpent Soul Ring, imparting a hint of toxicity, Lu Wei's binding derives from a fire attribute Python Soul Ring, embodying sheer strength akin to that of a constrictor, capable of crushing one in its embrace. Moreover, the fire attribute renders it as scorching as a branding iron. This is the remarkable nature of Lu Wei's martial soul. Most plant-type martial souls would not dare to absorb fire attribute soul rings. Yet Lu Wei's reed martial soul boldly does so. After all, how else could he possess innate soul power at the 9th level? Thus, when the reeds coiled around Yuan Ling'er, she indeed felt a degree of discomfort, a searing sensation that pierced her waist. She could not allow a control-type soul master to dominate her. Yuan Ling'er had already made her decision in her heart. Subsequently, Yuan Ling'er summoned a radiant blade of light, striking towards the reeds. The reeds swayed, yet astonishingly, they remained unscathed. How resilient they are. Yuan Ling'er furrowed her brows and swiftly lunged towards Lu Wei, intent on delivering a searing strike with her blade directly upon his visage. However, Lu Wei was no fool. He tightened his grip on the reeds with great force, which constricted around Yuan Ling'er like a serpent preparing to suffocate its prey, nearly forcing the very essence of her being to the brink of rupture. With a flourish, she unleashed her winged guillotine. A resplendent violet soul ring emerged, transforming into a radiant blade of light, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stone. As the reeds fell before its might, Yuan Ling'er approached Lu Wei and delivered a powerful punch. Lu Wei let out a pained scream and was sent flying. Upon witnessing this, Oscar promptly surrendered. Yuan Ling'er triumphed over 3 adversaries. However, she felt a profound dissatisfaction. In her vision, she believed she should have effortlessly vanquished the trio without relying on her soul rings. After all, Xiaoao was not a battle soul master. Yuan Ling'er emerged victorious. Yuan Xuanlu did not perceive any shortcomings in his daughter. Facing 3 opponents of equal rank, he believed Yuan Ling'er performed admirably. Moreover, given his inherently slow and deliberate nature, he paid little heed to the matter at hand. He nodded, and, with the help of the unfortunate duo, Jia and Lu Wei, who were quite the sight to behold, they made their way to the infirmary in search of a healing soul master. My Ling'er sister is the best in the academy, Oscar exclaimed with a grin, giving a thumbs up. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, Yuan Ling'er refrained from aggression towards Oscar. Instead, she calmly remarked, "We still need to go to Tiando City. Consider how one might progress from level 13 to level 20 in just 2 months." Oscar responded, "How is a food system soul master supposed to achieve that? Are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for me? I hope you will become an unprecedented food system title Douluo in the future. Your talent is truly remarkable, so do not let it go to waste," Yuan Ling'er said, patting Oscar's shoulder with an air of an experienced leader. Oscar scratched his head, puzzled by the confidence emanating from Yuan Ling'er. He himself could hardly believe he could attain the rank of title Douluo. "Do you doubt it?" Yuan Ling'er arched an eyebrow. "I'm just fine," Oscar replied with an awkward smile. Yuan Ling'er, with the demeanor of a seasoned elder, gently patted Oscar's shoulder, conveying that without strength, he would be unable to safeguard his grandfather in the future. Oscar nodded and departed from the scene. Yuan Ling'er pondered for a considerable time before letting out a sigh. feeling somewhat selfish. In her quest to confront Tang San, she had compelled others to engage in frenzied cultivation. Yet, given their ages, their current prowess was truly commendable. Still, she found it insufficient, believing that without relentless effort, they could not stand against Tang San. Was she not being somewhat greedy? Because she anticipated a reckoning from Tang San in the future, she had entangled others in this conflict against him. Was this behavior polite? One must look after oneself, lest the heavens exact their wrath. Chapter 48. The ever-peaceful alley of Tiando City, a veritable gem. After several days of recuperation, Yuan Ling'er, Lu Wei, Ajia, and Oscar have completed the necessary procedures for early graduation and are preparing to embark on their cultivation journey in the city of Tiando. According to Yuan Xuanlu's account, Tiando City is in close proximity to the Sunset Forest, thus facilitating future soul hunting endeavors. Furthermore, Yuan Ling'er convened another assembly at the Balak Junior Soul Master Academy, where she engaged in significant dialogue with Prince Kuan Chi of Balak. The specifics of their conspiratorial discussions remain shrouded in mystery. Tiando City, an ancient metropolis steeped in history, is regarded alongside Xinglua City and Wuhuan City as one of the three magnificent jewels of the continent. In contrast to the exquisite architecture of Xinglua City and the opulence of Wuhuan City, Tiando City's defining characteristic is its grandeur. Such a majestic city could not have been constructed without the vigorous support of an emperor with aspirations of global domination. During the zenith of the Tiando Empire, the emperor, who wielded the swan martial soul, abandoned the plans for a lavishly small city in favor of the monumental Tiando City. As the first empire on the continent, the Tiando Empire possessed the genuine potential to unify the Douluo continent. With over 200,000 professional soldiers, 1 million laborers and auxiliary troops, as well as a formidable soul master legion, the empire was once so powerful that the Star Do Forest was entirely under its dominion. Regrettably, all of this has faded into oblivion. Initially, it was the power-hungry ministers who disrupted the governance. Then the Southern White Tiger clan rose to prominence. The emperor's attempts at resurgence were thwarted, leading to a prolonged civil war instigated by the War Empress. Presently, the Tiando Empire barely manages to sustain itself through patchwork measures. The once unifying aura of the Son of Heaven has long dissipated, reducing the Tiando Empire to a state of precarious existence. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the pride of the inhabitants of Tiando City. They assert that this is the land beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven, a place of excellence, and they, the denizens of Tiando City, stand resilient and proud. After a journey spanning over 10 days, the party finally arrived at the vibrant city of Tiando. Upon entering Tiando, the tension that had gripped them seemed to dissipate, replaced by an uplifting sense of joy, as if their previous sorrows had been thoroughly forgotten. Yuan Xuanlu turned to introduce to Yuan Ling'er and the others. Tiando City is replete with delightful experiences and delectable treats. You might wish to visit the Hall of the Spirit Palace, where the towering spires rise majestically and the grand stained glass windows are adorned with depictions of celestial beings. Tianhuang Street, while designated as a commercial district for the nobility, is filled with items that are both exorbitantly priced and devoid of true value, serving merely to enhance one's aristocratic facade. In contrast, Yong'an Alley embodies the true essence of Tiando City. If one is to indulge in exploration, it is Yong'an Alley that should be traversed. However, none of the three dared to interject, their eyes fixed upon Yuan Ling'er with anticipation. Yuan Ling'er hesitated for a moment before casually stating, "A balanced approach is the foundation of cultivation. We have 2 days off. Hooray!" Ajay and the others were so overwhelmed with joy that they were brought to tears. For the past several days, their existence had revolved solely around cultivation. Having practiced relentlessly for over 10 consecutive days, even the strongest among them felt utterly drained. Yuan Xuanlu led them to a grand mansion near Emperor Street, a residence he had purchased years ago. The group first selected a room to stow their luggage, then refreshed themselves with a bath before succumbing to deep slumber. After weeks of travel, they were utterly exhausted. By the following morning, Lu Wei and Oscar awoke with exuberance, eager to explore the northern gem of this continent, the city of Tiando. "Father, are you not joining us?" Yuan Ling'er, upon witnessing the commotion of the three individuals, swiftly exited, akin to a liberated husky. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuanlu remained serenely reclined on the sofa, perusing the latest edition of the newspaper published by the Spirit Hall. Astonishingly, the article revealed that the Avalanche Prince had stealthily infiltrated a private residence with nefarious intentions. Accompanying the text was an illustrative depiction of the avalanche engaging in clandestine activities at the widow's door, quite vividly rendered. As an elder, I must assert that regardless of the circumstances, my presence would undoubtedly dampen your spirits and impose a certain decorum. Why must it be so? Yuan Xuanlu found himself in a state of helplessness. In his youth, he too was adorned in splendid garments and rode with fervor, never anticipating that he would now assume the role of a senior. An era is indeed departing from us. Nevertheless, Yuan Xuanlu gazed at Yuan Ling'er, acknowledging that another era was inevitably approaching. What? Yuan Ling'er inquired. Yuan Xuanlu waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is nothing. Go and enjoy yourself." Yuan Ling'er has departed. Yong'an Alley in Tiando City represents the true essence of the city. This statement was made by Yuan Xuanlu. For while Tianwang Street serves as a sanctuary for the ostentatious aristocracy, Yong'an Alley is where the common folk sustain their lives. Thus, Yuan Xuanlu believes that the genuine essence lies within Yong'an Alley. The most distinctive feature of Yong'an Alley is its culinary offerings, affordable, generous portions, and delectable flavors. The aroma of the fried peas is simply enchanting. It surpasses even the taste of beef tendon peas. Upon hearing the vendor's lively calls, Yuan Ling'er felt her spirits lift considerably. At that moment, she was not the predator destined to engage in a life-and-death battle with Tang San, but merely a young girl enjoying a leisurely stroll through the streets. Since she was here to have fun, she was determined to revel in the joy of the moment. Yuan Ling'er purchased a handful of cow tendon peas, and with each few steps, she eagerly indulged in them, savoring their increasingly delightful flavor. The preparation of these cow tendon peas is remarkably simple. One merely needs to wash the peas thoroughly, then season them with 5-spice powder and salt, and boil them in water until they reach a state of al dente, avoiding overcooking. After boiling, they should be set aside to cool for a while. Once cooled, the surface of the peas will develop a slight wrinkling, which is characteristic of cow tendon peas, though seemingly unremarkable in appearance. These peas possess a chewy texture that becomes more flavorful with each bite. While the culinary offerings on Emperor Street in Tiando City are undoubtedly exquisite and visually appealing, the fare found in Yong'an Alley remains more authentic and true to its roots. Yuan Ling'er took a few more steps and finally spotted the 3 vociferous huskies in a nearby tavern. Lu Wei and Oscar were indulging in drinks, while the GS set their focus solely on his meat. "Sister Ling'er, come over," Oscar exclaimed enthusiastically, beckoning Yuan Ling'er to join them for food and drink, truly treating her as a comrade. This tavern seems quite delightful. Yuan Ling'er placed a handful of beef tendon peas on the table, allowing each person to take a generous portion. Lu Wei, with a flushed complexion from drinking, nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, it is quite good. For merely 5 silver soul coins, one receives such an abundance." Yuan Ling'er is not the type of drunkard like Lu Wei. Although she has consumed her fair share in the past, she remains relatively unfamiliar with the intricacies of alcohol. She merely poured herself a glass as a gesture. The liquid within the glass is crystal clear, exuding a fragrant bouquet, and it possesses a rich, smooth taste that envelopes the palate, subtly enticing one to indulge in several more sips without even realizing it. Yuan Ling'er could not resist the temptation, and it is no wonder that Lu Wei found himself in such a state. "The wine must be quite delightful," Lu Wei, inebriated to the point of nearly biting his own tongue, proclaimed. "Their huangjiu is homemade." It is said that within the courtyard of this establishment stands a magnificent willow tree, beneath which lies a wellspring of crystal clear, sweet water. The proprietor employs this pure spring water to brew the huangjiu, thus embodying the notion of being fragrant even in intoxication. Yuan Ling'er's petite face flushed with a rosy hue as she observed a Jie devouring the meat voraciously. In truth, it was not merely meat, but a generous platter of pig liver. The way they marinated the pig liver was a mystery, as it possessed no hint of saltiness and even carried a subtle sweetness. Ajia sang its praises unreservedly. "Let us first indulge in a few appetizers. Today we have the entire day to revel in our delights." Yuan Ling'er observed Ajia as he indulged in his meal, genuinely concerned that he might satiate himself to the point of being unable to enjoy anything else. "Indeed, shortly we shall be partaking in the renowned desserts of Tiando City." Oscar, with a palate open to all, yet, when deliberated, harbors a particular fondness for sweet delicacies. One cannot find such confections in Yong'an Alley. They are exclusively available on Tianwang Street. The young lady speaking possessed long, water-blue hair cascading down her back, her laughter illuminating the air as she gazed at Oscar. "You and I are akin to Oscar," rambling incoherently. It was Yuan Ling'er who deftly continued the conversation. May I inquire your name? I am Shui Binger. The beautiful maiden's smile tugged at Oscar's heartstrings. Chapter 49. So, father, how many former lovers have you had? Shui Bingo led Yuan Ling'er and her companions to Tianhuang Street. Indeed, aside from Yuan Ling'er and Oscar, Lu Wei and Jie accompanied them, primarily due to their affection for desserts. And certainly not merely because Shui Binger was strikingly beautiful. Are you a student of Tianshui Academy? Yuan Ling'er and Shui Binger were engaged in a lively conversation. Sensing that they were on the verge of becoming close friends, while Oscar and the others remained in the background, unable to interject, Shui Binger smiled playfully, saying, indeed. To be precise, I am the daughter of the president of Tianshui Academy. Yuan Ling'er understood the situation well. The Heavenly Water Academy is renowned as one of the 5 prestigious elemental academies in the illustrious city of Heaven-Do. These 5 elemental institutions adhere to an extreme teaching methodology, believing that a soul master's abilities should ideally pursue a pure path, honing their talents towards a singular direction to amplify that specific power. The Heavenly Water Academy, which Shui Binger attends, exclusively enrolls female soul masters with water attribute martial souls. And what of you? Are you from the junior division of the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do? Shui Binger tilted her head, gazing at Yuan Ling'er, who appeared even younger than herself. Yuan Ling'er exuded an unmistakable air of nobility, as though she hailed from an aristocratic lineage. This was precisely why Shui Binger had taken the initiative to converse with her and her companions. Not yet. We have not yet decided which academy to choose, Oscar interjected. With a gentle smile, Shui Binger replied, Ah, I see. As the group arrived at Tianhuang Street, the immaculate white walls and azure rooftops captivated everyone. And Yuan Ling'er finally comprehended why this place was referred to as the Blue and White Crown by the nobility. Serving as the commercial avenue for the elite of Tiando City, it was evident that the architecture was the work of master designers. Shui Bingo led them into a dessert shop named by Shui Jian Xin, where the sweet aroma of frosting nearly rendered Oscar's senses overwhelmed. Such delectable desserts. Why do you not indulge in them? Oscar lamented to Jie and Lu Wei, who had declined the sweets, secretly sighing at their missed opportunity to savor such culinary delights. This dessert shop is renowned for its exquisite offerings, Shui Binger chimed in playfully, mainly because it's owned by my family, so I shall treat you all. As Shui Binger approached the cashier, Oscar turned to Lu Wei with urgency. Aren't you and Jie not fond of sweets? Indeed, Lu Wei replied calmly, but this is courtesy of a beautiful lady. If it's free, why not? Jie, ever the honest one, added. Once Shui Binger returned to their table with 4 cups of coffee and cake, she remarked, I ordered bread pudding, which is our shop's signature dessert. It is adored by the ladies of high society in Tiando City. Thank you, the 4 of them expressed in unison. Gathering his courage, Oscar finally asked, I am a food system soul master, 8 years old and at level 14. May I inquire how this bread pudding is made? It must be said that Oscar, when serious, was quite the sight, and coupled with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, he was undeniably charming. Shui Binger merely smiled. I am not entirely sure. The recipe seems to have been passed down from a friend of my mother, who must be a remarkably patient and beautiful woman. Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Why is that? Creating desserts requires a great deal of patience, she explained. Before long, their 4 servings of bread, pudding, and coffee arrived. The coffee was rather ordinary, affordable for most commoners, but the bread pudding commanded a staggering price of 5 silver soul coins for a small portion. To put it into perspective, a first-ring soul master received only 1 gold soul coin as monthly allowance. Truly, Tianhuang Street was a commercial district accessible only to the affluent. The bread pudding appeared as if it were molten gold. With a mere breath, one could discern the enticing aromas of butter and toasted bread. Oscar took a delicate taste, and a sensation of bliss enveloped him. As a food system soul master, he felt as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough upon sampling this exquisite treat. Oh, it is simply divine. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Yuan Xianlu sat within the confines of a dessert shop named by Shui Jian Xin, facing Shui Xinro, the esteemed dean of Tianshui Academy. The privacy of their secluded chamber lent an air of intimacy to their encounter. With newfound boldness, Shui Xinro leapt forward, enveloping Yuan Xianlu in a warm embrace. All right, he chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair as he gently pushed her away. No more playful antics, please. Composing herself once more, Shui Xinro pointed to the bread pudding on the table. This is the first dessert you taught me to make, and I crafted it myself. Do try it." Her azure locks cascaded naturally, and she retained the gentle demeanor of a youthful maiden. Yuan Xuanlu picked up a fork and took a bite, then exclaimed, "You have intentionally reduced the sugar, haven't you?" Shui Xinro tilted her head slightly and replied, "Indeed, you do not enjoy sweet flavors, do you? This dish, if not made a touch sweeter, could end up being quite cloying." Yuan Xuanlu set down his spoon and added, "Moreover, much of the sugar in desserts serves the purpose of enhancing color and stabilizing the ingredients. I did not imply that your cooking was unsatisfactory." Upon witnessing the tears of grievance welling in Shui Xinro's eyes, Yuan Xuanlu helplessly took another bite of the sugar-free bread pudding. It was indeed delightful, and the almond liqueur you added was quite exquisite. Would you accompany me to the academy later? Perhaps you could teach me how to make bread pudding once more. Shui Xinro blinked her large eyes. Well, Yuan Xuanlu shook his head. "I shall teach you right now." With that, Yuan Xuanlu stood up and headed out, intending to prepare a genuine bread pudding for Shui Xinro. In a flurry of excitement, Shui Xinro quickly linked her arm with his, smiling brightly as she drew closer. Just as they stepped outside, two clear voices rang out. "Daddy!" It was the voice of Yuan Ling'er. "Mommy!" This was Shui Binger's voice. Yuan Xuanlu and Shui Xinro exchanged glances, and Shui Xinro's expression changed, particularly upon seeing Shui Binger still present, which made her quite embarrassed. Yuan Ling'er, initially surprised, soon wore an inquisitive expression. "So, Daddy, how many old flames have you had?" "Old flames? None, just some good friends." In contrast to Shui Xinro's fluster, Yuan Xuanlu maintained his composure, especially upon noticing that behind Yuan Ling'er stood his capable apprentice, Oscar. Instant relief washed over him, as if he had spotted a savior. "Come on, Oscar. You should join us. I'll teach you how to make this bread pudding." Everyone was waiting outside. Yuan Xuanlu demonstrated the profound wisdom of the saying, "As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others," as he entered the kitchen with Oscar. The two of them stepped into the kitchen and washed their hands meticulously. First, check the raisins soaked in almond liqueur. Then take a knife to cut the white bread into small cubes. Oscar, pay attention. The bread should not be cut too large. Yuan Xuanlu procured a large container and laid down small cubes of white bread at the bottom, sprinkling them with raisins soaked in almond liqueur. He then inquired, "Do you enjoy almond liqueur?" "Indeed," Oscar replied. Yuan Xuanlu took a small spoon to pour some almond liqueur, and now I shall prepare the essential pudding mixture. Oscar, pay close attention, as I will be using 9 egg yolks. Yuan Xuanlu meticulously cracked 9 eggs, delicately separating the yolks. He then added 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract and sugar, whisking the mixture until it was thoroughly combined. Next, he brought milk and cream to a gentle boil in a saucepan, before gradually pouring the hot milk into the egg yolk mixture, ensuring to do so slowly while stirring continuously to achieve a harmonious blend. Yuan Xuanlu set aside the prepared pudding mixture to cool, then turned to retrieve the melted butter. He immersed small cubes of white bread in the butter before arranging them in a container, adding a few drops of butter on top. A caloric explosion, indeed, Oscar exclaimed, recalling how Yuan Ling'er had been murmuring something before indulging in bread pudding. Finally, he poured the warm pudding mixture over the bread, ensuring each piece was thoroughly coated, and set it aside for 20 minutes, preparing for a water bath bake thereafter. Yuan Xuanlu had completed his tasks, and what remained was merely the passage of time. He lifted his gaze. Yuan Ling'er gazed at him intently, and then, with a subtle gesture, indicated towards Shui Xinro, as if inquiring about the nature of their relationship. Chapter 50. Is this really an 8-year-old? Ultimately, the bread pudding crafted by Yuan Xuanlu was consumed by Oscar, as everyone had their own matters to attend to and lacked the appetite for it. Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er intended to engage in a meaningful conversation, while Shui Xinro and Shui Binger had similar aspirations. However, Ajie and Lu Wei were not fond of desserts, ultimately benefiting Oscar. After savoring the sweets, Shui Xinro extended an invitation to Yuan Xuanlu and his companions to visit the Tian Shui Academy. Initially, Shui Binger was reluctant, but Yuan Ling'er agreed too readily. The 3 huskies, upon hearing about the opportunity to visit the Tian Shui Academy, renowned for its abundance of beautiful women, became so exhilarated that they nearly leaped with joy, prompting a roll of the eyes from Yuan Ling'er. Tian Shui Academy, reception room. Yuan Xuanlu and Yuan Ling'er were seated on chairs, gazing at one another. "So, Father, which mother do you intend to find for me?" Yuan Xuanlu replied, "I am merely friends with them." He shrugged his shoulders, embodying the very essence of a scoundrel. Yuan Ling'er promptly interjected, "Father, you and Elder Ju are indeed merely friends." Yuan San continued on his path. Yuan Ling'er counted on her fingers, teacher by from the Balic Intermediate Soul Master Academy, the Pope Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall, Elder Ju, and the Dean Shui Shinro from the Heavenly Water Academy. Father, do you think this number will increase in the future? Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu found himself at a loss for words on 3 occasions, stifling his inner complaints. He resolved to impart some wisdom to Yuan Ling. First and foremost, Ling'er, you must recognize that the majority of men are, fundamentally, creatures drawn to physical allure, myself included. In order for you to develop the discernment needed to navigate the treacherous waters of deceitful men, I shall engage in a bit of self-deprecation. However, the pursuit of aesthetics is inconsequential. All men are, to some extent, drawn to superficiality. The crux lies in their sense of responsibility. Beware of those who proclaim, "If anyone dares to harm you, they must first step over my corpse." Such individuals are to be avoided at all costs. They possess a silver tongue, their words often sweeter than song. Yet, when trouble arises, one must question their resolve, for it is feared they may foolishly choose to take their own lives in despair. A truly responsible man would confront those who threaten his beloved with unwavering courage. For this quality, I genuinely admire Haotian. Yuan Xuanlu felt that he had already revealed too much, thus he fell silent. Yuan Ling'er pondered earnestly. Realizing that Yuan Xuanlu had yet to disclose the reason behind his entanglements with so many women. Thus, Yuan Ling'er arrived at a conclusion. Such a father, who shuns marriage, could only be labeled as a scoundrel. Yuan Xuanlu wore a frown, stating, "Firstly, I have not shattered anyone's family. Secondly, my connections with them were merely closer in our youth. We now maintain appropriate boundaries as old friends. Thirdly, one should not simplistically equate all male-female relationships with that of a spousal nature." Yuan Ling'er was utterly indifferent to whom Yuan Xuanlu harbored affections for among the ladies. Her sole desire was to unearth the tantalizing gossip of his past. She inquired, "Father, have you ever truly developed feelings for a woman?" At the utterance of her question, a myriad of beautiful faces flitted through Yuan Xuanlu's mind like a revolving lantern, yet only a scant few left a lasting impression. The first to emerge was Shui Shinro. But Yuan Xuanlu merely patted her head in a brotherly manner. The figure of the cross-dressing master from the Chrysanthemum Pass also made an appearance. Yet Yuan Xuanlu had promptly kicked him away, urging him to leave. As the silhouette of Bibi Dong gradually materialized, memories of her haughty demeanor upon her arrival at the Spirit Hall rendered him indifferent. Coupled with her youthful naivete in matters of the heart, he hastily moved on. Another young lady lingered in the shadows, having remained concealed until she eventually became Bibi Dong's shadow guard. Though Yuan Xuanlu seemed to be on the verge of forgetting her visage. Additionally, a young sword-wielding maiden frequently laughed carefree alongside him, sharing in both light-hearted banter and playful jests. Yuan Xuanlu suddenly caught sight of the sword-wielding maiden in the distance, who flashed him a smile. "No," he replied resolutely. Before Yuan Ling'er could pose another question, he preemptively silenced her, stating, "Enough. I wish to discuss this no further. Let it be." Oscar Ajia and Lu Wei sat on a bench by the serene lake of Tianshui Academy, marveling at the picturesque campus of the continent's most beautiful academy. Oscar, still lost in thoughts of spring, inquired of Lu Wei, "Wei, when one finds oneself enamored, how does one pursue her?" Lu Wei fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised his gaze, his melancholic eyes brimming with untold stories and emotions. The sunlight bathed his marble-like visage as he replied, "I do not know." Oscar, exasperated, retorted, "I thought your previous demeanor was that of a love sage? Why do you regard me so? I have never been in a relationship." Lu Wei believed Oscar was a fool in love for 3 years and replied with a touch of disdain, "I merely have heard and seen much." Ajia, recalling Lu Wei's previous jests about his own perpetual singlehood, felt a surge of irritation and remarked, "So, you're merely a theoretical expert? Humph. You can talk a good game, but in reality, your skills barely reach level 30. What a farce." Lu Wei, incensed by the comment, countered, "At least I possess theory. You have not even that. I will attain it in due time. You will not." Observing Ajia, vexed and embarrassed, lunge at Lu Wei, Oscar sighed in resignation, suggesting, "Honestly, you two should become a couple. That way, you would both gain experience." Unfortunately, Ajia and Lu Wei did not hear Oscar's words. Had they would have certainly showcased the treacherous nature of human interactions. Oscar, once again entranced by Ms. Shui Bing suddenly spotted an anomaly by the lakeside. A large man had appeared at Tianshui Academy. It is known that, aside from specially invited individuals like Yuan Ling'er, the academy typically boasts no male presence. How had this imposing figure emerged? In an instant, Oscar's mind conjured a plethora of narratives. "Hey, Ajia, Lu Wei, look at that hulking fellow," Oscar exclaimed, tugging at Lu Wei's sleeve as he pointed at the robust man. "He's rather handsome, isn't he?" Lu Wei squinted and scrutinized the figure for a considerable time, only to feel as if he were staring at an iceberg, a visage as cold as ice itself. Ajia gazed enviously at the towering figure of the ice-faced giant surrounded by a throng of admirers. The ice-faced individual, upon noticing Oscar and his companions, was clearly taken aback by the presence of other male beings at Tianshui Academy. He approached the trio, extending his hand with a greeting. "Hello, my name is Ice Mountain." This ice-faced giant, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, appeared to be of similar age to Yuan Ling'er. Yet to the group of children under the age of 10, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Ajia stammered in introduction. "Hello, Uncle Ice Mountain. We came in with the dean." The term uncle elicited a peculiar expression from Ice Mountain, who suppressed his discomfort and replied, "Actually, I am only 8 years old." Lu Wei immediately expressed his disbelief. "Is this really an 8-year-old? Have you ever seen an 8-year-old towering at 6 feet 3 inches? Are we truly of the same species?" Oscar ungraciously thought to himself. "May I inquire your rank?" Ajia asked, assuming Ice Mountain's height indicated considerable talent and cultivation. By Ajia's estimation, Ice Mountain should be around level 19. To his surprise, Ice Mountain chuckled and nonchalantly declared, "I am at level 21. Is this really an 8-year-old? Lu Wei once again earned the title of Model of Civility. Chapter 51. The 10,000-Year Ice Emerald Scorpion is one of the renowned 5-element academies of the Tiando Empire. Tianshui Academy undoubtedly housed numerous exceptionally gifted individuals, or geniuses. For instance, Shui Binger, who possessed the top-tier martial soul of the Ice Phoenix. A true phoenix rather than a mere imitation born from some inferior fire. And then there was this ice-faced giant, an 8-year-old with a soul power of level 21. At that moment, this prodigy spoke with an unsettling intent. "I see that you are also prodigies from other academies." A sense of foreboding rose within Lu Wei as he recalled Oscar's earlier jest at the expense of the big fool. He hastily stepped forward to clasp his fists in a gesture of respect. "I am unworthy of such a title." Standing before Lu Wei and his companions, the towering figure inquired in a tempting tone, "Would you dare to engage in a soul master duel with me?" "We shall not participate," the trio responded in unison. "Are you jesting? You possess an additional soul ring and expect to fight us? That would be nothing short of bullying the innocent." Ice Mountain appeared somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing the term big fool, he had initially intended to seize the opportunity to teach Lu Wei and his friends a lesson. However, there was no reason to forego the chance to impose discipline. Ice Mountain grinned widely. "No worries. I merely wish to inform you of my decision. You must participate in the duel. This is what it means to dominate through sheer force." Lu Wei felt troubled. "You? I will participate." Suddenly, a voice akin to that of a savior echoed from behind him, as Yuan Ling'er and Yuan San approached simultaneously. Yuan Ling'er approached Lu Wei, casting a sweeping glance around before her gaze settled upon the Ice Mountain. It seemed rather pointless to bully them, did it not? "Then how about you?" Ice Mountain regarded Yuan Ling'er, who could easily be sent flying with a mere punch, and chuckled disdainfully. "Yuan Ling'er, martial spirit, goddess of light butterfly, 18th level soul master, I humbly seek your guidance." "Oh, you truly dare to come forth?" Ice Mountain mused, finding the girl rather obstinate. For he was a grand soul master. "Ah," he thought, perceiving Yuan Ling'er as oblivious to the vastness of her own limitations, intending to teach her a lesson with a sharp rebuke. "Ice Mountain, martial spirit, ice green scorpion, 21st level grand soul master." Yuan Ling'er raised her delicate brows, truly feeling that her understanding had deepened. As a soul beast, the ice blue scorpion clan has long been the sovereign of the far northern lands. In her previous life, Yuan Ling'er ventured into the fearsome northern territory in pursuit of divine prowess. Indeed, there existed a ice blue scorpion there, rivaling the strength of a 97th level titled Douluo, its age surpassing 100,000 years. In her encounter with that formidable ice blue scorpion, Yuan Ling'er experienced the essence of what it means to possess the ultimate ice attribute for the very first time. Thus, could it be that the martial soul of the ice blue scorpion embodies the pinnacle of ice? Yuan Ling'er observed that both individuals had unleashed their martial spirits, declaring, "Let the battle commence." The ethereal soul ring of Yuan Ling'er shimmered into existence, yet she refrained from unleashing her soul skills. Instead, she poised herself like a lion stalking its prey. Although the ice mountain was anxious, it maintained a steady stance, half-crouched, resembling a scorpion ready to strike with lethal precision. The two remained locked in a stalemate. "What are they doing?" Oscar whispered to Lu Wei. The two figures stood motionless, striking poses. One might mistakenly believe an artist was nearby, capturing their essence on canvas. Lu Wei remained silent, but Yuan Xianlu, beside him, began to speak. "This is a true duel, aimed at the annihilation of the opponent." Huh. The inexperienced Oscar still failed to comprehend. Yuan Sun couldn't help but exclaim. "The soul battles you witness at the Grand Soul Arena are merely contests, filled with raucous cheers and a cacophony of soul skills. However, in a true confrontation at an equal level, one does not commence by unleashing soul techniques recklessly. They must meditate with the composure of a seasoned monk, identifying their opponent's vulnerabilities to deliver a decisive blow. Especially considering Ling'er possesses a soul power level inferior to that of this icy peer. Failing to secure a fatal strike would undoubtedly result in Ling'er suffering the consequences as the battle prolongs." Yuan Xianlu's expression grew peculiar as he explained. He had sensed something was amiss with the towering figure even before the ice mountain unleashed his martial spirit. Now, it was evident what this icy giant truly was. Had the spirit beast taken to emulating Xiaowu? The two faced each other for a moment, and then, in a sudden breath, the ice mountain launched an attack. Ice solid body. The yellow first spirit ring illuminated, enveloping him in a layer of crystalline ice, sending a chill into the air around them. Frost penetration. The yellow second spirit ring glowed as a tangible frost coalesced upon the ice mountain's hand, which then struck directly in front of Yuan Ling'er. This frost was not akin to the refreshing ice beverages she enjoyed in summer. The chill emanating from the ice mountain's fist was so intense that Yuan Ling'er felt as if frost was forming before her eyes. Winged guillotine. The 1,000-year spirit ring shone brightly as Yuan Ling'er closed the distance to the ice mountain. Her radiant blade gleamed in her hand as she aimed a decisive strike at the giant. The frost pierced through her body, and the extreme cold nearly robbed her of warmth, especially in the areas affected by the frost, where she even experienced the disconcerting sensation that her muscles and organs were on the verge of succumbing to the frigid temperatures. In a fleeting moment, Yuan Ling'er's winged guillotine struck the ice mountain. The sound of her blade grinding against the crystalline armor was a sharp, discordant noise, leaving a profound mark upon the ice mountain's icy exterior. The two then retreated, creating distance between them. This was a traditional duel, meant to be controlled and respectful. Both had held back. Nonetheless, Yuan Ling'er was still somewhat at a disadvantage against the ice mountain, as the disparity in their spirit power was insurmountable. "Ice Mountain has emerged victorious," Yuan Xianlu announced abruptly. Age was taken aback by the result, but Sister Ling'o has not lost yet. "I admit my defeat." Yuan Ling'o conceded candidly. "Had he not held back, the moment that frost pierced through me, I would have had to unleash my spirit power." Thus, it was clear that the ice mountain was indeed formidable. Yuan Xianlu, with an air of familiarity, placed a hand on the shoulder of the ice mountain, remarking, "You are quite tall, taller than me." Typically, the ice blue scorpion hosts individuals of a smaller stature. Yuan Ling'er was unaware of the profound meaning embedded in Yuan Xianlu's words. Yet upon hearing them, the icy mountain involuntarily trembled. Yuan Xianlu chuckled and said, "I have a friend named Ice Emperor. Iceberg, you all share the surname Bing. Do you know her? Come, let us have a proper conversation." Iceberg followed Yuan Xianlu, feeling much like a pitiable hostage coerced by a criminal. Yuan Xianlu and Bing Shan retreated to a secluded corner, evading the gaze of the crowd. Yuan Xianlu, with a smile that seemed to straddle the line between mirth and mockery, inquired, "Is this the current preference of spirit beasts? What if a tidal Douluo discovers this? You would lose your soul rings and soul bones." The icy mountain, unperturbed by Yuan Xianlu's feigned sorrow, responded with chilling indifference. "Do you intend to kill me to seize my soul rings and soul bones?" Yuan Xianlu let out a sigh of regret, saying, "I had considered it, but alas, we lack soul masters with ice attribute martial souls here." An iceberg. "Goodness, you don't hesitate at all, do you? Speak candidly to me. What are your thoughts on this? To transition from a 10,000-year-old soul beast to a human. Ordinarily, the metamorphosis of soul beasts into humans is an endeavor undertaken by powerful soul beasts at the twilight of their existence, daring to gamble on the possibility of attaining godhood at the 100th level. However, under the influence of Tang San's mother and Xiaowu's mother, this transformation has devolved into a perverse trend, where not only must one become human, but also engage in romantic relationships, and furthermore, each time, transform into another soul ring. All this is in pursuit of the happiness of the imperial auspicious beast a millennium hence. Yuan Ling'er resolutely combats the insidious trend of soul beasts transforming into humans, deeming such transformations as pseudoscience that must be eradicated. It is imperative to dismantle the nefarious ambitions of humanity that seek to entice soul beasts into this unnatural metamorphosis. Upon realizing that her identity had been exposed, Bingshan decided to abandon all pretenses. Centuries ago, an individual claimed that if she became his soul ring, she would ascend to divinity alongside him and attain immortality. That individual was not named Yu Hao, was he? Bingshan cast a curious glance at Yuan Ling'er. Pondering the decline of humanity, as the current generation, despite their youth, boasts the title of Douluo, yet seemed to lack intellect. She reflected upon her own pristine white form. Shaking her head, she recalled, at that time, I did not consent, but after I broke through to 10,000 years. Fear of the impending tribulation compelled me to undergo transformation into a human. Intending to seek him out and ascertain whether I still had the opportunity to ascend to divinity alongside him. Yuan nodded. So, have you found that person? No. It was only upon arriving in the human city that I realized several centuries had elapsed. If that individual has not ascended to divinity, they are likely long deceased. Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief as he pondered the ice-blue scorpion, which had existed for 100,000 years. It seemed rather lacking in intellect. After all these centuries, what purpose did its transformation into a human serve? Perhaps the scorpion's mental capacity was simply limited. Yet, he suddenly recalled a tale that seemed eerily familiar. Yuan recognized a blind spot. He remembered having encountered this narrative within the pages of a book. The only story capable of lingering in his memory for so many years was likely related to the ruins of the White Knight he had encountered during his quest for divinity. The White Knight, as a predecessor in Yuan Ling'er's pursuit of enlightenment, had always been a focal point of his interest. Only he could amass the most comprehensive information regarding the White Knight. Bingshan, however, appeared skeptical. What have you truly heard? That individual was at most level 89 at the time. A human of such a low level could not possibly survive for that long. Nor could they relay their story to you now. We humans possess written language, defined as symbols that record and convey spoken words. Clearly, most low-intelligence soul beasts have not developed written language, or perhaps their written traditions have been lost to time. While 10,000-year-old soul beasts exhibit a basic level of intelligence, it is only upon reaching 100,000 years that they attain a cognitive capacity akin to that of a normal adult human. Thus, soul beasts have historically communicated in a unified spoken language without the benefit of any written form. Yuan withdrew a specially treated leather notebook from the soul guiding device and began reciting the sentences inscribed within. Beyond the long, frozen forest lies the snowfield. Beneath the night sky, the earth is enveloped in a luminous white, and I paused before this desolate land. Chapter 52, The Diary of the White Knight, May 3rd. Beyond the long, frozen forest lies the snowfield. Beneath the night sky, the earth is enveloped in a luminous white, and I paused before this desolate land. The White Knight, clad in a snow-white robe, grasped his pen and inscribed these words. The ink having solidified, he was compelled to use his soul power to heat it. This is the land of the far north. In human lore, it is deemed a forbidden zone of life. In summer, the horizon of the far north is eternally marked by a cold, white day, devoid of warmth, with dense fog cloaking the icy expanse. While the forest behind him remains the sole bastion of life. The White Knight exhaled a long plume of white vapor from his nostrils, which dissipated in the blinding whiteness, as he embarked step by step on his quest to seek the divine. Light. I truly hope to discover the legacy of the god of light in the far north. The White Knight is now at level 89. Within a secret realm, he had heard tales of the god of light and acquired a broken necklace related to this deity. Thus, he commenced a continent-wide search for the legacy of the god of light. The far north is merely one of the places he has traversed in his pursuit. The White Knight left his footprints in the snow, marking the arrival of an adventurer without the title of Douluo in the far north for the first time. May 7th. I am uncertain whether this is the core region of the far north, for the terrain of the snowfield and its extreme cold hinder my progress significantly. Today, I encountered the Queen of Ice and Snow, the Ice Scorpion. She shimmered with an exquisite brilliance akin to that of a true goddess of ice and snow. Her enticing green tail composed of 5 segments, the last segment bearing a diamond-like barb raised high, its tip radiating a silvery sheen. This ice scorpion undoubtedly exceeds 10,000 years in age and power. I have dubbed her Ice Empress. Human, a melodious voice called out. As the White Knight beheld the azure ice scorpion, luminous and transparent amidst the raging snowstorm. Perish. The emerald light pierced through the thick blizzard, striking the White Knight's long sword with tremendous force. Justice retaliates. The White Knight's black fifth soul ring shimmered momentarily, returning a powerful blow to the Ice Empress. And he immediately turned to flee. Each 10,000-year soul beast is equivalent to a titled Douluo, and the White Knight, at this moment merely an 89-level soul Douluo, naturally dared not confront the Ice Empress's might head-on. The White Knight felt as if he had returned to his youth, reminiscent of the time he had ambushed the pseudo-emperor of Tiando, traversing 1,000 miles in a day, relying solely on his swiftness. You, human, are just like that insect. Merely a coward. The icy emperor's piercing rebuke lingered in the tempestuous blizzard, only to be fragmented by the howling winds and snow. In the farthest reaches of the north, no one is favored. On May 13th, I found myself lost, yet I sensed that I was traversing towards the very heart of this desolate expanse. I began to mock myself for my folly. The name of the light god. How could it possibly belong to a deity whose legacy could be found in such a remote land? I was indeed desperate. How foolish I truly was. On May 16th, I rescind my earlier declaration. The true goddess of ice and snow is certainly not the ice-blue scorpion, but rather the Snow Empress. The sword commands the heavens, freezing all in its wake. The emperor's sword, the emperor's hand, the emperor's frigid domain. This is the legendary triad of the Snow Emperor as chronicled by the Hall of Martial Souls. The White Knight cast his gaze upon the girl concealed within the swirling snow, a vision as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, ethereal and transcendent. She looked towards him, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. The Snow Empress. The White Knight murmured softly. The Snow Empress frowned slightly, and in an instant, a realm stretching 1,000 meters transformed into her domain, snowflakes swirling to obscure the sky and sun alike. This was a purgatory on earth. Should the Snow Empress desire it, she could effortlessly manifest it, and the only response to the White Knight seemed to be a single hand. The Emperor's hand, great cold. No snow. The color of the snow darkened, transforming from white to a deep black, as a delicate hand swept towards the White Knight. The White Knight's formidable level of 89 appeared to be a mere jest in this realm, as he stood there, confronted by the Emperor's hand of the Snow Empress. Utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, the White Knight recalled the records from the Hall of Martial Souls. Although the Snow Empress's Emperor's hand wielded immense power, it was not without its limitations. It required direct contact with the opponent to unleash its full might. And this time, the Snow Empress did not employ her hand to strike the White Knight. There was a glimmer of hope, a path to survival. The White Knight wept tears of joy. For having discovered a means of survival against an assault from a soul beast rivaling the might of the most esteemed title Douluo was a source of immense pride. He pondered whether the Snow Empress was overly confident in her own prowess or if she truly intended to spare his life. Regardless, the imperial palm was executed from a distance. Turning to face behind him, the imperial palm struck his arm. Yet the White Knight disregarded the pain and plunged into the dense mist of the snowy expanse, clinging to a glimmer of hope for survival. May 20th. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. The Snow Empress has spared me with her imperial palm, but alas, I am too feeble to withstand even a single blow. My right arm has succumbed entirely to frostbite, and I can only wish to return to the safety of a human settlement soon. Furthermore, I sense that the Snow Empress has likely surpassed a cultivation of 100,000 years. Perhaps there exists a further realm beyond that for soul beasts. However, I am not one to delve into such matters. I hope future soul masters will explore this inquiry. Made with my left hand, the writing is crooked, May XX. Herein lies the additional content. That day, I encountered an exceedingly large ice-blue scorpion, undoubtedly a soul beast nearing the 100,000-year threshold. This ice-blue scorpion appeared both immense and simple-minded. I was nearing death, and if I could absorb merely a 9th soul ring, I would regain my strength. Thus, I presented to the beast the notion that I had discovered the legacy of the light god, claiming that should it become my soul ring, I would attain divinity, and with it, eternal life. Yet, it did not place its faith in my words. Only a fool would do so, I mused. This was akin to the phrase, the former pope, require funds, a mere deception. In truth, I have not genuinely acquired the legacy of the light god. Damn it, what are the true conditions for inheriting the divine legacy of the light god? Is that foolish giant ice-blue scorpion from this diary you? Yuan Ling'er turned to the final pages of the diary and inquired. The iceberg vehemently denied. It is not I. I am not foolish. Oh, I see. Yuan Ling'er was thus enlightened. Can what is inscribed in the diary truly be called heartfelt words? The iceberg, noticing that Yuan Ling'er remained skeptical, Seize the opportunity to retort immediately. Isn't your next line what respectable person writes a diary? Yuan Xuanlu casually perused the diary of the White Knight. Expressing a sense of resignation, do as you wish, but I fear you may no longer continue at the Tianshui Academy. Why is that? The title Douluo could discern the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast, and should the soul Douluo take matters seriously, you too could unveil your true identity. Yuan Xuanlu smiled at the icy figure. The Academy's headmistress, Shui Shinro, is merely a soul Douluo, although she cannot currently perceive your true identity. It is only a matter of time before she uncovers it. Consider the consequences you may face. In the original narrative, the boy wielding the ice-blue scorpion martial soul did not make an appearance at Tianshui Academy. It is highly likely that Yuan Xuanlu is imprisoned by Shui Shinro upon discovering his transformation into a spirit beast. Awaiting the moment when Shui Ling'er ascends to the rank of title Douluo to procure his soul ring and soul bone. The combination of Shui Ling'er's Ice Phoenix martial spirit with the Ice Blue Scorpion soul ring appears rather promising, does it not? Additionally, I believe that the Tianshui Academy is predominantly a female institution. Thus, your transfer is inevitable. Why not accompany us now? Rest assured, I shall not seek to obtain your soul ring. The reasoning behind Yuan Xuanlu's assertion seems rather tenuous. Although Tianshui Academy exclusively admits female soul masters, this is merely a general stipulation. Exceptional talents like Bing Shan, a future title Douluo, could certainly warrant some leniency from the Academy. I have always abhorred the idea of coercing others. In a spirit of goodwill, Yuan Xuanlu remarked, gesturing toward his waiting companion, Yuan Ling'er. But do you see that? That is the future deity. Upon hearing the word deity, Bing Shan was taken aback. Incredulity etched on her face as she inquired, what does this mean? Yuan Xuanlu once again retrieved the diary of the White Knight, tenderly caressing its leather cover with a sense of melancholy, as if two disheartened brothers, separated by time and space, had reunited, burdened with unspoken grievances. What more is there to say? The object of affection has chosen Ling'er, and I remain overlooked. After all, I was the one who discovered her first. Chapter 53, 7-Star Academy combined, for K, in the absence of any objections from Shui Shinro. The Ice Mountain followed Yuan Xuanlu without hesitation. Certainly, it was not due to Yuan Xuanlu's intimidation through his title as Douluo. Nevertheless, it became evident that regardless of whether Yuan Ling'er established her own sect or confronted Tang San, the core members of her small group were largely confirmed. Jie, Lu Wei, Oscar, Ice Mountain, along with Yuan Ling'er herself, were more than capable of facing the future challenges posed by Shrek Academy. In the days following their return from Tianshui Academy, while Yuan Xuanlu rejoiced at the bright future awaiting his daughter, Yuan Ling'er found herself troubled by the circumstances of her own academy. Yuan Ling'er was aware that Yuan Xuanlu aimed to facilitate her participation in the prestigious elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Consequently, she ventured to Tiando City, intending to seek out distinguished institutions for advanced soul master enrollment. However, she soon discovered that Tiando City offered scan options suitable for individuals like herself. This realization dawned on her particularly after her conversation with Shui Ling'er. Yuan Ling'er has gained a clearer understanding of the prestigious Soul Master Academies near Heavendo City. The 5 elemental academies are well known. They encompass the wind, fire, water, lightning attributes, and the Soul Masters of the Elephant Armor sect. Moreover, the Heavendo Royal Academy stands as an elite institution tailored for nobility. Thus, the truly suitable advanced Soul Master Academies for Yuan Ling'er and her companions are limited to 2, the Blue Tyrant Academy, which seems to have the shadow of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect behind it, and the 7-Star Academy, founded by a formidable soul sage. Undoubtedly, the 7-Star Academy pales in comparison to the Blue Tyrant Academy, as the latter appears to enjoy the tacit approval and support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Furthermore, Yuan Ling'er has gathered considerable information regarding the founder of the 7-Star Academy. It is said that this individual was once a companion of her father during their adventures across the continent, a female friend, no less. Additionally, within the current confines of Heavendo City, numerous tales circulate about her connection with Yuan Xuanlu, recounting romantic narratives that speak of betrayal and unfulfilled love. It remains uncertain who the mischievous souls are. Indeed, it is I that propagate such stories, yet, in any event, the bond between Yuan Xuanlu and that individual is profoundly intimate, perhaps even more so than with Shui Shinro. On this particular day, Yuan Xuanlu ventured out with everyone. Yet he did not disclose the purpose of their outing. However, Yuan Ling'er surmised that it was likely Yuan Xuanlu's intention to meet with his friend. Yuan Ling'er cast a glance at Yuan Xuanlu, unable to suppress her admiration for her father's extraordinary romantic fortune. She inquired, "Father, are we heading to the Seven-Star Academy now?" How did you know? Yuan Xuanlu was momentarily taken aback, for it seemed he had never explicitly mentioned their intention to attend the Seven-Star Academy. However, it soon dawned on him that Yuan Ling'er must have deduced it on her own. "Truly, she is my daughter, remarkably astute." Yuan Ling'er inquired once more, "Why is it referred to as the Seven Stars Academy?" To which I responded, It is because I envisioned assembling 7 individuals to parallel the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters in the future." Yuan Xuanlu pondered to himself. However, he did not actually voice this thought. Instead, he vaguely remarked, "It was a name conceived with friends back then, called the Seven Stars Academy." Yuan Ling'er had been eagerly awaiting Yuan Xuanlu's response. She immediately inquired, "I have heard that the dean of the Seven Stars Academy is your former lover, dear father?" The atmosphere grew tense as the truth began to unfold. Now, even Oscar and his companions leaned in, straining to catch every morsel of gossip, fearing they might miss a scintillating tidbit. After all, this was prime conversational material. In the future, when boasting, one could easily begin with tales of the former lover of the title Douluo, undoubtedly impressing those lesser-ranked soul masters. Yuan Xuanlu's expression shifted dramatically. How could it be that some of his past gossip had become common knowledge? It had been several years, hadn't it? He couldn't quite label the relationship. It wasn't exactly an old flame, merely. Yuan Xuanlu found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to define this connection. Yuan Ling'er revealed an expression that conveyed a sense of understanding, then assisted Yuan Xuanlu in responding, "We are merely friends." Yuan Xuanlu. To the southwest of Tiando City lies the 7-Star Advanced Soul Master Academy. This institution, though modest in size, is situated in the rural outskirts of Tiando City. Unlike the traditional architecture of the city, this academy boasts a modern design that is propagated by the Spirit Hall. Standardization and modernization are the hallmarks of this establishment. Although 7-Star Academy is a member of the Tiando City Academy Alliance, it does not enjoy the same esteem as the 5-Element Academies or the Tiando Royal Academy. Rather, it is often referred to alongside Blue Tyrant Academy as the twin stars of the commoners. Of course, in comparison to Blue Tyrant Academy, 7-Star Academy embodies a more profound sense of egalitarianism. At this moment, in the reception room of 7-Star Academy, a middle-aged man of gentle demeanor sipped from a cup of tea, while behind him stood an elderly figure exuding a sharp aura. Clad in a pristine white robe with neatly combed silver hair cascading down his back, seated at the head of the table was a strikingly beautiful woman. Her flowing wine-red hair casually tied back, and her defined brows lending her an air of resolute elegance. This was the esteemed principal of 7-Star Academy, known as Sword Heart. A formidable 75th-level assault-type soul sage, Gao Yi leisurely pushed a black card, worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins, across the table to Ning Fengji. Inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "Master Ning, it seems that our 7-Star Academy has not provoked your 7-treasure glazed tile school, has it?" "Principal Gao, how could one describe it as provocation? Our 7-treasure glazed tile school merely wishes to extend a helping hand to 7-Star Academy," Ning Fengji replied, his demeanor as gentle as jade. He shook his head slowly, declining the returned black card, and added with a smile, "Our 7-treasure glazed tile school hopes to collaborate with your esteemed institution to cultivate more talents for the empire." Such eloquence. Ning Fengji naturally elevated the status of 7-Star Academy, expressed his loyalty to the Tiando Empire, and proclaimed his noble intentions for the country and its people. Importantly, unlike Tang San, who often stood at the crossroads, Ning Fengji's approach was refreshing and amicable. However, while Ning Fengji maintained a polished exterior, one must question the integrity of the aristocratic families involved. Gao Yi was acutely aware of Ning Fengji's tactics. "Master Ning, please speak candidly. Avoid the pretense." "I do not engage in such subtleties," she asserted. As a swordswoman, she valued straightforwardness and detested procrastination. Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Principal Gao is well aware that our 7-treasure glazed tile school lacks offensive capabilities, as the backbone of our sect consists of battle soul masters. I have come to invest in 7-Star Academy for the future development of our sect." The underlying implication of this statement is a desire for the graduates of the 7 Stars Academy to join the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Gao Yi nodded, internally scoffing at the notion, realizing it was indeed the case. Although Ning Fengji spoke eloquently, referring to it as an investment and a promise of job placement, Once one accepts the investment from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, all students, including the teachers, would become reserve members of the sect. While the Seven Treasures Glazed sect prides itself on being the pure stream among the seven major sects, the adage one who approaches vermilion gets stained red. One who approaches ink gets stained black holds true. In this world, all crows appear black. The seven major sects have stood resolute on the continent for many years, undoubtedly engaging in unsavory practices, though the specifics of their methods are not convenient to discuss. It can only be said that, in terms of appearance, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect indeed appears cleaner than powers such as the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. It is well known that the inherited martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, which possesses the ability to locate treasures. However, if one believes that the sect's wealth derives solely from mining resources, gemstones, and treasures, one is gravely mistaken. The true foundation of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's prosperity lies in a different enterprise: land acquisition. The term land encompasses not only arable land, but also mineral resources, forest resources, and a myriad of other businesses. For instance, during years of famine, they may forcibly acquire the land of self-sufficient farmers, converting them into tenants. Or they might discover rare metal veins within a copper mine, subsequently orchestrating an accident to drive down the price and acquire the mine for the extraction of rare metals, and so forth. Moreover, it is said that the current support for Prince Xueqinghe by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect stems from his backing of the sect's land acquisition endeavors. The discussion between Ning Fengzhi and Gao Yi regarding the guaranteed job placements for graduates of the Seven Stars Academy is far from a mere declaration of nurturing talent for the empire. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect likely seeks to leverage this opportunity to enhance its influence among commoner soul masters. However, the original intent of the Seven Stars Academy was not to cultivate fresh blood for the major sects, but rather to encourage its graduates to strive for the education of commoner soul masters in the impoverished regions of the empire. The Seven Stars Academy aims to teach one to stand tall, not to kneel. Indeed, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is a desirable destination, yet I am unwilling, simply unwilling. Gao Yi remained resolute. Serving as a lackey for a major sect is not merely a transient role. It is far more likely to result in generations of servitude. The Seven Stars Academy is not a training ground for subservience. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Director Gao, this is not coercion, Ning Fengzhi gently counseled. It is not coercion, yet there exist countless methods to ensure your voluntary compliance. This is akin to the high school experience in Yuan Sun's past life, where students voluntarily attended extra classes on weekends. Were they truly voluntary? Despite the implementation of policies to reduce burdens, students remain voluntary. So what distinguishes this form of voluntariness from coercion? As Gao Yi remained silent, Ning Fengzhi encouraged her, stating that the benefits of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were substantial and would not let her students suffer. Are the benefits of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect truly commendable? If one's talent is mediocre and lacks formidable strength, merely being an ordinary person, then the benefits would only suffice for one's own sustenance. Gritting one's teeth, it is still feasible to survive for a decade or two, marry, and acquire a piece of land. For commoners, being able to live in such a manner is already quite remarkable. Although one may serve as a subordinate, at least it is as a subordinate residing in a house, which is certainly preferable to being a peasant toiling the fields. Look at these conditions. They certainly afford some respect to the subordinates. Yao Yi could only deflect the conversation once more, saying, "Yet, I am not the sole decision-maker of this academy. It was established by both him and me. Though I hold the title of principal, I merely oversee on his behalf." This he, could it be referring to the Dragon Emperor Douluo? Ning Fengzhi inquired. Indeed, Gao Yi thought of Yuan Xuanlu, and her heart gained a sense of assurance, causing her response to become much firmer. Despite Gao Yi being renowned for her sword heart, she remained merely a level 75 soul sage. Ning Fengzhi, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, personally coming to meet with her today was a significant show of respect. The sword Douluo had become rather arrogant among the offerings of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and naturally looked down upon Gao Yi. With a cold snort, he remarked, "The younger generation truly lacks awareness. Countless individuals have strained themselves to gain entry into the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. And now our sect leader is willing to invest in your Seven Stars Academy. This is indeed a recognition of your worth. Graduates from your Seven Stars Academy can directly join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Does this not benefit you? One must understand that many soul masters aspire to this opportunity, yet find themselves without a chance. Is this not akin to begging on their knees? Gaoyi thought. However, commoner soul masters are indeed at a disadvantage. They lack the support of families, noble titles, and powerful, high-quality martial souls. After laboriously graduating from advanced soul master academies, they harbor the hope of selling themselves into a formidable sect, seeking a good place to secure their livelihood. This would undoubtedly be more advantageous for their futures. Gaoyi felt uncomfortable nonetheless. She harbored a deep disdain for the aristocracy. They looked down upon others while wielding dominion over the continent, more detestable than the nobles. For the transient nobility and the enduring aristocracy, as long as the martial soul lineage remains unbroken, these families will never perish. Our graduates from the Seven Stars Academy certainly have their paths. Must they rely solely on the Seven Treasures glazed sect to survive? Gaoyi remained obstinate. With a faint smile, Ning Fengji chose silence. Noticing his placid demeanor, Gaoyi suddenly asked, "Have you seen the couplets hanging at the entrance of the Seven Stars Academy?" A person of considerable stature naturally recalled such matters and promptly replied, "Seek promotion and wealth elsewhere. Those who fear death should not enter this domain." Gaoyi nodded, affirming, "Our school motto is to strive for the future of commoner soul masters." These couplets and the motto were penned by Sun Lu himself. He expressed his hope that one day all commoner soul masters would receive an education as esteemed as that of the noble families. I believe he articulated the aspirations of my entire life, which is why I joined him in establishing this academy. He provided the funds while I contributed the labor. The students we painstakingly nurture are certainly not destined for the grand sects. Their futures lie in the remote valleys, awakening the martial souls of the children there, imparting knowledge of soul masters, and ensuring that these children continue to carry our torch, fighting for the future of commoner soul masters. Gaoyi seemed to possess an inexplicable confidence in Yuan Sun Lu, speaking with a palpable pride. This sentiment rendered Ning Fengji's companion, the sword Douluo, exceedingly uncomfortable. He perceived Yuan Sun Lu's demeanor as hypocritical, feeling that despite his noble lineage, he was feigning a guise of altruism. How contemptible! Moreover, Ning Fengji had intended for himself and the sword Douluo to play contrasting roles. Thus the sword Douluo coldly remarked, "A denial of one's roots." This was a clear derision aimed at Yuan Sun Lu, who, despite his noble background, was engaging in what the sword Douluo considered a theatrical display of humility. The sword Douluo, standing high in his noble lineage, had never contemplated that Yuan Sun Lu was fundamentally a commoner. Truly, as the adage goes, those who dwell in lofty heights often forget the nature of the ground below. They become disconnected, losing sight of their origins. A denial of one's roots? Suddenly, a long howl echoed from outside the reception room. "I'm a devoted son." Chapter 54. My sword is not without merit. At this moment, Yuan Sun Lu and his companions were en route to the Seven Stars Academy, located on the outskirts of Tiando City. After all, not everyone could establish an academy within Tiando City, although the principal of the Seven Stars Academy was a seven-ringed soul saint. He was hardly regarded as a prominent figure in such a vast metropolis. "What is the scale of this Seven Stars Academy?" Oscar inquired. Yuan Ling'er, well-versed in the intelligence of the Seven Stars Academy, elucidated. Although both the Seven Stars Academy and the Royal Academy of Tiando are situated on the outskirts of Tiando City, the former is significantly smaller, occupying merely a quarter of the latter's expanse. "So small?" Lu Wei remarked. "Surely, even the Tianshui Academy is larger than that." Yuan Qianlu gazed at Lu Wei with a sense of disdain for the appearance of his own academy and remarked, "A mountain need not be high. It is the presence of an immortal that grants it renown. A body of water need not be deep. It is the presence of a dragon that imparts its spirit." Upon hearing this, Ajia nodded, feeling that Yuan Qianlu possessed a remarkable erudition, and replied, "Indeed, the modesty of an academy does not necessarily reflect its quality. I have heard that the Seven Stars Academy maintains a rigorous curriculum and has nurtured numerous talents. During the recent preliminary competition for the Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament in the capital region of Tiando, Seven Stars Academy secured a ranking just behind the 5 major elemental academies, surpassing Lambo Academy by a slight margin. After a brief period of travel, Yuan Qianlu, serving as a human compass, led the group to their destination, Seven Stars Academy. Although situated on the outskirts, the exquisite architecture and vast expanse of the academy rivaled that of the Tianshui Academy. At the entrance, a towering gate adorned with 8 gilded characters proclaimed, "Seven Stars Advanced Soul Master Academy." The grandiosity of the inscription, imbued with an undercurrent of sharpness, was executed in the stone-cutting script a style popular across the continent, undoubtedly crafted by the hand of a master swordsman. As Yuan Xuanlu and his companions, including Yuan Ling'er, arrived at the entrance of the Seven Stars Academy, they were promptly noticed by the gatekeeper. "What brings you here? This is not the time for new students to enroll." The gatekeeper halted them. Under ordinary circumstances, one might feel compelled to put on airs, yet Yuan Xuanlu had no desire for such theatrics. Instead, he nonchalantly presented a token to the gatekeeper. "Take me to see your dean." "Who are you?" the gatekeeper asked, evidently unrecognizing the token. Upon hearing an outsider audaciously request an audience with the dean, he chuckled. "Do you think our dean is someone you can just meet at will? Let them in." A teacher, who happened to be strolling by, interjected upon witnessing the scene. "Wait, are you Dean Yuan?" As the teacher approached and recognized Yuan Xuanlu, he realized that this was indeed the esteemed Dean Yuan, one of the founders of the academy alongside Dean Gao. The teacher was very familiar with him, as it was Dean Yuan who had proctored his entrance exam. "Dean Yuan?" The gatekeeper was left dumbfounded, no longer obstructing Yuan Xuanlu and his entourage, staring blankly as they entered with a group of children. Yuan Xuanlu did not take the matter to heart. He merely patted the shoulders of the gatekeeper. After all, a school is a place for learning and nurturing students, and it is indeed essential to keep outsiders at bay. "You have done well." Yuan Xuanlu and the others followed their teacher inside, leaving behind the bewildered gatekeeper. Upon entering the Seven Stars Academy, although it lacked the uniform beauty of the lovely maidens found at the Waterspring Academy, the novel architectural style of the institution left Yuan Ling'er and her companions profoundly impressed. The academy boasted a 3-story administrative building, 3 2-story teaching buildings, and 3 dormitory buildings. In one corner of the campus stood an oddly designed, enclosed research institute, prominently marked with bold red letters declaring no trespassing. Furthermore, the academy featured a vast playground exceeding 200 meters in diameter, not to mention the simulated training ground located in the rear mountains. To deem the area small would be misleading, as it did not account for the expansive simulated training ground. This exemplifies the advantage of being situated on the outskirts of Tiando City. Had the academy been established within the city limits, one could only imagine the exorbitant cost of acquiring such a large parcel of land. "Well, the environment here feels quite splendid. It rivals that of the Waterspring Academy," Oscar exclaimed. "Of course," Yuan Xuanlu responded, somewhat exasperated. "It is because I invested a substantial sum in purchasing the land and constructing the buildings." He then turned to the teacher and inquired, "Where is your principal?" "Oh, the principal is in the reception room, apparently engaged in discussions with representatives from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Yuan Xuanlu nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude before heading to the reception room of the administrative building. As soon as he entered, he overheard an elderly man berating him for being ungrateful to his ancestors. Ungrateful to his ancestors? Yuan Xuanlu scoffed, jesting that the entire continent knows him to be a devoted son, so how could he possibly forget his roots? Thus, Yuan Xuanlu retorted, "I am indeed a devoted son." Ning Fengji, who had yet to see the man but had heard his voice, could not help but frown at his ostentatious demeanor. "May I inquire which esteemed lord is present?" Ning Fengji asked, clasping his hands respectfully. After all, the sword Douluo had not alerted him, indicating that he too had not perceived this individual. Therefore, Ning Fengji deduced that this person's power must be that of a titled Douluo. Yuan Xuanlu entered through the grand gate, accompanied by a group of children, and did not treat Ning Fengji as the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Instead, he candidly remarked, "I am but an unremarkable titled Douluo." Upon seeing Yuan Xuanlu's youthful visage and golden locks, both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo instantly understood. It was none other than His Excellency the Dragon Emperor Douluo. Ning Fengji was certainly aware of Yuan Xuanlu's identity as the Dragon Emperor Douluo, for he was a formidable figure from the same era. Achieving the rank of titled Douluo at the age of 33, he was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional prodigies of that time. However, concerning Yuan Xuanlu's earlier self-proclamation as a paragon of filial piety, it would be wiser to let that matter fade from memory. In the past, when Yuan Xuanlu was at the Spirit Hall, the tumultuous affairs involving his father and elder brother might remain unknown to the common folk. However, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could hardly be oblivious to them. For instance, Yuan Xuanlu frequently refers to the former pope as garbage, the weakest among the angelic family, and the disgrace of the six-winged angel's soul bearer, which nearly incites the former pope to vomit blood, filling him with a seething hatred towards Yuan Xuanlu. For instance, Yuan Xuanlu mobilized a multitude of Earth attribute soul masters to construct a grand tomb in a desolate and overgrown area on the outskirts of Wuhuan City, topped with a magnificent statue of an angel. Upon the arrival of the grand offering, he was infuriated to find that the construction of the tomb had already commenced, his face turning a deep shade of purple with rage. Yuan Xuanlu shamelessly remarked, "This is merely a precaution for the grand offering, to avoid the fate of being left to rot in the wilderness." Initially, the grand offering was of a good-natured disposition. One could consider it filial piety for his son to construct a tomb for him. However, even in the endeavor of building a tomb, one ought to select a picturesque and serene location. The grave of Yuan Xuanlu is unexpectedly located by the river on the outskirts of Wuhuan City. Should a flood occur, the waters would inevitably seep into the grand sepulchre of the revered one. What is this? Does the angel god aspire to transform into a river deity? Infuriated, the esteemed one unleashed a flurry of blows upon Yuan Xuanlu. Reflecting on Yuan Xuanlu's past, Ning Fengji felt an even greater trepidation about offending this filial figure. Yuan Xuanlu sat quietly in his seat and inquired, "Are you from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School here to acquire this academy?" "Not at all. We merely believe that the future of the Seven Stars Academy is promising, and we are willing to assist in its development." Assist in development, indeed. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Yuan Xuanlu discerned the ulterior motives behind them. After all, they were all cunning foxes with a millennia of experience. What sort of ghost tales were they trying to engage me in? "Master Ning, may I ask why you are meddling in the affairs of the Seven Stars Academy? Has your own school resolved its issues concerning martial souls?" Ning Fengji, feeling the sting of the remark, thought to himself, "Damn it. One should not strike the face while sparring. Could you refrain from bringing up our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's predicament regarding the Seven Soul Rings?" Suppressing his frustration, Ning Fengji shook his head. "As for our martial souls, you need not concern yourself with them, Your Excellency Dragon Emperor Douluo. Regarding the Seven Stars Academy, there are two civilian Soul Master Academies in Heaven-Do City, the Blue Tyrant Academy and the Seven Stars Academy. The former is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, while the latter was founded single-handedly by Principal Gao. I simply wish to extend a helping hand to her." Yuan Xuanlu remained steadfast, stating, "Our academy does not require your assistance, Lord Ningzong. The younger generation is unaware of their own limitations." The sword duelist let out a cold snort. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled lightly, addressing Sword Douluo with a tone of respect. "I hold you in high regard as my elder. Yet I possess my own distinguished qualities. However, do not presume to belittle me by constantly referring to me as a junior." "Do you wish to engage in a friendly duel with me?" The sharp aura of Sword Douluo surged towards Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu silently shattered the sword aura, declaring, "Do not presume that your sword is unrivaled in the world. My sword is by no means inferior. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu is not a true sword cultivator. If the concept of sword cultivator existed in the Douluo continent, the martial soul of Yuan Xuanlu is not a true sword. The only connection to a sword lies in his 70,000-year soul bone, the sword armhoof. I shall see how formidable your sword truly is." Jian Daochenshin stands as the foremost swordsman on the Douluo continent, as a lineage of the seven-kill sword martial soul, the Qin family. While not as ancient as the Angel family, is nonetheless among the elite clans. As an unworthy junior, I humbly request guidance from the Sword Douluo. Chapter 55, The Dragon Emperor Battles the Seven Kills. After Yuan Xuanlu made that statement, he gestured towards the outside. We began to spar in the air, wagering 1,000,000 gold soul coins on the outcome. Indeed, Yuan Xuanlu had noticed the 1,000,000 gold soul coin black card on the table. Very well. The Sword Douluo glanced at Ning Fengji, and upon seeing his approval, he spoke up. The two title Douluo-level powerhouses directly made their way to the Academy's playground. Ascending into the sky, Gao Yi also notified numerous teachers and students to come and witness this extraordinary battle, as the clash between two title Douluo was a rare spectacle. Gao Yi hoped that students and teachers alike could glean some wisdom from their display, and she herself harbored a desire to learn from the Sword Douluo. "Go, Dad!" Yuan Ling'er shouted. "Go, Master!" Oscar cheered. "Go, Uncle Yuan!" Lu Wei, Ajia, and Bing Shan echoed in support. The other students, unsure of the situation, joined in, overwhelmingly rallying behind Yuan Xuanlu. In the sky, a sharp intent surged forth, and a sword abruptly materialized before the Sword Douluo. The blade was a translucent blue, akin to crystal sculpting, adorned with 9 stars of varying hues: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. This sword integrated its soul rings into its martial spirit. And the sword paths Chen Xin truly lived up to his reputation as the foremost in swordsmanship, a sight to behold. The 7 kills sword transformed into a streak of blue light, gripped tightly in the sword Douluo's hand, exuding a terrifying sword aura that emitted a howling, tearing sound. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and had a hilt length of 1 foot 2 inches, aptly named 7 kills. With the emergence of the 7 kills sword, its edge pierced the void. This demonstrated the might of the continent's most formidable attacking title Douluo. Martial Spirit Manifestation. Yuan Xuanlu unleashed the Holy Light Dragon Martial Spirit. In contrast to the sword Douluo's integration of soul rings into his martial spirit, Yuan Xuanlu's approach was undeniably flamboyant. His soul ring configuration, comprising 1 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 2 red rings, was arguably superior to that of all other title Douluo. With the strength derived from 200,000-year soul rings alone, Yuan Xuanlu could easily dominate peers of his level. Is the sect master Ning not coming? Yuan Xuanlu provocatively inquired. Ning Fengji was evidently taken aback by Yuan Xuanlu's invitation for him to assist the sword Douluo. It was important to note that the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was the continent's premier auxiliary martial spirit. With its support, the sword Douluo could rival a super Douluo of level 97. Is the Dragon Emperor Douluo truly resolved to proceed with this? Ning Fengji questioned. Of course. I am preparing for the future confrontation with your 7-treasure glazed tile school, Yuan Xuanlu mentally affirmed. For the future interests of the Spirit Hall. Obstinate opponents like the 3 upper sects would inevitably need to be dealt with. The soul hunting initiative was not merely Bibi Dong's proposal. In Yuan Xuanlu's view, it was a task that must be undertaken. Then let us commence. The sword Douluo brandished the 7 killing sword, unleashing an indescribable aura. A sharp intent slicing through the air like a tempest aimed at Yuan Xuanlu. For a typical title Douluo, facing such a torrential display of sword intent could easily shatter their fighting spirit. Yet, Yuan Xuanlu was no ordinary title Douluo. With a mere gesture, he summoned his 5th soul skill, conjuring a luminous sword. With a gentle sweep, his sword intent completely neutralized that of the sword Douluo, even initiating a counterattack. The sword of the Holy Court. Alas, you are not a sword martial soul. The sword Douluo shifted, deftly thrusting the tip of his sword forward. Countless strands of sword intent surged toward Yuan Xuanlu once more, and this time, after only a couple of parries, Yuan Xuanlu found his defenses breached. Observing Yuan Xuanlu falter, Gaoyi felt a surge of anxiety, cursing him as a fool. What were you thinking, challenging the sword Douluo in a battle of sword intent? Seizing the opportunity, the sword Douluo struck again, this time not merely with sword intent but employing a soul skill. A tangible wave of sword energy swept forward. And as Yuan Xuanlu instinctively attempted to block, he was forced back several paces. The 3rd soul skill of the 7 killing sword, flowing like water. The purpose of this skill was to expel the enemy a full 20 meters away with its formidable sword energy. Naturally, against an opponent of equal rank like Yuan Xuanlu. This technique merely pushed him back a few steps. However, the temporal delay provided the sword Douluo with the chance to unleash his 2nd strike. The 4th soul skill of the 7 killing sword, Auras of Slaughter. The 7 killing sword inherently embodied the essence of lethality. And this technique merged sword intent with the innate killing intent within a person's heart, directing a singular offensive with the 7 killing sword. Sword intent and murderous energy intertwined, devoid of malice, exuding a vast and profound sense of grandeur. At this moment, Gaoyi's expression was filled with reverence. This was not mere applause for an adversary or a display of superiority over one's own, but a genuine respect and admiration for the mastery of the sword. Even though Gaoyi held a distaste for the sword Douluo, she could not deny that he was indeed the greatest sword saint of the continent. A swordsman, aside from possessing unyielding sharpness, must also masterfully control the rhythm of the battle, keeping their opponent firmly within their grasp. The holy sword in Yuan Xuanlu's hand had yet to fade, and with a subtle twist, the domain of the god of slaughter melded into the blade, executing a swing with the same ferocity. At Yuan Xuanlu's level of mastery, a mere thought could unleash the murderous aura from the god of slaughter's domain along with his soul skills. Unlike the overwhelming killing intent of the sword Douluo, Yuan Xuanlu, under the auspices of the god of slaughter, exuded a sword intent brimming with ferocity, akin to a wild beast yet untamed. As the 2 blades collided, the brilliance of their light dissipated, and the sword Douluo abruptly vanished, leaving behind a colossal 7 killing sword. The 7th soul skill of the 7 killing sword, true body of the 7 kills. The sword Douluo had unleashed his 7th soul skill. As the true form of his martial soul, the sword Douluo's power, bolstered by this transformation, had nearly doubled. His entire being radiating a sharpness akin to a tempest rising from flat ground. What had begun as mere probing had now escalated into a genuine confrontation. As the seventh soul ring of Yuan Xuanlu illuminated, he unleashed the true form of his martial spirit. The resplendent white sacred dragon soared majestically through the azure sky, beneath which lay a colossal seven-killing sword. This grand spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the students and teachers below. For these students, the existence of a soul sage seemed like an unreachable legend, let alone the formidable titled Douluo. Yet, what they were witnessing was a duel between two titled Douluos of the illustrious rank of 96. Even within the martial soul hall, renowned for its abundance of titled Douluos, encounters of such might are seldom beheld. This was a moment they could boast about for a lifetime. Sister Ling'er, who do you think will emerge victorious? Oscar inquired. Having never before witnessed such a magnificent scene, the concept of a titled Douluo was merely a myth to him, leaving him utterly bewildered about their formidable powers. Yuan Ling'er is distinct from Oscar. She was once a genuine limit Douluo, possessing far greater experience than Oscar. She has certainly encountered sword Douluo level fighters before. Yuan Ling'er replied, it is likely to be quite challenging. The sword Douluo is renowned as the foremost offensive titled Douluo, and the quality of the seven-killing sword spirit is hardly inferior to that of the Haotian hammer. He is not easily dealt with. The status of the seven-killing sword spirit among assault-type soul masters is not significantly less than that of the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. However, due to the greater number of disciples and the more extensive legacy of the Haotian sect, it is more widely recognized across the continent, thus overshadowing the seven-killing sword. Jian Daochunshin has nearly achieved a state of unity between man and sword, making it nearly impossible for my father to prevail over the sword Douluo in the realm of sword. Nevertheless, with my father's formidable spirit and the 200,000-year soul rings, he certainly would not be at a disadvantage. After a careful comparison in her heart, Yuan Ling'er spoke. So, does that mean Master may not necessarily be able to defeat this sword Douluo? Oscar felt that this statement was as good as saying nothing at all. Obviously. Do you think a titled Douluo can be easily defeated? The Ice Mountain scoffed, believing that this human child had never truly experienced the might of a titled Douluo. Especially when Ice Mountain witnessed the two titled Douluos engaging in battle, with no one recognizing his identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, he grew bolder, exuding an air of superiority as he explained the disparity in strength among titled Douluos to Oscar and the others. Having once been a 100,000-year soul beast, transformed into a human, Ice Mountain naturally understood the prowess of titled Douluos, and thus spoke with grandiloquence. It's not that the level difference is too vast. Both are titled Douluos at level 96, and the most likely outcome is a stalemate. Moreover, Ning Fengji has yet to unleash the 7 treasure glaze tile. Ice Mountain turned to Ning Fengji and feigned wisdom, exclaiming, the 7 treasure glaze tile is the foremost auxiliary martial soul of the continent. If Ning Fengji joins the fray, Uncle Yuan would stand little chance. While the group of youngsters conversed below, a clash erupted in the sky between the dragon and the sword. The Killing Field. Chapter 56. The Golden Crow bursts the sword sect. The Killing Field. This is the innate domain of the killing sword soul master, capable of forming a circle with a diameter of 30 meters, within which soul masters experience a 10% reduction in attack power, a 10% decrease in defense, and a 7% reduction in speed. Presently, Yuan Xuanlu is facing a fully powered, 96-level Super Douluo who has already unleashed his domain and true martial soul, the domain of the god of death. Yuan Xuanlu has also unleashed his domain. A fierce darkness filled Yuan Xuanlu's eyes, followed by the flicker of the 6th soul ring. The bright dragon roared. This initial strike was a pure mental assault, leaving the sword Douluo momentarily disoriented. Perhaps the foundation of the sword Douluo's soul power was deeper than that of Yuan Xuanlu, yet in matters of mental strength, virtually all titled Douluos across the continent were lacking. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Yuan Xuanlu's second attack was already upon him. The 1st and 2nd soul rings illuminated simultaneously, conjuring an ethereal golden fist that appeared before Yuan Xuanlu. The bright dragon fist and the bright dragon's fury overlapped, unleashing a radiant beam. The light sword, enhanced by the 2 soul techniques, surged towards the sword Douluo's face, prompting him to instinctively swing his sword, a reflex honed over more than 80 years of dedication to the sword path. First strike to initiate, then counter. The sword Douluo suddenly uttered. The azure-hued 7-kill sword unleashed a flurry of dense black sword shadows, encircling Yuan Xuanlu, while a colossal character for kill, formed from myriad sword intents, materialized before him. The sixth soul technique of the 7-kill sword, 10,000 swords return to the origin. The lightsaber of Yuan Xuanlu is destined to strike the sword Douluo, yet the myriad swords of the sword Douluo shall undoubtedly cleave towards Yuan Xuanlu as well. Yuan Xuanlu could scarcely believe that, under such circumstances, the sword Douluo would dare to engage in a mutually injurious exchange. Very well, let it be so. Alas, much of Yuan Xuanlu's rationality had been scattered by the onslaught of the killing god domain, revealing a glimmer of ruthless intent in his eyes. He had succumbed to fervor. Swordmaster, I come to aid you. At that moment, Ning Fengji, who had remained silent until now, suddenly unleashed the 7 treasures glazed tower in his grasp. 7 soul rings shimmered simultaneously, emanating the powers of the 7 treasures. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. Fourth, defense. Fifth, attack. Sixth, attribute. Seventh, the true body of the 7 treasures. A cascade of colorful divine light surged into the sword Douluo's being, and in an instant, his aura intensified, shattering the barrier between level 96 and 97, bolstered by the 7 treasures glazed tower. Yuan Xuanlu has only just comprehended why. In his previous life while reading the original text, the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 treasures glazed tile school could withstand the onslaught of 4 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall. With Ning Fengji's 7-ring 7 treasures glazed tower lending its support, the sword Douluo transcended the limit of level 97, rendering 1 titled Douluo capable of contending with 2, or even 3 foes, without difficulty. Even at this moment, Yuan Xuanlu felt overwhelmed. How despicable! Yuan Ling'er could not help but curse aloud. Ning Fengji, that cunning old fox, chose to provide assistance at such a critical juncture. Yuan Shu should not have been so arrogant. Had he not provoked Ning Fengji earlier, there would have been no reason for him to intervene in the battle. This situation seems dire. Alas, Ice Mountain sighed theatrically for Yuan Xuanlu's predicament. The disparity between a 97-level title Douluo and a 96-level title Douluo far exceeds that between a 1-ringed Soul Master and a 2-ringed Soul Master. Presently, the imposing presence of the sword Douluo is so formidable and lethal that it seems even a title Douluo of the same rank could be cleaved apart in the next moment. This is the pinnacle of human combat power, the title Douluo. One must not assume that the power of a title Douluo will become commonplace in 30,000 years. In this era, the number of title Douluos existing on the continent does not exceed 50, with each representing the epitome of excellence. My swordsmanship may indeed fall short of yours, yet I am not a sword cultivator. Why should I be expected to surpass you in a field that is not my expertise? A crimson light enveloped Yuan Xuanlu's left arm, and a 3-legged crow emblem emerged, with golden and red hues intermingling upon his arm. This was the soul bone derived from his 9th soul ring, the 100,000-year 3-legged golden crow. As an ancient divine beast, the golden crow possesses immense strength, and although the 3-legged golden crow does not possess the true divine beast bloodline, it is still a remarkable choice for Yuan Xuanlu's 9th soul ring. In an instant, the left arm of Yuan Xuanlu emanated a terrifying dark red hue, radiating an intensity akin to that of the sun. This miniature sun enveloped Yuan Xuanlu entirely. Even after the assistance of Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo's myriad swords converged, only managing to carve out gorges upon the surface of the sun, yet failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon Yuan Xuanlu. The sword Douluo's 9th spirit ring glimmered. The 9th spirit ability of the 7-killing sword, divine and demonic dual slashes, merging man and sword into one. The 7-killing sword seemed to awaken with a spirit of its own, morphing between black and white in a dance of transformation. In the liminal space between the ethereal and the tangible, the sword Douluo unleashed a strike that was bound to hit. The razor-sharp sword energy threatened to rend Yuan Xuanlu within the sun. I am not made of clay, after all. Beneath the true form of the radiant holy dragon martial spirit, the dragon's gaze emanated an overwhelming authority. The skill from the 10,000 3-legged golden crow soul bone, golden crow's descent. The fiery dragon's silhouette unleashed a tempest from the heavens, its searing flames engulfing half of the sky. The azure expanse vanished, replaced by a doomsday-like hue of reddish-brown. In the presence of the martial spirit's true form, the dragon wings of the radiant holy dragon carved a new sun, illuminating the faces of every student, who instinctively lowered their heads, their eyes reflecting both shock and dread. The temperature at the 7-Star Academy surged within moments, dry, withered grass ignited, and the reddish-brown clouds were ensconced in the flames of this second sun, which soon blazed fiercely. The entire sky transformed instantaneously into a sea of fire. This soul bone skill had been utilized only once since Yuan Xuanlu acquired it. Even during his last duel with Douluo, he refrained from invoking it. That confrontation had merely been a contest between father and son, whereas this time, it was a battle against an enemy. No matter how silver-tongued Ning Fengji might be, he came with malicious intent to influence the 7-Star Academy. Although lives could not be taken, defeat was not an option. Was such a desperation truly necessary? Oscar found it difficult to comprehend why Yuan Xuanlu was so relentless. Even his own understanding revealed that this skill was far from ordinary. Yuan Ling'er, once a limit Douluo, could indeed assure that her soul bone ability surpasses even the 9th spirit skill of an ordinary title Douluo of 100,000 years. This was achieved without Yuan Xuanlu utilizing all of her soul power. With the assistance of Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo could certainly rival a title Douluo of level 97. Yet he was undeniably no match for the Golden Crow of the West. Was the 3-legged Golden Crow discovered in that southern volcano? The sword Douluo murmured, feeling as though he had been shattered by the crimson light. In this reddish-brown sky, memories of a distant afternoon flooded back to him. It was the year his father ascended to level 97, when he sought counsel from the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, only to meet with failure and death. In his final hours, his father recounted the immense power of a 99-level limit Douluo, the one who had slain his father, Douluo. For a striking resemblance to Yuan Xuanlu of today. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji cried out as he rushed over, as the towering pillar of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If anything were to happen to the sword Douluo, it would spell disaster for their sect. Fear not, he is unharmed. I have yet to exert my full strength. Yuan Xuanlu declared as he descended, stretching leisurely, his demeanor as nonchalant as if he had merely taken a stroll. Cough, cough. The sword Douluo gradually regained his composure, clearing his throat as he gazed at Yuan Xuanlu in astonishment. In my father's 60th year, he reached title Douluo. And it was only at the age of 108 that he broke through to level 97. Yet here you stand, barely beyond your 30s, possessing a terrifying soul power that has already reached level 96. Even a title Douluo of level 97 pales in comparison to you. Perhaps in another 30 years, you may indeed attain the level my father once held. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. It is difficult to articulate the intricacies of the journey. All one can do is chuckle softly. Perhaps it is merely a matter of innate talent, which can indeed be quite bothersome at times. Ah, the sword duelist. Yuan Xuanlu, feeling a sense of despondency after his encounter with the sword Douluo, awkwardly shifted his gaze towards Ning Fengji and remarked, Master Ning, if there are no further matters to discuss, I advise the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to diligently focus on resolving the challenges pertaining to their martial souls. It would be unwise to divert attention towards sect expansion, particularly concerning the 7 Stars Academy. Having taken his counsel to heart, Ning Fengji chose not to linger, promptly assisting the sword Douluo back to their sect. As they walked, the sword Douluo cast a backward glance at Yuan Xuanlu, who appeared to have his aura under perfect control, lamenting that his era had indeed passed. Once the sword Douluo vanished from Yuan Xuanlu's sight, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in despair as he expelled a copious amount of blood. Father. Yuan Ling'er hurriedly rushed over to embrace her father. It's all right. Chen Xian's heart must ache even more than mine. Ha ha ha. He hasn't been able to get out of bed for 3 months. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled softly as he affectionately ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair, her carefree demeanor unchanged. I shall surely defeat him with a single strike in the future. Yuan Ling'er declared fiercely, clenching her tiny fist with determination. Yuan Xuanlu smiled silently, merely nodding in agreement. Douluo observed Yuan Xuanlu and felt that his own era had long since passed. However, as Yuan Xuanlu gazed at Yuan Ling'er, he too sensed the lingering sin of antiquity that clung to him. Ultimately, the era truly belongs to the youth. Chapter 57, The Sword Fairy. Yuan Xuanlu and Gaoi stroll through the courtyard adorned with azure iron railings as sunlight dances upon the rows of evergreen trees, casting a dreamy golden hue. This is the back mountain. Gaoi gently supports Yuan Xuanlu, encouraging him to take leisurely steps. Surely, I am not yet at such a stage. Yuan Xuanlu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although he had engaged in a fierce battle with the sword-fighting Douluo and had not yet fully recuperated over the past few days, it was rather ridiculous to think he needed assistance to walk. Of course, Gaoi insisted, tightly grasping Yuan Xuanlu's arm and pressing her entire being against him. Humph, came a displeased snort from behind, belonging unmistakably to Yuan Ling'er. In an effort to evade the awkwardness, Yuan Xuanlu had no choice but to shift the topic. Could you enlighten me about the 7 Stars Academy? Asked the dean, It seems rather remiss of me to be unaware of the current state of the institution. We have a considerable number of students now, Gaoi remarked, supporting Yuan Xuanlu. Her voice reminiscent of a lark's melodious trill. They are all children of commoners. I recall that the Blue Tyrant Academy is similar to our Seven Stars Academy, often referred to as the twin star of the Heavenly Capital's commoner academies, is it not? Yuan Xuanlu once again recalled the prestigious Soul Master Academy located within the city of Tiando, founded by the legendary figure of the Golden Iron Triangle, Lu Erlong. However, it is worth noting that the students at the Blue Tyrant Academy are not solely from humble backgrounds. For instance, members of the Li family also attend this esteemed institution. Yaoi reflected thoughtfully, stating, although we are classified as a high-level Soul Master Academy, we actually encompass students ranging from beginner to advanced levels. Many children from ordinary families have been studying here since a young age, as we follow a 10-year educational system from the age of 6 to 16. Currently, our academy consists of primary, intermediate, and advanced divisions, corresponding to the external beginner, intermediate, and advanced Soul Master Academies. Oh. I also heard that you designed a Soul Guidance Device Research Institute, but it has yielded little in terms of results. As for the existing techniques of soul guidance devices across the continent, they remain largely as secret methods passed down through oral tradition, lacking a comprehensive system. It is quite possible, as you mentioned, that the technology of soul guidance devices has indeed experienced a discontinuity in its development. Yuan Sun shrugged helplessly, acknowledging that he was aware of this inevitable outcome as well. In the realm of Douluo continent, recognized as the underbelly of the fantasy world, the advancement of soul-guiding devices undoubtedly represents the path forward, the beacon of the future, for the technology of soul-guiding instruments stands as the foremost productive force. Regrettably, in his previous life, he was merely a student of the humanities. Despite having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, his knowledge of physics and chemistry had, to be frank, faded away after the high school examinations. Thus, in his current endeavor to develop soul-guiding devices, he finds himself reliant on the thoughts and strengths of others. Alas, I am but a scholar of the arts. If Yuan Sun were to navigate the path of heartache, he would, if inclined towards the sciences, adeptly hone his skills through sheer perseverance. The humanities, alas, offer no salvation for the denizens of Douluo. Yuan Xuanlu sighed. 5,000 years hence, the continent of sun and moon, dominated by the cultivation of soul-guiding devices, would inevitably collide with the Douluo continent. Should the Douluo continent fail to diligently advance its indigenous technology of soul-guiding devices, even with an abundance of formidable combatants, such as tidal Douluos, entering the fray, the most favorable outcome would merely be a stalemate between the nations of the Douluo continent and the Sun and Moon Empire. However, after a moment of deep concern, Yuan Xuanlu reassured himself that perhaps he was overstepping his bounds. The fortunes of one's descendants are their own. After my demise, let the deluge come. What a display! Are those children all your disciples? Gao Yi inquired, casting a glance at Yuan Ling'er and the others who trailed closely behind Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu glanced back at the group of young children, nodding slightly. Indeed, they are all quite close friends with my daughter. What is their level of ability? Upon hearing Gao Yi's inquiry, Yuan Xuanlu felt an immense sense of pride and replied, I have utmost confidence in Yuan Ling'er. She is destined to achieve greatness in the future. As for Oscar, my named disciple, while he can be somewhat capricious and a tad indolent at times, with diligent effort, he too can aspire to the rank of tidal Douluo before the age of 30. Ajia possesses a martial spirit that even I find enigmatic and inscrutable. He is bound to become a tidal Douluo in due course. Lu Wei, perhaps, might be considered the least gifted among them, yet he is still commendable. As for that large fellow with the icy demeanor, his talent is quite remarkable, though we must exercise particular caution regarding his safety. Upon hearing these words, Gaoi's face blossomed with joy. To think that the future 5 tidal Douluo will all be your prodigies. You are truly remarkable. Her praise resonated deeply. Do you intend for them to participate in the elite competition of the advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent? Gaoi inquired. Yuan Sun nodded thoughtfully, affirming, indeed. I plan for them to participate in the competition when they are around 14 or 15 years old. Rumors from the Spirit Hall suggest that the next competition will feature spirit bones as prizes. By the time they reach that age, they will likely be contenders for the championship. Gao Yi gazed at Yuan Sun with wide eyes, inquiring, is it a full spirit sect team? Perhaps there might even be a spirit king among them. Yuan Sun glanced at Yuan Ling'er, feeling a surge of admiration for his little one, who truly embodied the essence of divinity. They traversed the lengthy corridor until they arrived at the garden behind the mountain. However, they currently numbered only 5. While a formal team requires 7 members, along with at least 3 substitutes, bringing the total to a minimum of 10. My visit to your school is precisely for this purpose. Gaoi nodded in agreement, to select the children and then participate together in the competition. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment before inquiring, do you believe that the 7-Star Academy is currently facing challenges in its development? It's manageable, came the reply. Although the children of nobility are reluctant to attend this institution, many children from humble backgrounds have the opportunity to receive an education here. Our teachers exert great effort in their instruction, ensuring that even those with less innate talent can still achieve success. Yuan Xuanlu smiled and remarked that in recent days, he had procured the headlines from the Wuhuan Hall's newspaper, urging them to prominently feature the triumphant victory of the Dragon Emperor Douluo over the Sword Douluo, expressing his unwavering optimism regarding the news of the 7 Stars Academy. In a matter of days, several families would surely be sending their children to the 7 Stars Academy. It is rumored that the Blue Tyrant Academy has the backing of a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has yet to acknowledge this. I intend to let the people of this continent see that the 7 Stars Academy is under the protection of the Dragon Emperor Douluo. In simpler terms, Yuan Xuanlu utilizes his esteemed title as a Douluo, leveraging it as a golden emblem to attract students, particularly those from middle-class families. In the realm of education, having a greater number of students is undoubtedly advantageous. I aspire for Ling'er and her companions to join the 7 Stars Academy. Should they secure victory in the forthcoming elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, it would serve as yet another illustrious badge of honor for our institution. As they are indeed the fruits of our cultivation, the calculations of Yuan Xuanlu's abacus resonate quite soundly. Indeed. What could that be? Yuan Xuanlu beheld a lovely young girl, who was diligently practicing with a sword. In her presence, he seemed to sense the nascent aura of a sword Douluo. Could it be that she has already begun to embody the essence of swordsmanship at such a tender age? Ah, this is my disciple, Muhi Guang. The students affectionately refer to her as the Sword Fairy. As Gaoi spoke these words, a distinct look of pride illuminated her face. Yuan Xuanlu was quite astonished and said, "You actually have a disciple?" Gaoi chuckled and replied, "My journey in the way of the sword is nearing its end. It is likely that I shall never transcend the realm of soul duel. I must leave behind a cherished memory." Yuan Xuanlu found himself at a loss for words. He was aware that Gaoi's martial soul was rather unremarkable, merely an ordinary longsword with an innate soul power of level 3. Typically, such a martial soul and innate soul power would only allow one to reach the Soul King realm at best. Yet, Gaoi, driven by an indomitable will, trained for 18 hours each day and meditated for 6 hours, astonishingly attaining the Soul Sect realm by the age of 24. It was then that she encountered Yuan Xuanlu, who assisted her in acquiring a soul bone to enhance her aptitude, thereby barely elevating her to the rank of Soul Saint. However, this would be the pinnacle of her achievements in life. It was this very realization that compelled Gaoi to establish an academy, dedicated to aiding the children of common folk. At the very least, within the confines of the academy, one could benefit from a teacher who could assist in acquiring a decent soul ring. As for the quality of one's martial soul, some things simply could not be changed. The quality of a martial soul often delineates the social strata of individuals. For someone like Yuan Xuanlu, with consistent training, reaching level 90 would be a walk in the park. In contrast, for Gaoi, despite her grueling 18-hour training sessions, had she not crossed paths with Yuan Xuanlu, she might have remained forever stagnant at the Soul Sect realm. Xiaomu's martial soul appeared to be a variant, undoubtedly far superior to his own. They ventured to observe her training grounds. The Sword Fairy held her blade with grace, her eyes closed, an almost ethereal aura swirling around her sword. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she fixated on a wooden post, and without a single swing of her sword, she summoned the sword's essence to cleave the post in twain. What could her martial soul be? Yuan Xuanlu mused that this young girl might be a natural prodigy in swordsmanship. She referred to her martial soul as the Absolute Sword. Absolute Sword? I must inquire further, Yuan Xuanlu thought as he regarded the girl, sensing she could be the next Sword Douluo. Mu and Guang, come here, Gaoi beckoned. Greetings, Master, greetings, Dean Yuan, Mu and Guang responded, displaying an air of scholarly composure and a hint of youthful vigor. Gaoi introduced her. She is also 9 years old, a rank 21 Great Soul Master. Haha, indeed, a formidable youth. Her prowess even surpasses that of Tang San, who only broke through to the Soul Sovereign at 12, while Mu and Guang is sure to achieve this milestone sooner. Release your martial soul for the dean to see. Yuan Xuanlu instructed. Mu and Guang nodded and subsequently summoned her martial soul, which also took the form of a sword. However, compared to the Azure 7 killing sword of the sword Douluo, her martial soul lacked notable distinction. It was simply a sword, eerily tranquil. Her 2 soul rings enhanced the speed and sharpness of her sword martial soul. Gaoi elucidated. The first soul ring is derived from a 400-year-old saber-toothed tiger, while the second soul ring comes from a 700-year-old wind-winged bird. However, both soul abilities are identical, merely enhancing sharpness and personal speed, which is how she designates her soul skill. Both abilities exhibit this characteristic. The Extreme Flow? The Extreme Flow is one of the 2 major schools within the realm of soul masters. The proponents of the Extreme School assert that a soul master's capabilities should ideally pursue a purest path, allowing their abilities to develop solely in one singular direction, thereby amplifying that singular aspect to its utmost potential. For instance, the Strength Clan affiliated with the Haotian sect exemplifies this philosophy. On the other hand, Mu and Guang, regardless of the soul rings they absorb, augment attributes related to sharpness and speed. This bears a striking resemblance to the 9 Hearts Begonia, whose martial soul, irrespective of the absorbed soul rings, consistently enhances healing capabilities. During your last duel with the sword Douluo, I observed this as well. Mu and Guang's lively gaze met Yuan Xuanlu's, and upon encountering the sword Douluo, I was truly in awe of his stature as the foremost sword master of the continent. In your presence, I marveled at your status as a miracle among titled Douluos. Yet, I firmly believe that my future shall lead me to even loftier realms. Upon hearing the sword fairy refer to herself as a miracle among titled Douluos, Yuan Xuanlu's delight was palpable, showering compliments upon Mu and Guang for her eloquence. Gaoi gently caressed Mu and Guang's head, exclaiming, "Such ambition." Although this statement acknowledged the sword Douluo as the preeminent sword master and Yuan Xuanlu as a marvel among titled Douluos. Of greater significance was Mu and Guang's declaration that her future would undoubtedly rival those venerable titled Douluos. This is the ambition that a sword cultivator ought to possess. Yuan Xuanlu gazed back at Yuan Ling'er, Jie, Lu Wei, Oscar, and Bing Shan, exclaiming, "Throughout history, talented individuals have emerged, each leading the way for centuries." Chapter 58. A year later, once again heading to the Eye of Ice and Fire. A year later, under the resplendent glow of the evening clouds, Yuan Ling'er, Jie, Bing Shan at the forefront, Lu Wei, Muhi Guang in the center, and Oscar at the rear, formed a formidable formation reminiscent of a 321 battle stance. After unleashing their martial spirits, the young warriors revealed themselves as a cohesive assembly of second-ring soul masters. In the span of a year, all 6 had achieved the second ring. Opposing them stood Yuan Xuanlu, who had suppressed his soul power to the level of 30. Let the battle commence. The moment Yuan Ling'er heard the sound, she dashed towards Yuan Xuanlu without hesitation, closely followed by Jie. In the midst of the commotion, Lu Wei swiftly bound each person's waist with reeds for prompt response, while Oscar quietly recited a soul incantation from the rear. Meanwhile, Mu and Guang raised their swords, launching a side assault on Yuan Xuanlu. Due to Yuan Ling'er not employing any soul techniques, Yuan Xuanlu easily caught her strike, and subsequently, Jie's attack was also intercepted. The absence of soul techniques is a limitation imposed upon me, not upon you. What are you all doing? Suddenly, Mu and Guang thrust their swords from Yuan Xuanlu's flank, delivering a fierce strike aimed directly at his neck. How ruthless! Yuan Xuanlu deliberately suppressed his own strength, currently at a mere level 30. However, a level 30 Soul Douluo is not truly comparable to an ordinary 30. Yuan Xuanlu possesses far more tactics than Yuan Ling'er and her companions. With a slight tremor of his soul power, he caused the sword to veer off course. Be careful. Mu and Guang have already reacted. Yuan Xuanlu sidestepped and delivered a swift kick, sending the ambushing Muhi Guang flying. In a simultaneous motion, he struck Yuan Ling'er, propelling her through the air, before relinquishing his hold on Jie, thereby subduing him. Upon hearing Muhi Guang shout, Lu Wei promptly pulled on the martial spirit reeds, returning everyone to the opposite side of the arena, except for the restrained Jie. Let me go. It was not Jie who cried out, but Yuan Ling'er, suspended in midair. Lu Wei, unable to disregard the words of Sister Ling'er, immediately released the reeds that were coiled around her waist. Yuan Ling'er spun gracefully in the air, as her millennia-old second soul ring was unleashed, bestowing her with the divine presence of the light god. A resplendent aura enveloped Yuan Ling'er, transforming her into an embodiment of light elemental energy. This soul skill enabled her to harmonize with all elemental attributes, save for those of the darkness. while simultaneously amplifying the potency of her other soul skills by a factor of 2, imposing significant restraint upon dark attributes. Wing Blade. A beam of golden light surged towards the neck of Yuan Sun. Although a powerful assault-type soul master, one must always coordinate with their allies during a team battle. Yuan Xuanlu cast aside a Jie, who was still in his grasp, towards Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Ling'er, reluctant to harm a Jie, had no choice but to forcibly alter the direction of her soul technique, resulting in a disoriented collision between the two. For the moment, both lost their offensive capabilities. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan Xuanlu transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing abruptly behind the unsuspecting Oscar. Lu Wei, with reckless ambition, yearned to draw Oscar back to his side. Yet he found himself ensnared by Yuan Xuanlu, caught in a stalemate. A Fu-type soul master must learn to safeguard oneself effectively. Yuan Xuanlu executed a swift and decisive strike, rendering Oscar unconscious. Lu Wei merely returned Oscar to a state of unconsciousness. Just as Yuan Xuanlu was poised to deal with Lu Wei, a sudden chill enveloped Yuan Xuanlu from behind, as if an icy block had been placed upon his neck. The sword's edge. In an instant, Mu and Guang directed their blades towards Yuan Xuanlu. The way of the sword is meant for honorable confrontation. Such treachery is hardly befitting of a true duel. Yuan Xuanlu pivoted gracefully, his palms sweeping through the air to deflect Mu and Guang's sword. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent Mu and Guang hurtling away. In the aftermath, he found himself ensnared by Lu Wei's reeds. This was the moment. Just moments ago. The disoriented Jie suddenly sprang to his feet, roaring as he charged towards Yuan Xuanlu. Indeed, Lu Wei was providing a Jie with this opportunity. Perhaps it was due to a Jie's martial soul, that mischievous laughing pig, which typically donned attire. Although seemingly trivial, it instinctively diverted attention from the elegantly clad, ethereal creature, revealing a formidable beast martial soul. In truth, a Jie was a powerful assault-type soul master. A Jie's sudden surge was nothing short of spectacular. Yuan Xuanlu felt as though he might expel the remnants of last night's meal. So you have been waiting for me here. It appeared that Lu Wei was attempting to rescue Oscar and was engaged in a contest of strength with Yuan Xuanlu. However, when Yuan Xuanlu grasped the reeds, Lu Wei's second soul skill, floating fluff, had already been unleashed. The reeds ensnared Yuan Xuanlu, allowing the floating fluff to envelop him. In that very moment, a sudden assault incapacitated Yuan Xuanlu for several seconds, enabling Ajai to ascend to Duolang. As for Ajai's ascent to Duolang, this self-created soul skill is truly eccentric. It ignores all forms of defense and ensures victory with a single move. Yuan Xuanlu endured the devastating blow from a Jie, taking a half-step back. Indeed, a level 39 soul master would certainly struggle in this situation, even if Yuan Xuanlu suppresses his cultivation to the soul master realm. He possesses not merely the essence of a soul master. The attribute enhancements and physical prowess granted by his soul bones render him significantly more formidable than an ordinary soul master. The competition has concluded, and you have advanced. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, though they were too exhausted to do anything but rest on the field momentarily. Gao Yi brought over several cups of water to quench their thirst. Once Oscar roused from his slumber, Yuan Xuanlu began to elucidate. Although you have progressed, there are still certain issues to address. The others gazed at Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Ling'er, do you understand how to coordinate in a team? Although you have reached level 26, I have reiterated countless times that as the captain of this team, you must ensure not only your own output, but also the well-being of the entire group. Why do you charge so far ahead alone? In actual combat, do you intend to take on their 7 members single-handedly? While it is not impossible if your strength overwhelms them, Yuan Ling'er muttered softly. She had never participated in a team battle before. And Oscar, how many times have I told you? Support-type soul masters, particularly food-type soul masters, are typically the first targets in the soul arena. You must possess both physical resilience and an escape strategy. Have you been running regularly? Running? Yes, I have been, Oscar replied quietly, nodding. He struggled to keep his soul power aligned with the team while also enhancing his physical condition, which proved to be quite challenging. Mu and Guang, your swordsmanship still has room for significant improvement. However, do not emulate those who wield their swords as hidden weapons. A sword is a gentleman's tool. Ambushes and underhanded tactics are the methods of the unscrupulous, which the righteous sects do not employ. Understood. Ajai, you indeed work hard and understand coordination. Especially in your synergy with Lu Wei, which is quite commendable. Maintain that level of cooperation. Lu Wei, as a control-type soul master, your focus should be on restraining your opponents and inflicting effective damage, rather than waiting for Ajay to clean up after you. Both Lu Wei and Ajay nodded in acknowledgement. And one final point of utmost importance. Ice Mountain. What on earth are you doing? Have you been slacking off this entire time? In the recent match, it was clearly a 6-player battle, yet Ice Mountain refrained from engaging, opting instead to sit idly by without utilizing a single soul skill throughout the entire duration. Since defeat was inevitable, why bother? Ice Mountain's demeanor was rather sardonic. Yuan Xuanlu understood that although he had successfully lured the iceberg, a soul beast of 100,000 years, his true intentions were not aligned with this endeavor. He felt as though he had compromised himself in the process. Yuan sought the path. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this term came to mind. Yuan Xuanlu shook his head and said, "Everyone should return and rest for a while. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall take you to the Eye of Ice and Fire." The Eye of Ice and Fire? Oscar was taken aback. Yuan Ling'er was also filled with delight. Indeed, a place that can elevate you to the rank of a title Douluo. Higi, sticking with Sister Ling'er ensures a bountiful feast. Oscar had already become Yuan Ling'er's most devoted follower, often showering her with compliments during their idle moments. The reason for this was that over the past year, Yuan Ling'er and Shui Bingyou had forged a close friendship. Establishing a good rapport with Yuan Ling'er to earn her favorable words in front of Shui Bingyou was Oscar's clever strategy. Once we visit the Ice and Fire in Yangwell, I have numerous matters at hand that require my attention, so I shall refrain from prolonging our conversation. Focus on your cultivation. Remember, you are set to participate in the upcoming elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. And it is imperative that you secure the championship. Yuan Xuanlu emphasized the path. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly triumph. Yuan Ling'er brimmed with confidence. She was determined to outshine Tang San in the elite competition of the prestigious Soul Master Academies across the continent. A day passed swiftly. Yuan Ling'er and her companions meticulously gathered their gear, preparing to embark on the journey to the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire. The city of Tiando is not particularly distant from the Sunset Forest. By traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, they managed to arrive in just a few days, day and night. Why the haste? Ajia found this rather perplexing. In his view, Yuan Xuanlu was typically a person of patience and calm. In other words, someone who approached tasks with a leisurely pace. Yet, it was evident that urgency had taken hold. After all, the treasure they sought was truly remarkable. Yuan Ling'er and the others were swiftly propelled forward by Yuan Xuanlu using his soul power. Is he truly that formidable? The answer will soon reveal itself. Sister Ling'er would never deceive us. Before long, they descended into a valley. The first sight to greet them was a peculiar lake. Resplendent with two contrasting hues, one side a vivid blue, the other a striking red, breathtaking in its beauty. Chapter 59. The anticipated distribution of immortal herbs. Douluo was meditating with his eyes closed when he turned to see Yuan Xuanlu approaching with a group of children. What is this? Douluo was momentarily perplexed. Elder Douluo, these are the future backbone members of our sect. Yuan Ling'er stepped forward to explain. So, you have come to partake of the immortal herbs? Douluo began to understand the situation. Indeed, the timing is perfect. The younger one is. The more beneficial the immortal herbs are. At our age, acquiring such herbs would yield no advantage. The four elders had also emerged from their meditative states. It is time for the eagerly awaited distribution of the immortal herbs, Yuan Xuanlu remarked with a smile. In his past readings of Douluo fanfiction, Yuan Xuanlu had always cherished this segment. The thrill of witnessing his team excel was truly delightful. Father, you should be the one to distribute them, Yuan Ling'er said, her face adorned with a smile. After absorbing the immortal herbs, her little team would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Yuan Xuanlu found himself in a predicament. For he was not an expert in herbal medicine, nor did he comprehend the intricacies of classification. Consequently, he resorted to meticulously comparing each type of celestial herb against the information at hand, discerning which ones would be suitable for consumption. First was Lu Wei. Lu Wei stepped forward, his demeanor earnest as he gazed at Yuan Xuanlu, a blend of anticipation, trepidation, and eagerness illuminating his expression. Your reed martial spirit. Truth be told, among their group, it was the most unremarkable presence. This was not an attempt by Yuan Xuanlu to undermine Lu Wei, but rather a statement of fact. Yuan Ling'er possesses a unique primary martial soul, a rare divine butterfly of light, which is a dual martial soul. Ajie, with his whimsical smiling pig, remains an enigma even to Yuan Xuanlu, who cannot ascertain its origins. As for Oscar, he is undoubtedly a food system soul master, endowed with innate full soul power, destined to become the god of food. Mu and Guang exhibit remarkable traits, embodying an extreme martial soul akin to the nine-heart begonia. Regardless of the soul rings they absorb, they consistently enhance their sharpness and speed attributes. The Ice Mountain, with its ice-blue scorpion martial soul, possesses the essence of ultimate ice. However, as it has transformed from a soul beast into a human, its cultivation progresses significantly faster than that of a typical soul master. In comparison, Lu Wei's reed martial soul indeed pales in comparison to theirs. Yet, do not be disheartened, while the quality of a martial soul dictates its potential. Your innate level 9 soul power suggests that your reed martial soul is certainly not lacking. Yuan Xuanlu comforted, this is indeed the truth. Have you ever encountered a low-level martial soul with innate soul power of level 9? Lu Wei's martial soul, though comparatively inferior to those of Yuan Ling'er and her peers, is still commendable. Thus, I have chosen for you the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom. Yuan Xuanlu pointed to two celestial herbs near the ice and fire yin-yang well. The so-called ice and fire alchemy body can be achieved by consuming these two herbs, granting your reed martial soul both water and fire immunity effects. Do not inquire how Yuan Xuanlu acquired this knowledge. Tang San has already disclosed it through his blue-silver grass. Lu Wei was about to approach to collect them, but Yuan Xuanlu halted him. Please wait. For these two celestial herbs are exceedingly perilous, and I must ensure your safety while you consume them. After ensuring Lu Wei's well-being, Yuan Xuanlu turned his attention to Ajie. I must admit, your martial soul, the smiling pig, is quite impressive. As for why it wears clothing, I remain perplexed. Yuan Xuanlu, with a tone of helplessness, explained. During his previous visit to the Spirit City, he had consulted various materials, yet regrettably, none of the documents revealed any information about the attire-clad laughing pig spirit or its lineage. However, I am certain that your laughing pig spirit undoubtedly follows the path of formidable offensive prowess. Therefore, here lies a divine herb, perfectly suited for you, the extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum. Yuan Xuanlu plucked a magnificent, resplendent purple chrysanthemum. The central stamen of the flower rose more than half a foot above the petals, its apex shimmering with a delicate golden radiance. Alas, is this the martial spirit of Elder Chrysanthemum? Yuan Ling'er had encountered the chrysanthemum pass before, and was well aware of its extraordinary martial soul. Indeed, although the individual associated with the chrysanthemum pass often vexed me, his remarkable martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, was undeniably of a superior caliber. This enchanting celestial chrysanthemum, when consumed, could invigorate one's limbs and enhance the flow of blood through the 8 meridians, ultimately cultivating an indestructible body. Thus, one can imagine the immense power it possesses as a martial soul. Upon hearing such grandiloquent descriptions, Ajie's eyes widened in astonishment, yearning to immediately devour the celestial chrysanthemum. Yuan Xuanlu handed the extraordinary Tangtian chrysanthemum to Ajie, instructing, first consume the flower stamen, then savor each petal one by one, but refrain from eating the root. After you finish, immediately begin cultivating in place to absorb the medicinal properties and break through your bottleneck. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. Ajie replied joyfully, accepting the wondrous Tangtian chrysanthemum and scurrying off to cultivate. He understood that throughout his life, he had already closely followed Yuan Ling'er. Thus there was no need for pretense or false politeness. Xiao Ao, come here, Yuan Xuanlu beckoned for Oscar to approach. He, master, what treasures do I possess? Oscar, having witnessed Ajie indulging in the celestial herb, was immensely envious. Hearing Yuan Xuanlu call him, he approached with a playful grin. Yuan Xuanlu brought forth the exquisite 8-petal orchid, declaring, I have chosen this magnificent flower for you. The rich fragrance of the 8-petal orchid evokes a sense of clarity and serenity. Well, it is evidently a remarkable entity. Oscar gazed longingly at the 8-petal orchid, its petals pristine and resplendent, imparting an ethereal and elevated aura. The 8-petal orchid possesses the gentlest and most refined medicinal properties. It is capable of nurturing one's essence and expelling impurities from within. With its presence, the challenges faced by food system soul masters and their cultivation shall be alleviated. Yuan Sun presented Oscar with an exquisite 8-petal fairy orchid. Oscar rubbed his hands together and received it with a mischievous grin. As a food-type soul master, his cultivation of soul power had always lagged behind his peers, especially since he had missed 2 crucial years of training, rendering him even more distant from their progress. Now, with the fairy herb in hand, he finally had the chance to catch up. Master, how should I consume this? There is no special method, simply chew and swallow. was the response after bestowing the fairy herb upon Oscar, the disciple. Yuan Xuanlu once again directed his gaze towards Mu Guang. Your sword intent is truly remarkable. I dare say that in the future realm of swordsmanship, the esteemed position of Sword Douluo shall be usurped by you. Thank you, Uncle Yuan, for your kind words. Mu Guang responded with considerable politeness. Yuan Xuanlu also held a deep admiration for the young girl. Your martial soul is indeed extraordinary, as it embodies the essence of extreme flow. Hence, I have chosen the mystic jade bamboo for you. Jade may shatter yet retains its purity, while bamboo may burn but its joints remain unbroken. The mystic jade bamboo is an ethereal herb that embodies both softness and strength. Yuan Xuanlu pointed towards the distant ink-hued bamboo, which harmonizes perfectly with sword-type martial souls. The most prominent characteristics of your sword are its sharpness and speed. By absorbing it, the strength of your martial soul will be significantly enhanced. Mu and Guang were delighted to have acquired the celestial herb, yet she curiously inquired, how am I supposed to consume this bamboo? Yuan Xuanlu replied, it is quite simple. Although the bamboo is hard, it possesses a softness within its firmness. You merely need to cut it into small segments to consume. Just avoid the leaves. Mu and Guang bowed in gratitude, though she still harbored doubts about her ability to gnaw on the bamboo. Now it's your turn, Ice Mountain, Yuan Xuanlu called out. Although he had tamed this ice mountain, after a year of acclimatization, it remained untamed. With longing eyes, Ice Mountain gazed at the blue, frigid spring within the ice and fire duality and exclaimed, I just want to take a bath down there. Upon hearing this, not only did Yuan Ling'er and the others stand in shock, but even Douluo and the four offerings were nearly rendered speechless. The temperature of that icy spring was extreme. Even a tidal Douluo would suffer severe consequences if they ventured into it. Did you truly dare to bathe in such freezing waters? Yuan Xuanlu understood that the essence of the ice mountain was the 10,000-year-old ice blue scorpion. However, he was human. And how could a mere mortal venture into the frigid depths of the in-extreme cold spring? Ha ha ha, of course, it was merely a jest. Ice Mountain scratched his head, observing his surroundings and finding no celestial herbs to entice him. Thus, he decided to cultivate beside the cold spring. With that, Ice Mountain promptly seated himself beside the in-extreme cold spring and began his meditation. Yuan Xuanlu remained silent. Although the ice and fire dual eyes revealed an abundance of ice attribute spirit herbs, the truth is that the records lack information on other herbs. Thus, Yuan Xuanlu hesitated to offer any to the Ice Mountain. As a soul beast, Ice Mountain possessed a sensitivity that surpassed that of humans. It would undoubtedly recognize the presence of superior herbs and would not forsake them. Therefore, it is likely that there are truly no spirit herbs here that Ice Mountain desires. Well then, I know of another sacred place suitable for ice attribute soul masters. I shall take you there next time. After making arrangements for Ice Mountain, Yuan Xuanlu called out to Lu Wei, Lu Wei, come here. Chapter 60, The Ice and Fire Refinement of Reeds. Lu Wei, come here. Yuan Xuanlu called for Lu Wei to come over. Lu Wei approached, visibly anxious, struggling to maintain his composure. Do not be so tense. Yuan Xuanlu comforted. I shall now assist you in procuring the 8-cornered ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom, but I must forewarn you of the considerable peril involved. Should you feel reluctant, I can offer you an alternative herb, albeit with diminished efficacy. Upon hearing of the inferior results, Lu Wei, without a moment's hesitation, feigned nonchalance and declared, in that case, I shall stick with the 8-cornered ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom. Lu Wei possessed his own sense of pride. Despite his subpar martial spirit, he was resolute in not yielding to others. Yuan San nodded, appreciating the ambition of Lu Wei, a commendable young man. Subsequently, Yuan Xuanlu gently brushed the storage soul guide, and a dagger gleaming with a cold light materialized in his palm. The reason Yuan Xuanlu refrained from directly using soul power as he had before was that in order to pluck the octagonal ice grass, it was imperative to utilize an object forged from gold or iron. As Yuan Xuanlu harnessed his soul power, he gradually approached the celestial herb beside the frigid spring at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He paused before a white celestial herb, its top resembling a magnificent flower in full bloom, octagonal in shape, with a center that sparkled like ice crystals, revealing the essence of the 8-angled profound ice grass. Despite channeling his soul power, a faint layer of white mist manifested on Yuan Xuanlu's skin, illustrating the formidable potency of the 8-angled profound ice grass. With a swift motion, Yuan Xuanlu brandished his dagger, and as the cold glimmer passed, the octagonal white flower fell in response. In an instant, a chilling aura spread forth, cloaking the surrounding herbs in a delicate layer of frost. The unfortunate ice mountain was nearby, and this sudden drop in temperature nearly froze him to death. Curse it! I could have been frozen alive. In the realm of Yuan Xuanlu, the absence of a path through the ice mountain renders the Bingbai scorpion doomed to perish. A notion that strikes one as a cruel jest of hell. Grasping the octagonal mysterious ice grass, Yuan Xuanlu returned to Lu Wei's side and eloquently introduced. Though this herb is indeed a celestial treasure, it is also a rare and potent poison, known as the octagonal mysterious ice grass. Its chilling essence can freeze the heart and numb the spirit, causing a profound paralysis of the central nervous system. Within a 10-meter radius, its frigid aura is suffocating. And prolonged exposure can lead to a heart afflicted by its lethal cold, leaving no remedy in sight. Lu Wei remarked. I feel as though I see the king of hell smiling at me. Without lingering, Yuan Xuanlu swiftly departed, leaving behind a few words as he raced toward the opposite side of the ice and fire duality eye, the very heart of the blazing sun spring. Yuan soon arrived before a plant resembling a vibrant red cabbage. In his hand appeared a jade knife, replacing the dagger he previously held. As the adept seeker swiftly wielded his blade, the blazing fire apricot blossom fell into his grasp. This exquisite specimen, the fire apricot blossom, is a rare and potent toxic herb, renowned for its unparalleled fiery venom. It flourishes solely in searing terrains, exhibiting properties that are in stark contrast to those of the 8-star ice grass. Yuan Xuanlu returned to Lu Wei's side and said, Lu Wei, I truly saw the king of hell smiling at me. Quickly, take them together. Yuan Xuanlu handed the celestial herb to Lu Wei, who promptly received it. As soon as he obtained the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, Lu Wei felt an alternating surge of heat and cold within him. His face flushed with alternating hues of blue and red, and his blood surged violently. Goodness, he truly felt on the verge of meeting the king of hell. Yuan Xuanlu, upon witnessing Lu Wei in such distress, hastened to the banks where the crimson and azure springs converge and plucked a magnificent pale pink flower. This exquisite blossom, devoid of leaves, boasted a stem of 3 feet and a flower head measuring a full foot in diameter. Each petal shimmered with a crystalline translucency, while the center was adorned with delicate lavender hues, resembling a cluster of violet diamonds embedded within. Its fragrance was subtle yet delightful, a gentle aroma that was pleasing to the senses. This ethereal bloom, known as the fragrant silk elixir, was a potent antidote to toxins, possessing the remarkable ability to neutralize all forms of poison. The presence of the fragrant silk elixir provided Lu Wei, who had been on the brink of collapse, with a modicum of relief. Consume it at once. At that moment, a soft red glow enveloped the 8-pointed ice grass in Lu Wei's hand, while a faint white mist surrounded the fire apricot blossom. Listening to Yuan Xuanlu's urgent voice, Lu Wei, disregarding all caution, opened his mouth wide and hastily stuffed the 2 highly toxic herbs into his mouth, filling his cheeks to the brim and causing him to choke, his eyes rolling back in distress. As these 2 celestial herbs intersected, they would suppress each other's energies. However, after 10 heartbeats, their effects would dissipate entirely. Thus, the period within those 10 heartbeats presented the opportune moment for their consumption. Yuan Xuanlu observed as Lu Wei consumed the celestial herb, finally finding the opportunity to elucidate the situation. In less than a breath's time, Lu Wei's body trembled violently, and subsequently, a layer of icy blue emerged from beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely in a cerulean hue. Though it was rather impolite, Yuan Xuanlu, lacking formal training, couldn't help but chuckle. Soon after, another layer of crimson ascended, transforming Lu Wei into a vivid red. The 2 colors alternated in a mesmerizing display, creating an extraordinary spectacle. While onlookers perceived Lu Wei as a self-illuminating figure, his internal state was one of impending collapse. This was concerning. It seemed he was about to be drawn into the dual forces of ice and fire, absorbing the potency of the elixir. Yuan Xuanlu, preoccupied with mocking Lu Wei as a smurf, completely overlooked the crucial task of assisting him in absorbing the medicinal essence. Realizing his folly, Yuan Xuanlu swiftly delivered a kick, sending Lu Wei hurtling into the confluence of the frigid Yin Spring and the scorching Yang Spring. Lu Wei did not even emit a cry. With his eyes shut, he was instantaneously engulfed by the waters. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, "Even I would not dare to enter such a spring." The ice mountain fell silent for a moment in mourning for Lu Wei, who had, after all, been part of their journey for a year. Douluo and the 4 offerings could only perceive Yuan Xuanlu as utterly devoid of humanity. Yuan Ling'er also twitched at the corners of her mouth. Yuan Xuanlu observed that the expressions of those around him were rather grim. He explained, Although Lu Wei appears to be in a dire predicament, in reality, he is secure within the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This phenomenon will facilitate the conversion of his ice and fire energy into his own essence. There is no cause for concern. I am well aware of this. The four offerings and Dugu Bo nodded in acknowledgement, though their gestures seemed rather perfunctory. We believe your actions were somewhat influenced by personal grievances. Yuan Xuanlu disregarded the two imaginative geniuses, appearing unfazed as he turned his gaze towards his little one, saying, Ling'er, I have chosen the exquisite Qilua tulip for you. Yuan Xuanlu extracted a most peculiar celestial herb, its roots and leaves resembling intricately woven tendrils, yet crowned with a resplendent golden tulip. The rich fragrance emanating from it imparts an aura of opulence and grandeur. This exquisite entity is known as the Qilua tulip. Embodying elegance and nobility, consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon. Yuan Ling'er was quite enamored with this exquisite celestial herb, taking it in her hands to admire it with great attention. Yuan Xuanlu recalled how Ning Rongron consumed the Qilua tulip, resulting in the evolution of the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 9 treasures glazed tower. He then remarked, The autumn waters, clear and profound, paired with your spirit eyes martial soul, suggest that the radiant goddess butterfly must also absorb the celestial herbs imbued with light attributes. Alas, upon my inspection, I found that the light attribute herbs are predominantly unripe, not at their prime. Beyond this, the Qilua tulip is the only flower befitting you. Perhaps, should you partake of this exquisite bloom, it may usher in a subtle transformation for your radiant goddess butterfly martial soul. This flower is not to be devoured, rather, it must be delicately inhaled, allowing the essence to gradually permeate your being, followed by a slow cultivation of soul power to ensure the medicinal properties circulate throughout your entire body. Indeed, Yuan Ling'er held the exquisite Qilua tulip but refrained from consuming it. Instead, she inquired, Father, which type of celestial herb do you intend to partake in? Yuan Xuanlu was momentarily stunned. Previously, he had feared the poison of Diggyabo and refrained from retrieving the celestial herb. Now, having arrived to claim it, he found himself in the twilight of his years. At this age, consuming the celestial herb seemed rather extravagant. I shall forego it. Since you aspire to establish a sect, it would be more prudent to reserve it for future generations. Yuan Xuanlu had no intention of choosing a celestial herb for himself this time. Father, even if I were to establish a sect, how many of those descendants could possibly share the same bond as you and I? If you do not partake, how could I possibly find it within myself to consume? Yuan Ling'er murmured softly, yet her demeanor was resolute. Yuan sought helplessly to pat Yuan Ling'er's small head. Haha. Even if I were to eat, there is nothing suitable for me, is there? Like you, I too possess a soul of the light attribute. How about this? Yuan Ling'er presented the information on celestial herbs, and after perusing it, she pointed to a golden fruit and exclaimed, Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Yuan Xuanlu is quite familiar with this celestial herb. Wasn't it the very essence consumed by the little dragon man back in the day? Yuan Ling'er was filled with joy, believing she had chosen the perfect celestial herb for her father. She pointed at the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd and declared, This shall be the one. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. The information states that the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd possesses the ability to summon the Earth Dragon, which may enhance your lineage of the radiant Holy Dragon, Father. After careful consideration, Yuan Xuanlu shook his head and said, I believe this is not suitable for me. Chapter 61. The celestial herb chosen by Yuan Xuanlu. I think this is not appropriate for me. Yuan Xuanlu shook his head, declining Yuan Ling'er's suggestion. Although the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd could enhance the bloodline of dragon-type martial souls, it is inherently of the Earth attribute, which indeed renders it unsuitable for me. In the tale of Yuan Xuanlu, it is noted that the little dragon man was able to absorb the Earth Dragon's golden melon due to possessing a soul bone of the Earth attribute. However, Yuan Xuanlu lacks any soul bone of the Earth attribute, which renders him incapable of such absorption. Moreover, the concept of attributes also plays a significant role in this context. The essence of elemental attributes lies in their precision rather than their abundance, unless one possesses the extraordinary ability to masterfully wield each elemental property. Akin to the Silver Dragon King, Yuan Xuanlu, embodying the essence of the light attribute, must steadfastly refrain from mingling with other attributes to ensure his strength. Father, which type of celestial herb do you desire? Yuan Ling'er pondered, uncertain of which celestial herb would be most suitable. After a moment of careful contemplation, Yuan Xuanlu recalled the 3 original works he had perused prior to his transcendence. He mused, at this juncture, I have attained the 96th level. Although there remains room for advancement, it necessitates a gradual and deliberate ascent, akin to the sword Douluo, who might only reach the level of your grandfather, the heavenly crocodile, in his twilight years. Nevertheless, I distinctly remember a particular celestial herb that is exceptionally suited to my current state. Oh, what celestial herb? Yuan Ling'er inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Hunyuan celestial herb. Yuan Xuanlu, upon examining a pure white celestial herb, remarked, the Hunyuan celestial herb possesses the remarkable ability to enhance a soul master's spiritual power, while also assisting in the compression of this power, and even in the condensation of the soul nucleus. Noticing Yuan Ling'er's bewildered expression, Yuan Xuanlu recalled that in this era, the concept of a soul nucleus had yet to materialize. This indicated that the Hunyuan celestial herb was relatively gentle in nature, lacking any extraordinary attributes. Furthermore, it is said that the Hunyuan celestial herb can transform without undergoing tribulation after 100,000 years, with the first heavenly tribulation only occurring after 150,000 years. Truly, it is astonishing, Yuan Ling'er exclaimed in delight. Yuan Xuanlu further elucidated, stating that the efficacy of natural materials from heaven and earth is greatly enhanced when their effects are singular. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding any potential loss on my part. As for my father, how should he partake? He may consume the leaves one by one, absorbing the essence of each through meditation, gradually augmenting his soul power. The Yuan-seeking path estimation reveals that the primordial essence herb can significantly enhance his soul power intensity. Upon consumption, his soul power could surpass that of his peers by more than 30%. It is essential to note that this refers to the 30% of a tidal Douluo. Yuan Ling'er nodded and smiled, saying, then, Father, you should absorb this celestial herb. I will watch you as you do so. Oh. Yuan Ling'er consumed the Chihuahua tulip according to the prescribed method, commencing the refinement of its medicinal potency. At that moment, Douluo approached stealthily and whispered, Hey, Yuan, that little brat known as Ice Mountain, could it be that? In an instant, Yuan Xuanlu comprehended the intentions of Douluo. He nodded and said, Indeed, it is precisely as you have surmised. However, I advise against taking any action against him. Oh, I see. Douluo revealed an expression of understanding. The ice-blue scorpion was likely a soul ring and soul bone that Yuan Xuanlu had long reserved for Yuan Ling'er. Upon observing the lewd demeanor of Douluo, Yuan Xuanlu immediately discerned his ulterior motives. With a serious and earnest tone, he stated, Although he is a soul beast, I regard him as a human being. I have no intention of seizing his soul ring or soul bone. Douluo, bewildered, pondered whether Yuan Xuanlu had lost his senses. Suddenly, the fourth elder, emerging from an unknown origin, interjected to mediate the situation, saying, Let us not dwell on such matters. Douluo, what purpose would his soul ring or soul bone serve for you? You already possess 9 soul rings and cannot absorb any more. However, they could be beneficial for my granddaughter. Douluo felt a sense of grievance at this thought. The fourth elder then pointed to the Hunyuan immortal grass in Yuan Xuanlu's hand and inquired, If this Hunyuan immortal grass is indeed as formidable as you claim, it should at least aid you in ascending to a minor realm. Yuan Xuanlu smiled. The human soul masters of this era are oblivious to the existence of soul cores. Thus, when they absorb the primordial immortal grass, they merely elevate their levels rather than harness its true potential, which is to condense soul cores. What a pity! Yuan Xuanlu, unaware of how to condense a soul core, found himself unable to attempt the creation of one for himself. Hence, the saying resonates profoundly. Generations of talents emerge in succession, each leading the way for centuries. This sentiment truly strikes a chord with everyone. Consider the individual who devised the method of soul core cultivation in their era. Could they not be regarded as a paragon of excellence? The subsequent dissemination of the soul core cultivation techniques has undoubtedly aided countless titled Douluos and soul masters in mastering their soul power more effectively. In comparison to that groundbreaking soul master, even Tang San, upon achieving divinity, cannot hope to rival their legacy. The soul master who created the soul core methodology made a monumental contribution to all humanity's soul masters. What has Tang San accomplished? Has he, like the innovator of the soul core technique, assisted numerous soul masters in better harnessing their soul power? Or has he, akin to Hua, ushered in a transformative era? Perhaps, like the White Knight, he has chronicled the diverse cultures and mystical realms across the continent. The sea god Tang San merely attained divinity for himself. dismantling the spirit hall and thwarting the unification of the continent. This offers no benefit to the collective of human soul masters. Although Yuan Xuanlu cannot be regarded as a master of martial soul research, nor has he pioneered epic-making innovations like Huoguo, he nonetheless stands as a supporter of the martial soul palace's unification of the continent. Unlike Tang San, he has not regressed into historical obscurity. Politically correct in his condemnation of the latter, Yuan Xuanlu intends to harness the power of the primordial immortal herb to meticulously filter the soul energy within himself, aiming to compress it into a more refined essence. Building upon this foundation, he will gradually absorb the medicinal properties, allowing himself to transcend the daunting threshold between the 96th and 97th levels, a process that may unfold over several years. Alas, the 97th level, a breakthrough that has troubled me for more than a decade. The four guardians expressed their sentiments, remarking to Yuan Xuanlu, to speak candidly. Given your age and cultivation, I am confident that your future self will undoubtedly reach the esteemed level of a great guardian. Moreover, the realms beyond that are not beyond your grasp. The realms beyond that? Yuan Xuanlu understood that this was what was referred to as ascending to godhood at the 100th level. However, how did the fourth elder come to know of this? Could it be that he possessed a divine inheritance? Fourth uncle, are you aware of the higher realms? Yuan Xuanlu inquired. The fourth elder chuckled heartily. Isn't the angel god of the spirit hall a realm even superior to that of the title Douluo? Yuan Xuanlu, having been surrounded by the spirit hall for so many years, had now become a devoted follower of the angel god. He continued, in the bygone era, the angel god of the spirit hall rose during a time of chaos, first leading humanity to vanquish the fierce soul beasts, then imparting knowledge about martial souls and soul rings to mankind, and subsequently dealing with the traitors among humans, the nefarious soul masters. Ultimately, he united the faith of all humanity across the continent, achieving the 100th level of godhood. Yet, it appears that the first generation of the angel god has already perished. Yuan Xuanlu muttered softly. What did you say? The fourth elder did not catch his words. Yuan Xuanlu immediately changed his tone, stating, I believe only those with the six-winged angel martial soul can inherit the divine essence of the angels. Although I belong to the angelic lineage, my martial soul is not of the angelic nature. The four elders sighed in regret, lamenting, alas. It is indeed a pity that someone with your talent cannot find a way to reach that level. TSK. This is reminiscent of Tang San from years past. In Tang San's era, his status was comparable to yours now, both being exceptional prodigies who overshadowed their peers. Unfortunately, he ventured in search of divine inheritance, and for many years, we have heard nothing of him. It is a great loss. Tang San remains in the city of slaughter, reigning as its king of carnage. Yuan Sun, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, let it be. I have pursued the legacy of divine status. Yet I have come to realize that what is destined to be will eventually manifest, while what is not meant for me cannot be forced. I have learned to accept this. Yuan Xuanlu ceased his conversation with the four offerings, retrieving a broken necklace from his soul-guiding device and placing it beside Yuan Ling'er. The White Knight pursued this for a lifetime, and I have sought it for nearly 2 decades, yet we remain empty-handed. Ling'er, I hope fortune graces you. Chapter 62, A Stroke of Luck, Part 1. As time passed by, nearly 4 hours had elapsed since everyone began refining the celestial items. These children truly possess astonishing talents. At my age, I was still playing in the mud, sighed Douluo. However, the four offerings disagreed with Douluo's sentiment, stating, while talent is indeed significant, you have only witnessed these children in their moments of glory, not the hardships they endure. The four offerings pointed towards the group of young ones, jesting. All are above level 20, yet they are only around 7 years old, awakening their martial souls at 6 and achieving the status of a level 20 Grand Soul Master by 7. Could it be that they all possess innate soul power of level 20? As the two titled Douluos engaged in conversation, those consuming the celestial herbs began to show signs of transformation. Ajia, having ingested the rare Tongtian mushroom, had manifested his martial soul. The bones throughout his body emitted crackling sounds, and the once mischievous pig-like visage now bore an air of authority, further enhanced by the ancient robe that bestowed upon him an ethereal presence akin to that of a deity. Mu Guang, after consuming the Mou divine bamboo, felt only a slight discomfort in her teeth, while the rest of her being became remarkably composed. Previously, Mu Guang exuded an unyielding sharpness that was almost blindingly intense. But now, her fervor had transformed into a more controlled and refined demeanor. In her tranquility, she was as unshakable as Mount Tai when her sharpness emerged. It was like the tempered edge of a sword, subtly radiating a latent sword intent around her, a true display of silent lethality. Oscar remained the calmest of the group, sitting serenely while emanating a unique fragrance reminiscent of 8-petaled celestial orchids. The ice mountain, although not partaking in the celestial herbs, absorbed the chilling essence from the cold spring in silence. Lu Wei, our dear Wei, continued to soak in the water. Aside from these trivial matters, the transformation of Yuan Ling'er is most striking. Her already resplendent goddess butterfly radiates even more dazzling brilliance. A layer of golden light emanates from within her, infused with the rich fragrance of blooming flowers. Such a pure embodiment of the light attribute. Yuan Xuanlu sensed the aura of Yuan Ling'er's martial soul, feeling as though her martial soul had undergone a remarkable evolution. Moreover, it exuded an air of nobility that surpassed even that of his own radiant holy dragon. Yuan Xuanlu had just refined a leaf of the primordial immortal herb, and although his soul power did not surge dramatically, it became more refined. Concurrently, his comprehension of the bright sacred dragon martial soul deepened. Under such circumstances, even Yuan Xuanlu found that Yuan Ling'er's martial soul possessed a purer light attribute than his own. One can only imagine the extent to which Yuan Ling'er's martial soul has evolved. The pinnacle of radiance? A name suddenly emerged in Yuan Xuanlu's mind. Awu Oscar was the first to awaken, letting out a ghostly shriek as he stretched widely. I am now at level 27. I have ascended a full 6 levels. 6 levels? Ah ha 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 ha. My goodness, I am on the verge of becoming a soul master before I even turn 10. Oscar exclaimed with exuberance, eager to share his joy. However, he soon noticed that everyone else was still engrossed in their cultivation. Oscar felt a twinge of embarrassment for his lack of decorum. Suddenly, he spotted the ice mountain, gazing at him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Ice mountain, our levels are now equal. I too am at level 27. After consuming the celestial herb, have you reached level 30? The ice mountain shook his head. I have not consumed the celestial herb. There are none suitable for me here. Upon hearing this, Oscar was initially taken aback, only to erupt into laughter. You haven't eaten the celestial herb. Does that mean I am now at the same level as you, both at 27? Ha ha ha. I have caught up to you. Oscar reveled in his triumph. In reality, however, that was not the case. The ice mountain suddenly grinned mischievously. Just a moment ago, while I was cultivating here, I inadvertently broke through a level. I am now at level 28. Oscar's expression shifted, the sting of embarrassment evident on his face. At that moment, Ajia exhaled a deep breath, slowly regaining consciousness. His surging soul power was now contained within himself, while the ethereal garment of his martial soul appeared even more transcendent. Brother Jia, what level are you now? Oscar inquired once more. As a food-type soul master, Oscar's cultivation speed was generally slower than others. Lu Wei often lacked diligence in his training, which meant Ajia had previously been the highest among the 3 Barlack swordsmen, standing at level 24. After closing his eyes to carefully gauge his cultivation, Ajia responded, I believe I am at level 28 now. Though much of the medicinal power has not directly enhanced my soul power, a significant portion has gone towards improving my physical constitution. Moreover, it seems my martial soul has changed in some way. Although Ajia had only increased by 4 levels, he understood that a substantial amount of the medicinal effects lay dormant within his body, requiring time for him to refine them. A fierce sword aura initially ravaged the surroundings, only to settle into tranquility in the blink of an eye. Mu and Guang stood up, their gazes deepening. Sister Mu, how many levels have you ascended now? Oscar asked again. Both Mu and Guang appeared vibrant and full of vitality as she confidently replied, I am now at level 30. So you have only increased by 3 levels? Oscar was astonished, wondering why everyone else seemed to have advanced further than he had. Sister Mu, are you sure it isn't because you haven't acquired a soul ring, thus your true soul power cannot be manifested? Although Mu and Guang were the first among them to reach the Soul Master rank, Mu and Guang originally possessed a soul power level of 27, which should not have resulted in such a minimal enhancement. However, Mu and Guang remained undeterred and invigorated, as they had indeed just crossed the threshold into the 30s. While my soul power had only increased by 3 levels, I felt that my comprehension of sword intent had ascended to a new realm. Being a sword cultivator, Mu and Guang inherently surpassed her peers within the same rank. Therefore, rather than placing emphasis on the level of soul power, Mu and Guang valued the potential to traverse further along the path of swordsmanship. Upon realizing that her understanding of sword intent had deepened significantly, she found herself even more elated than with the prospect of leveling up. It seems I have also awakened something. This should be a domain. Mu and Guang remarked uncertainly. Then release your domain and let us see. Yuan Xuanlu observed in astonishment that Mu He and Guang had unexpectedly awakened their domain. Well, he remarked. Mu He and Guang harmonized their essence and spirit, standing still as if chiseled from stone, exuding an aura of tranquility. Subsequently, the presence of Mu He and Guang completely dissipated. Meanwhile, everything around Yuan Xuanlu had fallen into an uncanny silence, reminiscent of the calm that precedes a tempest. As if he were on the brink of confronting a fierce storm. He halted, feeling the aura of Mu and Guang enveloping him. Yuan Xuanlu gazed at Mu Heguang with admiration, remarking, the domain is something that typically eludes even the most esteemed title de law. Similarly, as a sword de law, it was only upon attaining the esteemed rank of a 90-level title de law that I awakened my own domain of 7 kills. Mu Heguang, at such a tender age, you have astonishingly awakened your innate domain. It is truly formidable. Yuan Xuanlu couldn't help but sigh. Although Mu Heguang's talent may not surpass that of Yuan Ling'er, it was likely superior to his own. Yuan Xuanlu's domain of the God of Slaughter was acquired in the City of Carnage, while the Holy Dragon domain only emerged upon his ascension to the title Douluo at level 90. Such strength. Oscar felt somewhat diminutive in comparison. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the eye of ice and fire, landing on the shore with a resounding splash, and after an intense bout of coughing, Lu Wei finally regained his composure. I nearly choked to death. The crowd looked on. Soon after, our inquisitive Why So Many group inquired, Wei, how about you? How many levels have you gained? Chapter 63, Cheating the System, Part 2. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Lu Wei replied. It seems my soul power hasn't increased much. I'm still at the original level 23. Oh, really? Then you are the weakest among us, Oscar remarked, observing that none had elevated their soul power significantly, and he chuckled foolishly. However, my martial soul has undergone a remarkable transformation. Lu Wei summoned his reed martial soul. Compared to before, it had undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis. The once white-green reeds had turned a deep crimson, now adorned with swirling patterns of white, rendering them strikingly resplendent. The potency of these 2 celestial herbs is overwhelmingly vast. I am not yet capable of absorbing them fully, as they currently reside within me. Nonetheless, the benefits are undeniable. I genuinely feel impervious to water and fire now. Furthermore, with the assistance of these extreme yang and extreme herbs, I sense that I am also resistant to any toxins. Would you care to test the old man's phosphorus snake venom? Douluo remarked, observing Lu Wei's audacious disdain for all poisons. Hee, I wouldn't dare, Lu Wei chuckled sheepishly. Alas, why has no one else experienced a significant increase in soul power? I have ascended a full 6 levels. Oscar began to revel in his own triumph. Yuan Xuanlu unexpectedly elucidated. It is quite normal not to experience an enhancement in your soul power. If the medicinal properties of this celestial herb were entirely devoted to elevating your soul power level, it would signify that the herb has made no discernible improvement to your innate qualities. Oscar exclaimed, does that mean I'm doomed? He began to count on his fingers, calculating the potential elevation of his soul power, and felt a sense of bleak despair about the future. Not at all. Yuan reassured him. The potency of your 8-petal celestial orchid is more than sufficient to support your cultivation up to the 70th level. Upon encountering Oscar, whose countenance was marked by sorrow, Yuan Sun did not pursue the matter further, for he possessed a kind heart. What of Sister Ling'er? Has she not yet completed her absorption? Oscar remains obstinately unchanged. Concurrently, Yuan Ling'er opened her eyes, concealing her aura, and remarked, I have completed my absorption long ago. I simply chose not to acknowledge you. Sister Ling'er, how many levels have you ascended? Yuan Ling'er rose to her feet, unleashing her martial soul, the radiant goddess of light, whose beauty was unparalleled across the continent. How exquisite! The goddess of light, Oscar exclaimed, lamenting, alas, I have already found someone I cherish. Perhaps you might also consider developing feelings for Ling'er. Yuan Xuanlu narrowed his eyes, half-jokingly issuing a threat. Sensing the ill intent from Yuan Xuanlu, Oscar instinctively shrank his head back. How dare one entertain improper thoughts about Yuan Ling'er? Do you wish to experience the righteous iron fist of his father? Yuan Ling'er, after a moment of contemplation, smiled and said to Yuan Xuanlu, not bad at all. After absorbing the exquisite Qilua tulip, my strength has now reached the 30th level. Yuan Xuanlu inquired, I sense that the quality of your martial soul has now surpassed mine. Is it the ultimate martial soul? Indeed, it is the ultimate light. Yuan Ling'er replied. To evolve directly into the ultimate light. How enviable, Yuan Xuanlu remarked. It is merely a stroke of luck, she responded. Yuan Ling'er picked up the necklace from the ground and subsequently adorned her neck with it. This action undoubtedly captured Yuan Xuanlu's attention. He beheld her swan-like neck, complemented by the shimmering necklace, which did not appear gaudy in the least. Instead, it exuded an aura akin to that of royal nobility, both regal and sanctified. Yet, Yuan Xuanlu soon discerned an anomaly. When he had placed the necklace beside Yuan Ling'er moments ago, it had not possessed such resplendence. Centuries ago, when the White Knight first acquired it, it was a mere broken trinket. After enduring the ravages of time for several hundred years, it had become even more tarnished by the elements. However, upon Yuan Ling'er's donning of the necklace, it had transformed into a dazzling spectacle. Yuan Ling'er smiled at Yuan Xuanlu, saying, "Father, you know I've always been fortunate." Upon witnessing the mischievous glint in Yuan Ling'er's eyes, Yuan Xuanlu instantly comprehended the situation. Initially taken aback, he was soon engulfed in elation, only to be followed by a tinge of melancholy. The astonishment stemmed from the realization that Yuan Ling'er had indeed received the inheritance. The joy arose from the same revelation, yet the sorrow was rooted in his own 2-decade-long pursuit that yielded nothing in return. It would be impossible to claim he felt no disappointment. However, if his daughter had obtained it, then, by a stretch of logic, one could argue that he, too, had partaken in the inheritance. Pride swelled within Yuan Xuanlu's heart, the countenance of a devoted father beaming with satisfaction. Each generation surpasses the last. Once Yuan Xuanlu comprehended the matter, all was well. What legacy? Oscar chirped inquisitively to Lu Wei beside him. How would I know? Lu Wei had no inkling of the affairs concerning the title Douluo. It is a realm that transcends even that of the title Douluo. Yuan Xuanlu believed it best to be candid with others. Thus, he plainly elucidated. One must attain the 100 level to ascend to divinity. Of course, it is not solely about being forthright. Judiciously showcasing a promising future can significantly enhance the cohesion and unity of the team. Yuan Ling'er proclaimed that she had attained a divine status, undoubtedly instilling a sense of hope in her subordinates regarding their future alongside such a formidable leader. Yuan Ling'er, having heard Yuan Xuanlu's words, straightforwardly explained, "I have inherited the legacy of a divine being." "Remarkable," exclaimed Lu Wei, Ajia, and Oscar, leaping with excitement as they chorused, "Following Sister Ling'er ensures a bountiful future." In the eyes of Bing Shan, a blend of envy and resentment flickered as he murmured to himself. Our land in the far north was once under the protection of the ice god. However, he no longer held on to his previous obstinacy, and his gaze towards Yuan Ling'er had transformed. If one could attain divinity, would Sister Ling'er be able to assist our soul beasts in achieving godhood? Bing Shan pondered, still lost in whimsical thoughts about the divine realm. Mu and Guang, intrigued, inquired, "Is there a sword god?" "Indeed," Yuan Xuanlu interjected promptly. "If you dedicate yourselves to diligent training, there will undoubtedly be opportunities for you to ascend to divinity." It seemed the unscrupulous boss was weaving grand dreams. Yuan Xuanlu cast aside the loneliness within his heart and, adopting a serious expression, declared, "In any case, you are all forbidden from disclosing this matter. We must keep our wealth concealed." Lu Wei nodded earnestly. "I understand. This is what they call silently amassing a fortune," Oscar exclaimed with exuberance. Yuan Xuanlu felt that these children were truly perceptive. With a satisfied expression, he remarked, "From now on, you shall enjoy a few leisurely years ahead. Focus on solidifying your foundation, for I shall teach you a method to refine your soul energy." Lu Wei burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Hooray! At last, I can refrain from sneaking out for drinks." The reason for Lu Wei's low level was his lack of dedication to cultivations. He was perpetually preoccupied with the desire for leisure. Had it not been for Yuan Ling'er compelling him to practice, he might not have even surpassed level 20 by now. "Lu Wei, you are not included in this exception. You must remain within the ice and fire duality for the next year to cultivate," Yuan Xuanlu stated. To everyone's surprise, it was not Lu Wei who reacted most strongly, but rather Ajia. "Ajia, do you have any concerns?" Yuan Xuanlu inquired. Ajia sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "Not really. I just feel reluctant to part with a Wei. The medicinal properties of the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom must be combined with the ice and fire duality to be refined. There is no alternative." Yuan Xuanlu explained, "Lu Wei, you shall remain here for a year to diligently cultivate. After a year, I expect to see you transformed into a level 30. The previously silent ice mountain interjected, the extreme cold spring is highly beneficial for me. Very well. Yuan Xuanlu nodded. You shall cultivate alongside Lu Wei at the Eye of Ice and Fire for a year. Lu Wei, aware of his own lack of self-discipline and recognizing Yuan Xuanlu's goodwill, nodded in agreement. I understand. Away. Suddenly, Ajia grasped Lu Wei's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Why are you crying? Oscar remarked, sensing something peculiar between Lu Wei and Ajia. What is there to cry about? I shall return a year from now, triumphant. I shall await you. Yuan Xuanlu could no longer bear it and gave Ajia a kick in the backside, exclaiming, Get lost. Ha. Upon seeing Ajia's pitiful expression, the crowd erupted into joyous laughter. Chapter 64. He. Guess what? At this moment, the cultivation of Yuan Ling'er's small team has transformed into this state. Yuan Ling'er, aged 7, possesses the rank of a 30th level Soul Master. Oscar, at 9 years old, holds the status of a 27th level Great Soul Master. Ajia, also 7, is a 28th level Great Soul Master. Lu Wei, likewise 7, is a 23rd level Great Soul Master. Bing Shan, aged 9, is a 28th level Great Soul Master. And Mu Higuang, at 10 years, is a 30th level Soul Master. They utterly surpass their peers at Shrek. Upon witnessing this group of children indulging in the celestial herbs, Douluo felt a twinge of envy in his eyes. He approached Yuan Xuanlu and handed him 2 celestial herbs, the Yuan snake fruit and the poison fire flower. Please deliver these 2 celestial herbs to Yin Yin for me. She is at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Xuanlu addressed Elder Douluo, saying, I kindly ask you to emerge from your seclusion in a month's time. Douluo was taken aback, exclaiming, Am I not meant to remain here for an extended period? The thought unsettled him, as he had recklessly inquired and discovered that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire was none other than Yuan Xuanlu's niece. Consequently, it seemed he was destined for a life sentence, to wither away in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Douluo had not imagined there was still a chance for him to leave. That was in the past. With a cheerful smile, Yuan Xuanlu continued, Do you not wish to witness your granddaughter consuming the celestial herb in person? Douluo felt a stirring in his heart, for his granddaughter was his most cherished thought. To personally witness her partake of the divine herb was undoubtedly preferable to having someone else convey the experience. He envisioned a hopeful future for her. Without further regard for Douluo, Yuan Xuanlu stored the coxcomb phoenix sunflower in his treasured pouch, intending to deliver it to Qianren Xue. At that moment, Yuan Ling'er approached, softly inquiring, Father, do you not wish to know what I discussed with the God of Light? Whether I know or not holds little significance. Your ability to inherit the divine position of the God of Light is all that matters, Yuan Xuanlu replied, having come to terms with it. He affectionately ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair and smiled. Indeed, Yuan Ling'er did not overly emphasize this matter. She stated, The content of my first examination is to absorb 200,000-year soul bones, and the time frame is within 5 years. Yuan Xuanlu's heart remarked that the radiant divine fruit is indeed extraordinary. The assessment criteria are so stringent that it is no wonder they look down upon both me and the White Knight. Just consider. The first evaluation demands the absorption of 200,000-year soul bones, which, when rounded, essentially requires the defeat of 200,000-year soul beasts. Such requirements are indeed formidable. Yuan Sun nodded, not taking it to heart. I will procure it for you. You need only to absorb it. Yuan Ling'er smiled joyfully as she embraced Yuan Xuanlu. Having a father who holds the title of Douluo is truly wonderful. Father, do you know why the Light God did not choose you as his successor? Yuan Ling'er whispered into Yuan Xuanlu's ear. Why? The curiosity of Yuan seeking the path was piqued, for he had spent 2 decades in search of a legacy. To claim he was not intrigued by the legacy of the Light God would be an utter impossibility. I inquired of her, before the imposing presence of a tall, golden goddess. Suddenly, Yuan Ling'er inquired, Are you familiar with the White Knight? The tall, golden goddess nodded and replied, The one clad entirely in white. Of course, I remember him. Ever since he acquired one of my tokens, he has summoned me several times a day. The tall, golden goddess appeared quite irate. Who has the time to attend to him? He prays daily, as if I were a deceased celestial being. It is truly exasperating. Eventually, I severed the connection between myself and the token, letting him be. Yuan Ling'er reflected on the White Knight's quest for the Light Goddess. A lifelong endeavor filled with toil and sacrifice, only to find himself despised by the very deity he fervently prayed to. Amidst her thoughts, she pondered, what about father? Yuan Ling'er discerned a point of curiosity. Yuan Xuanlu had long been aware of the existence of the White Knight. Yet, why has his father, possessing such remarkable talent, never received the legacy of the Light God? He does not harbor a fondness for prayer. Could it be that his innate abilities are deemed unworthy by the Light God? Yuan Ling'er inquired once more, is the talent of the White Knight commendable? The Light God pondered for a moment and then shrugged. It's decent, I suppose. I can't recall too clearly. Well, if I were to say that before my birth, there existed an individual who possessed the martial soul of the Holy Dragon of Light, who attained the rank of title Douluo at the age of 33 and reached level 96 by 40, adorned with 2 soul rings of 100,000 years each. Would you choose him as your successor? Why are you being so specific? The Light God appeared taken aback, hesitating as he replied, that truly sounds like a genius. I would likely want to see him. It seemed as though the Light God was entirely unaware of the existence of Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Ling'er had also formed a conjecture in her heart. The Light God's awareness of the White Knight indicates that the latter may have briefly captured the Light God's attention. However, it is plausible that due to the incessant prayers, the Light God chose to forsake him. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuanlu, armed with the White Knight's notes and materials, sought the legacy of the Light God. Yet, it is conceivable that over the past 3 decades, Yuan Xuanlu had not discovered any method to summon the Light God. Hence the deity remained oblivious to such an individual's existence. But what if there were indeed someone now? Would you elect him as your successor? Alas, I understand now. You are referring to that young title Douluo, are you not? It seems the Light God has come to a realization. Yet she shook her head and declared, I could never choose him as the inheritor of divine authority. Why not? Yuan Ling'er inquired anxiously. The Light God tilted her head, responding with an air of curiosity, it's simply because I will not choose him. That is all there is to it. In any case, you are now my successor. Yuan Ling'er was taken aback. The statuesque golden goddess continued, as I have no representative in this realm, I shall bestow upon you the divine examination directly. Yuan Ling'er fell into a moment of silence before nodding in gratitude. I am deeply thankful for the favor bestowed by the Lord of Light. With the inheritance of the divine position, she no longer needed to toil for centuries to attain godhood. If her memory served her correctly, Tang San would ascend to become the sea god in his early 20s. In this lifetime, I am determined to vanquish Tang San. Yuan Ling'er silently resolved herself and inquired, might the Lord of Light bestow some blessings upon my father and my companions? Perhaps a divine soul ring or something akin to that. In her previous life, Yuan Ling'er had come across numerous legends concerning the sea god Tang San, among which the most extraordinary was the tale of the divine soul rings. These soul rings, unlike any others, did not require the slaying of soul beasts. Instead, they were bestowed directly by the deities, perfectly aligning with one's martial spirit and granting the finest soul skills. The Light God chuckled softly, shaking his head in refusal. They are not my inheritors. I have no inclination to bestow upon them. Yuan Ling'er was rendered speechless. The demeanor of this deity appears exceedingly laid back. The first trial of the Light God. Within 5 years, one must acquire 2 soul bones, each spanning 100,000 years. Reward, an elevation of 5 levels in soul power. Penalty, a reduction of 1 level in soul power. Yuan Ling'er's lips twitched slightly. This assessment might pose a challenge for others, yet for her, relying on her father was hardly a concern. The statuesque golden goddess smiled with satisfaction. You are my most favored heir, hence I have opened a back door for you. The punishment is quite lenient, is it not? While others face death, all I require of you is a demotion. What do you say? Hurry and express your gratitude to me. Yuan Ling'er could only express her gratitude. Great Lord of Light, is it truly impossible for you to divulge why you did not select the sacred Dragon of Light as your title Douluo? The Lord of Light bestowed a playful wink upon Yuan Ling'er, teasingly replying, Hee, can you guess? Hee, can you guess? Yuan Ling'er bestowed a playful wink upon Yuan Xuanlu, and this is precisely what she conveyed to me. Chapter 65, The Invitation to the Banquet of the Alliance of Senior Soul Masters in the capital circle of Tiando, 2 months hence. Ajia and Oscar were strolling through the bustling streets of Tiando City. They found themselves in the vibrant Yong'an Alley, not for any particular reason, but simply because the prices here were quite reasonable. What a delightful day to leisurely enjoy ourselves, Oscar exclaimed. After absorbing the celestial herbs, they were finally greeted by a long-awaited sense of ease. In the ensuing 5 to 6 years, under Yuan Xuanlu's guidance, they would gradually refine their soul power, learning to purify it to a higher degree. Although Yuan Xuanlu had neither created a soul core nor conjured a soul spirit like Huiguo, he had nonetheless devised a method for purifying soul power. This technique, while not yielding significant level increases, elevated the purity of their soul power several notches above that of their peers. As for who was stronger, that would depend on one's perspective. Delightful. Oscar devoured the beef heartily, his face alight with joy. For a food-type soul master, the restaurant's atmosphere was exceptionally comforting. The table was laden with succulent slices of meat. But there was no wine, as Lu Wei was still immersed in his training at the ice and fire duality eye, leaving no one to order drinks. This cast a shadow over Ajia. Awakening from last night's revelry, I am reminded of the weeping reeds by the riverside, sorrowful tears under the bright moon. Which poem is that from? Oscar found Ajia's demeanor somewhat peculiar, yet he still encouraged him, saying, never mind. Lu Wei is training at the ice and fire duality eye, and he has the iceberg to accompany him. Oscar's words, though meant to be comforting, only deepened Ajia's melancholy as he realized he was not the one by Lu Wei's side. Oscar hastily attempted to divert Ajia's attention, declaring, hey, the storyteller is here to narrate today's Spirit Hall newspaper. The Spirit Hall's newspaper had not yet expanded its circulation. It was only sold at the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. However, the proprietor of this tavern purchased a copy daily. Not a multitude, just one. To invite a storyteller to share it with the patrons. It wasn't that the owner was particularly generous. Rather, this had become a common practice among the taverns and tea houses in Tiando City. Failing to do so would result in a lack of business. Ahem. Today's headline in the Spirit Hall Daily. The Crown Prince Xueqinghe, compassionate and caring for the people. The slender storyteller recited tremulously. The ensuing narrative, much like the foot-binding cloth of that elderly woman, was both odious and interminable. Oscar, unable to endure such excruciatingly dull discourse, lamented. I had hoped to hear something amusing today, yet the headlines have delivered this. When the Spirit Hall Daily was first published, the lack of quality among its contributors was palpable. Hearing the esteemed figures of the Spirit Hall declare their intent to captivate the populace of the continent, they resorted to sensational reporting. The results were remarkably effective, as the lower-tier spirit masters relished such sensationalism. However, Yuan Xuanlu soon recognized that this approach jeopardized the credibility of the Spirit Hall Daily. Consequently, he instituted a ban on such content, permitting only reports on grand affairs within the court. Yet, Yuan Xuanlu also understood that censorship was less effective than encouragement. Thus, he established another publication, titled the Spirit Hall Curiosities Report. This new periodical not only introduced the spirit masters to the peculiar customs and tales from various regions of the continent, but also specifically covered the matters that delighted the common folk, such as the avalanche prince kicking down a widow's door, the forbidden romance between Tang Dezue and a spirit beast, and the tale of the blue electric waste and his unfortunate cousin. The titles alone were captivating. It proved that when these stories were serialized, the populace felt their cultural and spiritual lives enriched. However, some discerned a disquieting trend, suspecting that the Spirit Hall was deliberately maligning others for ulterior motives. Their suspicions were not unfounded. Yuan Xuanlu indeed harbored intentions of discrediting. Having seized the initiative in public discourse, he sought to promulgate the notion that the Spirit Hall is upright and just, while the Haotian sect is the scum of humanity, deliberately overlooking the significant contributions made by the Haotian sect in driving away spirit beasts for the advancement of mankind, while continually emphasizing its darker facets, magnifying trivial matters and escalating more serious ones. As for the rationale, Yuan Xuanlu, a member of the Spirit Hall, is unlikely to speak favorably of the Haotian sect, given his position. As for the past achievements of the Haotian sect, I regret to say that history is a canvas easily adorned by those who wish to embellish it. Returning to the original topic, most individuals, including Oscar, believe that such scandalous tales are best suited for taverns and tea houses. Is it not said that the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire are at odds? Why then the undue praise for the Crown Prince? Is he truly as remarkable as claimed? Merely a performance. Ajia incisively remarked, this article lacks both time and place, filled to the brim with flattery. I even suspect this is a headline funded by Xueqinghe himself. Is it truly possible to secure a headline with a mere expenditure of money? It requires a substantial sum. Ajia produced a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and presented it to Oscar. This sort of thing is undoubtedly purchased at great expense for publication. Upon receiving the paper, Oscar glanced at the title, The Dragon Emperor Douluo and the Must-Tell Tales of Madame Balak, 1001 Nights. Such a title evokes a myriad of associations. Likely a product of the Spirit Hall's whimsical reporting. Isn't the Dragon Emperor Douluo our master? Oscar finally recalled, excitement spreading across his face at the sight of his master's sensational exploits. I've heard this newspaper features a serialized author who is an elder of the Spirit Hall. Ajia shared his secret with the caution of a thief, mindful that revealing this to Yuan Xuanlu would likely result in a severe reprimand. Oscar first examined the author's signature, which read Wugui. The descriptions are so meticulous. This Wugui possesses a remarkable command of language. Oscar found himself captivated by the narrative of this 1001 Nights. However, to be honest, he wondered how his master would feel about his private affairs being published and disseminated across the continent. Feelings? What feelings? My feelings are explosive. Yuan Xuanlu, with a scowl upon his face, set down the Wuhuan Temple Curiosities report and exclaimed vehemently, how dare they call themselves Moon Demon? Why not simply inscribe their own title instead? Gaoi, thoroughly amused, perused the newspaper in her hands and replied, I urge you to maintain a calm demeanor. In truth, the writing is quite splendid. What could possibly be appealing about such prose? Yuan Xuanlu retorted, visibly irked. No. What I meant to convey is that the Dragon Lord is in love with me, published by the Tangtianju Press, is indeed quite delightful. Wow, what? Yuan Xuanlu was taken aback. It is the very Tangtianju Press established by the esteemed Moon Demon. Yuan Xuanlu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The establishment of the publishing house by Jiawan was solely intended to serve the political agenda of the Spirit Hall, showcasing its open-mindedness towards cultural workers across the realm. This is not meant for him to indulge in writing romantic novels. Jiawan, I stand in staunch opposition to you. Yuan Xuanlu, filled with a blend of indignation and shyness, let out a furious roar. He had already envisioned what his future self would become. The following is a glimpse into Yuan Xuanlu's imagination, 10,000 years hence. Hui Yuhao would finally obtain his first soul ring and enroll in the Capital Academy of Soul Masters in Wuhan City. Diligent students would spend their weekends scouring the great library of Wuhan City for information. In the Dragon Emperor Douluo section, one would find an abundance of such literature. After all, a millennium had passed, and the physical romance novels now held by Gaoi might very well become relics for experts dedicated to studying the life and history of the Dragon Emperor Douluo. The voice of a teacher echoed from outside. Dean? Ahem. Come in, Yuan Xuanlu replied, regaining his composure. The teacher entered and presented Gaoi with an invitation. Dean, we have received an invitation from the Alliance of Advanced Soul Master Academies in the Heaven Do Capital Circle, inviting us to attend a banquet. I understand, Gaoi said, accepting the invitation. The teacher then exited. What does the invitation signify? Yuan Xuanlu, having never resided in the city of Tiando, remained oblivious to the customs prevailing within its esteemed academies. The atmosphere of aristocratic salons had evidently permeated the Soul Master Academy. Gaoi, however, exhibited a distinct lack of interest in such gatherings. Nevertheless, this marked the first occasion we had received an invitation. The first time? Why? Yuan Xuanlu inquired. With a captivating roll of her eyes, Gaoi replied, previously, we simply did not meet the criteria. As mere commoners from the Twin Stars, with only a single soul sage as our dean, how could the 5 elemental academies or the Royal Academy of Tiando regard our 7-star academy with any esteem? Yuan Xuanlu, enlightened in his heart, chuckled and remarked, it seems they have caught wind of my recent duel with the sword Douluo. Indeed. Gaoi nodded in agreement and inquired, shall we attend this gathering? Will His Highness the Crown Prince be present? Yuan Xuanlu did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he posed a question in return. His Highness? Gaoi pondered for a moment and replied, typically, the Crown Prince attends such gatherings, as he seeks to consolidate the influence of the prestigious Soul Master Academies. Yuan Xuanlu let out a mischievous chuckle. Then we must certainly go. I shall also summon Du Gubo to bolster our academy's courage. Yuan Xuanlu had yet to articulate one more thought, a sentiment left unspoken. He intended to summon Du Gubo to assist his niece in honoring her current nominal father with the utmost filial piety. Chapter 66. The goddess of light nightfall enveloped the majestic palace situated on the outskirts of Tiando City, illuminated by a myriad of lights. This was the Tiando Royal Palace, the Phoenix Palace. Constructed during the reign of the War Empress, it was an opulent edifice built with considerable manpower and resources. The palace boasted a grand architectural style with a flat roof that exuded a sense of dignity and strength. Its outer walls were adorned with lifelike marble statues of generals, standing in solemn splendor. In front of the main palace lay a uniquely styled grand garden, where the arrangement of trees and flowers displayed exquisite artistry. Nearby, 2 azure ponds glimmered, bordered by bronze sculptures of soldiers brandishing weapons. It was said that this palace was the War Empress's favorite. Gaoi arrived at the Grand Palace in a carriage accompanied by Mu and Guang, as well as Jie and Oscar, while Yuan Ling'er and Yuan Xuanlu traveled in another carriage. Why, one might wonder. Although Oscar had heard many tales about the War Empress, they were predominantly recounted by storytellers who often embellished the narratives. Consequently, much of the lore was regarded as mere amusement rather than historical fact. Gaoi elucidated. At the moment of defeat, the false emperor amassed timber and flammable materials within the Tiando Palace and subsequently set it ablaze. After the War Empress triumphed, she could not reside in the old Tiando Imperial Palace and was compelled to establish her own residence in the outskirts, which gradually expanded into the present Phoenix Palace. As locals, Mu and Guang harbored a deep-seated loathing for the false emperor's actions, exclaiming that false emperor is nothing but a beast. He reduced a millennium-old imperial palace, along with countless historical artifacts and treasures cherished by generations of emperors, to ashes with a single flame. Jie nodded in agreement. Recalling the historical record, the false emperor's torch left only desolate ruins. Oscar, glancing furtively out of the carriage window at the Phoenix Palace, pondered whether the War Empress had constructed the new palace in an effort to forget the old wounds of the past. A conflagration has consumed the dwelling of the War Empress, obliterating 2 decades of her existence, interring the amiable figures of her father and brothers, her bright-eyed childhood companions, alongside the entirety of her cherished, youthful past. Henceforth, the girl and her companions traversed for over a decade before finally returning to what was once their home. Despite the world proclaiming the Empress as the sovereign of the Celestial Empire, the girl felt utterly displaced. Consequently, she erected this grand palace, and each time the moon ascended the night sky, she would stand atop its highest point, gazing upon the ancient city of the Celestial Empire, reminiscing about those companions with whom she had endured the civil strife. It is no wonder that within such a palace, one finds a multitude of bronze soldiers wielding spears. Perhaps, the War Empress preferred the clamor and chaos of the battlefield, not out of a love for war, but because, in those tumultuous times, she had comrades to whom she could entrust her back, allowing her to sleep in peace. Outside the palace, the paparazzi affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple Daily and the Wuhuan Temple Gossip Gazette were poised, akin to aged hounds scenting a bone, eagerly awaiting to seize upon any hint of scandal. They yearned to craft a sensational story, particularly regarding the royalty. The reporters of the Wuhuan Temple Gossip Gazette recalled the last piece they wrote about the avalanche prince kicking down the widow's door, which had garnered quite the attention. The guests began to arrive. The first to enter were nobles, both grand and insignificant, who held little presence. In the realm of commoners, nobility reigns supreme. But in the world of soul masters, those lacking formidable strength are rendered inconsequential. Following them were the members of the 7 Stars Academy, who had arrived quite early. Oscar was utterly bewildered, while Jie was overwhelmed. The young lords, adorned in elegant attire, escorted noble ladies dressed in revealing gowns, laughing lightly as they entered the Phoenix Palace. For these 2 children of humble origins, witnessing the ostentatious world of the nobility did not evoke pride in their social ascent, but rather an unparalleled sense of disarray, akin to 2 quails intruding upon a peacock's gala. Oscar and Jie instinctively lowered their heads, reminiscent of their forebears, those old farmers who toiled their lives upon the yellow earth. They dared not glance at the heavens above. Oscar and Jie were convinced they would be halted by the attendants, for the unwelcome and dogs were prohibited from entering. "I am so anxious," Oscar whispered nervously, as if uttering another word might disturb the others. "Do not fret. Remember what our master advised us." On the surface, Jie appeared as steadfast as an old dog. Yet his posture was unnaturally rigid, as if a rolling pin had been inserted along his spine. Oscar trembled as he proclaimed, "We are the most dashing figures on the entire continent." However, after uttering those words, he could not help but inquire, "But why haven't sister Ling and the teacher come over?" Gaoi, holding the hand of one child, eased the tension of the 2 youngsters with a smile, saying, "Yuan Xuanlu mentioned that Ling needs to dress elegantly for the occasion." Following them, the carriages of the 5 Element Academy arrived in succession. First to halt was the carriage of the Elephant Armor Academy, from which emerged several burly men, their formal attire straining against their muscular frames. They appeared less like attendees of a noble gathering and more akin to individuals ready for battle. Next came the Chihua Academy, where a strikingly tall and beautiful girl hastily alighted from the carriage, her dark red hair cascading over her shoulders as if it were ablaze, igniting the hearts of the male guests present. Following her was an ordinary-looking boy who emanated a fierce aura, seemingly her brother. "Huo Wu, slow down," the boy called out helplessly. "You should hurry up," Huo Wu retorted to her brother, Huo Wu Shuang. The third arrival was from the Thunder Academy, where a rather haughty boy descended, clad in a meticulously tailored suit. His oiled hair gleamed with a shine that could reflect the moonlight, and his striking features and graceful demeanor suggested he hailed from an illustrious family. He was Yu Tianxin of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Oscar overheard a whispered conversation among discerning nobles. Alongside Yu Tianxin descended a boy from the Shenkei's academy, dressed in a cerulean suit, possessing a somewhat handsome visage. Unlike the solemn and rigid demeanor of Huo Wu Shuang, this boy moved with the grace of the wind, appearing as though he were dancing with each step he took. Subsequently, a lavish carriage from the Tianshui Academy came to a halt before the grand entrance. The first to alight was the Academy's esteemed dean, Shui Shinro, followed by several senior students. Oscar, with his keen eyes, was the first to spot Shui Bing'er. At that moment, she wore a flowing blue gown, exuding an air of poise and maturity, contrasting sharply with Huo Wu's fiery exuberance. Following the 5 elemental academies was the carriage of Prince Shuqinghe and Ningfengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, trailed by the carriages from the Tiando Royal Academy. Ningfengji, as the most charming middle-aged gentleman on the continent, possessed not only wealth but also exceptional grace and looks. More importantly, the warmth of his familial aura endeared him to many. Accompanying Ningfengji was the Bone Douluo, one of the 2 titled Douluo from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose attire appeared as though it were supported entirely by a skeletal frame, his sunken eye sockets reminiscent of a colossal skeleton. Last to appear was Prince Shuqinghe, adorned with a gentle smile. "Teacher, will that Dragon Emperor Douluo from the 7 Stars Academy be attending today?" Shuqinghe inquired. Ningfengji responded with a soft smile. "Ha. Knowing his temperament, he is most likely to attend in grand fashion. Humph. It would be wise for His Highness the Prince to limit his interactions with those from the Spirit Hall." A sardonic voice chimed in. From within a luxuriously adorned carriage of the Tiando Royal Academy emerged an elderly gentleman in splendid golden robes, intricately embroidered with floral patterns. He possessed a dignified appearance, though his notably small eyes lent him a somewhat shifty demeanor. Accompanying this elegantly dressed elder was a boy, who at first glance appeared to be a frivolous young dandy, Prince Shuexing and Prince Shuebing, representatives of the Tiando Royal Academy. It was rather peculiar that the prince had come to represent the Royal Academy, as one would expect him alone to suffice. Thus, the presence of an additional prince and a royal seemed enigmatic. No one could fathom the arrangements made by the Emperor Shuiyu. "This is a matter that need not trouble Uncle Huang. Qinghe knows his place," Shuqinghe replied with a calm smile. Suddenly, a startled exclamation rang out from before the Fenghuang Palace. Which noble from the royal lineage is making an appearance? All eyes turned toward the entrance, where an extraordinarily opulent golden carriage had come to a stop. This is the XWI from the Spirit Hall." The discerning nobles immediately recognized the origin of the carriage. It was the exclusive vehicle of His Holiness the Morning Light Pope from the Spirit Hall. The Empress had once taken great delight in using it to survey the Spirit City, and wherever the carriage went, the populace would kneel and pay their respects to her. The Morning Light carriage measured 6 meters in length and weighed 3 tons, requiring 6 magnificent steeds to draw it. Its exterior was lavishly gilded, and the golden cherubic statue atop the carriage was meticulously handcrafted by skilled artisans. The body of the carriage was adorned with 100 rubies and 100 diamonds, symbolizing the 2 divine attributes of the angelic deity, sacredness and fire. The wood used for the carriage was sourced from a millennium-old Wang Wali soul beast, while the 4 lanterns on the exterior were crafted from flawless natural crystal, with the lamp oil made from the candles produced by the merfolk of the Northern Sea. The interior walls were luxuriously decorated with exquisite brocade, and the cushions were crafted from precious gold and silk. At that time, it was hailed as the most luxurious carriage on the continent. Centuries later, the value of this carriage had multiplied several times due to the passage of history, and it could even be considered an artifact. Suddenly, the carriage door swung open with a click. A man, clad in a clean and simple white shirt, descended first. He then adjusted his slightly informal attire before turning to gently grasp the delicate, fair hand that extended from within the carriage. A girl emerged. Her shoulders, exposed by her white gown, glowed with a rosy hue in the candlelight. As her slender, fair legs stepped out, they firmly met the ground. Her enchanting visage bore no trace of haughty aloofness, only a hint of celestial sanctity and a touch of nonchalance. All the nobles and spirit masters instinctively lowered their usually proud heads, offering the most esteemed courtesies to the girl who resembled a goddess of light. Chapter 67. An Overwhelming Encounter. Father, I have never experienced anything like this. In the carriage, Yuan Ling'er clenched her small hands in anxiety. Do not be nervous. It is only natural for a young lady to adorn herself beautifully. Yuan Sun expressed his satisfaction with Yuan Ling'er's current appearance. The attire she wore was crafted at great expense by a tailor who specialized in serving the royal family, commissioned after he received the invitation. The carriage was procured from the private collection of the angel family within the spirit hall. For this, in recent days, Yuan Xuanlu has been utterly exhausted. Father, why don't you dress a bit more elegantly? Yuan Ling'er inquired. Today, Yuan Xuanlu donned the simplest of white shirts, appearing merely clean and fresh, entirely devoid of any aristocratic flair. Even if I were to dress like a beggar, they would still extol my appearance with the most exquisite and ornate verses. Yuan gently patted the little head of Yuan Ling'er, proclaiming, For I am the titled Douluo. Yuan Ling'er understood. The visage of Yuan Xuanlu is not upheld by extravagant garments, but rather by his formidable prowess. In contrast, those nobles, seated in gilded carriages adorned with precious stones and draped in silks of the finest quality, find themselves subservient in the presence of Yuan Xuanlu. Yuan Xuanlu remarked, Do not envy me. Perhaps one day, the entire continent shall bow before you. With that, he urged her to disembark. The golden locks cascaded like undulating waves over her delicate shoulders. Together, the goddess of light, Yuan Ling'er, and Yuan Xuanlu entered the gates of the Phoenix Palace. The aristocrats strolled and conversed, each appearing as a shimmering gem under the spotlight. Externally resplendent, yet internally flawed. Yuan Xuanlu scoffed. After uttering this, he relinquished his hold, allowing Yuan Ling'er the liberty to enjoy her own pursuits. Yuan Ling'er had never attended such gatherings. Yet she remained unperturbed, casually seeking a place to rest. Regrettably, this evening, she became the center of attention. Wherever she went, it transformed into a stage. Esteemed lady, it is a pleasure to meet you, greeted a noble gentleman, distinguished by both charm and appearance. Clearly, he approached Yuan Ling'er drawn by her stunning beauty. However, it was not merely her physical allure that captivated him. He was likely there to probe into the connections and influences surrounding her, perhaps on behalf of another. Yuan Ling'er offered a mere nod of courtesy, thereafter disregarding him entirely. The young gentleman felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. However, given the circumstances, he restrained himself and departed. Shortly thereafter, another soul master adorned in attire of exquisite elegance arrived, exuding an air of casual charm, none other than Feng Xiaotian. I shall refrain from employing mundane phrases such as mountains, rivers, moons, and stars to describe your beauty, for I believe they fall short of truly appreciating your visage. Feng Xiaotian declared with utmost politeness. In comparison to outward beauty, I hold your inner kindness in far greater esteem. Such words dripped with sentimentality. It was unclear whether Feng Xiaotian was merely adept at wooing or had evolved from a mere admirer into a passionate suitor. Nonetheless, Yuan Ling'er considered him rather audacious. With an indifferent tone, she remarked, You believe me to be kind? Indeed, Feng Xiaotian responded, as though invigorated, lifting his head in a display reminiscent of a peacock and commencing a courtship dance beside Yuan Ling'er, even composing an impromptu poem extolling her virtues of kindness. Yuan Ling'er mused, Has a mere admirer transformed into a fervent suitor? Wait, his martial spirit is the gale two-headed wolf. Oh, that changes everything. Although I have resided in Heavendo City for quite some time, my heart remains with my hometown, Shihai City, located on the western coast of the empire. Feng Xiaotian continued, noting Yuan Ling'er's lack of aversion towards him. It is a grand city on the western coast of the Heavendo Empire, surrounded by mountains, with sunlight dancing upon the sea and seagulls soaring low. As Feng Xiaotian lavished attention upon Yuan Ling'er, Wu exhibited visible displeasure. Who is that girl? She thought. Despite her seemingly casual attire today, her garments and jewelry were of the highest quality, yet all the attention was being snatched away by this goddess of light who had suddenly appeared. Seemingly a student of 7 Stars Academy, Wu Shuang paid little heed to this. casually acknowledging it before engaging in conversation with his close companions about their martial spirit cultivation experiences. Humph. Wu scowled at her brother. You stubborn blockhead. All you think about is cultivation. She pouted, adjusted her gown, and then smiled as she approached Yuan Ling'er. What are you up to, Feng Xiaotian? Although Wu wore a smile, her eyes blazed with indignation. Has your girlfriend arrived? Yuan Ling'er gazed in silence at Feng Xiaotian, who was still enthusiastically expounding on the delights of the seaside. Alas, I did not mean to imply otherwise, she thought. However, before she could articulate her feelings, she was drawn away by Wu for a rather intense conversation. After repeatedly rebuffing the advances of several noble soul masters, Yuan Ling couldn't help but feel a twinge of boredom. The majority of the individuals present were unfamiliar to her, and she experienced a slight sense of social anxiety. At this moment, all she yearned for was a familiar face with whom to converse, to create a sense of comfort in her surroundings. Regrettably, engaging in conversation with Oscar, a Jia, and the others did not seem feasible as a young lady. It would be rather unbecoming for her to join them as they indulged in roasted pig knuckles and pointed out which girl was more attractive. Mu He and Guang evidently found themselves in a similar predicament as Yuan Ling'er. However, lacking the allure that drew attention to Yuan Ling'er, they sought refuge in a secluded corner to commence their cultivation. Taking heed of Gaoi's advice, Mu He and Guang resolved to diligently practice, aiming to absorb a soul ring of higher age. For them, since soul skills remained consistent, the quality of the soul rings became paramount. A soul ring exceeding 100 years in age could significantly enhance the potency of their third soul skill. Yuan Ling'er, not wishing to disturb Mu and Guang's cultivation, could only sit there, holding a glass of fruit wine. Miss Yuan, another dandy approached. Yuan Ling'er could not help but feel speechless. It was not her intention to provoke discord between the genders merely to attract attention with phrases like average man. Yet her unmistakable demeanor clearly conveyed her desire to refrain from conversation and reject any form of engagement. Surely, one should not overstep boundaries, should they? At such a tender age, she was already remarkably beautiful, destined to blossom into an enchanting young lady. The tone of the young dandy was irreverent. What nonsense! Yuan Ling'er retorted sharply. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of curiosity, despite the fact that these nobles often concealed their moral decay behind a facade of glamour. This flippant, teasing manner seemed incongruous with the expected decorum of aristocrats. Were they not even attempting to maintain appearances? He, the dandy, undeterred by Yuan Ling'er's reprimand, seemed to possess a certain tolerance towards beauty. He extended his hand towards her, introducing himself. I am Xue Peng, the fourth prince of the empire. Shall we get acquainted? Are you about to suggest I join you for drinks? She retorted. Yuan Ling'er was at a loss for words. To think that he was actually a prince. He possessed not even a shred of fundamental noble upbringing. Instead, he resembled those scoundrels in the night markets who would harass beautiful maidens indiscriminately. In the past, Yuan Xuanlu, accompanied by Yuan Ling'er, had indulged in the barbecues along Balak Spicy Street. In the late hours of the night, there were always certain individuals adorned with gold chains, boasting prominent bellies, their mouths filled with yellowed teeth and the scent of smoke lingering about them. With their beady eyes, they would scrutinize the passers-by near the night market, approaching those they found appealing to engage in flirtation, often inviting the young women to share a drink. Whenever Yuan Xuanlu encounters such a situation, he exerts a subtle pressure characteristic of a soul master, compelling that group of ruffians to release their captives. Although Yuan Ling'er believes that Yuan Xuanlu merely relishes the flirtatious glances exchanged by the young ladies afterward, it is undeniable that he has indeed performed a commendable deed. Begone! Yuan Ling'er chose to disregard the individual any longer. Subsequently, Xue Peng inched closer, and unable to contain herself, Yuan Ling'er resolved to utilize her spiritual power to push him away. To her astonishment, Xue Peng let out a cry of anguish and was unexpectedly sent flying. The nobles and soul masters present could not help but direct their gazes toward this extraordinary scene. Yuan Ling'er instantly became the focal point of the scene. Yuan Ling'er, delicate and graceful, easily toppled, are you truly a lowly? This was when the elderly man, known as Prince Xuesheng, approached slowly, his expression darkening upon seeing the avalanche sprawled on the ground. Yuan Ling'er felt as though she had inadvertently attracted a considerable amount of trouble today. Just as she was contemplating leveraging her father's influence through Yuan Xuanlu, Prince Xuesheng unexpectedly turned around and delivered a resounding slap to the still-rising Xuebong. Chapter 68, The Weight of Soul Bones and the Throne, which is of greater significance. Yuan Ling'er was utterly bewildered. She had anticipated that Prince Xuexing would deliver a speech filled with villainous rhetoric, followed by his own capture. She had envisioned Yuan Xuanlu making a grandiose display, compelling Prince Xuexing to retreat in the face of difficulty. However, she had never fathomed that Prince Xuexing would bestow upon Xuebing such an egregious humiliation, such an affront. One can only imagine the psychological trauma inflicted upon a young prince in his teens by such a disgrace. Alas, Miss Yuan, I implore your understanding. My nephew has long been accustomed to a life of frivolity and debauchery. Yuan Ling'er glanced back at the avalanche as she rose to her feet. Her left cheek was already swollen. Prince Xuexing's demeanor was surprisingly humble, disconcertingly so. Haha, your highness jesting, she remarked with a smile. The affair between the avalanche prince and myself is merely a misunderstanding. Yuan Ling'er smiled again. To offer unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives. Your reputation in Tiando City. Prince Xuexing is one of arrogance and ostentation. Yuan Ling'er could hardly believe that she could bring Prince Xuexing to such a state of submission. Haha. As the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to truly know another. This is merely an apology from Xuexing for the avalanche, and I hope Miss Yuan can show some leniency. To everyone's astonishment, the flamboyant Prince Xuexing retrieved a soul bone directly from his extravagant ruby ring soul-guided artifact. This was a millennium-old soul bone from a bright lion. An exquisite match for Miss Yuan's martial spirit. Not only was Yuan Ling'er flabbergasted, but even the nobles and soul masters present were driven into a frenzy. To simply present such a 1,000-year soul bone was indeed a grand gesture. Feng Xiaotian silently marveled at the display. Huo Wuxuang said nothing. Yet a wave of greed surged within him upon laying eyes on the soul bone. Yu Tianxin's expression fluctuated, leaving his thoughts a mystery. Huo Wu, however, was most irked. Humph, what a sycophant. This remark, though moderate in volume, was still overheard by several. Shui Bingo coolly interjected, if Yuan Ling'er were a man, would you believe your family could send you to her bed? What did you say? Why don't you warm her bed then? Huo Wu and Shui Bingo had never seen eye to eye. Perhaps it was due to their martial spirits or their conflicting personalities. In any case, they formed an odd couple within the city of Tiando. Shui Bingo scoffed silently. Fool, I am already warming it. Her mother had an ambiguous relationship with the Dragon Emperor Douluo, and her own rapport with Yuan Ling'er was quite amicable, further complemented by the fact that Oscar, a disciple of the Dragon Emperor Douluo, was pursuing her. One could say that the Dragon Emperor Douluo and their Tianshui Academy were akin to family. Although Shui Bingo appeared kind-hearted and beautiful, her childhood environment had compelled her to mature significantly. She was far from a naive damsel. As a child, her father betrayed his marriage, resulting in the birth of a half-sister, Shui Yuer. Subsequently, her parents divorced, and while the matter ended in separation, the indelible impression it left on Shui Bingo was profound. Marriage, in her eyes, was unreliable. One cannot simply be a naive girl seeking a man. One must meticulously test him over time. Reflecting on this, Shui Bingo glanced at Oscar, only to find him grinning foolishly at her. Oscar, how do you feel? Though he often displayed a flamboyant demeanor, she discovered that he was, in fact, a responsible young man when they interacted. Shui Bingo returned Oscar's smile with a sweet expression, causing him to beam even more foolishly. The Qihua Academy. I believe the only esteemed soul Douluo has passed away, correct? Yu Tianxin remarked. Currently, the Qihua Academy relies on 2 soul saints for support. If we could enlist the title Douluo as reinforcement, even if you were to become a mere plaything of the Yuan family, it would still be bearable. Indeed, Huo Wu, do not envy others too much. Just like I mentioned earlier, even wanting to be someone's pet is beyond my reach. Feng Xiaotian, with an air of nonchalance, gazed at the exquisite profile of Yuan Ling'er and sighed. How I long to be Miss Ling'er's devoted companion. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred. Huo Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. Until now, Feng Xiaotian had tirelessly endeavored to be her devoted admirer, and yet, to her dismay, he had seemingly turned his affections elsewhere. Scoundrel! She cried, before hastily retreating, with Huo Wuxuang closely pursuing her. Alas, this was a case of failing to recognize one's own worth. Within the 5-element academy, with the exception of the Elephant Armor sect, the other 4 academies shared amicable ties. Whatever transpired among the current generation was generally known. The entanglement between Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian was no secret to anyone. Shui Bingo had always considered Feng Xiaotian to be unduly self-deprecating, believing that a man ought not to be a mere sycophant, but should possess a modicum of ambition. While she found Feng Xiaotian's obsequious demeanor rather distasteful, she was even less fond of Huo Wu's manipulation of him. Testing a man's character is one thing, as it is the responsibility of a young woman to secure her future. However, one cannot dangle a person's hopes endlessly, relying on a gentleman's gold soul coins to indulge in clothing, jewelry, and lavish feasts as if it were a given. A man seeks a girlfriend, not a dependent. In contrast, Shui, Binger, and Oscar, whenever they ventured out, would each contribute equally, ensuring that Oscar was not the sole provider of gifts. She reciprocated with presents of equivalent value. Their interactions were characterized by casual conversations, devoid of shopping excursions where Oscar was expected to foot the bill. What Shui Bing cherished most was discerning the young man's character through their dialogues. Yuan Ling'er shook her head, firmly rejecting Prince Xuexing's offer. One should not accept rewards without merit. I cannot accept this. It is a jest. Even a fool would recognize that there must be a trap hidden within. Yuan Ling'er is not a fool. How could she possibly discern it as a trap yet still leap into it? Since it is a gesture of apology from the royal uncle, Miss Yuan might as well accept it. Xuexing approached leisurely and spoke gently. Miss Yuan, why not do me a favor and accept it? Yuan Ling'er remained silent. She had previously believed that Qian Rinxue possessed nothing but exceptional talent. However, upon meeting her today, she truly realized that Qian Rinxue was indeed a remarkable individual. Yuan Ling'er was aware that the prince of the Tiandou Empire before her was none other than the nephew of Yuan Xuanlu. Strictly speaking, she could be considered a cousin of Qian Rinxue, albeit without any blood relation. At this moment, the expression of Prince Xuexing began to shift ominously. Since it is His Royal Highness who has spoken, Ling'er, you should graciously accept it. Emerging from a concealed corner, the long-absent Yuan Xuanlu appeared, a glass of red wine elegantly held in his hand. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing's complexion turned as unsightly as that of a pig's liver. Nevertheless, he had to swallow his pride, gritting his teeth as he handed the soul bone to Yuan Ling'er. Miss Yuan, please accept this. Subsequently, regardless of Yuan Ling'er's acceptance, Prince Xuexing forcefully pressed the soul bone into her hands and departed with a snowstorm of emotions. Haha, I apologize, Miss Yuan. My uncle has a rather peculiar temperament. Allow me to speak with him. After exchanging a brief salutation, Xuexing swiftly intercepted Prince Xuexing. Yuan Xuanlu approached with a smile and gently ruffled Yuan Ling'er's hair. Did you not understand? Just a little bit? Yuan Ling'er nodded. The events that had transpired were so swift and electrifying that now, in retrospect, they seemed somewhat amiss, yet still remained shrouded in obscurity. Yuan Xuanlu raised his glass of red wine and took a sip. Avalanche is a frivolous individual, yet he is not foolish. His audacious provocations undoubtedly serve a purpose. Yuan Ling'er inquired, what is his intention? After the avalanche occurred, Prince Xuexing struck him as a pretext and generously bestowed upon you a soul bone. This is precisely his objective. Whoever offers a soul bone for free? Yuan Ling'er smiled, perplexed by Prince Xuexing's peculiar maneuver. Yuan Xuanlu's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, reminiscent of a demon enticing souls to forsake their essence, as he inquired, which holds greater value, the soul bone or the imperial throne? Chapter 69, His Highness the Crown Prince. Such priceless treasures as soul bones are seldom declined by ordinary soul masters, particularly those that share the same attributes. It is a fortuitous opportunity. Even when aware of the potential trap, they remain unable to resist the allure of the soul bones. Yuan Xuanlu elucidated, drawing an analogy from his previous life. Imagine someone handing you the keys and property deeds to numerous luxurious villas in the magical metropolis, only to discover that each deed bears your name, with all legal documentation impeccably in order. At that moment, even if you recognize the trap that lies within, could you truly resist the allure? Alas, every seemingly free offering has already been discreetly priced. He is fully aware that you will inevitably accept the soul bone. Once you do, in the eyes of the nobility and soul masters today, you will have aligned yourself with Prince Xuexing's faction. This alignment may provoke reflections among those within the Tiandou court who have yet to declare their allegiance or are still straddling the fence. What thoughts might arise? Although the Zwiking faction is currently formidable, Prince Xuexing has secured the allegiance of the Dragon Emperor Douluo. Yuan Ling'er, in her confusion, inquired, would they place their trust in an elder of the Spirit Hall? In a moment of mirth, Yuan Xuanlu remarked, the formidable Haotian Douluo, who once vanquished the previous pope, possessed a pope's decree, while the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, traditionally at odds with the Spirit Hall, concurrently serves as an elder within its ranks. Thus, one might ponder whether the title of elder within the Spirit Hall merely signifies a symbolic status, devoid of substantial power. However, this assertion is overly simplistic. Within the entrenched mindset of the Tiandou royal family, it is inconceivable for an elder of the spirit hall to usurp the throne and declare themselves the emperor of Tiandou. Therefore, even if they were to compromise a modicum of imperial interests in favor of the spirit hall, their ultimate aspiration remains the ascension to the imperial throne of Tiandou, ensuring their success in all endeavors. Yuan Ling'er's worldview was profoundly shaken. Could there truly be individuals who would betray their country for personal gain? After all, they belonged to the heavenly Dou royal family. How laughable. Yuan Xuanlu did not provide Yuan Ling'er with a detailed explanation. Instead, he uttered a statement that was entirely unrelated. It matters not who becomes the county magistrate. I merely aspired to be the county magistrate's wife. Yuan Ling'er immediately comprehended that the county magistrate represented the interests of the empire, whereas the lady embodied the emperor's position. Yuan Xuanlu gazed at Yuan Ling'er, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he continued, Prince Xuexing offers you the soul bone without charge, in essence, attempting to win over my backing, to draw me into their faction. Yet, to my surprise, not only do you refuse, but even the crown prince seeks to meddle in the matter. Yuan Ling'er recalled Xuexing's words from earlier, and a smile graced her lips. No wonder I sensed an oddity in the crown prince's previous remarks. Just moments ago, Yuan Ling'er had discerned that although Xuexing appeared to be encouraging her to forgive Xue Bong and accept the soul bone, his tone suggested that it was not the esteemed Prince Xuexing bestowing the soul bone upon her, but rather the crown prince himself, imploring her to pardon his younger brother. Xuexing had truly embodied the archetype of a benevolent elder brother. Presently, Yuan Ling'er accepted it. Yet it was only due to Xuexing's persuasion that she chose to forgive Xuebing. Yuan Ling'er obtained the soul bone, and her gratitude was solely directed towards Xuexing, acknowledging his kindness. What was most exasperating was that Xue Lang had no choice but to express his gratitude towards this brother. Having lost the soul bone, he reaped no benefits and was ultimately left in a most humiliating position. It is no wonder that Prince Xuexing could hardly contain his anger, his countenance reflecting his displeasure so starkly. Yuan Xuanlu chuckled and remarked, the last statement I made was, in fact, an indication of my allegiance, siding with the crown prince's faction. So he left? Yuan Ling'er inquired. Haha, that's impossible, Yuan Xuanlu replied with certainty. As anticipated, Prince Xuexing returned shortly thereafter, accompanied by Xuexing. Cheng paid his respects to the Dragon Emperor Douluo. Moments later, Ning Fengji brought Xuexing back to introduce him to Yuan Xuanlu, followed closely by Gu Douluo. Xuexing always wore a gentle smile, one that endeared him to anyone who beheld it. There is no need for excessive formalities, Your Highness. Yuan Xuanlu regarded Xuexing with considerable fondness, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder, treating him as if he were a younger relative. The Dragon Emperor Douluo has always been known for his genuine nature, eschewing the intricacies of ostentation. Qinghe, you must be mindful in the future, Ning Fengji remarked, suggesting an intimate familiarity with Yuan Xuanlu. Of course, Yuan Xuanlu also detected a hint of sarcasm in the tone, disdainful of such ostentatious rituals. One might argue that genuine sentiment can, from another perspective, be interpreted as a lack of refinement and disregard for etiquette. Yuan Xuanlu, maintaining a faade of composure, cast a few scrutinizing glances at Xuexing and suddenly remarked, the newspapers proclaim that Prince Xuexing is benevolent and loves his people, having met him today. I can indeed attest to this. Xuexing humbly replied, I am unworthy of such praise. The prosperity of our empire today is entirely due to the wisdom and valor of my father, the emperor. He gestured respectfully towards the direction of the heavenly dual palace. Under the auspices of the Dragon Emperor, perhaps we should relocate to continue our discourse. Ning Fengji made a gesture inviting them to proceed, and the group followed him to a nearby side hall. Subsequently, Ning Fengji, Yuan Xuanlu, and Xuexing commenced a tedious exchange of formalities, engaging in a delicate verbal dance. Ning Fengji harbored the intention of introducing Yuan Xuanlu to Xuexing, hoping that the prince would extend his support, thereby securing the backing of the Dragon Emperor. Yuan Xuanlu was well aware of Ning Fengji's thoughts, yet he understood that Xuexing was his niece, and thus he feigned ignorance. Xuexing, on her part, recognized Yuan Xuanlu as her second uncle, but chose to maintain a facade of unawareness as well. At the table, three masters of theatrics struggled to utter a single truth. Naturally, the conversation transitioned from casual banter about various topics to the matters concerning the current imperial court. Ning Fengji remarked, indeed, this empire is experiencing an unprecedented era of prosperity, unseen in 3 centuries. Xuexing concurred, stating, "All of this is owed to His Majesty's adept governance. As subjects, we are immensely grateful." Little Shui could easily win an Oscar for her performance. Yuan Xuanlu also chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, soul masters seem to lead quite comfortable lives. However, the prosperity of soul masters does not necessarily imply that the common folk fare equally well. Yet, it appears that what Ning Fingji referred to as a prosperous age does not encompass the commoners. This situation resembles Yuan Xuanlu's previous life, where the phrase not competing with the people for profit primarily referred to the gentry, leaving the common masses utterly disregarded. Nevertheless, I perceive certain latent dangers within the empire. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, have you not noticed?" Yuan Xuanlu suddenly interjected. Before Ning Fengji could respond, Xue Qinghe remarked, "I humbly request the guidance of His Majesty the Dragon Emperor Douluo." Sighing, Yuan Xuanlu replied, "Referring to me as the Dragon Emperor Douluo feels rather distant. It would be more endearing to call me uncle." He smiled, adding, "Doesn't that create a sense of closeness?" "Uncle?" Xue Qinghe thought, feeling an exhilarating thrill. "In the past, while in Wuhuan City, I indeed addressed you in that manner. But we are in Tiando City now." Yuan Xuanlu gazed earnestly at Ning Fingji and said, "Master Ning, I must confess that the moment I first laid eyes on His Royal Highness, I felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity. Would you not agree, Xiao Xue?" Xiao Xue. Qian Rushiwe's heart seemed to leap from her chest. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly seized the opportunity, smiling, "Uncle." Ning Fingji, perceiving the significance of Yuan Xuanlu's words regarding the prince, recognized that the bond between Yuan Xuanlu and the prince had been established. The three cunning old foxes exchanged knowing smiles. "Uncle, may I inquire what the dangers to the empire's security are that you mentioned?" Xue Qinghe's voice grew increasingly confident. His demeanor was more intimate than when he referred to the Snow Knight Emperor as father. Indeed, the threats pertained to those two individuals who posed a danger to His Royal Highness. Yuan Xuanlu straightforwardly articulated the matter. "At today's banquet, His Highness the Crown Prince shall represent the Royal Academy of Tiando. However, the Emperor of the Snowy Night took the unnecessary step of dispatching Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing to attend. Have you pondered the reasons behind this?" Indeed, it was Prince Xuexing who initially submitted the proposal, which was subsequently tacitly approved by the Emperor. Xue Qinghe was no fool. Upon hearing Yuan Xuanlu raise this issue, he felt an increasing sense of unease. "Uncle," he inquired, "are you suggesting that my father does not trust me?" This was the thought that lingered in Xue Qinghe's mind. Yet as the Crown Prince, he could not openly articulate such sentiments. Yuan Xuanlu hastily restrained Xue Qinghe and continued, "Be wary, for walls have ears." He chuckled. "With the Dragon Emperor Douluo present, who could possibly eavesdrop on our conversation?" Bon Douluo suddenly interjected, "I was merely speaking casually." Yuan Xuanlu's expression remained unchanged as he transformed from a politician discussing matters of state into an ordinary citizen boasting in a tea house. If Xue Bolin were truly a frivolous individual, Prince Xuexing would not have consistently taken him under his wing, for one cannot elevate a clod of mud. Wisdom has been imparted. Xue Qinghe smiled subtly. Little Xue seemed to have overstepped. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted Xue Qinghe's shoulder. After their conversation concluded, everyone departed from the side hall, leaving only Xue Qinghe behind. Reclining in his chair, Xue Qinghe remained still, stirring the steaming tea, and after a long sigh, Qian Rinxue spoke in a warm, resonant voice. How exhilarating. Chapter 70. Uncle. Years later, Qian Rinxue stood before the papal palace, inevitably recalling that distant afternoon when her uncle took her to visit the Douluo Palace. Over a decade ago, in the Spirit City at the papal palace. "Get out." A booming voice echoed. Young Qian Rinxue, tears welling in her eyes, slowly lowered the paper crane she had proudly presented to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong glared at Qian Rinxue's face and her signature golden hair, seething with anger. Seeing Qian Rinxue was akin to seeing her father, which was utterly repugnant. "Mother, get out." Bibi Dong rose, ready to slap Qian Rinxue. Terrified, Qian Rinxue quickly shut her eyes, curling up, the paper crane slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Yet, the anticipated pain did not descend upon her. After all, the child is innocent. If you wish to vent your anger on Qian Xuanji, do not play the villain in front of the child. How will your own offspring perceive you in the future? Yuan Xuanlu grasped Bibi Dong's wrist, shielding Qian Rinxue behind him. The slap was never delivered. "Your entire family is utterly repulsive," Bibi Dong bellowed at Yuan Xuanlu, her fury palpable. In her sudden rage, Bibi Dong resembled a fierce lion, causing the petite Qian Rinxue to instinctively clutch Yuan Xuanlu's sleeve tightly. That affair concerns Qian Xuanji. It has nothing to do with me. Yuan Xuanlu gazed upon Bibi Dong's exquisite visage, pondering how this infatuation truly begets misfortune. Are you not the least bit incensed? I am, after all, your Bibi Dong. Suddenly, she halted, and even she seemed taken aback. My betrothed? Yuan sought to continue the conversation with Bibi Dong, affirming, indeed. The members of the Spirit Hall are intentionally trying to unite us. As the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall and a wielder of twin martial souls, you possess significant potential for cultivation. They require our union to firmly tether you to the chariot of the Spirit Hall. Precisely, Bibi Dong retorted vehemently. Is that so? Then why did you immediately turn to Yu Xiaojiang? Bibi Dong's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, You are being utterly unreasonable. We are simply not suited for one another. Am I being unreasonable? Yuan Xuanlu, in a fit of exasperation, laughed ironically. I had made it abundantly clear from the outset. Having received so much from our Spirit Hall, you are indeed one of us. If you desire the freedom to love, by all means, just return what belongs to us. Do not indulge in feasting while disparaging us behind our backs. You take our provisions, our soul bones and rings, only to turn around and strike a blow against our Spirit Hall on behalf of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. I had also warned you. Qian Xuanji would stop at nothing to retain you within the Spirit Hall. Simply yield, sever your ties with Yu Xiaojiang for the time being. There is no need for a sham marriage with me. Once Qian Xuanji is no more, we can each pursue our own paths, remaining unconnected. Qian Douluo will concern himself solely with the angel god's legacy. He will not interfere with your pursuits. You may seek to rekindle your romance with Yu Xiaojiang, while I shall find a lovely and gentle maiden. This way, we no longer regard each other with disdain. Upon hearing Yuan Xuanlu's words, Bibi Dong questioned. Then why did you seek out Qian Xuanji for a confrontation? Yuan Xuanlu pondered with a thoughtful stroke of his chin, casting a glance at Bibi Dong's expression before stating, Let me be candid. Please do not label me with the heavy accusation of objectifying women. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. To me, you are akin to a soul bone imbued with the essence of darkness accumulated over 100 millennia. Upon the utterance of Yuan Xuanlu's words, Bibi Dong's countenance flushed crimson. For soul masters, soul bones are invaluable treasures, and those that are 100,000 years old are even more so. I once possessed a soul bone of such age, and everyone proclaimed that it was destined to be mine, even though I was aware that its attributes did not align with my martial spirit. The sheer worth of a 100,000-year soul bone is indisputable. Ultimately, that soul bone was absorbed by Qian Xuanji, and my initial fury was palpable. Yet, after the storm of anger subsided, I confronted Qian Xuanji, demanding compensation in the form of a new soul bone for the one he had taken. He acquiesced. As for Bibi Dong, the depth of her earlier emotion was now eclipsed by an equal measure of rage. She exclaimed vehemently, You possess not an ounce of sentiment. You are nothing more than a creature of self-interest. Yuan Xuanlu coldly scoffed. I engage solely in transactions of interest with both Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji. Emotions hold no sway in our dealings. No matter how striking your appearance may be, it amounts to little more than mere flesh. I am not your devoted admirer. When I initially offered a word of caution, I believed I had acted with sufficient benevolence. To speak bluntly, even a dog that has been nurtured for a decade would not abandon its loyalty merely because a stranger beckons. You dare to call me a dog? Bai Dong swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. You show me no respect whatsoever. Yuan Xuanlu, with a disdainful laugh. Yuan Xuanlu cast a glance at Qian Rengxiu, taking her hand as they departed from the palace, leaving behind only Bibi Dong's furious roar. Uncle, do you think my mother particularly dislikes me? Qian Rengxiu inquired, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yuan Xuanlu gently lifted the petite Qian Rengxiu into his arms. I find myself at a loss for how to respond to your inquiry. My mother departed from this world when I was but a child. Qian Rengxiu, allow me to escort you to the Douluo Palace. With Qian Rengxiu cradled in his embrace, Yuan Xuanlu made his way to the Douluo Palace. The palace exuded an air of sanctity and solemnity, guarded by devoted sentinels. This hallowed ground serves as the final resting place for the renowned titled Douluos throughout the ages, though many of the tombs are merely symbolic. Yuan Xuanlu gently set Qian Rengxiu down, taking her hand as they strolled past the gravestones one by one. The iron-gray stone slabs chronicled the lives of these titled Douluos. Even the mightiest titled Douluo, upon death, becomes naught but a patch of yellow earth. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted Qian Rengxiu's head and remarked, Family, wealth, fame, status, and cultivation are ultimately inconsequential. The most precious aspect of life is the unrestrained embrace of nature. Is uncle also unrestrained? Qian Rinxue suddenly inquired. Certainly not, came the reply. Within the vast hall, two distinct sets of footsteps echoed, one large, belonging to Yuan Xuanlu, and one small, that of Qian Rinxue. Reminiscent of the resonant tolling of a bronze bell. No one can truly be unencumbered, yet one can still find joy amidst hardship. Yuan Xuanlu had many sentiments to convey to the petite Qian Rinxue, yet the words remained trapped at the threshold of her lips. In the journey of life, one's own happiness holds paramount importance. The opinions of others can be left to their own devices. Ultimately, with maturity, understanding will dawn upon you. In a state of half-slumber, Qian Rinxue opened her eyes to find the study of the prince's residence still aglow with light. To my astonishment, I had dozed off. Rubbing her temples, she recalled how, after delivering a speech at the banquet, she had been diligently forging connections with the members of the Five-Element Academy. It was only after the guests had departed that she hastened back to the prince's residence. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken her. Upon entering the study with the intention of reviewing a few documents, she unexpectedly succumbed to sleep. Young master, Elder Yuan has arrived. A figure outside the window gently knocked before delivering the report. Quietly usher my second uncle in, and ensure no one sees him, Qian Rinxue instructed. Despite the evident weariness etched on her face from her interrupted slumber, her mind still felt foggy, yet she was resolute in engaging in conversation with her second uncle. After the banquet concluded, Qian Rinxue entrusted the prince's token to Yuan Xuanlu, encouraging him to visit her whenever he found the opportunity. Yuan Xuanlu readily accepted this decision. Undoubtedly, this action conveyed a significant political signal, the Dragon Emperor Douluo's support for the Crown Prince. Might the Seven-Star Academy and the Heavenly Water Academy, closely associated with the Dragon Emperor Douluo, also extend their support to the Crown Prince? The nobles began to ponder these possibilities. With the Crown Prince so burdened, perhaps he would be better off returning to the Spirit Hall to assume the role of Pope. Yuan Xuanlu stealthily entered the prince's study, and upon seeing the weariness etched on Qian Rinxue's face, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha, my dear uncle, you jest. How could she possibly relinquish her position to me?" Qian Rinxue felt remarkably at ease as she leaned back slightly in the leather chair. Yuan Xuanlu smiled faintly and remarked, "If you return now, all the offerings and 2/3 of the elders will rally by your side. However, this is not an opportune moment. I, Qian Rinxue, must reclaim what is rightfully mine, ensuring that they are thoroughly convinced." Having held the position of Crown Prince for so many years, Qian Rinxue indeed possesses a certain regal demeanor. That position will eventually be mine. Such ambition. Yuan Xuanlu felt a deep satisfaction with Qian Rinxue's response, believing her vision and capacity far surpassed his own. Without further ado, he added, "I shall present you with this celestial herb." The Yuan Shun Road unveiled the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. This extraordinary herb quivered with a vibrant crimson hue, resembling jelly, yet composed of grass leaves. The tips of the leaves resembled a coxcomb, and the veins gleamed with a golden hue, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. This remarkable entity, known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is not meant to be chewed or swallowed. Rather, one must harness their soul power to channel its essence. Oh, regardless of the pain endured, one must persevere, for should one falter midway, the efficacy of the herb will be significantly diminished. Qian Rinxue merely ensured its safekeeping without consuming it. The angelic martial soul possesses attributes of divinity and fire. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower can assist in the evolution of flames. What level are you currently at? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue replied, "Level 54. With an innate soul power of level 20. You have squandered a considerable amount of talent to only reach level 54. Yuan Shun Road felt a pang of sorrow. This is my own choice. If I were to remain in the Spirit Hall and encounter that woman, it would only evoke a deep-seated revulsion within me. Qian Rinxue, however, maintained a pragmatic outlook. With gain comes loss. If I can reclaim the entirety of the Tiando Empire, the squandered talent will be inconsequential. It seems that scoundrel, Shuiyi, is beginning to harbor doubts about you. Although Ning Fingji is your mentor, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, though grand, lacks power. The military aspect is the foundation of palace intrigue. If you truly wish for assistance, I can recommend a few individuals to you. Yuan Xuanlu remained troubled by Qian Rinxue's covert plans. Unfortunately, despite his understanding of the intricacies of the court and the principle that power ultimately resides in military might, he recognized that he lacked the finesse of Qian Rinxue, who had navigated the political arena for over a decade. "Uncle," Qian Rinxue suddenly expressed a hint of sadness. "Let's discuss this later. I recently dozed off and was suddenly reminded of my childhood. However, I was so young then that many memories are hazy. May I inquire about my father and the Pope? Chapter 71. Familial queries. May I inquire about my father and the Pope? Qian Ruxue asked with curiosity. The stories of her parents seemed shrouded in mystery, as if everyone deliberately chose to avoid discussing them. Yuan Xuanlu shook his head, appearing quite solemn and earnest. This matter can only be disclosed to you after Qian Douluo has informed you. So, let us discuss what kind of individuals they are. Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue immediately shifted her approach, seeking to glean more information. Yuan Xuanlu gazed into Qian Ruxue's eyes, initially inclined to refuse, yet upon reflection, he considered that it might not be a detriment for her to gain an early understanding of certain matters concerning her parents. Your father, indeed, possesses a talent that is relatively feeble among those who wield angelic martial souls. This assertion is undoubtedly accurate. In the pursuit of wisdom, one must learn to navigate with subtlety. That individual, Qian Xuanji, has channeled all his innate talent into the art of strategy and manipulation. Do not be deceived. The Spirit Hall once merely stood on equal footing with the two great empires. However, under his guidance, it has ascended to a position of dominance over them. The Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have both been infiltrated with numerous hidden agents, which is precisely why you were able to so effortlessly assume the identity of Shui Qinghe. Yuan Xuanlu harbored resentment towards his inexpensive brother, yet he could not help but admire his talent for strategy and cunning. Of course, Yuan Xuanlu concluded with a remark. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he remains a scoundrel. As Yuan sought to traverse the topic of scoundrels, an awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. Qian Ruxue, sensing the discomfort, swiftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "What of my sister's mother?" It was evident that she harbored unresolved feelings towards her own mother, to the extent that referring to Bai Dong as mother posed a considerable challenge. What sort of person is the Pope? Qian Ruxue asked, her choice of words shifting, and her tone markedly more composed. Ambitious and exceptionally gifted, yet prone to extremes, often oscillating from one radical position to another. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment before speaking. How do you articulate it? Qian Ruxue inquired, visibly perplexed. If one possesses talent, it speaks for itself. A twin martial soul is sufficient to signify Bibi Dong's prowess. As for ambition, it is evident that when Bibi Dong first ascended to the position of saintess, she was eager to engage in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, demonstrating a strong desire to take charge and an unwavering dedication to her career. Yuan Xuanlu let out a sigh, transitioning from one extreme to another. She was once consumed by youthful infatuation, and now she yearns for destruction, which is utterly deranged. What is there to destroy? Qian Ruxue widened her eyes in astonishment. Yuan Xuanlu could never divulge Bibi Dong's intention to annihilate the angel family. After all, Qian Ruxue is Bibi Dong's daughter. To utter such words would undoubtedly lead to an endless stream of troubles in the future. Yuan Xuanlu could only speak ambiguously, expressing a desire to annihilate all beings and entities that obstruct her. In truth, if one were to consider the original text, it seems that Bibi Dong's aspirations for destruction extend beyond merely the angel family. She harbors ambitions to obliterate the entirety of the Douluo continent. However, now that one has truly traversed into the realm of Douluo continent, relying solely on the novel to form a one-dimensional understanding of an individual would be profoundly misguided. From Yuan Xuanlu's perspective, Bibi Dong appears to possess a singular intent to eradicate the angel family, while her grander vision is, in fact, the unification of the continent. As for Bibi Dong's feelings towards Yu Xiaojiang, Yuan Xuanlu can only lament that the original author has forcibly transformed Bibi Dong from a cunning queen of intrigue and an ambitious schemer into a fool utterly controlled by romantic sentiments. It must be said, this is truly a diminishment of her character. Uncle, I have previously heard some rumors about you and her. Are they true? Qian Ruxue inquired. One can ascertain, without speculation, that the source of the message is indeed related to the Chrysanthemum Pass. Are you suggesting that there exists a romantic connection between her and me? Yuan Xuanlu candidly acknowledges the peculiar nature of his relationship with Qian Ruxue. Upon reflecting that Qian Ruxue would also become infatuated with love, only to be deceived tragically by Tang San, he suddenly felt a sense of duty as an elder to impart wisdom to Qian Ruxue. Firstly, little Shui, you must remember this. All men are driven by desire and are untrustworthy. Every man, including myself, and even your grandfather, in a moment of carelessness, a monumental revelation emerged in the quest for the truth. Grandfather? Qian Ruxue was left utterly bewildered. Yuan Xuanlu spoke with unwavering conviction. I shall never divulge the tales of your grandfather and Tang Chen of the Haotian sect, who together cherished the enchanting Poseidon Island. Only to have Poseidon rebuff your grandfather's romantic advances. Do not inquire further. Qian Renshua, having once heard that her uncle and grandfather epitomized the ideal of filial piety, now found herself astonished by the revelations of the day. Clearly, the focus had shifted from the romantic history of her grandfather and Poseidon to the intriguing gossip surrounding Yuan Ling'er. Once more, Qian Renshua donned a curious expression, eager to absorb the unfolding drama. As for Bibi Dong, hailing from humble origins, she was swiftly embraced by our spirit hall upon the discovery of her dual martial spirits, which elucidates her inclination to approach matters from the perspective of commoner spirit masters. Yuan Ling'er recounts the tale of his youthful encounters with Bibi Dong. Subsequently, through Bibi Dong's remarkable talent and cunning, she inevitably ascended to the position of the saintess. It was during that period that I became acquainted with Bibi Dong. How shall I describe it? Yuan Ling'er felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke before Qian Renshua, admitting his prior admiration for Bai Dong's physique. Your mother is truly beautiful, and I merely find her appearance captivating, prompting my desire to pursue her. Moreover, our ages are quite similar. She is but my elder sister. Consequently, this matter has garnered support from all quarters of the Spirit Hall, including your father. Everyone is endeavoring to unite us. Qian Renshua's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as a thought crossed her mind, conjuring images of the brother usurping his sibling's wife scenario, leading her to silently scoff at the absurdity of it all. It's not as grave as you might imagine. Upon observing Qian Renshu, it became evident that her thoughts were misguided. The truth is, my relationship with Bibi Dong is not as profound as many presume. Many believe that as the brother of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, pursuing a saintess should be effortless. However, she is a person, not an object or a mere fictional character. Girls possess their own thoughts, values, and personalities. My character does not harmonize with Bibi Dong's. We simply do not resonate with one another. Bibi Dong is dedicated to managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall, often occupied until the late hours, embodying the essence of a career-driven woman. In contrast, I relish the tranquility of late nights spent leisurely sipping a drink, followed by returning to bed for a peaceful slumber, epitomizing the essence of a laid-back individual. When we spend time together, she discusses the mundane political matters of the Spirit Hall, which lulls me into a state of drowsiness, while I attempt to share the enjoyable and delectable experiences within the Spirit Hall, which fail to pique her interest. She cannot comprehend why. Despite being situated within the Spirit Hall, I do not strive relentlessly to cultivate my powers and seize authority, just as I fail to understand why. Having attained the status of the saintess, she cannot simply embrace her role in tranquility. After all, our wealth is boundless, and our future will assuredly lead us to the title of Douluo. Why must we exert ourselves so vigorously? In summary, I am unwilling to alter the trajectory of my life for her, and she is equally reluctant to abandon her ambition for me. I simply refuse to compromise. Under normal circumstances, our fate would likely lead us to an arranged marriage. However, unexpectedly, Bibi Dong has become infatuated with a feckless member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Xiaojiang. What does that ineffectual fellow possess that surpasses me? Aside from his ability to utter sweet nothings and please a girl, he lacks my soul power, my lineage, and my intellect. One winter, as the weather turned frigid, I offered Bibi Dong a cup of warm water, genuinely intending to care for her. Yet, my gesture paled in comparison to Yu Xiaojiang, taking her out to admire the snowy scenery. What is there to behold in the depths of winter? The biting cold is unbearable, even for soul masters. Qian Rengshu, have you ever realized how remarkably oblivious you are? After Yuan Ling'er concluded his remarks, he casually waved his hand. At this point, he felt no emotional attachment to Bai Dong. Subsequently, there was no recourse. Once she became infatuated, she became impervious to the opinions of others. I am not her sycophant. I merely appreciate her beauty. Why should I indulge her? I refuse to compromise my own principles for her sake. Thus, we parted ways rather unceremoniously. Qian Renshua still harbored many questions, yet it appeared that Yuan Ling'er was unwilling to elaborate further. She could not press him. So she shifted the conversation to the matter of the Crown Prince's power struggle. The two engaged in a candlelit discussion. Ultimately, I find myself with little else to say. In essence, power is derived from the barrel of a gun. Therefore, I must trouble my uncle to manage the military ranks and officers on my behalf. Indeed, Yuan Ling'er was just about to step outside when he suddenly broke into a silly grin. Look at my memory. Do you know where the Haotian shield of the Tiando Empire is kept? Qian Renshua found Yuan Ling'er's question somewhat peculiar. Yet she didn't dwell on it too much. It is stored in the royal treasury. If my uncle needs it, I can retrieve it for him to appreciate for a few days. No need for that. Just tell me the location, and I shall personally go and collect it. Yuan Xuanlu harbored intentions of seizing the sea god's legacy. Even if he had no use for it, he would certainly not allow Tang San to acquire it. He also urged his second uncle to exercise caution, as that place was the royal treasury, guarded by formidable protectors. Qian Rinxue informed Yuan Xuanlu of the royal treasury's location within the palace, speaking earnestly. It was only after that she realized that the Yuan Xuanlu before her was a titled Douluo. What kind of might could surpass that of a titled Douluo? Do remember to consume the celestial herbs. After acquiring the location of the royal treasury, Yuan Xuanlu pushed open the door to the crown princess study and departed. A single raindrop fell, landing on Yuan Xuanlu's nose. Chapter 72. Lieutenant of the Tiando Imperial Guard. The rain continued to fall, as if engaged in conversation. The northern rain lacked the damp chill of the southern star Luo Empire. It arrived with thick clouds, obscuring the sky and sun, accompanied by the booming of thunder, creating a scene of torrential downpour. The dawn was dim. A Soul Master lieutenant entered his home, holding an umbrella. He was a lieutenant within the Tiando Imperial City's Imperial Guard, having just completed his midnight watch and returned to his residence in Tiando City. Darling, you're back. I'll bring out the noodles. A gentle woman emerged from within the house, her face alight with a smile. The lieutenant took a seat at the dining table. This woman, surnamed Liu, was a local of Tiando City, relatively young but had been widowed for many years. After an unintentional meeting, their relationship blossomed, and they naturally began living together. Madame Liu was skilled and adept, excelling in needlework and culinary arts. Darling, please try this noodle dish. A bowl of clear broth noodles was presented, garnished with a few vegetables and slices of ginger, meticulously prepared with evident care. On a rainy day, ginger warms the stomach. The lieutenant accepted the chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Madame Liu sat beside him, smiling as she watched him. The lieutenant returned her gaze with a silly grin, though a lingering sorrow shadowed his brow. Darling, have you encountered some troubling matters? Madame Liu inquired. The lieutenant pondered for a moment, realizing that sharing his burdens with someone would be beneficial, and sighed. Alas, I have toiled for over a decade in the Imperial Guard, earning my qualifications for a promotion long ago. Unfortunately, those gilded young lords occupy the positions. This time, a lieutenant position has finally opened up, and I offered the deputy commander 200 gold soul coins to facilitate my advancement. Yet, unexpectedly, a scoundrel took the position through underhanded means. Did the commander accept the money but fail to act? Madame Liu furrowed her delicate brow. Who knows? In any case, that money is lost. The lieutenant was furious. Is that person particularly powerful? Did they enter through exceptional means? Madame Liu continued to question. Oh dear. You know all too well that those who gain favors rarely possess genuine skills. The lieutenant's face displayed his distress, and he clicked his tongue in exasperation. There's nothing to be done. Connections are indeed advantageous. That person was promoted by Prince Xuesheng, yet his actual strength is only at level 33, 5 levels below mine. Madame Liu remained silent. The lieutenant lamented, moreover, once that individual becomes a lieutenant tomorrow, I must present him with gifts to celebrate. Is there any sense in this world? Alas, such is the nature of the world we live in. Lu Nyangzi clasped the hand of the captain, saying, for individuals like us, such is the reality. When those illustrious figures stomp their feet, we experience a cataclysm. To seek a lifetime of peace is already a great blessing. Alas, I find this unacceptable. The captain, feeling a similar discontent within, replied, if I were to remain stagnant at the rank of captain, why would I have to toil so fervently in my training? Surely, one could merely drift through life at level 20. Dear sir, you must not resign yourself to complacency, Lu Nyangzi interjected earnestly. As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligence. Why not strive to surpass level 40? Achieving that would render the position of commander easily attainable. The captain felt a surge of gratitude. Lu Nyangzi was indeed a person of wisdom and virtue. Yet, his brow remained furrowed. If only he could break through level 40. He would not be mired in this gloom. After sipping some ginger soup, the chill within him dissipated. I am already 39 years old. Surely, I can accomplish this within the spirit sect, he mused, a subtle bitterness lingering on his tongue. His accomplishments were commendable among ordinary civilian spirit masters. In the world of Douluo, not many civilians possessed remarkable innate talents. Most simply pursued steady education, progressing from primary to intermediate academies. and by the time they reached advanced institutions, they often could no longer afford tuition. Thus, they entered the workforce, navigating life's challenges. For someone like the captain, securing a position guarding the royal palace was viewed as both stable and secure by many civilian spirit masters. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, cautioning him to disturb no one and to keep this matter confidential. The captain instinctively trembled, then placed a reassuring hand on Lun Yangzi's shoulder. You should retire for the night. I have an errand to attend to. What errand? Haven't you already completed your shift today? Lun Yangzi questioned, perplexed. When told to sleep, one should simply obey, without unnecessary inquiries. The captain, growing impatient, lightly patted her shoulder. He wished to shield Lun Yangzi's curiosity from leading her to follow him. Risking exposure to the one who had sent the message, someone who might not harbor good intentions and could resort to violence to maintain secrecy. After clearing the dishes, Lun Yangzi hurried back to her room to rest, while the captain lingered momentarily, unfurling his umbrella as he stepped outside. He scanned the surroundings and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag to gather his composure before asking, "Is anyone there?" A hand rested upon the captain's shoulder. "I am here." Yuan Xuanlu emerged from the shadows. "Who are you?" "Do not be anxious." Yuan Xuanlu offered a cigarette to the officer. "I have a smoke." The officer paused, his mind quick to comprehend, and hastily accepted the exquisite 9-5 Supreme from Yuan Xuanlu. Such a luxury was something he would never dream of purchasing for himself. "Hee, my lord, what is your intention?" The officer wore a smile that sought to ingratiate. "It is I." Yuan Xuanlu reached out to remove his mask, then briefly flashed the prince's token in his hand. "I am currently in the service of the prince. Yuan, my brother." The captain clearly recognized Yuan Xuanlu. Their bond was forged during their revelries over drinks. Thus they were acquainted. However, the captain was unaware that Yuan Xuanlu was the renowned Dragon Emperor Douluo, perceiving him merely as a formidable soul master endowed with wealth and power. "My brother Yuan serves the prince, destined for greatness," the captain pondered in confusion. "The prince requires assistance from the military." The words spoken by Yuan Xuanlu reflect profound contemplation. According to the trajectory of the coup depicted in the original text, Qian Rinxue intended to summon soul masters from the spirit hall. However, such a strategy reveals considerable vulnerabilities. The crux of the matter lies with the soul masters of the spirit hall. Despite their loyalty, their commitment to insurrection may waver. Should the crown prince find himself in a precarious position, it is likely that dissenting voices will emerge, advocating for a more prudent approach, suggesting that preserving one's life is paramount. Being affiliated with the spirit hall, if the rebellion falters, they can simply retreat, dissolving into their ranks without the necessity of sacrificing themselves for the crown prince's cause. Conversely, the presence of a cadre of mid-ranking officers who are devoted to the crown prince alters the dynamics significantly. Having endured prolonged subjugation by their superior officers, their aspirations for advancement will compel them to distinguish themselves through notable deeds. Furthermore, they are acutely aware that their actions constitute treason. Thus, they would exert themselves to the utmost to elevate the crown prince, for failure to do so would leave them without a viable future. Nevertheless, this is merely a conjecture for the future. It is imprudent to disclose such strategies to the officers at this juncture. Instead, the current objective is to entice them with visions of grandeur, assuring them that they have captured the crown prince's attention and inviting them to join the illustrious faction supporting him. Yet, I am merely a soul master of over 30 levels. What influence do I possess? The lieutenant, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. The senior officers may not wholeheartedly champion the crown prince, but your support now could pave the way for future accolades. Yuan Xuanlu continued. As for reaching the 30th level, it is not about engaging in battle. It is merely that the crown prince wishes to have his own informants within the imperial guard. The captain fell silent. He was not the type to risk his life for the sake of climbing the social ladder. He was content with the warmth of his home and the company of his family. If not for your own sake, you must consider the future of your children. Being a young master is far preferable to being a servant. Yuan Xuanlu was acutely aware of the Achilles heel of this military officer, which lay in his family. In his youth, Yuan Xuanlu thrived in solitude, free to indulge in his whims without restraint. However, after the arrival of Yuan Ling'er, his initial desire was for his child to cultivate in tranquility. Yet, as events unfolded and Yuan Ling'er resolved to eliminate Tang San, Yuan Xuanlu has set aside his previous nonchalant and laid-back demeanor, beginning to contemplate a future for Yuan Ling'er. After finishing his cigarette, the captain carefully lit a Jiu Wuji Zun, inhaling deeply before exhaling a long plume of smoke. A hearty smile spread across his face. Is this what the influential smoke? Indeed. Although Yuan Xuanlu does not smoke, he responded in this manner. In truth. Whether I indulge in the exquisite 9-5 Supreme or the ordinary by Sha, they are essentially the same. The young officer hung his head, resembling a forlorn dog. Yet, I must consider my child's future. You are correct. It is far better for a child to be a young master than a servant. The officer took another deep breath, gazing towards his own courtyard, where Lun Yangzi was already with child. I too hail from humble beginnings. After years of toil, have I not aspired to wealth and status? In my youth, I served the young masters of affluent families, toiling like a beast. When a young master snatched away my portion of food to entertain his dog, I would weep in silence. The steward would come over, striking me and demanding applause for the dog's tricks, proclaiming that the young master possessed a compassionate heart. Unable to bear the sight of the impoverished in tears, Yuan Xuanlu received no evaluations. Regardless, I have no desire for my child to live as a mere servant once more. The captain resolved within himself. Do I need to forge a declaration of allegiance? To eliminate a leader? Ha ha ha, there will be a time when your assistance will be required. Yuan Xuanlu presented the officer with a bag filled with gold soul coins, which upon a cursory count revealed to be over 1,000. The issue of official rank meant that the crown prince could not overtly extend his influence into the military. However, orchestrating the unexpected demise of the newly appointed general posed no dilemma. The officer felt a chill run down his spine. The general, in his eyes, was already a minor leader. He was taken aback by the casualness with which such a life could be extinguished, revealing the utter disregard for human life held by these powerful figures. As the officer weighed the 1,000 gold soul coins in his hand, he realized that this sum was likely intended for him to bribe the commandant again following the general's demise, with the excess perhaps being his own gain. He resolved to diligently cultivate his skills and ascend the ranks, hoping that in 10 years he might achieve level 40. Yuan Xuanlu gently patted the shoulder of the captain, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. The rain gradually subsided, yet the captain felt an icy chill piercing through to the crown of his head. Chapter 73, Preparations for Infiltrating the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, Part 1, 7 Stars Academy. Yuan Ling'er concluded a night of profound meditation and subsequently rose to partake in breakfast. The previous night had witnessed a downpour, and the daylight remained shrouded in a gentle drizzle. The verdant evergreen trees melded seamlessly into the misty rain. Oscar had arrived at the dining hall quite early, where a window was dedicated to selling Oscar's delectable sausages. Good morning, Ling'er. Would you care for a sausage? Oscar exclaimed, holding up a grilled sausage and flashing a cheeky grin at Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Ling'er glanced at his window, where students formed a long queue, with numerous teachers mingling among them. Is it truly that delicious? Yuan Ling'er was taken aback. It seemed that Oscar's sausages possessed only a singular flavor. Could it be that the essence of charcoal grilling offered a distinct taste? With this query lingering in her mind, upon raising her head, Yuan Ling'er was greeted by a colossal advertisement on the window, the Dragon Emperor Douluo's favorite sausage. Beside it was a vibrant image of Yuan Xuanlu, showcasing a sunny smile with a prominent front tooth while holding a sausage. In the bustling cafeteria, amidst the smoky atmosphere, the front tooth in the image gleamed with a subtle sheen of grease. Yuan Ling'er stifled a yawn and chose not to purchase the Oscar sausages. Instead, she approached another counter to order a bowl of beef noodles. Would you prefer it round or flat? The cafeteria lady inquired in her thick dialect. Round, she replied. Yuan Ling'er replied. It wasn't long before a steaming bowl of beef meatballs and rice noodles was served. Yuan Ling'er personally carried her rice noodles to the condiments table, where she added cilantro, sesame oil, minced garlic, vinegar, and a generous handful of chili oil. Subsequently, she sought out a cozy corner where Mu and Guang were seated to savor her noodles. Yuan Ling'er and Yuan Xuanlu share similar dietary preferences, both exhibiting a fondness for spicy flavors. Fortunately, as a soul master, she is spared from the unsightly blemishes that might otherwise arise. Sitting opposite Yuan Ling'er, Mu Guang found himself overwhelmed by the pungent aroma, exclaiming, "The scent alone is enough to set my eyes watering." Being a local of Tiando City, he was not accustomed to such fiery tastes. Nonetheless, the dish was undeniably delicious. Yuan Ling'er savored her noodles with great enthusiasm, crimson oil smudging the corners of her mouth. One wonders why Oscar has been rising early and working late to sell sausages these past few days. After a brief moment of eating, Yuan Ling'er inquired. Mu Guang had just finished devouring 2 sizable meat buns, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth with a piece of paper, as if he were in need of funds. Need for money? besides the Soul Master subsidy provided by the Spirit Hall. It seemed he was exempt from tuition fees at school, so it must be pocket money. Mu Guang remarked, to maintain a romance with Yuan Ling'er. That meager Soul Master allowance is certainly insufficient. Before long, Ajia arrived as well, plopping himself down on a chair with a cheerful demeanor. Greeting Yuan Ling'er and Mu Guang. Why haven't I seen Uncle Yuan yet? It's been several days, Ajia pondered in confusion. In recent days, Yuan Xuanlu seems to have vanished without a trace, as if he is entirely absent. The teachers, too, appear to be conspicuously missing from the school, leaving one to wonder what they could possibly be occupied with. Mu and Guang pondered, and it seems that Gaoyi has also disappeared from sight. Yuan Ling'er helplessly raised her hands and said, Father is preoccupied with his own affairs and will not strictly oversee us anymore. Then what shall we do about our cultivation? Ajia inquired. For the remaining 5 years, we will essentially continue in this manner. As long as we consistently refine our pure soul energy, we shall be fine. Mu and Guan also expressed a hint of regret. What about practical combat training? Not exactly. As for practical combat, we can register for soul fighting at the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City right now. However, Father's stipulation is that we must register anonymously. Yuan Ling'er elucidated. I see. Mu and Guang nodded in agreement. I must also devote myself to diligent cultivation. I have not advanced a single level in these past few months. Ajay appeared quite abashed. Are you concerned that Lu Wei may surpass you? Mu and Guang exchanged mischievous glances and remarked, Lu Wei is in the same predicament. He, along with the Ice Mountain, must refine their soul power techniques. It is quite possible that he remains stuck at level 23. Yuan Ling'er, however, disagreed with this viewpoint, stating, At the eyes of ice and fire, their cultivation speed will only surpass ours. Upon hearing this, Ajia wore a troubled expression once more. Yuan Ling'er finally finished her meal and, alongside Mu Guang, departed from the dining table, preparing to engage in their cultivation practice. What shall we discuss? Oscar busily tidied up, enlisting the help of a student to assist with sales, and hurried over, clutching a sausage. What about Uncle Yuan's whereabouts? Ajia replied nonchalantly. Today marks the nth day since Lu Wei's departure. I miss him. Where else could he be? Surely, he is attending noble banquets throughout Tiando City. Oscar's tone brimmed with indignation, yet a hint of envy glimmered in his eyes. For Shui Bingo could attend those noble gatherings daily, while Oscar would require a noble title to partake. Those detestable aristocrats, looking down upon others. Is that true? Ajia was taken aback. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Oscar took a bite of the sausage, his mouth gleaming with grease, and declared earnestly, Uncle Yuan and Dean Gao attend gatherings every evening. At the banquet, Gaoyi donned a daring deepvi, high-shouldered, zippered white gown, exuding allure and maturity. Beside her, Yuan Sun Lu was equally resplendent in a white tuxedo, embodying nobility and elegance. Yuan and Miss Gao truly are a match made in heaven, remarked Ning Fengji with a smile, his tone reminiscent of a grandfather speaking to his beloved grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Behind Ning Fengji stood the ever-constant Bon Douluo, Yuan Xuanlu. Upon hearing the sardonic remarks of Ning Fengji, chuckled lightly and replied, You flatter me, truly. The current pope of the Wuhuan Temple remains unmarried. Why not strive a little harder, Lord Ning? The alliance between the Wuhuan Temple and the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect would indeed be a splendid affair. Ning Fengji's expression shifted slightly, but he soon regained his composure. Brother Yuan, you jest. The three prominent sects have always been closely connected. How could I ever consider an alliance with the Wuhuan Temple? Surely you are attempting to sow discord. Ning Fengji's demeanor transformed, and he quickly returned to normalcy. Yuan Xuanlu, feigning innocence, responded, Lord Ning. The two lapsed into silence as the cellist on the second floor of the banquet hall poured their heart into the performance, while the nobles gliding across the dance floor sparkled with elegance. After a considerable time had passed, Yuan Xuanlu inquired with a smile. Do the nobles of Tiando City indulge in banquets daily? Indeed, this is merely one of their social customs, Ning Fengji elucidated. Today marks the oyster feast. Yuan Xuanlu savored the oysters he had just consumed, nodding in appreciation. Were they transported from the seaside? Indeed, their flavor is remarkably fresh. Ning Fengji introduced Yuan Xuanlu and Gaoyi, explaining how much these nobles had expended to have the oysters delivered to the inland city of Tiando. Such extravagance was truly beyond measure. As the banquet reached its zenith, the remnants of oyster shells littered the ground. Some guests clung to their wine bottles with tenacity, while others engaged in spirited toasts, and a few had succumbed to inebriation. One nobleman directed his servant to remove the oil stains splattered on his attire. On the table, Two wine bottles peeked out from the wine crate, and in the distance, a servant approached bearing a grand platter of oysters. Yuan Xuanlu shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "The opulence of the wealthy is appalling, while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen dead." To this, Ning Fingji burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "Elder Yuan, when did you, as a member of a noble family, acquire such a compassionate heart? I dare say this sentiment would be more fitting for the crown prince, as it would further enhance his reputation for frugality and concern for the people." Yuan Xuanlu elaborated, speaking of Qinghe. "It seems that its strength has notably increased in recent days." Ning Fengji replied courteously, "But he aspires to be the crown prince, not a general. What use is an increase in strength?" Yuan Xuanlu was aware that Qianren Xue had already consumed the chicken crown phoenix sunflower. Yet this information could not be divulged to Ning Fengji. Yuan Xuanlu, with a sense of helplessness, waved his hand towards Ning Fengji, grasping Gaoyi's hand as he intended to return home in a carriage together. "Brother Yuan, might you enlighten me on the reason for your continual attendance at the gatherings of the nobility?" Ning Fengji, noticing Yuan Xuanlu's intention to depart, swiftly intervened, his expression one of perplexity. "Master Ning, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" "The truth." Yuan Xuanlu chuckled softly. "Our family is too impoverished to afford a meal, so I had no choice but to come to the banquet for a bit of sustenance." Ning Fengji's expression darkened instantly. Was he truly being made a fool of? A dignified title Douluo, and yet his household could not even manage a meal? What a preposterous claim. "I simply lack the inclination to cook," Gaoyi interjected on Yuan Xuanlu's behalf. Suddenly, amidst their light-hearted banter at Ning Fengji's expense, a violent surge of soul power erupted within the city of Tiando. This intense wave of soul energy was so potent that even the inebriated nobles at the banquet could not ignore it, revealing their true, unrefined selves. Yuan Xuanlu sighed after listening for quite some time, addressing Ning Fengji. "The public order of Tiando City leaves much to be desired. I shall take my leave now. Master Ning, do take care." Ning Fengji smiled politely at Yuan Xuanlu and Gao Yi, yet he instinctively sensed something amiss with Yuan Xuanlu. "You are concealing something from me, aren't you?" Ning Fengji pondered. Chapter 74, Preparations for Infiltrating the Tiando Imperial Palace, Part 2. While Yuan Xuanlu and Gao Yi were attending the banquet, Douluo had quietly arrived within the confines of the imperial city. Douluo had returned to Tiando City alongside Yuan Xuanlu but had refrained from administering the celestial herbs to his granddaughter, Dugu Yin. The reason was that those two celestial herbs appeared far too unpalatable for a human to consume. After much contemplation, Douluo resolved to take a more prudent approach. He would wait until Yuan Xuanlu had the opportunity to witness Dugu Yin ingesting the herbs. In this manner, should any adverse event occur, there would be a safety net. Due to his inability to provide the celestial herbs to Dugu Yin, Douluo had been sequestered in his residence in Tiando City for the past few months. Until today, Yuan Xuanlu entrusted him with the task. Douluo understood that this was the moment to prove his loyalty. He had prepared all the toxins within him, waiting for Yuan Xuanlu's command to swiftly send the Snow Knight Emperor to his demise. However, Douluo was taken aback when he learned that Yuan Xuanlu wanted him to infiltrate the Heavenly Do Imperial City to assassinate a captain of the Imperial Guard. Initially, he anticipated that this captain would be a formidable hidden power, but upon reviewing the dossier, he discovered that he was merely a soul master of over 30 levels. It truly seemed like a case of overkill. Nevertheless, despite internally cursing Yuan Xuanlu for employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Douluo had to carry out the task. Thus, at the appointed time, he donned a black outfit and stealthily infiltrated the Heavenly Do Imperial City. The Heavenly Do Imperial City was vast, with ancient architecture that exuded grandeur. Centuries ago, during the civil war in Heavenly Do, the false emperor had set this palace ablaze. Subsequently, the war empress constructed the Phoenix Palace on the outskirts of the city. It was during her reign that the Phoenix Palace served as the true imperial seat. However, after the empress returned power to the court, the old palace of the Heavenly Do Imperial City was restored on its original site. Douluo was vexed. Where could that captain possibly be? He scratched his head in frustration, concealed in the shadows of the palace walls, observing the patrolling soldiers with a fluctuating expression. Was Yuan Xuanlu out of his mind? Even if he intended to kill this captain, wouldn't it be easier to wait until he left the palace and track him to his residence? Why the need to strike within the palace? Who knew where he was? Douluo muttered angrily. The Heavenly Do Imperial City was also protected by formidable guardians and as the weakest title Douluo. Douluo did not dare to unleash a massacre here, for if he did, The phosphorescent snake venom would serve as evidence against him. My lord, a young eunuch, with a delicate demeanor, approached Douluo from behind. Douluo nearly unleashed a burst of soul power in a panic, nearly striking the young eunuch dead. I serve the crown prince. The eunuch stammered, rolling onto the ground in fear and presenting a token to Douluo. What is this? Douluo accepted the token, his expression darkening. My lord, the captain is patrolling with the 12th squad and will appear shortly. The eunuch bowed. Soul Emperor? Douluo was momentarily taken aback. But then he realized this was a guise for his true identity. The young eunuch merely believed he was guiding a Soul Emperor, not the infamous poison Douluo. Douluo returned the token, but to his surprise, the eunuch fiddled with it, and it was instantly consumed by flames. It was made of special material. Douluo was astonished. The token had felt like metal when he first touched it. After a brief wait, a fully armed squad of the Imperial Guard approached, comprising just 10 men. The captain was among them. The young eunuch spoke ominously. Why is a Langzhong merely a Shizhong? Douluo, though not well versed in the military ranks of the Heavenly Do Empire, found it peculiar that a Langzhong should oversee merely 10 individuals within the Imperial City. To prevent the Imperial Guards from causing unrest, even a commanding officer is permitted only 10 attendants. The young eunuch elucidated. Douluo cast a glance at the eunuch. Dismissing his concerns, 10 individuals were precisely the number he could manage effortlessly. Thus, he refrained from unleashing his martial spirit and soul rings, opting instead to intimidate the 10 Imperial Guards with sheer soul power. Who dares? The leading Langzhong began to inquire, yet before he could finish, Douluo emerged from the shadows like a vengeful specter, his formidable soul energy crashing down upon the Langzhong's head with a resounding thud, akin to the cracking of a watermelon. With a mere flick of his hand, the other 9 guards fell to the ground, lifeless, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Such remarkable skill, my lord of Soul Emperor, the young eunuch exclaimed, scampering out from the shadows, showering Douluo with flattery. You shall not survive this, will you? Douluo inquired, having sensed the eunuch's resolve to embrace death when he had destroyed the crown prince's token. As a servant, I undertake this task for my master. Fully aware I may not return alive, the young eunuch replied, maintaining his cheerful facade. I have a sister, if I can ensure her a life of wealth and safety. I harbor no regrets. Douluo nodded. Then you may end it yourself. He understood that individuals like this often prepared poison for such occasions and would not require his intervention. However, just as he was about to depart, the audacious young eunuch boldly obstructed his path. My lord of Soul Emperor, you cannot leave. A surge of anger ignited within Douluo. When had he ever been halted by a mere eunuch? As his expression fluctuated between wrath and contemplation, he contemplated striking down the eunuch. Ah! The crown prince happens to be conversing with his majesty in the palace tonight, the young eunuch calmly explained. What concern is that of mine? Douluo retorted. Vexed by such matters entangled with the royal family, the young eunuch chuckled. In the eyes of my master, there is little distinction between you, my lord of Soul Emperor, and a lowly servant such as myself. My lord, did you not prepare for this undertaking? Upon finishing his words, the eunuch's demeanor shifted dramatically as he summoned all his strength to cry out, There is an assassin. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the skies, and instantly, chaos erupted within the imperial city. Douluo recalled the tales told by bards of how Yuan Sun had lured him into the imperial city, laying an ambush with 300 cutthroats, waiting for the eunuch's signal to capture him. Damn it! Douluo cursed in anger. Just as he was about to annihilate the shrill little eunuch, he discovered that the eunuch had collapsed on the ground, having severed his own heartstrings and died. This eunuch astonishingly possessed a 3rd-level soul power. Douluo could not help but marvel at the profound depths of the prince's influence. Even a flawed individual like this held soul power, a testament to the grand scale of the prince's ambitions. It is well known that in this continent, possessing soul power or lacking it delineates 2 entirely distinct classes. Typically, eunuchs are nothing more than ordinary people. Without further contemplation, Douluo summoned all his strength and swiftly fled the royal city before the formidable ones arrived. He had no desire to engage in combat, for once he unleashed his martial soul and soul rings, his identity would be immediately exposed. A 3-legged toad is hard to find. Yet a soul master with the venom of a phosphorescent serpent is invariably precise. After ruthlessly shattering several low-ranked soul masters obstructing his path, Douluo brazenly burst out of the imperial city. Meanwhile, he could not help but curse Yuan Xuanlu and the prince's 2 old schemers. The little eunuch was oblivious to the fact that his contact was a soul emperor, remaining in the dark until his death. Meanwhile, Douluo struggled to locate his assassination target, entirely reliant on the information provided by the eunuch. The only token of the prince, that emblem, had also been destroyed. Had he truly been a sole emperor, the likelihood of his escape today would have been non-existent. He would have been directly obliterated by another powerful figure beside the prince. In such a case, there would be no witnesses to his demise, leaving the prince completely unburdened. With the target, the general, dead and the assassin's sole emperor dispatched, the prince would also gain merit for protection. Truly, it is akin to his Sao donning a brazier, an endless cycle of schemes. As for the little eunuch's sister, given the nature of their clan, Douluo surmised that the little eunuch's sister had likely perished long ago. Feeling the presence of powerful adversaries drawing nearer, Douluo ran toward the city gates at all costs. Moments before, Yuan Ling'er, having heard the violent commotion from the palace and bidding farewell to Ning Fengxi, boarded a carriage. Ning Fengxi shall be your witness. This maneuver is indeed quite adept, Yuan Ling'er remarked. After Gao Yi entered the carriage and lowered the window, she smiled at Yuan Ling'er and said, "You must keep this a secret for me." Yuan Ling'er offered a benign smile to Gao Yi. Subsequently, Yuan Ling'er quietly departed from the carriage, skillfully evading various directions as he swiftly infiltrated the heavenly. Meanwhile, the carriage ambled leisurely out of the city. Chapter 75. The vast sea of the universe shield. The royal treasury is located at the southwestern corner of the palace city within the heavenly. Although it appears devoid of guards on the surface, it is, in fact, teeming with hidden prowess. For a titled Douluo, however, these concealed dangers are merely trifling matters. A dragon must coil and a tiger must lie low, especially when the majority have set out to hunt down the elusive Douluo. The defenses of the royal city are further diminished. A grand assembly of formidable beings pursued Douluo, allowing Yuan Ling'er to deftly maneuver past them and reach the royal treasury. The so-called royal treasury of the heavenly is nothing more than a modest attic. Indeed, this small loft houses the accumulated treasures of the first empire in the history of Douluo continent, the heavenly. After thousands of years, all that remains are these scarce ancient artifacts, a rather ironic testament to its decline. At the zenith of the heavenly's power, the royal treasures were housed within an entire palace city. Mountains of gold and rivers of jewels adorned the realm. As captured princesses and noble women stood in palaces built by the mountains and seas, gazing southward towards their emperor. The emperor, adorned with the noble and resplendent white swan martial soul, sat upon a grand carriage borne by hundreds, his presence transcending mountains and rivers, while soldiers clad in bronze armor and wielding weapons raised banners that obscured the sky. This image, recorded by the Martial Soul Hall, depicts the heavenly at its most formidable thousands of years ago. As time wore on, the heavenly gradually fell into decline. Its lands besieged and reduced to a mere corner of the realm, further devastated by the flames of a false emperor's self-immolation. Consequently, the treasury was left barren. And after centuries of recovery, the heavenly barely managed to amass the contents of this modest attic. After expressing his lament over the scars of this ancient empire, Yuan Ling'er approached the attic. What a clever ruse of misdirection. Huh, had I not been stationed here, you would have truly deceived me. A sinister old eunuch, clad in a red robe and possessing a shock of white hair, leapt down from the attic, revealing a wide grin of gleaming white teeth to Yuan Ling'er. Yuan Ling'er instinctively tensed his body, having anticipated this moment. How could an ancient empire possibly fail to leave behind a trace of its legacy for posterity? However, as he carefully attuned himself to the ethereal waves of soul energy emanating from the old eunuch, Yuan Ling'er could not help but laugh. However, a mere soul sage, he scoffed. Yuan Ling'er could hardly fathom that the Heaven Do Empire was now unable to produce even a single soul Douluo. The guardian of the royal treasury, the so-called sweeping monk, turned out to be merely a soul sage. I am aware that you possess greater strength than I, but my intention is merely to obstruct your path, not to take your life. Thus, this should not prove excessively challenging. The old eunuch let out a sinister smile, a long whistle escaping his lips. In that very instant when the old eunuch opened his mouth, Yuan Ling'er had already extended his hand towards him. Yuan Ling'er refrained from utilizing his martial soul, fearing that others might perceive his aura. Nevertheless, he was still capable of employing the skills granted by his soul bone. Sword arm, Yuan Ling'er bellowed, transforming into a shadowy light that pierced directly through the body of the aged eunuch. Astonishingly, the venerable soul sage did not evade at all. As if he had been immobilized in place by Yuan Ling'er's thunderous shout. Yuan Ling'er possesses a profound self-awareness. The notion that the mere display of a protagonist's formidable aura would compel enemies to bow in submission is utterly implausible. Yet, one cannot help but question why this aged eunuch remained utterly motionless. Surely, with a desperate effort, he could have evaded such a fate. The wretched servant gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, crimson blood trickling from his lips. He murmured to himself, but it seemed as though every ounce of strength had been sapped from his body, causing him to collapse. Wretched servant? The sword arm. It was only then that Yuan Xuanlu comprehended that the issue lay in the name of his soul-bone skill. Just a moment ago, his utterance of vile servant had stirred memories within the old eunuch from his days as a subordinate. Being berated as a vile servant instilled a sense of trepidation. How could one, in the role of a servant, dare to act? Thus, the old eunuch instinctively paused for a second, granting Yuan Xuanlu a chance for a decisive strike. Such was the lingering vestige of servility. Yuan Xuanlu could not help but exclaim. Yet he found himself lacking the time to promote the ideals of Mr. Democracy and Mr. Science, or to oppose the constraints of feudal ethics. Yuan Xuanlu strode decisively into the loft, shattering the heavy iron door with a resounding crash. Truly, this was the royal treasury of the Tiando Empire. The interior was resplendent, with a floor of intricately inlaid marble that shone with brilliance. The ceiling was adorned with silver foil, while the columns were embellished with golden depictions of various flowers. It was a splendid fusion of Eastern and Western artistry. Yuan Xuanlu bypassed the mundane, meticulously scrutinizing the divine artifact known as the Han Hai Qian Kuanjia. Perhaps it was due to the artifact's ability to obscure mental probing that Yuan Xuanlu failed to detect its presence. Thus, he resorted to the most laborious method of locating it one by one. Eventually, in the innermost depths, Yuan Xuanlu discovered the trace of the vast sea universe shield. It was an extraordinarily peculiar object, entirely enveloped in a crystalline azure hue, taking the form of a three-dimensional triangle. The whole piece seemed to be meticulously carved from sapphire, measuring merely the size of a palm. Within its resplendent blue radiance, a luminous aura shimmered, and upon this blue triangular body, patterns resembling rippling water danced, as if alive. The vast sea universe shield. Yuan Xuanlu cautiously cradled it in his hands. As a future possession of Tang San, Yuan Xuanlu shamefully pilfered it. He, being the very party involved, acknowledged that his actions constituted an immoral act of theft. Yet, he pondered that if one does not act for oneself, one risks facing the wrath of heaven and earth. Yuan Xuanlu's engagement in this endeavor has paradoxically granted him a greater sense of justification. This exemplifies a grand display of double standards, akin to the phrase wishing to be both a harlot and to erect a monument of virtue. Do you recall how Tang San utilized the vast sea and heaven cover? Was it not through blood recognition? Yuan Xuanlu was eager to embark on his journey. Yet he retained a sliver of rationality. Aware that the vast sea universe cover possessed what was known as the power of the vast sea, although he held the title of a title Douluo, what if? What if he could not withstand the power of the vast sea, rendering him incapacitated and vulnerable to capture within the imperial palace of Tiando? That would spell disaster. Yuan Xuanlu pondered for a moment and concluded that it would be wiser to exercise caution. He carefully stowed away the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield and resolved to depart from the royal treasury of Tiando. Are you truly intending to leave? A sinister voice emanated from behind Yuan